Chapter 80. The sword named Xiao Yao. The Immortal Gourd Cave. From this moment forth, there shall be no place in the vast world that I cannot traverse. If I desire to come, none shall hinder me. If I wish to leave, none shall detain me. There are no forbidden places to enter, nor individuals I cannot slay. The heavens are vast, the earth is expansive, and I roam freely. Gazing at the flying sword, his true essence, hovering before him, Shen Xinghe's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light as he spoke. The name of this innate divine ability shall be Xiao Yao, and thus your sword shall be named Xiao Yao. As Shen Xinghe's words fell, the sword of his true essence quivered in the void, emitting a crystalline song of the sword. The sound was filled with exuberance, transforming into a stream of azure light that spiraled around Shen Xinghe in joyous arcs, clearly satisfied with its name. He then lowered his gaze to the radiant Kunpeng divine feather in his hand. With a casual flick, a terrifying tempest erupted from the feather, causing the skies to darken. This divine feather was formed from the essence of the Great Peng's bloodline, imbued with the power of the Kunpeng clan. In the hands of a master craftsman, after a period of refinement, it could transform into an extraordinary supreme treasure, truly a priceless gem. Even without any refinement, it could be sold for an exorbitant price. Shen Xinghe examined it for a moment, nodding in satisfaction before stowing it away in his storage pouch. As for the nearly 10,000-foot-long corpse of the Kunpeng above, its bones, feathers, and flesh also possessed considerable value. However, Shen Xinghe lacked a sufficiently large storage treasure to accommodate it, and had little patience to dismantle such a vast corpse piece by piece. After all, the two most valuable treasures had already fallen into his possession, and he paid no further heed to the now transformed Kunpeng corpse, turning instead to return to his chamber. Soon, a golden core cultivator, tasked with guarding this celestial fairy, personally arrived to express gratitude for Shen Xinghe's act of slaying the Kunpeng and saving the vessel. Shen Xinghe, disinterested in the exchange, sent Hong Xiu to handle the matter. Shortly after, the celestial fairy set sail once more, bypassing the colossal, still-floating corpse of the Kunpeng, heading towards the distant horizon. Through the window, Shen Xinghe observed a myriad of brightly colored sword lights darting about the Kunpeng corpse, busy dividing its remains. It was evident that it would not be long before this immense corpse would be collectively claimed by numerous cultivators, serving as a resource for their growth and ascendance. Perhaps some of these cultivators would, due to this fortuitous opportunity, completely transform their destinies and embark upon the path of ascension to the heavens, eventually becoming renowned figures in the realm of immortals. With the fall of one Peng, myriad beings arise. The heavenly law, though ever-changing, possesses its constants. Watching the scene unfold in the distant sky, Shen Xinghe's eyes glimmered as he murmured. In this moment, he gained new insights regarding the ethereal concepts of life, death, and the cyclical nature of the cosmos. Over the next year, Shen Xinghe continued his journey aboard the celestial ferry, heading northward. Compared to the lower continent, Xianhu boasted denser spiritual energy and more magnificent natural vistas. Throughout his journey, Shen Xinghe meandered through mountains and rivers, traversing thousands of miles and witnessing the world's wonders. His martial realm and immortal cultivation both underwent breakthroughs, reaching the 9th realm of martial arts and the transformation of spirit. Finally, with only a month remaining until the opening of the Xianhu cave, he arrived at the Linghu Xianshan, the site of the cave. A month swiftly passed, and soon the day for the cave's opening arrived. That morning, countless cultivators converged from all directions, gathering at the foot of Linghu Xianshan. Even the skies above were filled with dazzling beams of sword light, flying vessels, and exotic beasts hovering in midair. All prominent immortal sects from Xianhu and beyond were present. Numerous cultivators eagerly anticipated this once-in-a-millennium celestial event. Clad in a white sword robe, Shen Xinghe stood aloft, stepping upon rays of sword light. Among a throng of scattered cultivators of varying strengths, he appeared rather inconspicuous. Above, mighty immortal sects and renowned figures arrived, provoking waves of astonishment from the crowd. Ever since the last opening of the Xianhu cave 2 millennia ago, which was marked by chaos and rivers of blood, the various immortal sects of Xianhu joined forces to establish barriers at the cave's entrance. Only those bearing the green leaves from the celestial vine that sprouted during the last opening may enter the cave. However, the vine only produces 108 leaves with each rebirth. This means at most 108 individuals can enter the cave, all of whom are top-tier prodigies from across the realms. It is said that the genius sword cultivator, Guchanga from the Beiming Sword Continent, arrived at Xianhu 6 months prior. His 2 innate flying swords, Xuexing and Gan Yue. Each possess unmatched sharpness, dominating the realm with no rivals. He is likely to shine brilliantly during this cave's contest. And then there is the princess of Fuyao City, Jang Yu Yao, although she has no record of achievements. As a favored gem of a 14th realm cultivator, her strength is undoubtedly extraordinary. Those are prodigies from foreign realms, yet the young elite of Xianhu are equally exceptional, not to be overshadowed by them. Ning Xu, the Daozi of the Zifu Xianzong, has cultivated for less than 60 years and has already reached remarkable heights. He could step into that pivotal realm at any moment, breaking through to the transformation of spirit and ascending to the 5th realm, becoming the youngest cultivator of the upper 5 realms in Xianhu. With so many extraordinary prodigies poised for a fierce contest today, it remains uncertain who shall ultimately claim the 7 celestial treasure gourds. Listening to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, Shen Xinghe's eyes flickered with light. He was well aware of the necessity of possessing the green leaf to enter the cave. Although the entrance was soon to open and he had yet to acquire a leaf, Shen Xinghe remained unperturbed. His innate divine ability of his flying sword could transcend worldly barriers and seals, allowing him entry even without the token. However, if I could obtain a green leaf before the cave opens, that would be even better. Shen Xinghe raised his gaze towards the distant southern horizon, murmuring softly to himself. Where could they be? Just as he spoke, a brilliant golden light appeared in the far southern sky, resembling a long rainbow sweeping across the heavens, stretching towards the void before Linghu Xianshan, forming a radiant golden path. This astonishing spectacle instantly captivated everyone present. They turned their heads towards the distant southern horizon to behold the source of the golden light. A massive flying vessel, imbued with grandeur, emerged from afar, soaring along the resplendent golden path with unstoppable momentum. Upon recognizing the flag fluttering atop the vessel, the gathered cultivators widened their eyes in amazement, erupting into exclamations. It is the Chuanxiu Daozong. Chapter 81. Spring and Autumn Daozi? A single sword strike. Could it truly be the Spring and Autumn Dao Sect? Is this a jest? The golden light unfurls like a pathway, illuminating the vast expanse. Yet Spring and Autumn Dao Sect is merely a typical first-rate sect. How dare they display such grandeur? One might mistakenly believe the 4 great immortal sects have arrived. However, it is said that the sect's 12th realm elder, who has been in seclusion, is striving for the celestial realm. Should he succeed, the sect will ascend to become the 5th sect in Xianhu Prefecture to possess a powerhouse of the 13th realm. Previously, among the 4 great immortal sects of Xianhu Prefecture, 3 were located in the upper continent, while only one, the Purple Mansion Immortal Sect, resided in the lower continent. If the Spring and Autumn Dao sect's elder successfully attains the 13th realm, the entire power structure of Xianhu Prefecture will undergo a tremendous transformation. The audacity of the Spring and Autumn Dao sect to make such a display today indicates that their elders' advancement is nearly guaranteed. This is a prelude, a declaration of their formidable rise to the other sections. From this day forth, the Spring and Autumn Dao sect shall stand as the 5th supreme sect of Xianhu Prefecture. Thus, everything begins to make sense. Gazing into the distant sky, along the golden pathway, a magnificent flying vessel approaches with great speed. The multitude of cultivators gathered beneath Linghu Mountain cannot help but turn their heads, murmuring in astonishment. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the imposing vessel's bow reveals a figure standing with hands clasped behind his back. He stands tall like a verdant pine, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding remarkable charm. A long sword slung diagonally across his back. Standing at the bow, he radiates an intangible yet formidable sword intent. The mighty winds rushing toward him part before reaching his presence. Not even a single strand of his hair is disturbed. It is the Daozi of the Spring and Autumn Dao sect, Lü Shang. Among the crowd, someone quickly recognizes this figure. It is said that he possesses innate sword bones, a natural prodigy in swordsmanship. After joining the Spring and Autumn Dao sect, he was exceptionally accepted as a close disciple by the elder. In less than a century of cultivation, he has ascended to the transformation realm and has even undergone 9 reincarnations in the Spring and Autumn Blessed Land, honing an unparalleled sword heart. His future achievements hold the potential to surpass that of the elder, becoming the next pillar of the Spring and Autumn Dao sect. As one of the 10 most promising youth in Xianhu Prefecture, Lü Shang is also a formidable contender for the 7 treasured immortal gourds in this celestial competition. Lü Shang, upon hearing this name, Shen Xinghe's gaze sharpened slightly. To him, this name resonates like thunder. However, his recollection of this name does not align with the identity of a Daozi. Instead, it belongs to the legendary sword ancestor Lü Shang, who emerged 8 centuries ago within the spring and autumn-blessed land, universally recognized as the foremost sword master throughout history. He single-handedly wielded a sword to sweep across the world, dominating the Tianbang of Tingfeng Tower for an unprecedented 800 years, with no one able to challenge his position. Thus, it is revealed that the sword ancestor Lü Shang of the spring and autumn-blessed land is, in fact, the reincarnation of this very individual. Shen Xinghe murmured, a glint of icy determination flickering in his eyes. Let me assess the true worth of your so-called innate swordbone. As his words echoed, a streak of azure sword light soared into the sky from secluded forest, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, aboard the flying vessel of the spring and autumn Dao sect, one of the 4 esteemed elders, Ning Xu, sat within the cabin, basking in the reverent gazes of countless cultivators from all directions. A sense of pride swelled within him, his lips curving upwards in a subtle smile. The sect's ancestral figure was on the verge of a breakthrough, and in just a few years, the spring and autumn Dao sect anticipated shedding the Dao from officially rebranding itself as the spring and autumn immortal sect. The sect was indeed on an upward trajectory, basking in glory. However, a singular matter had become a source of concern for some of the sect's formidable members. 2 years prior, a reckless ant from the lower realms had escaped from the spring and autumn blessed land. The sect dispatched 2 nascent soul cultivators to apprehend it, only to meet failure and death at its hands. The talent and rapid advancement of that lower realm ant were astonishing, and if not dealt with promptly, it would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the spring and autumn Dao sect. Ning Xu had decisively descended from a mountain to personally address the issue, seeking the assistance of a 12th level expert well-versed in divination. He hoped to discern the ant's whereabouts through prophetic means and eliminate it. However, the ant seemed to possess a mysterious treasure that obscured the heavenly secrets, thwarting the expert's divinations time and again, as if it were an anomaly not meant to exist in this realm. To date, he had been unable to pinpoint the exact location of the lower realm ant, leaving it as a lingering concern buried deep within his heart. Am I being overly anxious? A mere ant from the lower realms, no matter how prodigious its talent, can it truly cause a stir? He reassured himself. Once the ancestor successfully breaks through to the 13th realm, our spring and autumn Dao sect shall ascend to become the 5th great immortal sect of Xianhu Prefecture, dominating the tides of fate for eternity. A trivial lower realm ant is hardly worth fearing. Ling Xu scoffed inwardly, despite his self-comfort. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, a spark ignited in his eyes as he turned to Lü Shang, who stood at the bow. Junior brother Lü, based on my understanding of Shen Xinghe's character, it is highly likely that he will come to Xianhu Cave today. Before Ling Xu could finish, Lü Shang interjected, rest assured, senior brother. If that lower realm ant dares to enter Xianhu Cave and confront me, I shall personally sever its head with my sword. The tone was calm and indifferent, imbued with an unparalleled sense of formidable confidence and haughty pride. It was as if he were recounting an utterly mundane and trivial matter, completely disregarding Shen Xinghe. Ling Xu perceived nothing amiss in his demeanor, for he was Lü Shang, the esteemed disciple of the ancestor of spring and autumn, born with an innate sword bone. He transcended to the realm of divine transformation in less than a century, a formidable sword cultivator of slaughter. The entire spring and autumn Dao sect harbored great expectations for him, viewing him as the potential successor to the ancestor, destined to carry on the illustrious legacy of the sect. Such indomitable confidence and pride were only fitting. However, just as Lü Shang's words fell, a streak of azure sword light suddenly tore through the distant horizon, hurtling towards him with a fierce howl. Overestimating his own strength, Lü Shang's gaze sharpened as he beheld the approaching azure sword light, revealing a hint of disdain. He formed a hand seal, sweeping his wide sleeves. Instantly, boundless and overwhelming sword energy erupted before him, coalescing into a solid and indestructible sword chi shield, aiming to block the incoming flying sword. Yet this formidable shield, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a cultivator of the void refinement stage, was rendered inconsequential before the azure flying sword. It pierced through effortlessly. In Lü Shang's eyes, Filled with shock and disbelief, the sword light transformed into a ring, circling his neck before severing his head cleanly from his body. Chapter 82. The Spring and Autumn Dao Sect's Humiliation. What on earth just happened? Am I seeing this correctly? Lü Shang was actually decapitated by a single sword strike. This is far too swift. I barely had time to comprehend it. In the blink of an eye, it was over. Faced with a sneak attack, he could muster not even a modicum of resistance. The esteemed disciple of the Spring and Autumn Dao Sect reduced to this? Was it not that Lü Shang was too weak, but rather that the azure sword light descending from the heavens was overwhelmingly powerful? Could it be that a master swordsman of the 5th stage had struck from the shadows? Due to the grand spectacle of the Spring and Autumn Dao Sect's magical vessel, which illuminated the path with golden light, it captivated the attention of nearly all the cultivators gathered near Linghu Immortal Mountain. Lü Shang stood at the bow, in the most conspicuous position. Hence, the scene of his head being effortlessly severed by the celestial sword was witnessed by all. It was a case of boasting the most and receiving the harshest retribution. Instantly, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Following the decapitation, the resplendent azure flying sword swiftly circled Lü Shang once more, snatching up the storage bag tied at his waist. It transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring towards the distant horizon. How audacious! Who dares to act so recklessly? Only at this moment did Ning Xu, situated in the ship's cabin, finally regain his senses. Suddenly, his brows furrowed in rage, and he unleashed a furious roar. Stepping out of the cabin, the formidable strength of his refinement void realm was unmistakably revealed at that moment. With a thunderous shout, he extended his great hand and forcefully grasped the air. In an instant, the void trembled, and a terrifying surge of energy erupted forth. A colossal purple hand coalesced, its fingers spread wide enough to obscure the sky, reaching fiercely for the azure flying sword. Before the hand could draw near, a dreadful pressure emanated from its palm, rendering the surrounding void as hard as iron. As if it were imprisoned, any other flying sword would undoubtedly struggle, ensnared by this overwhelming force. However, Shen Xinghe's innate flying sword possessed the transcendent ability of freedom flight, allowing it to disregard any form of confinement, barriers, or shields. Admittedly, it had only just been born and had not undergone extensive refinement, thus its potency was limited. Should a formidable being of the 13th realm or above exert their full strength, they could indeed seize it. Yet, Ning Xu, merely at the refinement void level, attempting to bind the sword with such means was nothing short of a fool's dream. The flying sword, humming softly, was utterly unfazed, weaving through the gaps of that gigantic purple hand like a nimble fish, tracing a graceful arc. With effortless speed, it darted away in a flash, vanishing into the azure expanse above in the blink of an eye. Infuriating, Ning Xu seethed with rage, standing atop his celestial vessel, his expression darkened to the utmost degree. Today, the Spring and Autumn Dao Sect had deliberately laid out a golden path for their grand entrance, intending to showcase their strength to the various sects and pave the way for their ascension to a celestial sect in the coming years. Unexpectedly, a mysterious flying sword had emerged from the shadows, brazenly beheading their sect's disciple before the eyes of the world, the act swift and decisive, leaving no room for hesitation. It was as if the Spring and Autumn Dao Sect had been publicly slapped in the face before all, under the shadow of this sword. The grand display put forth by the sect upon their entrance became laughable, a mere spectacle that diminished their dignity. What frustrated Ning Xu the most was the humiliation of being so publicly shamed, without even knowing the identity of the one who had wielded the sword. A tumult of fury surged within him, nearly causing his chest to burst with indignation. At that moment, a sudden, inexplicable thought surfaced in his mind. Could the assailant have been Shen Xinghe? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just 2 years prior, he had barely reached the Yuan Ying stage. In a mere span of 2 years, how could one possibly achieve such remarkable progress and forge an astonishing personal flying sword? Surely, there must be some hidden elder intervening, attempting to thwart the ascendance of our Spring and Autumn Dao Sect. At the bow of the ship, a flash of light erupted from the corpse of Lü Shang, as his primordial spirit soared forth. Having attained the god transformation realm, even if his physical body were severed, as long as his primordial spirit persisted, he could sustain his life, remain in the world, and potentially reconstruct his body in the future. However, this would inevitably cause significant depletion of his vital energy and even damage his foundational cultivation. Lü Shang, being the esteemed Daozi of the Spring and Autumn Dao sect, and one of the 10 strongest of the younger generation from Xianhu Prefecture, had always possessed an exceedingly proud demeanor. Yet today, in full view of the assembled cultivators, he was effortlessly decapitated by a mysterious flying sword that descended from the heavens. For him, this was an unparalleled humiliation. As his primordial spirit ascended, he gazed upon the surrounding heavens and earth, filled with rage, and bellowed, "You lurking thief! No matter who you are, I, Lü Shang, shall repay this humiliation 100-fold. On the day I achieve my Tao, even if I must traverse the 9 continents, I will find you and subject you to 1,000 cuts, reducing your body to fragments." Lü Shang's furious cry reverberated throughout the realm. The many cultivators gathered at the foot of the celestial mountain heard his impotent rage and exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of amusement, mocking him with expressions of schadenfreude. Has Lü Shang lost his mind? He couldn't even withstand a single sword strike, having his head severed so easily. Yet he still dares to utter such threats? They scoffed. What a cooked duck that still clings to its defiance. What innate sword bones. The strongest sword cultivator of the younger generation from Xianhu Prefecture? It seems he is merely a name without substance. The Spring and Autumn Dao sect has truly brought shame upon itself. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a luxurious flying vessel, resplendent with glimmering colors and intricately carved from 7-colored gemstones, hovered in the sky. Within it sat a graceful woman clad in purple, her soft, rounded knees cradling an exquisitely adorned sword in its scabbard. The moment Shen Xinghe activated his personal flying sword, severing Lü Shang's head, the sword that had been quietly resting on her knees suddenly began to resonate with a vibrant hum. With a clang, it unsheathed halfway, as if yearning to soar into the sky. The woman's complexion shifted instantly, and she hastily grasped the hilt, attempting to quell the agitated blade. Yet, her bosom heaved uncontrollably, her emotions stirred inexplicably. It was him. In such a short time, he had forged his personal flying sword and attained such formidable prowess. After a brief moment, the restless sword finally settled. Jang Yu Yao huffed lightly, tapping the sword's hilt with annoyance, her expression one of exasperation as she chastised. "You ungrateful wretch! What is so great about that scoundrel? After all this time following him, you still lack a proper scabbard. This young lady has exerted considerable effort to procure the finest sword sheath from Xianhu Island to nurture the sword's essence. It is truly a waste to have treated you so well. Would it not be better for you to resolutely follow this young lady from now on? That scoundrel has arrived just in time. I shall seize this opportunity to teach him a harsh lesson, making that rogue aware of my prowess." Standing outside the cabin is a graceful woman clad in black, her face partially concealed by a delicate veil, listening to the incessant murmurs emanating from within the cabin. She cannot help but let out a soft sigh. In her enchanting phoenix-like eyes, a complex and profound expression emerges. Ever since the young lady returned from the Spring and Autumn Blessed Land, she has undergone a complete transformation. Although she adamantly claims to despise that scoundrel who dared to confront her in the Blessed Land, wishing nothing more than to tear him apart, the sword he left behind holds greater significance for her than anything else. For over 2 years, it has been her constant companion, never leaving her side, even during bathing and sleeping. This has caused concern for her, as a witness to such affection. Could it be that the young lady has developed feelings for that individual that should not be? If the master were to discover this, given their temperament, it would likely. Chapter 83. The Opening of the Cave Heaven. The threat approaches. Shen Xinghe, riding the light of his sword, ascended from the throng gathered at the foot of the mountain. Moments later, he returned to the base of Linghu, Xianshan from another direction, a dazzling, extraordinary azure leaf shimmering in his palm. This was the precious leaf, a token for entering the Xianhu cave heaven, just unearthed from Lü Shang's storage bag. Upon his return, Shen Xinghe subtly raised his gaze, casting a glance at a magnificent, resplendent 7-treasure flying vessel that sparkled in the sky. Just moments earlier, while he had attacked Lü Shang, he had distinctly felt a familiar wave of sword energy emanating from that vessel. Jang Yu Yao, you have indeed come. Once inside the cave heaven, I shall have the opportunity to thoroughly assess what skills you, the princess of Fuyao Island, truly possess. It is also time to reclaim the sword that has remained by your side. As time passed, the number of cultivators gathering at the foot of Linghu Xianshan continued to swell. A myriad of colorful sword lights cluttered the sky, filling it to the brim. Various sects from Xianhu Island, both large and small, had all arrived in attendance. Countless flying vessels, exuding an extraordinary aura, floated serenely in the void. From a distance, the sight was nothing short of awe-inspiring. All eyes were lifted, fixated on the summit of the celestial mountain, where a radiant mass of white celestial light, resembling a dazzling nebula, transformed unpredictably. Patiently, they awaited the arrival of the moment. After an unknown duration, the unpredictable white celestial light suddenly paused, revealing a striking azure glow at its center. Then it began to revolve around the center, spinning rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a swiftly rotating azure vortex. However, enveloping this vortex was a faint golden radiance. This layer of golden light was the seal laid down in unison by the four great immortal sects outside the entrance of the Immortal Gourd Cave. At this moment, as the entrance to the cave opened, figures surged forth from the flying vessels of the four great immortal sects. Standing upon the celestial winds, they emanated the astonishing aura of 12 realms powerhouses. Simultaneously, the four great warriors unleashed a series of complex seals of various colors upon that layer of prohibition. The mysterious golden light of the seal began to oscillate violently, sending ripples of light cascading outward. It then commenced to spin, forming a golden vortex with a diameter of 100 jang. The azure leaf held in Shen Xinghe's palm began to quiver slightly, radiating a rich azure glow that enveloped his form. He transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring toward the mountain peak with a thunderous rush. Meanwhile, in the skies from all directions, as well as on the flying vessels of the various immortal sects of Immortal Gourd Island, azure lights emerged, resembling azure meteors streaking through the heavens. Each streak of light encased an extraordinary figure of a formidable warrior. In an instant, they reached the summit of the Immortal Mountain, passing through the two layers of vortexes and entering the Immortal Gourd Cave. The adventure had finally commenced. They entered so swiftly that I scarcely had time to discern which formidable beings had arrived. Soon enough, when they encountered each other within the cave and commenced their fierce battle, I would naturally come to know. I wonder which of the 7 treasured immortal gourds would ultimately fall into whose hands? The prodigies of Immortal Gourd Island, do your utmost, at the very least. We must retain 4 of them for our own. If all the treasures birthed from our Immortal Gourd Cave are seized by outsiders, how can we maintain our dignity when this news spreads? Will we not become a laughingstock for the world? As the entrance to the cave opened, the throngs of onlookers at the foot of the mountain became agitated. Above the firmament, the 412 realms, powerhouses of the 4 great immortal sects, sat cross-legged in the void. They would guard the proceedings until the conclusion of this contest within the cave. After settling into their positions, they collectively summoned a resplendent bronze mirror. The mirror hovered in the sky, its surface shimmering with divine light. In an instant, it projected 108 images, each with a diameter of 100 jang, across the vast expanse of the sky. The images revealed the figures of the 108 prodigious warriors who had entered the cave. Each of them bore an azure leaf, which served both as a token of entry into the cave and as an anchor point. The powerful beings of the 4 great immortal sects could employ special means to observe all that transpired within the cave. Furthermore, each azure leaf was inscribed with unique array patterns. Once activated, one could be instantly transported beyond the confines of the cave, serving as a protective measure for the prodigies. In a certain void within the cave, a flash of light manifested, and Shen Xinghe's figure was teleported out. Treading upon the empty air, he surveyed his surroundings. Before his eyes lay a vast expanse of mountains, shrouded in ethereal mists, where rare and precious spiritual herbs flourished, seldom seen in the outside world. Though the Immortal Gourd Cave was but a modest celestial realm, its internal area surpassed that of the spring and autumn-blessed lands by several folds. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth was extraordinarily rich, with intervals of a millennium between each opening. Aside from the 7 extraordinary gourds born from the celestial root, it also nurtured a plethora of rare avian creatures and exotic beasts, alongside numerous precious spiritual herbs. These were the fortunes within the Immortal Gourd Cave. Each time the cave opened, a span of 3 days preceded the complete maturation of the 7 gourds. Prior to their ripening, the mystical vine would be enveloped in resplendent multicolored celestial light, rendering it nearly inaccessible. During these 3 days, the prodigies entering the cave could choose to roam the expanse, gathering other spiritual herbs that thrived within. However, Shen Xinghe held little interest in such pursuits. His sole purpose for entering the immortal gourd cave was to seek those 7 extraordinary gourds. With his divine sense swiftly scanning the surroundings and discerning the location of the cave's center, he promptly set forth, riding the winds towards that direction. As he advanced, a flash of brilliance illuminated Shen Xinghe's visage, revealing his true appearance. After entering the realm of the 9 continents, wary of exposing his whereabouts and falling prey to the powerful figures of the Spring and Autumn Dao sect, Shen Xinghe would periodically alter his appearance to conceal his identity. Yet, given the nature of the imminent confrontation within the cave, his identity was destined to be revealed. Thus, he chose to boldly present himself. At the very moment Shen Xinghe unveiled his likeness, outside, Ling Xu's pupils constricted sharply, exuding a glimmer of brilliance. Shen Xinghe, he has indeed arrived. Could it be that the recently wielded sword was truly his? No, that is impossible. How could a mere insect from the lower realms cultivate such a peerless sword in just over 2 years? Regardless, I have already cast my net. Today, within this immortal gourd cave, you shall find your grave. Even if you possess transcendent abilities, you shall not escape alive. Chapter 84. Confrontation with the Purple Mansion Taoist. In the central region of the immortal gourd cave stood an imposing and perilous mountain, rising a myriad of feet into the sky. The summit jutted forth from the vast sea of clouds. Atop this peak, an extraordinary azure vine thrived, its robust form reminiscent of an ancient dragon, surrounded by swirling divine mists. Amidst the lush green leaves, 7 plump and round gourds grew, each displaying the colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Each gourd radiated a divine light, emanating an innate aura of the great Tao. These were the innate divine gourds, maturing only once every 10,000 years, coveted by countless cultivators. However, at this moment, the 7 innate divine gourds have not yet fully matured. A faint layer of 7-colored celestial light envelopes the area several zhang away from the celestial vine. Though it appears as delicate as gossamer and seemingly fragile, it harbors the might of heaven and earth, rendering any forceful breakthrough impossible. One can only patiently await the dissipating celestial light. For only when the 7 gourds have completely ripened can they be plucked one by one. Upon Shen Xinghe's arrival, several figures already hovered in the void surrounding the mountaintop. Each individual radiated exceptional charisma and presence, each occupying a distinct space in the air, standing in a distant standoff with one another. Clearly, they were all like Shen Xinghe, uninterested in the other opportunities within the cave realm, their aspirations solely focused on the 7 innate divine gourds. Arriving this early to await the celestial mountain displayed their utter disregard for the gourd's maturation and the imminent battle, evidencing their absolute confidence in their own strength. Undoubtedly, they were among the most formidable of the 108 prodigies who had entered the cave. After Shen Xinghe's arrival, his gaze swept across the few individuals present. Among them was a young prodigy clad in purple, exuding an extraordinary aura, with a purple mark adorning his brow. Their eyes met, and he suddenly spoke. "You must be Shen Xinghe. Do you know me?" Shen Xinghe felt a stirring in his heart, fixing his gaze upon the purple-clad youth. "I have seen your portrait." The purple-clad youth replied with a light laugh, his tone calm. "I have been entrusted to slay you if we meet within the cave." His demeanor was utterly nonchalant, as if recounting a trivial matter. It was as if killing Shen Xinghe was a task so effortless it required merely a flick of his finger. In response, Shen Xinghe scoffed derisively, fixing a cold stare upon the purple-clad youth. "Many have wished to kill me, yet in the end, they all perished." "Ah, confidence is commendable, but excessive arrogance can lead to folly," the purple-clad youth retorted, a smile playing on his lips, his gaze upon Shen Xinghe imbued with a condescending air. "Perhaps in the small pond you once inhabited, you may indeed be deemed as exceptionally talented, a rare genius in cultivation. Yet in this vast realm of the 9 continents, individuals like you are as numerous as fish crossing the river, a mere speck of dust, confined to your limited perspective. How can you fathom the height of heaven or the depth of earth? Go to hell. If you wish to fight, then fight. Why all this barking? Stop pretending." Shen Xinghe, who had always detested these so-called immortals of the mountains and their self-proclaimed genius, found their lofty airs utterly repugnant. Before the purple-clad youth could finish his words, Shen Xinghe's expression darkened. With a heavy cold snort, he unleashed a powerful punch directly towards him. The other prodigies present, witnessing the two engage, prepared for the unfolding confrontation. The gaze of the onlookers suddenly sharpened, revealing a keen interest in their eyes. Although Shen Xinghe was a stranger to them, his name had not even crossed their lips. The young man clad in purple who faced him was none other than Ning Xu, one of the 10 most promising youths of Xianhu Prefecture and a disciple of the Purple Mansion Immortal Sect. It was said that his cultivation had reached unparalleled heights, almost brushing against the threshold of the void refining stage. Within this cave abode, where no practitioners of the fifth realm were permitted to tread, he had nearly attained the pinnacle of power. Coupled with an impressive array of formidable divine abilities, his strength was indeed unfathomable. He was one of the most formidable contenders for the 7 innate divine gourds. Even among the talented individuals surrounding the mountain peak, each exceedingly confident in their own prowess. None dared to underestimate him. At that moment, they all yearned to utilize Shen Xinghe as a means to gauge Ning Xu's true strength. To witness firsthand the astonishing techniques of this disciple of the Purple Mansion, reputed to rank among the top 3 in the young generation of Xianhu Prefecture. Meanwhile, outside the cave, countless cultivators gazed skyward, their eyes riveted on the scene unfolding through the 108 projections in the heavens. An electrifying wave of excitement surged through the crowd as they buzzed with animated discussions. The battle has begun. Who could have anticipated that the opening of the Xianhu cave would lead to conflict so swiftly? And to think it was initiated by Ning Xu of the Purple Mansion. Their curiosity piqued at the mention of Shen Xinghe, a name unfamiliar to them. Furthermore, Ning Xu had referred to him as a lowly ant gazing at the sky from a well. What could this mean? 2 years prior, it was rumored that a genius emerged from the spring and autumn Sect's dominion within the spring and autumn blessed land, breaking free from their grasp and ascending to the 9 continents. The Sect had dispatched 2 nascent soul experts to hunt him down, only to meet their demise at his hands. Could this be the same individual? What? Such a tale is true. A cultivator emerging from a mere blessed land, managing to elude the spring and autumn Sect's control, is nothing short of astonishing. Perhaps this young man possesses extraordinary talents, which explains his audacity in confronting Ning Xu. Nevertheless, regardless of his gifts and formidable cultivation, he remained a rogue cultivator emerging from small blessed land. Lacking any substantial foundation, how could he possibly compete with a disciple nurtured through the immense resources of the Purple Mansion Immortal Sect? Today, he was likely to face dire consequences. The golden koi that swims out of a small pond can never be compared to the mighty dragon born of the vast ocean. As news spread that Shen Xinghe had shattered the void from the spring and autumn blessed land to ascend to the 9 continents, numerous cultivators expressed their astonishment, regarding him with newfound respect. Yet, not a single soul believed he could stand against Ning Xu. Ling Xuzi harbored unwavering confidence in Ning Xu, convinced of his imminent victory. Observing Shen Xinghe, who dared to strike first against Ning Xu, a disdainful smile crept across his face, an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly unaware of its limitations. The illustrious Daozi of the Celestial Sect, how could he be trifled with by a mere ant from the lower realms? Today, this celestial gourd cave shall serve as your final resting place. Within the cave, as Shen Xinghe's fist thundered towards him, Ning Xu merely smirked, a glimmer of disdain illuminating his eyes. With an air of invincibility, he coldly proclaimed, "With such meager cultivation, you dare to show off before me? Today, let me unveil to you the true essence of celestial arts." As his words fell, he gestured with his hands, weaving intricate seals. Instantly, the void behind him surged, tumultuous waves of resplendent purple energy erupting into the sky. Chapter 85. The Arrival of Purple Qi. Divine Arts versus Celestial Magic. Boom! The Daozi of the Purple Mansion Celestial Sect, Ning Xu, formed seals with his hands and waved his grand sleeves. The vast emptiness behind him quivered with a violent disturbance. A magnificent torrent of purple energy ascended, painting half the heavens in hues of violet, exuding a fearsome and earth-shattering might. With a mere flick of his finger, he directed the purple tide forward, effortlessly shredding Shen Xinghe's approaching fist force. The overwhelming wave continued its relentless path across the skies, engulfing Shen Xinghe. This was the signature magical art of the Purple Mansion Celestial Sect, the arrival of Purple Qi. Legend has it that this art was crafted by the sect's founding patriarch, the Daojun of the Purple Mansion, who harnessed the primordial purple qi upon breaking through to the 14th realm. During the monumental battle against the savage demon clans thousands of years ago, in the quest for the celestial gourd isle, the Daojun unleashed this celestial magic, unleashing purple energy for 80,000 miles and slaying formidable demons of the 14th realm. It was from this triumph that he established the Purple Mansion Celestial Sect and passed down its profound lineage. It is said that although this celestial art possesses unparalleled might and terror, it demands a high level of cultivation, requiring at least the void refinement stage to invoke. Yet Ning Xu, merely at the divine transformation stage, had already mastered this art, showcasing his prodigious talent and comprehension. Furthermore, he unleashed such a devastating spell right from the outset, seemingly resolved to end this swiftly, leaving no escape for the solitary cultivator named Shen Xinghe. The fate of Shen Xinghe appeared grim. Outside the cave, numerous scattered cultivators gasped in shock as they witnessed Ning Xu's immediate invocation of the arrival of Purple Qi. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Even the 12th realm powerhouse from the Purple Mansion Celestial Sect, observing from the mountaintop, could not suppress a slight smile. Convinced that the outcome of this battle was already sealed, with no room for unexpected turns. Among the 4 great celestial sects of the Celestial Gourd Isle, 3 are situated in the Upper Province, not only claiming the richer cultivation resources of that region, but also frequently uniting to exert pressure on the Lower Province. For years, the Purple Mansion Celestial Sect has been constrained, a source of immense frustration. Now, with the breakthrough of the Spring and Autumn Ancestor imminent, it represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Purple Mansion Celestial Sect. Should the Spring and Autumn Dao Sect successfully ascend to the ranks of celestial sects, the Purple Mansion Celestial Sect could ally with them, completely seizing control of the entire Lower Province. Let the 3 great immortal sects far away in the Upper Continent no longer extend their grasp into the Lower Continent. Today, the Spring and Autumn Dao Sect dares to present a grand display, basking in golden glory, largely due to the covert support of the Purple Mansion Immortal Sect. However, they could never have anticipated that a mysterious flying sword from the heavens would disrupt their plans. Not only did they fail to create a favorable impression, but they also left the Spring and Autumn Dao Sect utterly humiliated. Daozi Lü Shang suffered a grievous blow, losing his head and remaining with only his primordial spirit, severely wounded and unable to participate in the impending celestial contest. Consequently, all the pressure now rests solely on Ning Xu's shoulders. He must shine brightly in this contest, demonstrating to the world, especially the other 3 great immortal sects, that the younger generation of the Purple Mansion Immortal Sect is thriving and poised for greatness, thereby securing an advantageous position in the forthcoming upheaval. Yet, resorting to the grand technique of Purple Qi coming from the east against mere ants from the lower realm seems somewhat excessive. The 12 realm experts of the Purple Mansion Immortal Sect murmured among themselves. Linghu wore a grave expression, his gaze fixated on the battle unfolding in the skies between Shen Xinghe and Ning Xu. Although he did not believe Shen Xinghe could match Ning Xu, he was acutely aware of Shen Xinghe's formidable prowess, having honed both martial and immortal skills. Even someone as strong as Ning Xu would find it challenging to subdue him. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, the purple aura surged behind Ning Xu, cascading towards Shen Xinghe. Within that swirling purple energy lay a terrifying force. Even the other proud experts surrounding the mountain peak felt their pupils constrict, their expressions turning serious. However, confronting this awe-inspiring celestial attack, Shen Xinghe remained unperturbed. Instead, he scoffed disdainfully, a smirk of contempt gracing his lips. Purple Qi coming from the east? Do you think you're the only one capable of that? As his words fell, Shen Xinghe's gaze sharpened. The void behind him rippled, and similarly, a mighty purple aura surged forth, radiating an overwhelming destructive force towards Ning Xu. Astonishingly, he too wielded the purple Qi coming from the east. What could this mean? Why did Shen Xinghe also possess the signature celestial technique of the Purple Mansion Immortal Sect? Moreover, the potency of his manifestation appeared at least on par with, if not exceeding, that of Ning Xu. Could it be that Shen Xinghe shares some profound connection with the Purple Mansion Immortal Sect? Observing this astonishing spectacle, the multitude of cultivators outside the cave were struck with sheer astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, an uproar erupting around them. Even the 412 realm experts amidst the mountain's void turned their attention, their gazes fixed intently. The three other powerful figures from the great immortal sects simultaneously lifted their heads, looking towards the representative of the Purple Mansion immortal sect, their eyes filled with confusion. At this moment, it was not just them. Everyone was equally astounded. Even the 12th level expert of the Purple Mansion sect was left utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing Shen Xinghe's manifestation of the purple aura from the east. A wave of bewilderment washed over him, causing his mind to buzz. However, being a formidable figure of the decay, severing realm, his perceptive abilities were astute. He quickly discerned the distinction. His pupils contracted as his heart surged with shock, exclaiming, "No, what he is exhibiting is not our sect's ultimate skill. The purple aura from the east, but rather a divine ability." Upon hearing these two momentous words, the other three celestial sect experts were equally jolted, their expressions reflecting a profound realization. To some extent, all celestial arts and techniques in the world evolve from divine abilities. The purple aura from the east of the Purple Mansion sect is no exception. In a sense, it is merely a high imitation of the celestial phenomenon known as the purple aura from the east. What Shen Xinghe demonstrated was the genuine innate divine ability, and thus, the two were remarkably similar. Despite comprehending the entire sequence of events, the astonishment within their hearts did not wane in the slightest. In fact, it intensified. It is essential to recognize that grasping divine abilities is exceedingly arduous. Even beings as powerful as the four of them had never attained such an opportunity. Yet, Shen Xinghe, a mere loose cultivator emerging from a humble, blessed land, possessed such extraordinary comprehension. How could they not be astounded? The previously held disdain for Shen Xinghe was instantly swept away. Their gazes shifted, now imbued with respect, as they focused on the battle unfolding in the sky. Even if this young man had comprehended divine abilities, what of it? Divine abilities are categorized into various tiers, and their potency varies. This does not necessarily imply superiority over celestial techniques. Moreover, Ning Xu, the nephew of their master, had reached the pinnacle of the transformation spirit realm. How could he be compared to an insignificant loose cultivator? The decay-severing expert of the Purple Mansion sect fixed his gaze on the scene above, muttering to himself incessantly. In the next moment, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, the colossal purple auras unleashed by Shen Xinghe and Ning Xu collided violently in midair. Chapter 86. The purple aura transforms into a dragon, crushing all in its path. Boom! Shen Xinghe and Ning Xu simultaneously executed the purple aura from the east, a divine ability and a celestial technique, respectively. Their purple auras surged behind them, sweeping across the heavens like a roaring tide, crashing together in a thunderous explosion. The sound reverberated, enveloping the entire realm in a haze of purple energy. The terrifying shockwaves transformed into a powerful gust of wind, sweeping outward in all directions, surrounding the mountain peak. The celestial prodigies who were spectating allowed the gale to buffet them, not retreating a single step. Their eyes sparkled with brilliance as they beheld the two adversaries locked in a stalemate, filled with amazement. This Shen Xinghe was actually able to stand toe-to-toe with Ning Xu, showing no signs of weakness. Naturally, a cultivator capable of comprehending innate divine abilities could never be an ordinary individual. It was astonishing that such a remarkable figure could emerge from a mere blessed land. Ning Xu furrowed his brow tightly. The reason he unleashed the formidable celestial technique, Purple Chi from the east, right from the outset was to strike with overwhelming force, swiftly subduing Shen Xinghe and fulfilling the mission entrusted by his sect, thereby demonstrating his invincible might. Concurrently, he aimed for a swift resolution to the battle, seeking to conceal the extent of his capabilities from the formidable adversaries surrounding the mountain peak. However, he never anticipated that Shen Xinghe, a mere insignificant ant from the lower realms, had comprehended the innate divine ability of Purple Chi from the east. To his astonishment, Shen directly countered with an equal display, challenging him head-on. This unexpected turn of events shattered Ning Xu's calculations entirely. Moreover, what left Ning Xu astounded was that despite Shen Xinghe's cultivation realm being evidently inferior to his own, the two of them stood at a stalemate with their divine abilities, and he found himself struggling to gain any advantage. Was this the true power of an innate divine ability? Even the esteemed celestial techniques of my Zifu Xian sect could not compete? Ning Xu's heart was tumultuous, yet his lifelong pride and arrogance led him to reject this reality. He could not tolerate being at a disadvantage in such a direct confrontation, especially against someone he viewed as a mere trivial loose cultivator from a fortunate land. With a heavy cold snort, a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. He pressed forward with his hands, amplifying the potency of his celestial technique. The purple chi swirling above surged violently, creating 9 colossal waves, each more formidable than the last, crashing toward Shen Xinghe with earth-shattering force. Shen Xinghe, adept in both celestial and martial arts, along with his vast righteous aura, possessed numerous methods to contend with Ning Xu. Yet, Ning Xu's self-proclaimed superiority as a celestial being filled him with displeasure. He had already resolved to impart a profound lesson that Shen would never forget. Are you not arrogant? Do you not consider your celestial techniques invincible? He thought, if that is the case, I shall defeat you with the very celestial techniques you take such pride in. I will shatter your arrogance and pride without mercy, trampling them beneath my feet. As Ning Xu summoned his celestial technique, the momentum akin to a tidal wave surged forward, manifesting as 9 towering waves crashing towards him. In response, Shen Xinghe let out a heavy cold snort. Forming a hand seal, he pointed decisively forward. The boundless, surging purple chi above him roiled violently. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, a colossal dragon, adorned with shimmering scales, surged forth from the billowing purple chi, soaring into the sky. Its magnificent body, entirely composed of intertwining strands of purple chi, was clearly defined, with scales that resembled rugged mountains. As it spiraled through the vast expanse, it emanated an awe-inspiring and terrifying presence. With a ferocious roar, the dragon dove downwards, charging fiercely at Ning Xu. The purple chi had taken form. This indeed represents the pinnacle of the celestial art, known as purple chi from the East. It is astonishing that Shen Xinghe has mastered this technique to such an extraordinary degree, surpassing even Ning Xu, the disciple of the Purple Mansion Celestial Sect. How terrifyingly gifted this young man is simply beyond comprehension. Outside the cave, numerous scattered cultivators gathered around Linghu Xian Mountain remain unaware of the specifics. They mistakenly believe that Shen Xinghe is merely employing the purple chi from the east of the Purple Mansion Celestial Sect. Upon witnessing this spectacle, their minds are instantly jolted, overwhelmed by an unparalleled shock. Even the formidable expert from the Purple Mansion Celestial Sect finds his pupils constricting and his expression turning gravely serious. Within the cave, Ning Xu's complexion drastically changes as he senses an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Yet, it is too late to react. In the next moment, the terrifying manifestation of Shen Xinghe's divine power, a purple dragon, descends from the vast sky with an unstoppable momentum. The colossal dragon body thrashes about wild, effortlessly tearing apart the 9 towering waves conjured by Ning Xu's celestial art. It continues to rampage through the skies, its massive jaws wide open, ready to devour Ning Xu. Incredibly, Ning Xu has been defeated. In this contest of celestial arts, he cannot match the prowess of the lower realm cultivator, Shen Xinghe. Who exactly is this Shen Xinghe? Possessing such terrifying strength? No wonder he was able to shatter the void from a mere blessed land and ascend to the 9 continents, escaping the clutches of the spring and autumn Dao sect. Could it be that Ning Xu will meet his downfall today? If so, where would that leave the Purple Mansion Celestial Sect's reputation? As the news of Ning Xu's defeat spreads, an uproar erupts among the crowd outside the cave. The expression of the powerful expert from the Purple Mansion Celestial Sect darkens considerably, his face contorting with dismay. Had it not been for the divine mirror artifact, requiring the combined efforts of 4 formidable beings to activate, they would have sought to sever the image, preventing this humiliating scene from being witnessed by outsiders. Ling Xuzi's heart sinks, his gaze fixated upon the sky, his countenance reflecting utter disbelief. How is this possible? Can even the disciple of the Purple Mansion Celestial Sect be overpowered by such a mere insect? Simultaneously, within the cave, Ning Xu's expression is equally grim as he faces the oncoming purple dragon. He never anticipated that his moment of negligence would lead to such a significant loss in front of so many witnesses. Fury surges within him as he glares coldly at Shen Xinghe, his eyes glinting with icy determination, his long hair billowing in the wind. He bellows with great authority. I admit, I underestimated you earlier. Your cultivation surpasses my expectations. But an insect remains an insect. You cannot change your fate. As his voice fades, the brilliance in his eyes sharpens, and with his right hand, he brings his fingers together like a sword, forcefully brushing across his brow. Upon the center of his brow, a mysterious mark resembling a purple sun shimmered momentarily, radiating an astonishingly brilliant violet divine light. Chapter 87. The purple sun illuminates the azure sky. With a swift motion, Ning Xu brought his right hand's fingers together like a sword, gliding past the mark on his brow. Instantly, the mark erupted with a dazzling, resplendent divine light. A terrifying and immense pressure emanated from him, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. The other formidable talents atop the mountain, upon sensing this oppressive aura, immediately altered their expressions, revealing a hint of solemnity in their eyes. In the next heartbeat, a magnificent purple light burst forth from the void behind Ning Xu. A colossal purple sun, spanning several yards in diameter, slowly ascended, casting its brilliant violet rays across the vast landscape. Under the mysterious illumination of this purple light, the colossal purple dragon conjured by Shen Xinghe's Eastern Purple Energy technique let out a furious roar. Its 1,000-foot-long body began to dissolve rapidly, akin to snow under the blazing sun, vanishing into thin air, leaving only wisps of purple energy drifting in the atmosphere. At this moment, Ning Xu stood proudly in the boundless sky, his hair billowing in the wind as he stood atop the long winds. He resembled a celestial being, with the sun and moon suspended above him, his presence reaching an awe-inspiring zenith. His eyes gleamed with an icy indifference, as if a celestial deity gazing down upon the mortal realm. Coldly, he looked down upon Shen Xinghe, speaking in a tone laden with disdain. Shen Xinghe, do you dare to shine before me, a mere grain of rice? Do not presume that merely grasping a technique by chance makes you remarkable. In my eyes, you remain nothing but an insignificant insect. To compel me to wield my innate divine technique, only to perish beneath this purple sun, is already a source of pride for you. As his words fell, Ning Xu let out a heavy snort. The purple sun overhead rose further, radiating an unparalleled violet divine light, painting the vast sky in shades of purple, casting its brilliance upon Shen Xinghe. It was as though the heavens themselves were transformed into a furnace, the purple sun serving as the flame, intent on refining Shen Xinghe within this cosmic crucible. This was Ning Xu's innate divine technique. The purple sun illuminates the azure sky. Legend has it that when Ning Xu's mother was with child, she dreamt of a purple sun entering her womb. At his birth, a celestial phenomenon occurred, with the purple sun soaring in the sky, visible for miles around. He is the reincarnation of the celestial purple sun deity, marked at his brow with a natural purple sun emblem. Upon activation, he could unleash the innate divine technique. The purple sun illuminates the azure sky. Years prior, Ning Xu had used this technique to slay a formidable 11-level demon. Once the purple sun emerged, it scorched the earth for miles, challenging even the strongest of those who could weave the void. The purple energy dragon, shaped from the purple energy, could not withstand even a moment under the radiance of this purple sun, showcasing the terrifying might of this innate divine technique. Ning Xu truly deserves his reputation as one of the 10 pinnacle figures among the younger generation in Xianhu, a challenge not easily undertaken. It seems that Shen Xinghe may be facing dire consequences. As Ning Xu's innate divine ability, the purple sun, emerged, a wave of astonishment swept across the realm beyond the cave heavens. Countless scattered cultivators were shaken, gazing at the terrifying power displayed by the purple sun in the sky. Their eyes filled with awe. Even a formidable figure from the Zifu Xian sect revealed a slight smile of confidence at the corners of his mouth. With Ning Xu having unleashed his innate divine ability, there remained no suspense in this battle. No matter how capable that young man may be, he possesses no possibility of turning the tide. Ling Xu, who had been anxious, finally relaxed. How could he have forgotten? Ning Xu also possessed an innate divine ability. This is a primordial power bestowed upon those favored by the heavens, a celestial ability of immense strength, comparable to the might of the cosmos. What could Shen Xinghe possibly compare? It was absurd for him to have worried about Ning Xu. Even within the cave, surrounding the mountain peak, several other outstanding cultivators felt the scorching heat radiating from the magnificent purple sun above Ning Xu, as if they were being consumed by roaring flames. Even summoning their own powers to resist proved futile, forcing them to retreat a distance before the situation improved. It is unfathomable to consider what kind of terrifying divine prowess Shen Xinghe, standing resolutely against Ning Xu and facing the radiant purple light, was truly confronting. Beneath this overwhelming purple radiance, Shen Xinghe's expression remained unchanged, his figure standing proudly in the void, displaying a contemptuous sneer. The purple sun illuminating the azure sky? Is this the innate divine ability you take pride in? I see it as nothing extraordinary. As his words fell, he formed a seal with his hands and waved forward. Instantly, a tumult arose in the vast expanse behind him, revealing an endless sea of clouds stretching for miles. An infinite night sky blanketed the heavens, with strands of golden mist faintly visible at the horizon where the sea of clouds met the sky, as if the remnants of night were yielding to the rising sun. Witnessing this spectacle, the few exceptional cultivators around the mountaintop had their pupils contract, a tempest of astonishment surging within them. Another divine ability. Who exactly is Shen Xinghe? How many divine abilities does he command? Even the four formidable figures outside the cave, wielding the treasure mirror to observe the cave, felt a collective tremor in their hearts, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. The Zifu Xian Sect's figure scoffed disdainfully, revealing a hint of contempt. A mere child? Even if you possess more divine abilities, you cannot possibly rival my Zifu Daozi. It is merely a desperate struggle. The other three Sect's figures, however, exchanged glances, their perceptions of Shen Xinghe shifting, though they too did not believe he could stand against Ning Xu. Yet, Shen Xinghe's continuous display of two formidable techniques has undeniably showcased his extraordinary talent. Moreover, he is an independent cultivator. Should one manage to recruit him into a celestial sect for training, his potential for greatness is boundless with the passage of time. In an instant, the gazes of the three powerful figures flickered, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, within the cave, Ning Xu felt deeply offended by Shen Xinghe's words. He let out a cold scoff and boomed. To be so defiant in the face of impending doom. You have already paved your path to death. Witness how I shall dismantle your divine abilities. With that, he stomped fiercely into the void, propelling himself skyward to merge with the resplendent purple sun above. The majestic purple sun seemed to acquire a divine essence, as fierce purple flames erupted around the void, releasing an even more terrifying violet radiance. Intent on obliterating Shen Xinghe's powers, reducing them to ashes. Such trivial techniques, daring to show off before me? Shen Xinghe scoffed disdainfully. Taking a step forward and addressing the cold Ning Xu, I possess boundless wisdom, while you are but a mere firefly. How can you possibly shine before me? Chapter 88. I possess boundless wisdom, while you are but a mere firefly. Shen Xinghe's long hair danced wildly in the wind as he proclaimed with fervor. The vast sea of clouds behind him surged violently, erupting with a terrifying power that shook the heavens. The sun above the cloud sea seemed to beckon. The many prodigies surrounding the mountain peak felt their hearts constrict as they distinctly sensed a wave of dreadful energy accumulating beneath the cloud sea at the edge of the world. Ready to transcend and leap from the cloud sea, it threatened to unleash a terrifying force that could alter the very fabric of the heavens. Their expressions turned grave, and their hearts were filled with astonishment. Shen Xinghe possessed such strength that he could push Ning Xu to this extent. The outcome of this battle was utterly unpredictable. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the multitude of wandering cultivators gathered in the sky overheard Shen Xinghe's grandiose declarations. However, despite their ability to see the events unfolding within the cave through the power of the magical mirror, they could not sense the fluctuations of the divine abilities and spells being unleashed. A wave of astonishment rippled through them, leading to a flurry of discussions. What audacity Shen Xinghe possesses. What is the nature of his divine technique? Could it truly rival Ning Xu's innate celestial power? The purple sun illuminating the azure sky? How is that possible? Ning Xu, a distinguished disciple of the celestial sect, could never be defeated by an obscure, independent cultivator. This Shen Xinghe is merely grasping at straws, uttering vain words in his final moments. The current tone is exceedingly arrogant, and soon the inevitable downfall shall be all the more grotesque. Even the four formidable beings of the 12 realms bore expressions of grave concern, their gazes momentarily sharpening with apprehension. They were stirred by the overwhelming confidence exuded by Shen Xinghe, which ignited their curiosity. What extraordinary powers did his divine technique possess? Could it truly rival Ning Xu's resplendent sun of the azure firmament? Amidst the throng, none felt more anxious than Ling Xu of the Spring and Autumn Dao Sect. For the enmity between Shen Xinghe and the Sect was an unresolvable grudge, a matter of life and death. If even Ning Xu could not contend with Shen Xinghe, it would affirm that his cultivation prowess was akin to that of a prodigy. Should he remain unchecked, given time, he would undoubtedly become a dire threat to the Spring and Autumn Dao Sect. This insufferable brat must surely be engaging in theatrics, putting on a facade before his demise. Today, there is no doubt he shall meet his end. Ling Xu clenched his fists tightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the battleground above, his expression betraying a hint of malevolence. He longed to plunge into the celestial realm and extinguish Shen Xinghe himself. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Shen Xinghe stepped forth into the vast expanse of the sky, his sword robe billowing in the wind as he proclaimed with spirited audacity, "I possess a divine pearl, long ensnared by worldly toil. Today, the dust is swept away, and light emerges, illuminating mountains and rivers in splendor." Though the original intent of this verse was not to extol the dawn, but to convey that every individual harbors divinity within, once liberated from the shackles of material desires, one can unleash boundless brilliance. In this moment, Shen Xinghe likened himself to the rising sun obscured by the remnants of a stormy night. The relentless pursuit and oppression from the Spring and Autumn Dao Sect and the Purple Mansion Immortal Sect were akin to the dust clouds attempting to shroud his radiance. As soon as they were cleared, he would soar above the tumultuous seas of clouds, dispelling the lingering darkness. Like the sun ascending to the heavens, illuminating the sky. As Shen Xinghe recited these verses at the distant edge of the cosmos, beneath the vast expanse of clouds, a dazzling golden dawn erupted forth. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, a magnificent sun ascended from the depths of the cloud sea, soaring into the firmament. With each rise, its brilliance intensified, until it ultimately reached the azure heavens, transforming into a radiant sun that unleashed a cascade of golden divine light. Before this resplendent sun, the divine light emitted by Ning Xu's conjured purple sun appeared as feeble as the glow of a firefly. In the blink of an eye, it was completely dispelled, retreating back to Ning Xu's side, barely managing to encompass a few paces around him, struggling to endure beneath the onslaught of golden radiance. How could this be possible? Ning Xu was suddenly overwhelmed, his expression drastically altered. Gazing at the dazzling golden sun high in the distant sky, tumultuous waves surged within his heart. It was unfathomable that such a formidable power could emanate from a fellow cultivator at the same realm of transformation. Even the onlooking prodigies were taken aback, their faces paling as they felt an unsettling chill run down their spines. Such divine abilities were utterly unprecedented. It was inconceivable that anyone, let alone Ning Xu, could withstand such a force. As the crowd was engulfed by shock and trepidation, Shen Xinghe's gaze turned frosty as he stepped forward, pointing at Ning Xu from afar. With a cold voice, he declared before me, "You are but an ant." As his words echoed, the radiant sun burst forth with blinding light, releasing a resounding roar. In the next instant, the sun exploded, revealing a resplendent, three-legged golden crow, soaring from the brilliant blaze. Although its wingspan measured merely a few zhong, each feather radiated an incomprehensible solar fire. As it flew through the vast sky, the overwhelming heat it emitted distorted the very fabric of space. With a powerful flap of its golden wings, the terrifying divine fire scorched the heavens, emitting a piercing cry as it lunged at Ning Xu. Ning Xu's pupils constricted in an instant. At that moment, he felt an intense existential crisis. Should he be touched by even a wisp of the solar fire from the golden crow, his entire being would be reduced to ash in an instant, leaving not even a trace of his soul. Complete annihilation awaited him. Faced with such a dire crisis, notions of dignity, honor, or the pride of being a disciple of the celestial sect were cast aside, rendered utterly insignificant. Ning Xu's eyes were filled with dread. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, resolutely retrieving a green leaf and activating the intricate patterns inscribed upon it. In the next moment, the leaf shattered, unleashing a soft, verdant glow that enveloped him entirely. In a flash, he vanished from the realm of existence. The three-legged golden crow struck nothing but air, soaring through the distorted void. Shen Xinghe sneered disdainfully, lifting his gaze to the sky, and shouted at the world outside, What nonsense is this about being a disciple of the celestial sect? You merely masquerade as something grand. You are nothing but a cowardly rat, a forlorn hound that only knows how to flee with its tail between its legs. From this day forth, wherever I, Shen Xinghe, appear, you shall stay far away. Otherwise, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. Chapter 89. I shall claim all 7 divine gourds. In disbelief, the crowd gasped. Ning Xu had been defeated. The esteemed disciple of the celestial sect, one among the top 10 of the younger generation in Xianhu Prefecture, had succumbed to a mere rogue cultivator. Moreover, it was not just a defeat, but a complete and merciless domination, leaving him utterly powerless to retaliate. Were it not for the evidence of my own eyes, who could possibly believe such an event? It is not that Ning Xu is feeble. Rather, it is that Shen Xinghe is extraordinarily formidable. The golden crow, transformed from the blazing sun, exuded an overwhelming might that was truly terrifying. Can one be certain that he possesses only the cultivation of the transformation stage? I cannot shake the feeling that even a formidable void refinement expert would struggle to match such power. Who can forget his earlier words to Ning Xu, proclaiming, "I possess vast knowledge, while you are but a flickering firefly." Initially dismissed as mere bravado, it now appears he indeed has the audacity to back it up. Before the gaze of many, the disciple of our sect faced utter defeat, and thus, the Purple Mansion Immortal Sect has suffered a complete loss of dignity. Confronted with Shen Xinghe's dreadfully lethal assault, Ning Xu decisively activated the Qingye and escaped in the very instant of his exit from the cave realm. The multitude observing from the periphery erupted into a cacophony of astonished gasps, profoundly shaken by the spectacle. In a flash of light, Ning Xu materialized in the sky, disheveled and in a state of utter disarray. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd around him, he was instantly engulfed by a sense of humiliation. In the next moment, Shen Xinghe's haughty voice resounded from above, inciting an even greater fury within him, rendering it nearly unbearable. Having been adorned with countless accolades since childhood, his pride had reached an apex, and he had never before experienced such public humiliation. Overcome with rage, his eyes turned crimson, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The once unwavering resolve of his heart faltered, threatening to shatter and give rise to inner demons. In this life and the next, Shen Xinghe would loom over him like an insurmountable mountain, a blemish upon his psyche. If he cannot vanquish these inner demons and re-establish his unblemished resolve, he shall find it eternally difficult to ascend the path of greatness. In the heavens, the countenance of the Purple Mansion Immortal Sect's formidable expert darkened to an extreme, as he realized the implications of Ning Xu's defeat. As the disciple of the Purple Mansion, every action he undertook represented the face of the sect. Shen Xinghe's merciless humiliation of Ning Xu was akin to delivering a resounding slap to the face of the Purple Mansion Immortal Sect before the eyes of the world. What dignity remained for the sect now? This mere youth dares to act with such arrogance. A glint of chilling murderous intent flickered in the expert's eyes. This child possesses alarming potential. He must not be allowed to live, lest he become a future threat. It would be best if he perished within the cave realm. Otherwise, even at the cost of bearing the infamy of slaying a genius, I shall take matters into my own hands and eliminate him. Meanwhile, Linghu also resolved himself, his eyes filled with a cold, lethal intent. He had never anticipated that Shen Xinghe's rate of growth would be so rapid. In the span of just a few years, he had ascended from an inconsequential insect of the lower realms to an astonishing level of power, surpassing even the disciple of the Purple Mansion Immortal Sect. Should he continue to cultivate for a few more years, what then? Once he strides into the 5th realm, it would spell disaster for the Spring and Autumn Dao Sect. Shen Xinghe, I shall grant you 3 days of unbridled arrogance. The day you emerge from the cave shall mark your downfall. Meanwhile, within the cave, surrounding the summit where the celestial vines flourish, several other formidable talents wore expressions of profound gravity, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. Their gazes toward Shen Xinghe were laden with deep-seated trepidation. Among them, a few were native prodigies of Xianhu Island, like Ning Xu, ranked among the top 10 youths. Others had traversed vast distances from the distant Central Divine Continent or the North Sword Continent, crossing the seas to arrive. Each possessed formidable renown in their respective continents. Having vanquished their peers effortlessly, emboldened by an indomitable spirit and boundless ambition, their aspiration to obtain the 7 innate divine gourds was resolute. Thus, They had rushed toward this celestial mountain upon entering the cave. However, the recent clash between Shen Xinghe and Ning Xu had profoundly enlightened them about the existence of superiority beyond their understanding. When Ning Xu unleashed his innate divine ability, causing the purple sun to illuminate the azure sky, the terrifying power radiating from that purple sun sent tremors through their hearts, casting a heavy pall over their spirits. They pondered how they would withstand such a formidable divine ability if faced with it themselves. Ning Xu's strength was undoubtedly on par with any among them. Even if there were disparities, they were negligible. Yet, despite possessing such overwhelming prowess, Ning Xu was rendered utterly powerless beneath Shen Xinghe's might, swept away with ease. In other words, any one of them would meet the same fate if confronted by Shen Xinghe alone. No one could rival him. If they did not devise a means to eliminate him, who among them could lay claim to the 7 innate divine gourds? In that moment, their gazes converged upon Shen Xinghe, their expressions fluctuating between uncertainty and struggle. Standing tall against the winds, Shen Xinghe exuded an air of defiance, his eyes glinting with icy resolve as they swept over the group. He did not bother to conceal his thoughts. His long hair billowed in the breeze as he boldly declared, "I, Shen Xinghe, shall claim all 7 divine gourds. Whoever dares to dispute this, step forward, and I shall gladly accept the challenge." At once, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd outside the cave upon hearing his words. Did I hear that correctly? Did Shen Xinghe just assert that he would claim all 7 innate divine gourds? How audacious! Did he truly believe he could contend against the remaining 107 prodigies within the cave, all by himself? No, Ning Xu had just been eliminated, so there should be 106 now. Yet, such trivial details mattered little. The crux was that Shen Xinghe's arrogance was beyond measure, daring to utter such words as if he were above all. How could the other prodigies in the cave possibly tolerate this? Indeed, as Shen Xinghe's words fell, the expressions of several young prodigies around the mountain peak changed dramatically. Immediately, one of them snorted coldly, a furious whisper escaping his lips. "Shen Xinghe, do not be so arrogant. Do you truly believe you can monopolize the 7 immortal gourds? Do you possess such an insatiable appetite? Beware, lest the wind cause you to trip over your own tongue. Do not think that defeating a mere Ning Xu makes you exceptionally formidable. You may possess great abilities, but we are not to be underestimated. Then let all of you come at once. Allow me, Shen, to thoroughly experience the prowess of the so-called prodigies of this 9 continents realm." Shen Xinghe declared, his gaze sweeping over the gathered figures, his eyes ablaze with combat intent. With a mighty roar, he suddenly extended his right hand, reaching out into the distance. "Sword, come forth." In that instant, hundreds of miles away, a graceful figure veiled in purple silks, Jang Yu Yao, held the Zhime sword in her grasp. The sword suddenly vibrated with an exhilarating energy, emitting an electrifying sword cry as it was drawn from its sheath, morphing into a resplendent beam of sword light that soared into the void. "Zhime's sword," Jang Yu Yao exclaimed, her eyes glimmering with an unusual light as she gazed towards the direction the sword had flown. Gritting her silver teeth, she uttered, "You bastard, you have finally shown yourself. Today, I shall repay you in kind and let you taste the might of this lady." With that, she swiftly transformed into a streak of sword light, pursuing the departing Zhime sword. Meanwhile, surrounding the mountaintop where the celestial vines thrived, the young prodigies were incensed by Shen Xinghe's overbearing demeanor, resolutely deciding to join forces and teach him a lesson. A young man clad in moon-white robes, sharp-eyed and striking, stepped forward, intoning solemnly, "I am Guchanga from Biming Sword Continent, here to learn from your esteemed skills." Following closely, a breathtakingly beautiful woman in a flowing fairy dress, possessing an ethereal aura, stepped forward. Her eyes glinted with restrained fury as she spoke coolly. "I am Lü Shang, the saintess of the mysterious celestial sect. I seek your guidance, Brother Shen. Sun Yu, a swordsman from the Central Earth, wishes to engage in a duel," declared another. "Xian, a disciple of the infinite celestial sect, also wishes to have a word with you." 7 young powerhouses, each proclaiming their names, stood united. Among them, any single individual would be renowned across the realms as a prodigious talent. In less than a century of cultivation, they had already stepped into the realm of transformation, their strength formidable enough to challenge even seasoned veterans of the void refinement stage. As they announced their identities, an intense battle spirit surged from their eyes. The overwhelming pressure of their formidable powers unleashed without restraint, akin to divine weapons drawn from their sheaths, radiating an earth-shattering might. Each occupies a corner of the sky, encircling Shen Xinghe in the midst. The clash of their intense auras renders the very heavens and earth to shudder. High above, the winds and clouds roil, as formidable silver lightning streaks through the layers of clouds, accompanied by the resonant rumble of thunder echoing across the sky. This astonishing spectacle leaves countless onlookers beyond the cave, all cultivators profoundly shaken, their faces alight with fervent excitement. Lo and behold, the seven prodigies have truly resolved to unite against Shen Xinghe. This time, Shen Xinghe has truly overstepped. Let us see how misfortune befalls him. It is worth noting that each of these seven prodigies stands as a paragon among their peers, their renown echoing across a continent, their strength certainly rivaling that of Ning Xu. With seven united, even the mightiest of the void refinement realm would find it prudent to retreat from their onslaught. No matter Shen Xinghe's celestial abilities, victory is beyond his grasp. However, Guchanga and Li Xiao, among others, are proud and confident prodigies themselves. Under normal circumstances, they would disdain the idea of collaborating to besiege a fellow peer. Yet today, they have chosen to lower their pride and join forces, a testament to the overwhelming pressure Shen Xinghe exerts upon them. Regardless of the outcome of today's battle, the name Shen Xinghe is destined to resonate throughout the 9 continents. Countless cultivators lift their gazes toward the tense tableau unfolding in the sky, unable to contain their breaths, eagerly anticipating the impending conflict. Even the 4 formidable figures of the Severing Decline realm are alert, their eyes filled with keen interest. A powerful figure from the Purple Mansion Sect snorts coldly, his gaze icy and piercing. This mere ant, overestimating its own worth, dares to disdain the prodigies of the 9 continents, foolishly attempting to challenge 7 great prodigies single-handedly. It is nothing short of seeking its demise. It would be best for him to be utterly annihilated, ensuring he does not stain my hands with his failure. The other 3 figures from the sect furrow their brows, their expressions contemplative. While Shen Xinghe's cultivation talent is indeed astonishing, his temperament is excessively arrogant, his brilliance too conspicuous, showing no restraint. Such a disposition, even if he were to be brought back into the fold, would likely lead to numerous tribulations on the path of greatness, hindering his potential for success. Should he face a crushing defeat today, it might serve as a valuable lesson, teaching him the virtues of humility and the art of concealment. As countless gazes converge, the cataclysmic battle stands on the brink of eruption. Shen Xinghe stands tall amidst the winds, his figure proud in the void, his white sword robe billowing in the breeze. Facing 7 prodigies alone, he exhibits not a trace of fear. At that moment, a silver sword light suddenly streaks from the distant horizon, landing in Shen Xinghe's palm. The sword trembles violently, akin to a long-lost child returning home, bursting forth with an exhilarating song of steel. After 2 long years, as he once again grips the Jime sword, Shen Xinghe is filled with profound emotion. Gently, my fingers brushed against the blade, sensing the surge of excitement emanating from the sword's body, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in my eyes. Old friend, it has been far too long. Let us engage in a fierce battle today. As the words faded, the sword's tip inclined slightly, vibrating with a clear, resonant note. With a sword in hand, a surge of gallant spirit arose. Before me stood the 7 formidable prodigies, and my gaze burned with fervor for battle, brimming with a confident arrogance that proclaimed, "Who else but I? Even if you 7 joined forces, what could it possibly matter? Do not think that a mere handful of you stand a chance. Even if you were to summon 10 or 100 more, what fear could I, Shen Xinghe, possibly harbor?" As my voice trailed off, a flash of brilliance flickered in my eyes as I resolutely stepped forward. The true energy within me surged and roared, akin to a thunderous tempest. The martial prowess of a 9th realm warrior unveiled itself in that moment. A terrifying aura soared into the heavens, like an invisible sword piercing the firmament. In the skies above, the winds and clouds twisted in an instant. The extraordinary presence released by the 7 prodigies created a spectacle in the heavens, as if swept away by a violent storm. In the blink of an eye, the winds dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky once more. A 9th realm warrior. The 7 prodigies, sensing the fluctuations of energy radiating from Shen Xinghe, felt their pupils contract, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of shock. It is known that, Compared to the refined energy of cultivators, martial prowess is more subdued. When deliberately restrained, it becomes exceedingly difficult to discern through mere aura. Previously, during the fierce clash with Ning Xu, Shen Xinghe had relied solely on supernatural techniques, revealing not a hint of his martial prowess. Thus, they remained oblivious to the fact that Shen Xinghe was not only a cultivator of the God Transformation realm, but also a rare ninth realm warrior. At this moment, their astonishment was palpable. Shen Xinghe paid no heed to their shock. As the fluctuations of his power erupted, a chilling gleam flashed in his eye, and he fiercely swung his sword. He unleashed a dazzling silver sword wave, cleaving towards Guchanga. Chapter 91. Even when all seven unite, they are no match for me. When the world is happening, is Shen Xinghe not a cultivator? How could he unleash a martial sword wave? Could it be that he is a dual cultivator of both martial and mystical arts? Even from a distance, one could feel the sharpness contained within that sword wave. His martial prowess is undeniably formidable. It goes without saying, anyone capable of posing a threat to a God Transformation cultivator must at least be a ninth realm warrior. Could it be that Shen Xinghe, aside from being a cultivator of the God Transformation realm, is also a ninth realm warrior? What astonishing talent is this? It is simply unfathomable. Are you certain that this Shen Xinghe is merely an ordinary loose cultivator who ascended from a humble, blessed land, and not the reincarnation of some great being? Such cultivation talent is utterly outrageous. No wonder he is so audacious, daring to challenge seven prodigies single-handedly and even initiating the attack. It appears he possesses this level of confidence. Could he truly create a miracle, a single sword overpowering seven prodigies? Have you all noticed? His sword was recently summoned from Jang Yu Yao's hand. It is said that 2 years ago, Jang Yu Yao visited the Spring and Autumn Dao Sect, entering the Spring and Autumn Blessed Land for reincarnation training. Shen Xinghe also hails from the Spring and Autumn Blessed Land and only broke through the void 2 years ago to arrive in the 9 continents. Could there be some profound connection between these two? The moment Shen Xinghe unleashed his sword, an uproar erupted outside the cave. Countless observing cultivators were deeply shaken, their hearts surging with tumultuous waves. Even the 4 formidable beings of the 12th realm hovering above were struck with disbelief. Meanwhile, within the cave, facing the brilliant sword energy slashing towards him from Shen Xinghe, Guchanga's gaze sharpened as he swiftly quelled his inner shock. His pupils slightly contracted, emanating 2 piercing beams of light. Without hesitation, he let out a cold snort, formed a sword seal with his hands, and pointed forward. Instantly, a cold brilliance shimmered in the surrounding void, and 2 resplendent silver, flying swords shot forth. The sound of their song resonated through the vast sky, easily shattering the sword aura unleashed by Shen Xinghe, transforming into 2 dazzling silver rainbows that streaked towards him like meteors in pursuit of the moon. These were Guchanga's renowned flying swords, famed throughout the northern underworld sword continent, chasing stars and pursuing the moon. Typically, when engaging in combat, he would invoke only one of these swords, effortlessly sweeping through many peers in the northern underworld sword continent. Among the younger generation of sword cultivators there, his prowess ranks among the top 3. However, today, he unleashed both of his innate flying swords without reservation, demonstrating the gravity of his regard for Shen Xinghe. Simultaneously, the other 6 prodigious figures were equally unwilling to lag behind, each deploying their respective ultimate techniques. The saintess of the mysterious immortal sect, Lü Shang, summoned a brilliantly radiant 7-colored treasure mirror, raising it into the air. With hands forming seals, she activated it, unleashing an incredibly dazzling 7-colored divine light. From the mirror stepped forth a tall and majestic figure, exuding a striking resemblance to Shen Xinghe. Surrounded by resplendent 7-colored light, he wielded a green blade and charged fiercely towards Shen Xinghe. In the midst of this, Xie Xian, the Tao child of the infinite immortal sect, stood proudly in the void, his azure robe billowing in the wind. He swiftly brought his palms together before him, forming seals with incredible speed. In an instant, the vast expanse of the heavens stirred, and a colossal azure hand emerged, obscuring the sky and radiating a terrifying pressure that threatened to obliterate everything as it reached for Shen Xinghe. Meanwhile, Sun Yu, a sword cultivator from Central Earth, had a glint of brilliance in his eyes as he summoned his own innate flying sword, Crushing Mountain. It was a heavy, pitch-black sword with a formidable blade, Like a magnificent black meteor, it soared through the heavens with a thunderous roar, emanating an aura so formidable it seemed capable of collapsing the sky and sinking the earth. Hurtling towards Shen Xinghe, the three other extraordinary beings displayed their own remarkable abilities, unleashing astonishing spells of immense power or summoning formidable artifacts. Each executed their ultimate techniques, launching a tempest of attacks against Shen Xinghe from 7 distinct directions, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. In an instant, a lethal scenario unfolded, thrusting Shen Xinghe into a dire predicament. Outside the cave, countless spectators were transfixed, their spirits shaken upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle through the projected images in the sky. Gasping in disbelief, the 7 prodigies, indeed renowned young powerhouses, each possessed astonishing strength. United in their assault, their might was nothing short of earth-shattering. How could one possibly resist such an onslaught? It was a veritable execution scenario. Even a powerful being at the void refinement stage would likely find it impossible to emerge unscathed. Shen Xinghe was undoubtedly doomed. Within the cave, confronted by the terrifying joint assault of the 7 prodigies, a force capable of altering the very fabric of reality, Shen Xinghe exhibited not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, an overwhelming sense of valor surged within him. His gaze burned with battle intent as he grasped the azure blade and proclaimed with a resounding voice, "Even with all 7 of you combined, you shall not be my match." As his words echoed, Shen Xinghe suddenly let out a fierce shout, with his left hand forming a seal before his chest. The vast and profound power within him surged forth like a raging river, boiling with intensity. From his standing point, within a radius of several thousand jang, the space around him transformed in an instant. The once clear sky morphed into a vast, shadowy night. In the void, an immense ocean materialized. A great river, resembling a jade belt, meandered from the distant horizon, flowing serenely in the twilight, gradually merging into the sea. Another divine ability. This marked the 3rd technique Shen Xinghe had invoked. What extraordinary comprehension must this ascendant from the blessed land possess? How many more divine abilities could he possibly wield? As Shen Xinghe unleashed his power, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd outside the cave. Numerous onlookers were deeply stirred, their eyes wide with surprise. Only Ning Xu understood that for ordinary practitioners, grasping divine abilities was a rare and coveted opportunity. Yet for Shen Xinghe, it was as effortless as breathing or drinking water. Back when he was still in the spring and autumn-blessed land, he had already comprehended at least 9 divine abilities, each of tremendous potency, mastered with remarkable ease. Now, after such a lengthy passage of time, who could fathom how many more he had acquired? However, even the might of divine abilities has its limits. What significance does it hold, no matter how many one comprehends? I cannot believe that with merely a few arcane techniques, one could dare to confront the 7 illustrious prodigies. Today, without a doubt, you shall meet your demise. Ling Xu's countenance darkened as he gritted his teeth and barked, his eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Within the realm of the cave, as the vast azure sky transformed into a shroud of night, the domain of divine abilities unfurled. A pristine full moon ascended slowly from behind Shen Xinghe, illuminating the surroundings. Chapter 92, Triple Cultivation, shocking the entire arena. On the sea, a bright moon emerges. This is the arcane technique that Shen Xinghe comprehended the earliest. It is also the one he has executed the most, practiced diligently, and refined over time. It harbors the mysterious and formidable power to solidify time and space, repeatedly aiding Shen Xinghe in vanquishing formidable foes. At this moment, faced with the joint assault of 7 prodigious beings, Shen Xinghe once again summoned this technique. The boundless ocean surged behind him, and a radiant moon rose steadily into the sky. Positioned 3 yards above Shen Xinghe's head, it cast a chilling and ethereal moonlight, instantly enveloping the surrounding area for 1,000 yards. Under the seemingly gentle and soothing glow of the moonlight, time and space appeared to stagnate. The fierce onslaught of the 7 prodigies, initially swift and overwhelming, was significantly delayed, their speed reduced to mere fractions of its former self. With the deceleration, what once seemed an insurmountable threat revealed numerous openings, granting Shen Xinghe the opportunity to respond with composure. Among the 7, the northern underworld swordmaster Guchanga may not possess the greatest strength, Yet his two innate flying swords, chasing stars and catching the moon, are renowned for their unparalleled speed. Surrounded by brilliant moonlight, the influence of Shen Xinghe's divine ability on them was minimal. Like two resplendent beams of light, they pierced through the air towards Shen Xinghe. The sword light reflected in Shen Xinghe's eyes, his expression remarkably serene as he leisurely recited, "The tides of spring rivers align with the sea. The bright moon rises with the waves." As he recited, he waved his long sword in a continuous motion. Each action seemed to summon the tremendous forces of the cosmos. With two resonant clangs, he effortlessly sent both chasing stars and catching the moon flying away. Then, stepping forward, he raised his sword and cleaved towards the heavens. The sound of his sword resonated through the vast expanse. Before the sword's edge, a dazzling silver light erupted forth, akin to the primordial celestial radiance that divides the yin and yang of the universe, sweeping majestically towards the firmament. With a single stroke, he cleaved the formidable, shadowy green hand that descended from the skies into two. The river flows gracefully around the fragrant fields, the moonlight illuminating the flower groves as if they were dusted with frost. As Shen Xinghe recited the poem, he stepped lightly in the void. With each stride, he approached the figure emerging from the seven-colored mirror, enveloped in a radiant halo that mirrored his own. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his gaze as he forcefully brought his sword down, cleaving the figure in half. Then, without pausing, his figure flowed like water, stepping forward with grace before swiftly turning to dash in another direction. In this manner, Shen Xinghe hung beneath the radiant moon, his feet grounded on the celestial axis. Within the domain formed by his divine abilities, he wielded a sharp blade, advancing with elegance. With a series of 7 steps, he unleashed a sword aura akin to a dragon, sweeping across all directions. Effortlessly, he neutralized the fierce assault launched by 7 unparalleled talents working. Among the onlookers beyond the cave, a wave of astonishment erupted. What on earth is this divine ability? How can it suspend time and space, causing the enemy's attack to slow? This is utterly astonishing. Is this a technique possessed only by a celestial transformation practitioner? Why does Shen Xinghe recite poetry with every strike? Is it to bolster his own momentum? No, he possesses the Confucian aura of righteousness. With each verse he utters, he resonates with the heavens. He is communicating with the cosmos through the essence of poetry, amplifying the power of his divine abilities. What? You mean this Shen Xinghe, besides being adept in both celestial and martial arts, also possesses the cultivation of Confucianism? Moreover, he can seamlessly integrate these 3 forms of cultivation. Such a feat is simply inconceivable, unheard of. To dispel the combined assault of 7 prodigies with such ease, Shen Xinghe is nothing short of a terrestrial marvel. The outcome of this battle is now truly uncertain. Countless scattered cultivators murmured in disbelief, their minds profoundly shaken. Even among the 4 formidable beings at the pinnacle of the decaying realm, expressions of deep astonishment emerged as they witnessed the extraordinary fusion of Shen Xinghe's 3 cultivations. Their eyes glimmered with intensity, fixated on the spectacle unfolding in the sky, eager to witness the extent of Shen Xinghe's prowess when unleashed to its fullest potential. Within the cave, Gu Chang'e and the other 6 prodigies, upon witnessing Shen Xinghe's capabilities, felt their spirits tremble, their expressions gravely serious. Yet, none of them faltered. Instead, their fighting spirits soared higher. Shen Xinghe, is this your relied-upon trump card? Indeed, its power is remarkable. But relying solely on this divine ability to contend with us 7 is far from sufficient. I refuse to believe that the combined strength of the 7 of us cannot breach your divine domain. Attack! The 7 prodigies shouted in unison, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. They each unleashed their unique techniques, launching a new wave of ferocious assaults. Shen Xinghe, undaunted, faced 7 adversaries alone. Gracefully traversing the vast sky, he stood beneath the bright moon, his sharp blade in hand. His form was as agile as a swimming dragon, weaving through the heavens, cleaving out brilliant sword auras that illuminated the world as he engaged in a fierce battle with the 7 prodigies. At that moment, a brilliantly luminous purple sword light surged from the distant horizon. Upon this radiant blade stood a woman, her face veiled in purple silk, her silhouette exquisitely alluring. It was indeed Jang Yu Yao who arrived, her intentions initially fueled by a desire for vengeance against Shen Xinghe. However, upon her arrival, She was astonished to witness Shen Xinghe already engaged in combat, valiantly facing 7 formidable adversaries alone, wielding a single sword against the 7 elite prodigies. When did this rascal become so powerful? As she gazed into the sky, observing the figure of Shen Xinghe, sword in hand, elegantly confronting the 7 prodigies while seemingly gaining the upper hand, Jang Yu Yao's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of bewilderment. Her ample bosom rose and fell as she murmured softly to herself. Yet, she quickly inhaled deeply, suppressing the surge of unusual emotions. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she focused on the 7 figures besieging Shen Xinghe, huffing in irritation. What are these fools doing? 7 against 1, and they can't even prevail? Truly pitiful. I must intervene personally. A decisive glimmer flashed in her enchanting eyes, with a radiant light emanating from her palm. She summoned a translucent purple jade, flying sword, and soared forth, ready to join the fray. Chapter 93. Wherever the sun and moon shine, and rivers flow, it is all within my realm. Another has arrived. It is Jang Yu Yao, who has also summoned her flying sword to join the battle. Yet, it remains uncertain which side she will support. Most likely, she will aid Shen Xinghe, given their potential connection in the spring and autumn blessed land. After all, the sword in Shen Xinghe's possession was borrowed from her. The crowd outside the cave, witnessing Jang Yu Yao approaching on her flying sword, was instantly stirred, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Though Jang Yu Yao had yet to achieve any notable victories or engage in combat, no one doubted her prowess. Her status alone commanded respect. As the beloved daughter of a great cultivator at the 14th realm, she had access to the vast cultivation resources of the entire Fuyao continent. Not only was her cultivation deep, but her storage pouch also likely contained an array of powerful artifacts. It would be difficult to find any peer among the 9 continents who would dare boast of defeating Jang Yu Yao. The 7 prodigies currently attacking Shen Xinghe felt a tremor of trepidation upon seeing her arrival. Fortunately, the purple flying sword she summoned was directed at Shen Xinghe, which eased their concerns. Shen Xinghe, following the trajectory of the purple flying sword, turned his gaze towards Jang Yu Yao, who approached gracefully on her sword. The moment their eyes met, despite the fact that Jang Yu Yao's appearance had transformed drastically since their time in the spring and autumn-blessed land, and her face was veiled, Shen Xinghe recognized her instantly. This woman, truly, has not learned her lesson. She remains a thorn in my side. With a cold snort, a glint of icy determination flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes. Confronted by the violet flying sword launched by Jang Yu Yao, he did not attempt to parry with his own blade. Instead, he summoned the luminous moon behind him, casting down a cool, silvery radiance that significantly slowed the sword's velocity. With resolute determination, he extended his hand towards the sword's body. This extraordinary flying sword, even when captured by Shen Xinghe, resonated with a melodious clang, releasing a fierce and sharp sword aura that sought to rend Shen Xinghe's palm and escape his grasp. However, within Shen Xinghe's palm, a similar sword aura enveloped it, rendering the sword's frantic struggles ineffective. It could neither harm him nor break free from his grip. Shen Xinghe seized the sword's body and, with a forceful swipe, he rudely erased Jang Yu Yao's soul imprint from the weapon, tucking it into his storage pouch. He laughed heartily at Jang Yu Yao, exclaiming, "This sword is quite impressive. I graciously accept it." Scoundrel! Jang Yu Yao was instantly incensed, her teeth grinding in fury. The flames of wrath surged within her beautiful eyes as a flash of light emanated from her palm, revealing a 5-colored fan wreathed in divine flames. Grasping it firmly, she swung the fan vigorously, unleashing a torrent of surging 5-colored divine fire, the terrifying heat distorting the very fabric of space. The blazing waves swept across the heavens, hurtling towards Shen Xinghe, divine weapon, upon sensing the formidable might of the 5-colored divine flames. Even the 7 prodigies who had been besieging Shen Xinghe felt their pupils constrict and their corners twitch in alarm. It is known that treasures of the world are divided into 9 grades, and anything above the 9th grade is classified as a divine weapon. Such treasures are coveted even by the most powerful beings of the withering stage. Each possesses a terrifying potency, worthy of being a legacy artifact to suppress the fortunes of celestial sections. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that while divine weapons boast immense power, the cultivation required to wield them is equally daunting. One must possess at least a cultivation level above the 5th realm to fully command their might. Cultivators in the transformation realm find it nearly impossible to unleash their full potential. Thus, it is rare for sects to bestow divine weapons upon disciples at the transformation stage. For instance, even the esteemed Saintess Lü Shang of the mysterious celestial sect, despite her high status, possesses only a semi-divine weapon as her strongest treasure. Yet, with a mere flick of her wrist, Jang Yu Yao summoned a divine weapon, leaving the onlookers astonished and envious. They could not help but lament within themselves. It truly is a case of comparison breeds despair. Compared to ordinary cultivators, they were renowned young prodigies, nurtured by their sects with abundant resources. However, when placed alongside Jang Yu Yao, their own resources seemed utterly insignificant, akin to those of a destitute rogue cultivator. After all, she was fortunate enough to have a father who was a formidable being of the 14th realm. That woman is ruthless. Sensing the terrifying might contained within the five-color divine flames, Shen Xinghe felt a sharp twitch at the corner of his eye. Yet, devoid of any trepidation, he let out a cold snort and decisively gestured forward while chanting aloud. Do you not see the waters of the yellow river descending from the heavens, rushing toward the sea, never to return? As his words echoed, the heavens above him suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar. A vast and tumultuous river surged down from the night sky, exuding an unstoppable and magnificent momentum as it cascaded through the void, instantly overwhelming the torrential multicolored divine flames. The onslaught did not wane. It continued to surge forward, rushing towards Jang Yu Yao. As the battle reached this critical juncture, Shen Xinghe grew weary of further entanglements and resolved to conclude the conflict swiftly. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as his left hand formed a seal before him. In the next instant, a blinding golden radiance erupted from behind him. A resplendent sun, radiating boundless light, slowly ascended from a void behind Shen Xinghe, mirroring the moon that hung above his head. One to the left and one to the right, each releasing a dazzling brilliance of gold and silver. The sun and moon soared in the sky, illuminating all directions, with the sun and moon above him and standing proudly amidst the heavens. Shen Xinghe found himself atop a tumultuous sea that transformed into a landscape of undulating mountains and rivers stretching for miles. His long hair billowed in the wind, resembling a divine king reigning over the heavens. He surveyed the 8 prodigies, including Jang Yu Yao, and proclaimed with unwavering confidence, all that is illuminated by the sun and moon, and all rivers that flow, belong to my realm. You are but ants in my domain, fish in a jar. How can you dare to contend with me? As his voice fell, he let out a heavy, cold snort. The resplendent sun behind him erupted with a blinding golden light, unleashing 8 terrifying golden flames that swept toward the 8 prodigies like meteors across the sky. The 8 were immediately struck with an intense sense of dread, fully aware of the terror of the solar divine fire, and they all attempted to evade. However, as they moved, their spirits trembled and their eyes widened in horror. For despite their utmost efforts to swiftly fly to the side, their forms scarcely shifted any significant distance. It was as though they were ensnared not by Shen Xinghe's divine domain, but by an entire vast landscape of mountains and rivers. They struggled to fly within this realm, yet could not escape. This was the feeling of being within arm's reach, yet worlds apart. In an instant, they were engulfed by the roaring flames, which consumed their very beings. Chapter 94. The heavens unleash a killing intent, stars shift, and shelters change. What sorcery is this Shen Xinghe wielding? The sun and moon in the sky, the vast mountains and rivers, seem to create a realm of their own, where he stands unrivaled. To face 8 prodigies single-handedly and still gain the upper hand, such prowess is unprecedented. Could it be that this individual truly possesses only the cultivation of the transformation stage? I find it hard to believe that an ordinary cultivator emerging from a humble paradise could attain such extraordinary powers solely through their own efforts. This individual, named Shen Xinghe, undoubtedly possesses an undisclosed and formidable background, perhaps even being the reincarnation of a great being. Is it truly possible for him to single-handedly overpower the 8 outstanding talents and claim all 7 precious celestial gourds for himself? With unwavering determination, Shen Xinghe unleashed the grand technique of sun and moon in the sky, encompassing vast mountains and rivers. In an instant, he trapped the 8 prodigies with the divine flames of the sun. A wave of astonishment erupted among the onlookers outside the cave. as they realized that this intense and gripping battle had reached its climax, with victory and defeat hanging in the balance. Everyone held their breath, their hearts racing, fixated on the projection in the sky, scarcely daring to blink for fear of missing a single detail. After ensnaring the 8 prodigies with the solar flames, Shen Xinghe swiftly formed seals with his hands, channeling the 8 radiant orbs of divine fire into 8 blazing divine furnaces, intent on refining the 8 prodigies. However, the prodigies were no easy adversaries. They summoned powerful techniques to withstand the ferocious assault of the solar flames, striving to break free from the furnaces. Among them, Jang Yu Yao exhibited the most vigorous resistance. Her flowing purple gown shimmered with a faint divine light, coalescing into a protective energy shield that enveloped her form. Though seemingly delicate, its defensive capabilities were astonishingly formidable, rendering even the terrifying solar flames unable to harm a single strand of her hair. It was indeed a celestial artifact. With a soft huff, Jang Yu Yao extended a pristine hand, retrieving a golden hairpin nestled among her tresses. Infused with her immense cultivation, it erupted into a dazzling golden radiance, transforming into a majestic golden phoenix with a wingspan of several zhang. It circled around her, emitting a piercing cry, and with a powerful flap of its golden wings, it soared skyward, shattering the divine furnace conjured by the solar flames and emerging from within. "What are you doing? Stay put." Shen Xinghe's gaze sharpened, and he coldly snorted. Extending a finger, he pointed at Jang Yu Yao. The luminous moon suspended overhead burst forth with an exceptionally bright silver light, swiftly descending towards her. In the blink of an eye, it hovered directly above her, casting a chilling moonlight that solidified the space around her, almost as if it had frozen in time. Even the golden phoenix, transformed from the celestial artifact, was immobilized in midair, its speed drastically reduced as if it were mired in a quagmire. Shen Xinghe harnessed the moon to forcefully suppress Jang Yu Yao. At this moment, the other prodigies also began to struggle. The first amongst them was the saintess of the mysterious celestial sect, Lü Shang. Summoning the resplendent 7-colored treasure mirror, a radiant spectrum of celestial light emerged, creating a vast breach in the solar divine furnace, from which she intended to step forth. Naturally, Shen Xinghe would not grant her the opportunity to escape. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he coldly intoned, "Heaven unleashes its deadly will. Stars shift and dwell." As his incantation resonated, the cosmos transformed, instantly filling the heavens with a multitude of stars. The celestial bodies became disordered, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. They manifested as dazzling star blades, descending from the boundless sky, relentlessly seeking to annihilate Lü Shang. In that moment, Lü Shang's vision was engulfed by an array of terrifying sword energies. From every conceivable direction, they sliced through the air, leaving no room for evasion. With no alternative, she could only brace herself against the onslaught. Yet, as she felt the horrific might contained within those sword energies, alongside the inexorable will to obliterate all, her heart quaked with a profound sense of impending doom. Recognizing that her current cultivation was insufficient to withstand such monstrous killing intent, she understood that to resist would only lead her to certain death. Curse it! How can this man be so formidable? Lü Shang's beautiful eyes brimmed with defiance as she bit her silver teeth and decisively extracted the green leaf, activating the array etched upon it. In a flash of brilliance, she escaped the celestial gourd's domain. The sheer ferocity of the star blades had instilled such fear that even the saintess of the mysterious celestial sect dared not confront them directly, opting instead for flight. With Lü Shang's retreat, could the others possibly endure? Was it truly the case that even 8 prodigies united were no match for Shen Xinghe? Just how formidable was this individual? Lü Shang's activation of the green leaf and her flight from the celestial realm stirred a tremendous uproar among the crowd. Countless cultivators gasped in astonishment. Even the powerful figures of the mysterious celestial sect furrowed their brows, feeling a wave of shame wash over them. Fortunately, the presence of Ning Xu from the Purple Mansion sect had paved the way, and given Shen Xinghe's astonishing display of strength. Defeat at his hands was not a cause for disgrace. Meanwhile, within the celestial realm, 2 other prodigious figures simultaneously shattered the solar divine furnace, emerging from the roaring flames. Shen Xinghe's gaze sharpened as he fixated on one, forming a hand seal and pointing decisively. The earth trembled with murderous intent. As serpentine dragons and snakes arose from the sprawling mountains and flowing rivers, their heads rearing towards the heavens, transforming into fearsome, ferocious beasts. They surged skyward, their roars reverberating across the firmament, intent on obliterating their target. Shen Xinghe, wielding the azure blade, swept it horizontally, unleashing a brilliant sword aura that cleaved toward another prodigy. The young prodigy was instantly struck with terror, unwilling to confront the astonishing sword strike from Shen Xinghe, which bore the weight of the heavens. Without hesitation, he withdrew the green leaf and, like Lü Shang, decisively fled from the realm. Another prodigy, however, refused to succumb to fear. His long hair danced wildly in the wind as he shouted in a frenzied voice, "Such a mere illusion shall not disturb my resolve. Witness as I shatter your world." As his words echoed, he let out a thunderous roar. His formidable magic surged forth, materializing a massive avatar towering hundreds of feet high around him. The aura emanating from it was as vast as the ocean, followed by a resounding roar that shook the heavens. With a forceful punch, he struck at the numerous menacing dragon pythons that were converging upon him. Chapter 95. A sword that cuts down prodigies and divides the earth. With a mighty roar, the 100-foot avatar unleashed a devastating punch, crashing down upon the head of a soaring azure dragon, producing a thunderous sound. The formidable dragon, born from the majestic mountains, trembled violently, overwhelmed by the horrific force. Its body shattered into pieces, disintegrating into nothingness. Yet, the dragon pythons conjured by Shen Xinghe's divine power were numerous, numbering in the hundreds. Not only did he shatter one dragon shadow, but even if he obliterated 10 or 100, it would bear no significance. He could not break through Shen Xinghe's divine assault. In the next moment, hundreds of ferocious dragon pythons roared, surging from all directions. Their powerful bodies coiled around the prodigy's avatar, constricting with frenzied force. The prodigy's face turned pale with terror, emitting a wretched and anguished scream. Ultimately, with a deafening crash, the 100-foot avatar shattered, along with his long-suffered physical form, which was torn asunder in an instant. Only a wisp of his primordial spirit remained, clutching his storage bag and the green leaf, fleeing into the distant void, as he beheld the hundreds of dragon pythons surging toward him with murderous intent. His soul nearly departed from his body in sheer fright. His expression reflected utmost horror as he activated the green leaf, hoping to escape from the realm. However, Shen Xinghe denied him that opportunity. As the array on the green leaf was activated, it shattered, transforming into a hazy light that enveloped him. At that moment, a razor-sharp silver sword light cleaved through the sky, directly bisecting his primordial spirit. In the next instant, the shimmering light flickered, and his severed primordial spirit was teleported away, disintegrating before the eyes of numerous cultivators, dissipating into a flurry of spiritual light. Liar. The elder of this prodigy's clan turned red-eyed, his sorrowful cries resonating through the heavens. Even the surrounding scattered cultivators were deeply shaken, their eyes filled with astonishment. Goodness! Shen Xinghe is truly ruthless. He dares to strike with lethal intent. Did he not realize that each of these prodigies possesses an extraordinary background, either hailing from millennia-old aristocratic families or being affiliated with prestigious immortal sects with profound legacies? To strike with such ruthless ferocity, even directly slaying souls, does he not fear inciting the wrath of the sects and families behind them, thus forging mortal enmities that could lead to relentless pursuit? Perhaps he remains indifferent, for he is a figure who disregards even the likes of the Spring and Autumn Dao sect and the Purple Mansion Immortal sect, showing little concern for acquiring additional foes. Furthermore, the path of the Great Dao is inherently brutal. Life and death are mere commonplace occurrences. If one is consumed by the fear of death, then they should refrain from entering the Immortal Gourd's celestial realm. Should the tides turn and Shen Xinghe face defeat, would they show him any mercy? Indeed, what does background matter? It is the essence of cultivators like us to embrace vengeance and act decisively when the moment calls for it. Witnessing a prodigy's soul dissipate, their life extinguished, instantly stirred a tumult among the crowd outside the celestial realm. This marked the first true fall of a genius since the opening of the Immortal Gourd. In a brief span, 3 prodigies had faced their fates, 2 escaping, 1 perishing, leaving all cultivators inside and outside the realm with a profound understanding of Shen Xinghe's decisive brutality. The most shaken were undoubtedly the other prodigies engaged in fierce combat with Shen Xinghe within the celestial realm. Apart from Jang Yu Yao, who had been forcefully suppressed by Shen Xinghe's radiant moon, the remaining 4 prodigies were struggling violently within the furnace of solar divine fire. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes as he formed a seal with both hands, one pointing heavenward, the other earthward. The starry sky trembled as brilliant rays of stellar sword energy surged forth, tearing through the heavens like a resplendent silver rainbow, cleaving through the fabric of the cosmos. On the earth, monstrous dragons and serpents arose, soaring with ferocious ferocity, their roars resonating through the universe. They charged fiercely toward the 4 prodigies with unrelenting fury. Instantly, the 4 were struck with profound shock, their expressions grave beyond measure. Throughout their battle, they had come to fully comprehend the terrifying prowess of Shen Xinghe, a might beyond their capacity to oppose. Having already witnessed the fate of the fallen prodigy, 3 of them, fearing a similar tragic end with their souls severed, swiftly activated their tokens of escape, green leaves shining brightly as they teleported outside the celestial realm. Only the swordsman Gu Chang'e from the North Sea Sword Continent remained unwilling to withdraw, desiring not to miss the 7 imminent treasures of the gourd. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he suddenly shouted, unleashing an overwhelming surge of sword energy that erupted around him, radiating brilliant divine light. Ultimately, he transformed into a dazzling silver celestial sword, with boundless sword intent soaring into the firmament. 2 resplendent and formidable swords, the destiny flying swords, chased the stars and the moon, swirling gracefully around their gleaming edges. The silver blades emit a resonant clang, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying sword intent. The sun god furnace, conjured from the divine flames of the sun, could not withstand this formidable sword intent and shattered into fragments. Subsequently, the silver celestial sword soared into the sky, vanishing into the distance with astonishing speed. Its sword intent was so piercing that it seemed capable of cleaving the very fabric of existence, rendering even the most profound celestial techniques powerless to restrain it. Wherever it passed, it obliterated illusions of dragons and serpents with ease. The starry sword Qi, descending from the heavens, was shredded within mere feet by the turbulent sword energy surrounding the blade. In the blink of an eye, it whistled out from the vast domain of 1,000 feet created by Shen Xinghe's divine powers. It continued to soar for 10,000 feet before finally coming to a halt, revealing its true form, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath as it turned back to glance. Shen Xinghe raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise glimmering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Gu Chang'e possessed such prowess, capable of escaping from the realm conjured by his divine powers. Indeed, he was worthy of being among the top 3 elite sword cultivators of the younger generation from the Biming Sword Continent, demonstrating remarkable skill. Your swordsmanship is commendable. Yet these 7 gourds are destined to remain beyond your reach. From this moment forth, the area surrounding the mountain peak, spanning 1,000 feet, shall be a forbidden zone. Those who dare to tread upon it shall bear the consequences. Shen Xinghe cast a cold glance at Gu Chang'e and called out from a distance. Upon finishing his words, he retracted his divine domain and waved his hand casually. Instantly, a golden divine light surged through the void, spiraling with fervor. In an instant, it formed a dazzling and striking golden circle that encircled the 1,000-foot area around the mountain peak. He then turned his gaze toward Jang Yu Yao, who was suppressed beneath the glow of a bright moon, a glimmer of coldness surfacing in his eyes. This woman, who seems to have forgotten her lessons, evidently has not suffered enough in the spring and autumn blessed land. She must be taught a severe lesson. Chapter 96, Punishment of the Goddess, Jang Yu Yao. Do you not recognize your mistakes? Shen Xinghe's gaze was icy, his expression dark as he strode toward Jang Yu Yao. Sensing the surging wrath in Shen Xinghe's eyes, Jang Yu Yao's heart trembled, panic reflected in her own. She struggled desperately, attempting to break free. However, the moon conjured by Shen Xinghe's divine powers concentrated a significant portion of its strength, its suppressive force unfathomably terrifying. It firmly restrained Jang Yu Yao, leaving her nearly immobile, even finding it exceedingly difficult to circulate her internal cultivation. She could only watch helplessly as Shen Xinghe approached, her ample bosom heaving with anxiety. Her eyes filled with utmost panic. Finally, taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure. With a cold glare fixed upon Shen Xinghe, she weakly shouted, "Shen Xinghe, enough! Will you not release me at once? If you dare to lay a single finger on me, there will be no refuge for you in this vast realm." Even at this critical moment, you remain obstinate. It seems you have forgotten your place. A sly smile crept upon Shen Xinghe's lips as his gaze playfully roamed over Jang Yu Yao's exquisite form. He spoke softly. "However, I find your rebellious spirit quite endearing. I hope this time you can endure a little longer. Do not surrender too swiftly." As Shen Xinghe's predatory gaze swept over her, Jang Yu Yao shivered involuntarily, as if an unseen hand were caressing her. Wherever his eyes lingered, that phantom hand seemed to follow, causing her heart to race and her delicate body to flush with warmth, her breath quickening uncontrollably. Her beautiful eyes were now filled with panic, and she glared at Shen Xinghe, exclaiming, "Shen Xinghe, what do you intend to do to me? I warn you, do not overstep your bounds, for you shall bear the consequences." Before she could finish her warning, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Shen Xinghe raised his sword, striking the curve of Jang Yu Yao's rear with a resounding slap. The force of it made her shudder, and she could not help but gasp. Were her skirt to be lifted, one would surely witness a stark red mark upon her flawless, ivory skin. Shen Xinghe, Jang Yu Yao's eyes instantly filled with tears of rage. She was of unparalleled status, the cherished jewel of a formidable figure who dominated half of Fuyou continent. Having been showered with affection throughout her life, no one had ever dared to disrespect her. Even her father, though strict, had never resorted to punishment. Yet today, Shen Xinghe had the audacity to strike her, a reality she found utterly intolerable. With fury blazing in her eyes, she seethed, "Scoundrel! Shen Xinghe, how dare you strike me?" But another sharp crack interrupted her furious outburst. Jang Yao trembled once more, a cry escaping her lips as tears welled in her eyes from the pain. This scene, witnessed by countless onlookers outside the cave, sent shockwaves through the crowd. It felt as though those strikes were not merely landing on Jang Yu Yao, but were striking at their very hearts. In an instant, the world fell silent, and only after a prolonged moment did astonished gasps erupt. What did I just witness? Shen Xinghe, he actually struck Jang Yu Yao with a sword. Does he not realize her identity? She is the princess of Fuyou continent, the prized jewel of a formidable being. To publicly humiliate his daughter in such a manner, could it not invoke the wrath of a formidable being? One must understand that when a powerhouse of the 14th realm becomes enraged, even the heavens and earth would tremble. Few can withstand such fury in this world. The consequences of his sword strike would be far graver than the slaughter of those 7 prodigies moments ago. Now I believe it. This Shen Xinghe truly ascended from a humble, blessed land, for his ignorance breeds an audacity that knows no bounds. Oblivious to the heights of heaven and the depths of reverence, Shen's true nature is laid bare. In an instant, all cultivators were struck with horror. Gazing at the scene in the sky, they felt an overwhelming shock to their spirits. Even the 4 celestial sect experts at the entrance to the cave, each at the decline stage, had their eyes twitching, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. While they were already aware of Shen Xinghe's boldness, they could hardly fathom the extent of his audacity. To brazenly strike the daughter of a 14th realm powerhouse without a second thought is to court death. Initially, aside from the Purple Mansion sect, the other 3 sects regarded Shen Xinghe as a prodigious talent, a rare jewel to be cherished. They had all entertained thoughts of how to recruit him into their ranks. However, this notion has now been cast aside. Their gazes toward Shen Xinghe resembled those of individuals eyeing a harbinger plague, eager to distance themselves. Though his talents are indeed remarkable, his reckless demeanor is alarmingly brazen. He acts on whims, heedless of consequence. Should he truly be invited into their fold, it could spell doom for their sex. On that resplendent, flying vessel, the woman in the black dress who had been guarding Jang Yu Yao was taken aback upon witnessing this spectacle. Her elegant brows shot up in indignation, fury blazing in her phoenix eyes. How audacious! This reckless youth dares to disrespect the young lady. He is courting death. Alas, at this very moment, both Shen Xinghe and Jang Yu Yao were within the confines of the immortal gourd cave. Even with her celestial prowess, she was powerless to intervene, compelled to watch helplessly as events unfolded, her heart racing with urgency. Meanwhile, within the cave, having endured 2 blows from Shen Xinghe, Jang Yu Yao gradually emerged from her initial fury. She came to the realization that she was indeed within the immortal gourd cave. and everything transpiring inside would be projected through the precious mirror into the void outside. In essence, the scene of her being struck on the backside by Shen Xinghe had already been witnessed by countless cultivators. She had been publicly humiliated by that scoundrel before all. Upon this realization, a wave of intense humiliation and fury washed over her. Simultaneously, an indescribable sensation surged from the depths of her being. A peculiar flush crept over her cheeks, and her smooth, elongated legs instinctively pressed together. Crack! Another crisp sound echoed through the air. Shen Xinghe grasped Jang Yu Yao's chin, gently lifting her face. From his elevated position, he gazed down upon her, his eyes cold as he inquired, Jang Yu Yao, do you not realize your transgressions? In Chapter 97, Father Xinghe, please spare me. As Jang Yu Yao faced Shen Xinghe's piercing gaze, sharp as a blade and oppressive, her heart fluttered violently. In a fleeting moment, she felt as though she had returned to a sacred spring, reliving those unforgettable nights that haunted her dreams even after her return to the Nine Continents. Instinctively, she wanted to nod, to submit and acknowledge her mistakes before Shen Xinghe. However, she quickly remembered that she was currently within the confines of the immortal gourd paradise. Every action and word of hers would be scrutinized by countless cultivators outside. The thought of bowing her head in submission after being struck by Shen Xinghe was utterly humiliating. If word of this spread, how could she ever face anyone again? Her eyes betrayed a struggle of hesitation. Yet in that very instant, as the turmoil flickered within her gaze, a sharp crack echoed through the cave. Jang Yu Yao trembled, biting her silver teeth, tears glistening in her eyes. She looked at Shen Xinghe with a gaze full of grievance. Crying? Such tears would bear no fruit. Shen Xinghe's expression remained utterly unyielding, unmoved by her sorrowful demeanor. This rebellious woman required a severe lesson to learn humility. With the spine of his sword wielded like an iron whip, he struck relentlessly, each blow landing without mercy. With every strike, Jang Yu Yao's delicate form quivered, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears, as she felt an overwhelming mix of shame and anger. An indescribable sensation stirred within her soul. Her ample bosom rose and fell, and her pearly teeth clutched tightly to her crimson lips. Meanwhile, outside the cave, numerous cultivators stood in shock, their eyes wide as they beheld the scene unfolding above, resembling a grotesque display of domestic violence. They were left speechless, their throats dry as they swallowed hard, each one internally echoing phrases of awe and disbelief. One wandering cultivator softly muttered, "A true man should be like this," instantly drawing peculiar glances from those nearby. Amidst the crowd, some cultivators began to question why, despite the dire situation, Jang Yu Yao had yet to activate her life-saving token. The green leaf to escape the cave. Are you blind? Can't you see she's being thoroughly subdued by Shen Xinghe, with no chance to flee? Yet, it was crucial to remember that the green leaf was a protective measure forged by several formidable beings of the 13th realm, granted to each prodigy for their survival. With merely the power of thought, one can exert control, able to activate and escape at any moment, even if one's cultivation is entirely sealed. The reasons behind this remain elusive. Could it be the reluctance to relinquish the opportunity to compete for those 7 gourds? In an instant, a wave of confusion swept through the crowd, sparking a multitude of discussions and speculations. Even aboard the vibrant flying vessel, the graceful woman in the black dress furrowed her delicate brows tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with perplexity. "Miss, the 7 gourds are not worth clinging to. And those treasured items you possess, if summoned, would undoubtedly free you from the clutches of this little thief, even if victory remains elusive. Why at this juncture? Do you still hesitate to employ them? Is there some unspoken reason?" Meanwhile, within the cave realm, under the relentless strikes of Shen Xinghe, Jang Yu Yao's enchanting eyes had long since turned crimson. Pearls of crystalline tears streamed down her cheeks, evoking a sense of pity. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, she parted her red lips, gasping, her delicate form trembling violently. Raising her gaze towards Shen Xinghe, her voice quivered as she implored, "Shen Xinghe, I acknowledge my mistake. Please, do not strike me any further." Smack! Shen Xinghe's expression remained icy. "What are you saying? Your voice is too faint. I cannot hear you." "I said, I acknowledge my mistake. Please stop." Jang Yu Yao gritted her teeth, raising her voice with all her might. Smack! Yet, this declaration was met with another harsh strike. Jang Yu Yao was instantly consumed by humiliation and anger. tears glistening in her eyes as she questioned, "I've already admitted my fault. Why do you continue to strike me? Is it not natural to accept punishment for one's misdeeds?" Shen Xinghe's gaze was devoid of warmth, his resolve solidified. This time, he was determined to impart a lesson of profound significance to Jang Yu Yao, ensuring that this rebellious woman would understand who truly held dominion over their relationship, instilling a fear that would prevent her from ever defying him again. By the heavens, do my ears deceive me? Jang Yu Yao had indeed sought forgiveness from Shen Xinghe. How exalted was her status! Even the elders of the four great sects would treat her with utmost respect, not daring to show her the slightest neglect. Yet today, she was subjected to such humiliation at the hands of Shen Xinghe. This was utterly preposterous. The city lord of Fuyo was en route, brandishing a blade. Shen Xinghe had irrevocably sealed his own fate, for he would find no refuge in the 9 continents henceforth. Aboard the vibrant flying vessel, the alluring woman in the black dress exuded an overwhelming aura of vengeance from her captivating eyes, grinding her teeth as she coldly declared, "This shameless thief dares to humiliate the miss. I shall ensure your demise." Upon hearing Shen Xinghe's words, Jang Yu Yao felt tears welling up. Overwhelmed by a deep sense of regret. Why had she, in her tranquil state, provoked this living demon, as she experienced the sharp pangs of pain emanating from behind her? An unexpected thought struck her, a sudden inspiration. Biting her delicate lower lip, she timidly raised her gaze to Shen Xinghe, whispering a plea with her enchanting eyes. "Father Xinghe, I beseech you, please cease your blows. Xiao Yao has learned her lesson. I promise I shall not dare again. Spare me this once." With that, she immediately lowered her head, her youthful cheeks blushing a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, radiating warmth. Internally, she berated herself. "Jang Yu Yao, do you not wish to hear what you just uttered? How could you utter such words and still retain your dignity? This is all Shen Xinghe's fault. That wretched scoundrel. It is his influence that has led me to speak in such a manner. I, Jang Yu Yao, would never utter such disgraceful words again." Upon receiving Jang Yu Yao's thoughts, Shen Xinghe raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing his features. He halted his swordplay, intrigued, and inquired, "What did you just say? I did not catch that. Please repeat yourself." Jang Yu Yao's delicate frame trembled slightly as she lifted her gaze, momentarily meeting Shen Xinghe's, only to shyly avert her eyes. With a quivering voice, she murmured, Father Xinghe, please, do not strike me. Xiao Yao understands your mistakes now. I promise I shall not dare again. Kindly spare me this once." Jang Yu Yao gazed at Shen Xinghe with pleading eyes, her face veiled but her expressive, watery orbs betraying her sense of grievance. She reiterated her earlier plea. Although Shen Xinghe had long since resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson upon Jang Yu Yao, ensuring she would remember it, he was taken aback by her swift capitulation and her use of that specific term of endearment. His expression shifted to one of amusement as he gently grasped Jang Yu Yao's chin, tilting her face upwards, and remarked with a smile, "Is this truly the proud and untamed Jang Yu Yao I once knew? Your submission this time was far swifter than before. I still have many methods yet to employ. Of course, this situation is not comparable to the previous two. Those were private affairs between us. You could act as you pleased. This time, however, we are under the gaze of countless onlookers, with thousands of cultivators watching. If I do not surrender, am I to remain suspended here, subjected to your punishment?" Jang Yu Yao clenched her teeth, inwardly seething with frustration, hearing Shen Xinghe's words, that there were still many methods he had yet to employ against her. A sudden flush of crimson spread across her delicate face, igniting a torrent of embarrassment and indignation within her. Her long legs fidgeted restlessly beneath her skirt, her heart overwhelmed with shame. Yet, she dared not display even a hint of displeasure on her visage. With a pitiable tone, she pleaded softly, "If Xiao Yao misbehaves next time, you may deal with me harshly, but please spare me this time." "Very well, since you have said so, I shall let you off this time," Shen Xinghe replied with a satisfied nod, ceasing his punishment of Jiang Yueying. With a grand gesture, he withdrew the luminous moon that loomed over Jiang Yueying's head. Outside the cave, the crowd erupted into a flurry of astonishment. The last few exchanges had been communicated through a secretive method, leaving everyone unaware of their conversation. They merely observed as Jiang Yueying suddenly lifted her head and exchanged several words with Shen Xinghe. Following their brief discourse, he released her without further ado. Instantly, eyes widened in disbelief, and murmurs of confusion rippled through the onlookers. What just happened? Why did Shen Xinghe suddenly let Jang Yu Yao go? What could she possibly have said to him? Did she beg for mercy? That seems unlikely. After all, she is the cherished jewel of a formidable being of the 14th realm. Her esteemed status and pride would never allow her to plead for clemency after such humiliation. Perhaps she proposed some terms or struck a deal with Shen Xinghe. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their voices a cacophony of conjectures. Among them, a striking woman in a black dress fixated her gaze upon the interactions between Shen Xinghe and Jang Yu Yao. Although she could not hear the words exchanged when Jang Yu Yao implored Shen Xinghe for mercy, she discerned the nuances in her expression and demeanor. Despite Jang Yu Yao's face being veiled in a sheer purple fabric, revealing only her eyes, the woman, having watched Jang Yu Yao grow up, understood the emotions conveyed through every glance and gesture. A sudden unease gripped her heart, a foreboding sensation creeping in. Surely, she wouldn't, but the thought was quickly dismissed. No, it cannot be. My lady is of unparalleled worth. How could she possibly submit to a mere thief? Meanwhile, within the cave, after being released by Shen Xinghe, Jang Yu Yao felt her legs weaken, nearly plummeting from the air. Taking a deep breath and gritting her teeth, she mustered the strength to stand upright. Shen Xinghe had previously stated that the area around the mountain peak was a forbidden zone, off limits to all. Logically, she should not remain here any longer. Yet, as Shen Xinghe made no move to expel her, she hesitated to leave obediently, choosing instead to stand her ground, gazing upon the celestial vine, adorned with 7 gourds. A flicker of light danced at her eyes. At that moment, Shen Xinghe's voice unexpectedly resonated in her ear. Do you like them? Choose one. What? Jang Yu Yao was taken aback, doubting her ears, her face awash with astonishment as she turned to Shen Xinghe. I am a person of fairness. For wrongdoings, one must face punishment, and for right actions, there shall be rewards. Shen Xinghe raised the folded brow, sword in his hand. Addressing Jang Yu Yao, by bringing the folded brow sword to Jiuzhou, you have rendered me a great service. You may select one from these 7 gourds as your reward. Jang Yu Yao echoed Shen Xinghe's words in her heart, her eyes shimmering like stars, a vague, indescribable sensation coursing through her. Raising her gaze, she surveyed the 7 gourds, each distinct in hue. Finally, she extended her finger towards the last gourd, radiant in purple, and inquired of Shen Xinghe, May I have that purple one? No problem. From this moment forth, it is yours, Shen Xinghe affirmed with a nod before turning away. He seated himself cross-legged in the void, a flicker of light emanating from his palm as he retrieved a time-worn tome, engrossed in his reading, oblivious to the world around him. What do you mean it is mine now? Jang Yu Yao thought, feeling as though he had already claimed all 7 gourds as his own. What a brazen scoundrel. Listening to Shen Xinghe's calm, yet self-assured words, Jang Yu Yao found herself muttering inwardly. Yet her beautiful eyes could not help but glance furtively at Shen Xinghe. Observing his intense concentration while reading, and the striking profile he presented, her gaze flickered, revealing a trace of unacknowledged admiration. Beyond the cave, upon the colorful flying vessel, a mysterious woman clad in black noted the subtle spark in Jang Yu Yao's eyes. Her heart jolted as though struck by thunder, despair washing over her. Wanda, Master. I failed to keep an eye on the young lady. I cannot face you. The other cultivators were equally baffled, perplexed by the situation between Shen Xinghe and Jang Yu Yao. Just moments ago, they had seemed like adversaries. How had they suddenly become entwined? What are you two playing at? Are we merely pawns in your game? Under the watchful eyes of countless cultivators surrounding the immortal mountain, time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had slipped by. Only one final hour remained before the 7 celestial gourds would fully mature and emerge into the world. Within the cave, numerous cultivators gathered from all directions, converging around the mountaintop where the celestial vine thrived. As the 7 celestial gourds approached maturity, an inevitable confrontation loomed. Chapter 99, The Final Battle, One Against Many. During these 3 days, Shen Xinghe sat alone in the ethereal space near the mountain's peak, quietly perusing texts and awaiting the ripening of the celestial gourds. Beside him, Jang Yu Yao meditated in silence. As time passed, a multitude of formidable talents converged from all directions. The first few cultivators to arrive recognized Guchanga. They beheld a golden halo, 1,000 zhang diameter, encircling the space around the mountain's summit. Even the genius sword cultivator from Biming Sword Continent, Guchanga, dared not step within the Halo's confines, opting instead to sit cross-legged outside it. This spectacle stirred profound astonishment among the newcomers, prompting them to inquire about the situation. The answers they received only deepened their disbelief. The unassuming youth, seemingly without renown, had single-handedly subdued 8 prodigies, establishing a formidable boundary that deterred any other from approaching the mountain peak. This revelation seemed utterly preposterous to the gathered cultivators. Yet even a powerhouse like Gu Chang'e remained obediently outside the halo, dissuading any rash actions. They too settled outside the circle, patiently biding their time for the gourds to mature. As time wore on, the number of cultivators outside the circle swelled. Among them were those who, emboldened by their own prowess, dared to step into the circle. Yet, without exception, they fell victim to Shen Xinghe's merciless might, swiftly subdued. In a display meant to instill fear, Shen Xinghe struck with unrelenting ferocity, leaving no chance for escape. Those unfortunate souls perished on the spot, their lifeless bodies devoured publicly by Xuanqi. The gruesome sight sent shivers through the onlookers, erasing any doubt about Shen Xinghe's strength. They halted at his delineated boundary, refraining from crossing. However, as time progressed, the throng of cultivators continued to swell. It was worth noting that those eligible to enter the gorge realm were not mere cultivators. Even if they were not disciples of the celestial sects, they were renowned figures in their own right, each possessing exceptional strength far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. The assembly of such formidable talents from all corners created an immense, oppressive aura directed at Shen Xinghe. The very heavens responded, winds swirling and clouds roiling, as if heralding an impending storm. Under the weight of this pressure, Jang Yu Yao could no longer maintain her meditative state. She opened her eyes, gazing at the dozens of fierce-eyed prodigies beyond the golden halo. Unable to suppress the clenching of their fists, the beautiful eyes of those present revealed a hint of tension. Yet, throughout it all, Shen Xinghe remained utterly unfazed, not even lifting his eyelids. He maintained his focus on the book in his hands, exuding an air of serene indifference, seemingly dismissive of those around him. As the moment for the celestial gourd's ripening drew near, with only the final incense stick remaining, nearly all the remaining cultivators in the cave gathered around the mountain peak. The intangible momentum, building for 3 days, reached its zenith at that moment. All the cultivators, as if bound by an unspoken agreement, rose in unison and stepped into the circle. Their collective cultivation was unleashed without reservation, their battle intent soaring to the heavens, causing the very clouds of the 9 skies to tremble. It has begun. After 3 days of anticipation, the final confrontation was finally upon them, with 48 prodigies joining forces. Even if Shen Xinghe was formidable, it seemed implausible for one individual to contend against so many peers, did it not? Yet, although 48 appeared to be a multitude, most among them were not comparable to the likes of the previously defeated Saint Xiao, who had been driven out of the cave by Shen Xinghe. Moreover, given Shen Xinghe's composed demeanor, he might still possess hidden trump cards yet to be revealed. The outcome of this battle remained uncertain. Outside the cave, countless spectators became animated at the sight of the imminent clash in the sky, instinctively holding their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the unfolding scene, fearful of missing even a single moment. Within the cave, as the 48 prodigious beings stepped into the forbidden zone, they simultaneously unleashed their battle intent. The North Sea Swordmaster Gu Chang'e once more would come to appreciate your remarkable skills, Shen Xinghe, no matter your celestial prowess. How can you, standing alone, contend against us all? How audacious to covet 7 celestial gourds for yourself. Today marks your end. The multitude of cultivators shouted fiercely, their eyes glinting with cold light. They simultaneously invoked their divine abilities, summoning powerful and mysterious artifacts. A surging tide of energy converged from all directions, launching a relentless assault upon Shen Xinghe. A rabble of fools, since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Shen Xinghe scoffed, tucking away his scroll. A flash of icy light flickered in his eyes as he grasped his long sword and stepped forward. In an instant, the winds and thunder roared. The realm of celestial mastery re-emerged, casting its influence over 1,000 zhang, enveloping all the prodigies that dared to strike. Under the impact of this divine force, the spells rushing toward Shen Xinghe slowed considerably. Nevertheless, with 48 prodigious beings attacking simultaneously, the might they wielded was akin to an avalanche. even with Shen Xinghe's elevated cultivation. It was impossible to immobilize their onslaught as he had done with the 8 major prodigies before. He could only hope to delay a portion of their momentum. At the forefront were the life-bound flying swords of several sword cultivators led by Gu Chang'e, along with the magical swords of other practitioners. Like streaks of cold brilliance, they sliced through the sky, hurtling towards Shen Xinghe. His eyes glimmered with a frigid light, and with a heavy snort, the bloodline of the infinite sword body within him ignited entirely. Instantly, an unparalleled sword intent surged from his being, soaring into the heavens. He radiated an aura akin to that of a supreme monarch of the sword path, exuding an invincible sharpness. As the celestial sword emerged, all other swords yielded in submission. In the moment prior, the multitude of flying swords that had soared with great momentum suddenly trembled, emitting mournful cries, halting mid-air in fear. Only the life-bound flying swords of a few sword cultivators, driven by their master's full exertion, continued their advance. Yet, their sword intent was significantly diminished, their power reduced by at least 30%. Shen Xinghe let out a cold snort, wielding his blade like a dragon. With a series of effortless strikes, he severed them one by one, deflecting their assaults. Then, as murderous intent surged within him, he recited aloud with soaring spirit, Zhao Ke with his flowing tassels, Wu Go shining with frost and snow. The moment the verses left his lips, Shen Xinghe's aura underwent a sudden transformation. He seemed to embody a chivalrous hero of the rivers and lakes, striking forth with a sword that illuminated heaven and earth, aimed at the arrogant prodigy who had just declared today as his demise. I shall send you on your way. Chapter 100, 10 Steps to Slay One. No tracks left for 1,000 miles. The practitioner, sensing the terrifying killing intent encapsulated within Shen Xinghe's sword light, instantly turned pale. He hastily attempted to counteract. However, in the next moment, the resplendent moon suspended above Shen Xinghe cast a chilling radiance, enveloping him. All his actions slowed to a crawl, even his thoughts lagged. With no means of resistance, he was cleaved in two by Shen Xinghe's sword. Even his primordial spirit, upon escaping, was annihilated by a streak of astral sword energy descending from the celestial realm. His essence was utterly obliterated. With silver saddle and white steed, he galloped forth like a shooting star. Shen Xinghe recited poetry aloud, stepping forward. His form flickered, instantaneously appearing before a weaker female cultivator. With a flash of cold light, he sealed her throat with a single strike. 10 steps to slay one. No tracks left for 1,000 miles. As he uttered the third line of his verse, the blade in his hand was stained with the blood of another prodigy. 3 verses, 3 steps taken, 3 lives claimed. In that moment, Shen Xinghe's aura peaked, unleashing an overwhelming killing intent that sent chills down the spines of the remaining 45 prodigies, a cold dread surging to their very souls. A distinguished genius bellowed loudly, and the others promptly responded, casting aside all restraint. They unleashed their most formidable techniques, launching a relentless barrage towards Shen Xinghe. Under the combined might of the group, the divine realm painstakingly crafted by Shen Xinghe began to show signs of imminent collapse. Should the divine realm shatter, Shen Xinghe would instantly find himself in a precarious position, a scenario he resolutely refused to allow. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly intoned, "How lofty is Mount Tai, stretching towards the celestial court. In the clear dawn, riding a white deer, I ascend to Heavenly Gate Mountain. Mount Hung, vast and profound, enters the purple void, gazing down upon the southern pole star. Clouds arise over Mount Taiwa, where the peaks alternately illuminate and dim. Only the heavens remain above, with no mountain to rival. The world has 5 sacred mountains, with Mount Hung standing in the north. Amidst the clouds lies the spine of the world, this mountain revered. Mount Song, the path winds around the altar of heaven, where the shadows of snow and the sounds of pine fill the valley with chill. As dusk falls, the northern wind sweeps away the rain, revealing the slender peaks emerging from the clouds. As Shen Xinghe recited these verses, 5 majestic peaks rose from within his divine realm. Each mountain towered with grandeur, exuding an overwhelming aura that commanded the world. The mighty 5 mountains anchored the earth, while the celestial stars twinkled in the vast sky. The sun and moon soared high, illuminating all directions. Instantly, the faltering divine realm was fortified. However, the fierce onslaught from the numerous geniuses surged forth like a tidal wave, quickly closing in. Shen Xinghe snorted coldly, unperturbed. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, seeking the weakest point of attack. With a single stroke of his sword, a brilliant blade of cold light cleaved through the heavens, carving a path through the raging torrents of energy. Boom! A colossal seal descended upon him, its terrifying might reverberating through the sky. Shen Xinghe let out a fierce roar, his left fist raised defiantly, striking out with unparalleled force. In that instant, the entire realm crafted from his divine power trembled. It was as if he had harnessed the vast might of the universe, directly shattering the colossal seal into countless fragments. Then, with a decisive step, he soared into the heavens. Elevated and majestic, his hair billowed wildly as he gazed down upon the remaining 40 or so formidable geniuses below. At that moment, a flash of light surrounded him. A golden-armored genius, brimming with confidence, pursued him. A brilliant golden flame enveloped his form, and with his right hand, he formed a fist imprint, seemingly wielding the might of heaven and earth as he struck fiercely at Shen Xinghe, seeking death. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes. Without hesitation, he summoned his life-bound flying sword. Instantly, a streak of azure light darted through the void. The cultivator felt a flash of blue light before the world spun around him. His head was severed cleanly from his body. What has happened? It was his life-bound flying sword. Shen Xinghe was, indeed, a sword cultivator. This sword appeared somewhat familiar. It was indeed the very sword that had severed the head of Lü Shang, the disciple of the Spring and Autumn Dao sect, outside the cave. What? The moment Shen Xinghe summoned his life-bound flying sword, the multitude of talented individuals besieging him felt their hearts tremble violently, stirring up tumultuous waves of disbelief. Even the countless onlookers outside the cave widened their eyes, filled with incredulity. Alas, Shen Xinghe is a sword cultivator. The mysterious flying sword that had previously beheaded Lü Shang was, in fact, his life-bound sword. By heavens, how many more hidden cards does this young man possess? Among all cultivators of the same realm, sword cultivators are undoubtedly the most lethal. Shen Xinghe had already been locked in a fierce struggle with the talented individuals solely based on his formidable prowess in martial arts cultivation, without even unleashing his life-bound sword. Now that he has summoned it, what will become of those talented individuals? They are surely in grave peril. The spectators outside were engulfed in astonishment, unable to comprehend the spectacle. Aboard the Spring and Autumn Dao sect's flying vessel, a group including Ling Xu watched Shen Xinghe summon his life-bound sword, their expressions turning grim, eyes ablaze with fury as they seethed. This scoundrel, that flying sword truly belongs to him. How dare he bring such disgrace upon the Spring and Autumn Dao sect in front of all cultivators? Even if you manage to walk out of the cave today, you shall never leave this place alive. Within the cave, after Shen Xinghe unleashed his life-bound sword, he fully unleashed his power, standing alone amidst the heavens and earth. His wild hair danced in the wind, and his eyes sparkled with a cold light. Pointing one hand to the heavens and the other to the earth, he proclaimed with soaring spirit, "When the heavens manifest killing intent, stars shift and dwellings change. When the earth manifests killing intent, dragons and serpents rise. When humanity manifests killing intent, the heavens and earth shall reverse. The convergence of heaven and man shall establish the myriad transformations." With each verse uttered from Shen Xinghe's lips, the stars in the 9 heavens trembled, and the mountains and rivers of the earth roared. Radiant beams of stellar sword chi descended from above, while ferocious and grotesque dragons and pythons surged forth from the ground. The very fabric of reality turned upside down, the sun and moon reversed. Furthermore, a divine sword soared freely, resembling an unstoppable azure rainbow, roaring through the vast expanse of existence. The entire realm transformed into a harrowing battleground shrouded in darkness. An overwhelming intent to kill erupted, mercilessly targeting the 44 formidable prodigies within the domain. Chapter 101. The overwhelming demonic energy sweeps through the cave. As Shen Xinghe unleashed his full power, the surrounding area of 1,000 zhang became a slaughterhouse. Terrifying waves of murderous sword chi surged through the domain, causing the faces of the 40-odd prodigies to change dramatically as they hurriedly employed their techniques to defend themselves. Simultaneously, they intensified their assault against Shen Xinghe. Among them, a young prodigy clad in a Daoist robe witnessed Shen Xinghe's life-bound sword hurtling toward him. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from the sword's edge, Terror immediately flickered in his eyes. Without hesitation, he formed seals and executed the strongest defensive spell. Instantly, a radiant azure light burst forth in the void before him, coalescing into a blue hexagram, resembling a shield that stood protectively in front of his body. However, this remarkably potent defensive technique was rendered utterly ineffective against the innate prowess of the flying sword. The cold gleam along the blade effortlessly pierced through. It transformed into a streak of azure light, directly penetrating the young Taoist's brow. How could this be possible? Shen Xinghe's fated flying sword could actually disregard defenses. What was the true nature of its innate ability? Upon witnessing this scene, several other formidable individuals felt their pupils constrict and their expressions turn to one of profound apprehension. Despite over 40 of them joining forces to assault Shen Xinghe from all directions, they now found themselves enveloped within his realm of divine abilities. Within this domain, Shen Xinghe wielded command over the natural order, maneuvering with agility to evade their strikes. He sought out vulnerabilities, unleashing thunderous assaults with ruthless precision. The fated flying sword, careening through the void, was an unstoppable force. Each strike resulted in bloodshed. In mere moments, several cultivators were pierced by the sword's blade, their corporeal forms severed, leaving only their primordial spirits to hastily flee the celestial realm. The number of cultivators besieging Shen Xinghe dwindled rapidly. As the count of slain cultivators increased, Shen Xinghe's aura surged ever stronger. In this ebb and flow, the scales of battle began to tilt swiftly in his favor. Some cultivators, gripped by fear, dreaded meeting the same fate as their fallen comrades, beheaded by Shen Xinghe, unable to even preserve their primordial spirits. They promptly retrieved their azure leaves, activating the formations inscribed upon them, and hurriedly escaped the celestial realm. In the blink of an eye, the number of those besieging Shen Xinghe plummeted from over 40 to a mere handful. Shen Xinghe, now unencumbered, unleashed his full might without reservation. His gaze was rife with murderous intent as he wielded the azure blade and swept through his adversaries. Ultimately, among those remaining, only half demonstrated the foresight to rely on their formidable strength and successfully fled the celestial realm. The other half, however, fell victim to Shen Xinghe's overwhelming might, obliterated in both form and spirit. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the 48 cultivators of equal standing either perished or escaped. Shen Xinghe stood alone, proudly amidst the winds, with the blade of his sword slightly lowered. Streams of vivid crimson blood dripped from its edge. The fated flying sword hovered upon his shoulder, resonating with a fierce, sonorous hum, radiating an unparalleled azure divine light. Surrounding him, the remnants of shattered bodies floated in the void, and bright red blood scattered across the heavens. The aftermath of the recent battle was a gruesome spectacle. Shen Xinghe, clad in a pristine white robe stained with splatters of blood, stood resolutely in the void, firmly nestled within his realm of divine abilities. With the sun and moon suspended above him and the mountains and rivers beneath his feet, he resembled a demonic sovereign descending upon the mortal realm, exuding an unparalleled aura of invincibility. Jang Yu Yao witnessed the entire process as Shen Xinghe single-handedly vanquished 48 peerless talents. At this moment, gazing at the magnificent silhouette before her, her heart fluttered with an undeniable excitement as her full bosom subtly rose and fell beneath her garments. Her pearly teeth lightly grazed her lower lip, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of allure. Countless cultivators observing from outside the cave were struck dumb, their minds reeling in astonishment, as the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, gasps of disbelief erupted. Incredible. Shen Xinghe truly achieved it. In less than a single incense stick's time, he faced the onslaught of 48 peers and single-handedly swept them aside. What manner of prodigy is this? Even a legendary Tao ancestor reincarnated could not be so formidable. In the true sense, he reigned supreme among his peers, unmatched within 1,000 jong. Within his domain of divine abilities, none can stand as his adversary. With this battle alone, he has slain so many elite cultivators. He is undoubtedly a harbinger of doom. At merely the transformation stage, his prowess is already astonished. What will happen if he one day ascends to the 5th realm? The spring and autumn Tao sect will surely lose sleep over this. From this day forth, the name Shen Xinghe will resonate throughout the 9 provinces, shining as the most resplendent young hero, Outside the cave, countless cultivators engaged in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, within the cave, Shen Xinghe retracted his realm of divine abilities. A flash of dark light flickered at his wrist as Xianxia, brimming with excitement, soared into the air, manifesting into a colossal dragon form. It spiraled through the void, opening its massive jaws to devour the corpses of the fallen cultivators. Over the past 2 years, she had followed Shen Xinghe, enjoying the finest provisions. Her cultivation had advanced rapidly, nearing a breakthrough to the 9th realm. Though her rate of progression could not compare to Shen Xinghe's meteoric rise, it was still notably swift for a dragon of long lifespan. Concerned that her rapid ascent might destabilize her foundation, Shen Xinghe had urged her to temper her cultivation until she could no longer suppress her advancement. After consuming all the corpses, Xianxia let out an exhilarated roar, transforming back into a dark light and returning to Shen Xinghe's wrist, taking the form of a black bracelet. The exquisite, delicate dragon head playfully nuzzled against Shen Xinghe's wrist. Meanwhile, the 7 gourds on the celestial vine have finally reached their moment of ultimate ripeness. Above the mountain peak, auspicious clouds dance gracefully. A cascade of divine, resplendent, 7-colored celestial light beams forth from the layers of clouds, illuminating the 7 gourds. Countless gazes from within and beyond the celestial realm converge upon this scene, holding their breath in anxious anticipation, awaiting the emergence of these divine gourds, which have taken a millennium to mature. However, at this moment of collective focus, an unexpected upheaval occurs. The void of the celestial realm shatters without warning. A torrent of malevolent energy surges forth, instantly engulfing a portion of the sky. Chapter 102. The Demon Kings of Xuanya Continent, the Serpent and Scorpion Demons. Boom! At the critical juncture of the 7 gourds' impending maturity, the once serene void above the mountain peak suddenly fractures. An overwhelming terror, akin to a flood breaching its dam, rushes into the celestial realm through the breach. In an instant, the chaotic energy sweeps across the expanse, shrouding the light of the entire celestial realm in darkness. Amidst the roiling malevolence, the thunderous cries of slaughter resonate. The 10 formidable demons, comparable in strength to transformation stage cultivators, burst forth from the tumultuous energy. Their roars echo across the heavens, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they charge menacingly toward Shen Xinghe and Jang Yu Yao, who stand at the mountain's summit. What is happening? Why have demons suddenly invaded the celestial gourd realm? This is dire. These demons are after the 7 celestial gourds. Which vile creatures dare to covet the treasures of our celestial gourd continent? They are courting death, witnessing the astonishing turn of events within the celestial realm. The multitude of observing cultivators outside are immediately shaken to their core. Even in the skies above, the 4 powerful beings from the 4 great celestial sects are taken aback, their expressions gravely serious. What is this? From where have these demons emerged? The protective formations guarding the celestial realm show no signs of damage. How could these demons breach the array and directly descend into the realm? This upheaval must be orchestrated by a 13th tier demon behind the scenes, beyond our capacity to confront. We must summon our ancestors for assistance. The 4 powerful figures exchange glances and promptly employ special methods to summon the physical form of their 13th tier ancestor. Meanwhile, within the celestial realm, Jang Yu Yao's complexion shifts as she gazes at the sudden appearance of the formidable demons, panic evident in her eyes. Instinctively, she moves closer to Shen Xinghe and trembles as she asks, "What shall we do? What else can we do? We shall fight." Shen Xinghe scoffs coldly, declaring, "A pack of monstrous fiends dares to disrupt my plans. They're seeking their own demise. Today, I shall eradicate them completely." As his words resonate, a glimmer of murderous intent flashes in Shen Xinghe's eyes. The previously retracted domain of his divine powers is unleashed once more. In the next moment, a formidable crocodile spirit, clad entirely in impenetrable armor, charged forth, brandishing a large blade and emitting a thunderous roar as it breached the domain of Shen Xinghe's divine power. As the bowstring drew taut like a full moon, gazing northwest to shoot the celestial wolf, a glint of cold brilliance flickered in Shen Xinghe's eyes. In the vast expanse of his domain, several stars trembled instantly, radiating an astonishingly brilliant starlight that coalesced high above into a colossal celestial bow. Then, as the bowstring stretched like a full moon, The boundless power of the stars converged, forming a magnificent arrow imbued with starlight, which fell from the heavens. With the momentum of a grand rainbow, it pierced through, obliterating the formidable crocodile spirit in an instant. More demon beasts followed closely, rushing into the domain of divine power. The flying sword, Xiao Yao, hovering upon Shen Xinghe's shoulder, emitted a sharp cry, transforming into a streak of azure light that tore through the wind and surged forth. With his left hand forming incantations, Shen Xinghe activated the Thousand Zhang domain, manifesting overwhelming celestial killing intent that sought to obliterate the great demons. Meanwhile, his right hand gripped the azure blade tightly, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent as he boldly charged forward. Jang Yu Yao, gritting her silver teeth, revealed a resolute determination in her beautiful eyes. Swiftly, she formed intricate seals, summoning powerful celestial weapons to assist Shen Xinghe in vanquishing the horde of demons. Within a mere moment, several great demons fell beneath Shen Xinghe's blade, their blood splattering across the sky. Outside the cave realm, countless cultivators, witnessing this spectacle, were immediately stirred with excitement and fervor. Marvelous! Within the cave, cultivators of the upper 5 realms and great demons could not set foot. Shen Xinghe was truly invincible. This band of demons dared to covet the celestial gourd, a delusion of grandeur and utter folly. Shen Xinghe, splendid work. Slay. Let these ambitious monsters have no return. Simultaneously, a formidable figure from the mysterious celestial sect, with a flash of light in her palm, conjured a swirling mass of ethereal cloud. As the cloud materialized, it surged rapidly, soaring into the heavens. Moments later, a graceful and ethereal woman emerged from the misty clouds. Though merely an avatar, her presence radiated an astonishing aura, as if she were the sovereign of this realm, instantly captivating the attention of all. Surrounding cultivators were overwhelmed with an unparalleled sense of awe and reverence. Without uttering a word, her gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the vast sky, quickly locking onto a distant void. With a cold huff, she formed an incantation and gestured forward. The void she gazed upon trembled violently, as if a canvas had been abruptly lifted, revealing the concealed reality behind it. In the vast emptiness, 2 formidable demonic figures loomed ominously. One possessed a human upper body and a serpentine tail, her beauty strikingly alluring. Her black tail coiled elegantly in the air, with a vibrant crimson tongue flickering from her mouth, her gaze both sinister and venomous. The other demon, robust and imposing, was clad in an impenetrable black armor. His jaws resembled steel pincers, exuding an aura of malevolence and dread. They were the infamous serpent-scorpion demons of Xianxia continent. How audacious they were to scheme here! These 2 exceptional beings, masters of the 13th realm, had somehow ventured into the realm of Xianhu. These 2 demon lords dared to take such risks, coveting the treasures of our Xianhu's cave, undoubtedly having plotted this for ages. And I can only wonder what trump cards they held. This could spell trouble. Upon recognizing the 2 demons, the assembled cultivators were instantly shaken, erupting into a chorus of gasps and exclamations. Even the venerable ancestor of the Miao Miao sect, a master of the 13th realm, furrowed her brow. Without further ado, she bellowed a command, swiftly forming seals to launch an attack at the 2 demons. However, at that moment, she was merely a manifestation of her true self, and thus could not match the prowess of the 2 13th realm demons. With a mere wave of the serpent demon's hand, her assault was effortlessly repelled. In a tone laced with a chilling mockery, she declared, "Miao Miao, even if you were to come in person, you would not be my match, let alone just a mere incarnation. This Xianhu continent has been our demon clan's territory for millennia. Today, these 7 celestial gourds are destined to be ours." As she spoke, she dispatched a fragment of her consciousness to survey the cave. To her dismay, she found her dispatched demon generals being ruthlessly slaughtered by Shen Xinghe, and his fury surged within her, her brows furrowing in wrath as she bellowed, "A bunch of useless fools, incompetent at accomplishing anything, yet adept at bringing about ruin." With a disdainful snort, she conjured an external incarnation, slipping through a rift in space that had torn open behind her, and entered the cave. Chapter 103. Slaughter. The moment the serpent demon's incarnation entered the cave, a chilling glint flashed in her eyes. She refrained from revealing her aura immediately, instead masquerading as an ordinary demon, blending in with the others as they surged into Shen Xinghe's domain of divine power. Seizing the opportune moment, she summoned a sinuous, venomous sword, shimmering with an eerie blue hue, aiming it directly at Shen Xinghe's back. As Shen Xinghe was mid-swing, cutting down foes with unrelenting ferocity, he suddenly sensed a chill creeping up his spine, a profound sense of life and death peril washing over him. A spark of clarity ignited in his gaze, and without hesitation, he called out. The radiant moon hanging above him plummeted, shielding him from behind, casting forth an incandescent glow. The swiftly approaching, curved, venomous sword was instantly slowed, until it finally pierced into the moon, coming to a complete standstill, unable to advance any further. Imprisoned within the luminous embrace of the moon, the serpent demon, despite fervently channeling its powers with both hands, found itself utterly unable to stir even a fraction. A look of astonishment crossed its face. It had not anticipated that Shen Xinghe, a mere cultivator of the transformation realm, could so effortlessly thwart its sudden ambush. It is worth noting that although it had merely entered the cave's domain as an avatar, its abilities were still constrained to the 10th tier of the transformation realm due to the cave's rules. Nonetheless, its true form was that of a formidable 13-tier demon. Having cultivated for eons, the avatar, too, possessed extraordinary powers, vastly surpassing those of an ordinary 10th-tier demon. The fact that its calculated surprise attack was so effortlessly neutralized by Shen Xinghe spoke volumes of the latter's formidable strength. No wonder the demon generals under this king's command were no match for him alone. Truly, this young man possessed remarkable capabilities. With a piercing gaze, the serpent demon regarded Shen Xinghe before suddenly pivoting, opening its mouth to unleash a stream of mysterious purple demonic energy. This enigmatic essence passed through the vibrant barrier surrounding the celestial vine without obstruction, quickly splitting into 7 streams that merged with the 7 gourds growing upon the vine. Upon absorbing a trace of the demonic energy, the once ethereal gourds began to tremble, their aura shifting as if undergoing an inscrutable transformation. Shen Xinghe's expression changed dramatically as he coldly fixed his gaze upon the serpent demon, demanding, "What have you just done?" "Ah!" the serpent demon exclaimed, reveling in its triumph, its forked tongue flickering as it boasted. "That purple essence is a strand of innate demon energy I have painstakingly gathered over countless millennia. After these 7 treasures, each nurturing the spirit of the heavens and earth for 1,000 years, absorb this innate energy, they shall inevitably transform into demons. I will cultivate them into invincible demon kings, wiping out your kind across the 9 continents." Outrageous! Shen Xinghe seethed with fury. What once were pristine gourds had, in a blink of an eye, been turned into demon gourds by this foolish serpent. Had all his efforts been for naught? Rage boiled within him, emanating a chilling aura of vengeance. Without another word, he drew his sword and charged at the serpent demon. "You insolent brat! When I roamed the world, your ancestors were still unknown." The serpent demon scoffed contemptuously. "You dare flaunt your mere transformation realm cultivation before me? You are truly courting death." With a disdainful huff, the serpent's green slit eyes glinted ominously as it rolled on the ground, revealing its true form as a massive serpent, hundreds of feet long. Surrounding its serpentine body was a tempest of demonic energy, and it opened its enormous maw to unleash a ferocious black wind, transforming into a terrifying storm that surged toward Shen Xinghe. Meanwhile, the other powerful demons in the vicinity prepared to join the fray. As the myriad beings revealed their true forms and unleashed their respective talents, they launched a fierce assault upon Shen Xinghe. In an instant, the air was thick with malevolent energy, surging toward him with relentless ferocity, the situation reaching a critical juncture. Even the countless cultivators observing from beyond the cave sky held their breaths in anxious anticipation, deeply concerned for Shen Xinghe's fate. Yet undaunted, Shen Xinghe's gaze was filled with a fierce resolve, akin to a sword unsheathed, exuding a formidable aura. He boldly recited, "When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers shall bloom, and all others shall wither. The fragrant array ascends to Chang'an, the entire city clad in golden armor." As his words echoed, golden chrysanthemums erupted in full bloom throughout the domain of divine powers. The overwhelming fragrance permeated the heavens and earth, transforming into imposing golden-armored deities that surged toward a group of formidable 10-bound demons. Shen Xinghe himself strode through the air, his presence resplendent, continuing to chant, All beings are born to nurture demons, yet demons repay the heavens with naught but malice. Kill, 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 kill. With each utterance of kill, his aura intensified until the final word erupted forth, culminating in an unparalleled surge of power. His essence reached its zenith, the intent to kill solidifying into a palpable force that stirred the very clouds of the 9 heavens. With a fierce stroke of his sword, he cleaved through the air. The sword's energy spanned 30,000 miles, its brilliance chilling the 19 continents. A beam of sword light cleaved the firmament, hurtling toward the serpent demon with unyielding ferocity. The overwhelming murderous intent emanating from the blade sent shivers through the very embodiment of this 13-bound demon. Its pupils contracted sharply, a primal sense of life and death crisis igniting within. To endure the strike was to court certain demise. With a piercing shriek, it rolled away, transforming into a gust of dark wind to evade the attack. However, even this maneuver could not completely escape the sword's unparalleled edge. Shen Xinghe's blade severed the serpent's tail. The demon was propelled hundreds of feet away before reappearing. Casting a glance at its severed tail, blood gushing forth, a profound humiliation washing over it. With eyes filled with venomous hatred, it glared at Shen Xinghe, wishing for nothing more than to devour him whole. At that moment, the radiant 7-colored barrier enveloping the mountaintop flickered and finally dissipated, signifying that the 7 legendary immortal gourds, nurtured over millennia, had reached full maturity. Although the serpent demon claimed that these gourds had absorbed primal demonic energy and transformed into demonic gourds, Shen Xinghe could not abandon his efforts. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, he reached out to seize the 7 gourds from afar. The serpent demon, unwilling to be outdone, manifested its human form and extended its hand toward the gourds as well. However, the distance and its slower reaction proved detrimental. Ultimately, Shen Xinghe secured 6 of the gourds, leaving only the purple gourd in the serpent demon's grasp. Cursed be the fate. The serpent demon was instantly filled with fury, its eyes blazing with anger. Yet, it was acutely aware that within this celestial gourd realm, it was no match for Shen Xinghe. With a fierce determination, it clenched its jaw and charged towards the rift in the sky, clutching the purple gourd. My gourd! Upon witnessing the serpent demon seize her cherished purple gourd, Jang Yu Yao was overwhelmed with anxiety and cried out. Thinking of fleeing? Not so easily. A glint of cold light flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes as he formed a sword gesture with his hand and pointed skyward. The flying sword, named Xiao Yao, tore through the heavens like a streak of azure lightning, hurtling towards the serpent demon to cleave it in two. Chapter 104. The Celestial Gourd Emerges. The demon mirror shatters the sky. Swish! The radiant sword light of Xiao Yao whistled ominously through the firmament, aiming to bisect the serpent demon. The serpent demon had already encountered Shen Xinghe's might, having previously lost a tail to his sword's edge. Faced with the approaching Xiao Yao, it dared not confront it directly. Emitting a sharp cry, its body twisted agilely in midair, narrowly evading the lethal strike. However, this maneuver inevitably slowed its escape. Shen Xinghe, wielding the azure blade, stepped forward, his left hand forming a decisive gesture. In an instant, the winds and clouds above roiled violently. Endless clouds converged, completely sealing the rift leading out of the gourd realm. The tumultuous clouds coalesced into a gigantic hand that blotted out the sun, ruthlessly reaching for the serpent demon. Curse be! The serpent demon's expression changed dramatically, letting out a piercing shriek. Behind it, the boundless demonic aura surged, materializing a fearsome phantom of a monstrous python. Its roar echoed through the air as the colossal serpent lunged towards the descending hand of clouds. Boom! With a thunderous clash, the gigantic hand and the phantom python disintegrated simultaneously. A spark of cunning flashed in the serpent demon's eyes as it prepared to soar into the sky to escape. But it was too late. Shen Xinghe had already pursued with the azure blade in hand. Above, a brilliant moon hung high, restricting the serpent demon's movements. With a flicker of murderous intent in his gaze, Shen Xinghe swept his sword with decisive precision, severing the demon's head cleanly. A wisp of primordial spirit surged forth from the serpent's body. Before it could flee far, the radiant sun suspended above Shen Xinghe erupted with blinding light, unleashing a torrent of divine solar fire that engulfed and reduced it to ashes. Shen Xinghe extended his hand, grasping the purple divine gourd from the air. He then turned and flew back to Jang Yu Yao's side, presenting the gourd to her. Here for you. A glimmer of joy flickered in Jang Yu Yao's beautiful eyes as she received the gourd from Shen Xinghe, her voice soft as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. No need for thanks, he replied. I promised it is yours, and so it shall be. Shen Xinghe spoke in a calm and composed manner, as if recounting a matter of little consequence. Upon hearing this, Jang Yu Yao's heart fluttered gently, rippling like a serene lake. Meanwhile, outside the cave, 3 of the 13 ancestral masters from the 4 great celestial sects had arrived, engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 demon creatures. The overwhelming might surged through the heavens, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble. 4 12th realm cultivators joined forces to activate the grand array surrounding Linghu Immortal Mountain, barely managing to withstand the aftermath of the conflict, preventing it from affecting the multitude of spectators below. In the midst of the fierce combat, the serpent demon suddenly furrowed its brow. Sensing the demise of its avatar that had entered the cave, a glimmer of unusual light flashed in its eyes, and it gritted its teeth in a cold snort. The human brat possesses such formidable power, with a resolute glint in its gaze. It wasted no time and flew toward the gaping rift in space. With a flash of light from its palm, it produced a peculiar mirror, sharp-edged and resembling a blue gemstone. With a low shout, it thrust the mirror into the rift without hesitation. Within the cave, Shen Xinghe and Jang Yu Yao had successfully acquired the divine gourd. A flash of light emanated from their palms as they simultaneously retrieved their token, the green leaf. Just as they were about to activate it and depart from the cave, a sudden thunderous sound erupted from the sky. The colossal space rift unexpectedly expanded once more. A gigantic hand, seemingly capable of blotting out the sun, emerged from beyond the rift, grasping the sharply defined mirror as if it were crafted from precious gems. The mirror radiated a terrifying aura, overwhelming to the extent that the cave could scarcely endure it. The heavens were tumultuous, fracturing into vast, interlacing cracks, while the earth below trembled with a deafening roar, as if it might collapse at any moment. Though Shen Xinghe and Jang Yu Yao managed to activate their token, enveloping themselves in a veil of pure light, they had yet to be teleported from the cave. Suddenly, the mirror in the sky emitted a beam of divine light, enveloping their forms. In the next instant, their figures shimmered and vanished from their original position, only to reappear within the confines of the enchanted mirror, imprisoned inside. I shall claim these 7 gourds today. How dare that presumptuous human youth attempt to seize such a fateful opportunity? It's sheer folly. The serpent demon laughed triumphantly, retracting the mirror from the cave. However, to mask her use of the magical artifact to breach the cave and seize the immortal gourd, the scorpion demon single-handedly withstood the ferocious onslaught of 3 13th realm avatars, sustaining grievous injuries in a matter of moments. Below, aboard the colorful flying vessel, the mysterious woman clad in a black gown had initially been reluctant to involve herself in the conflict between the serpent and scorpion demons and the 4 celestial sects over the immortal gourd. Yet, upon witnessing the moment Jang Yu Yao was taken by the serpent demon with the enchanted mirror, her resolve began to shift. The 2 elegantly arched brows suddenly stood upright, and from the phoenix-like eyes emanated an overwhelming fury. In an instant, she soared into the sky, her form causing the very air around her to tremble, manifesting a magnificent black phoenix apparition with wings spanning vast distances. A torrent of black flames engulfed the heavens, radiating an aura of boundless terror. Bold serpent demon, if you wish to live, release the young lady at once. Otherwise, today shall witness your utter annihilation. Both the serpent and scorpion demons were taken aback. But upon recognizing the visage of the woman in black, the serpent demon coldly chuckled. I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be you, the traitor of the demon clan. So, that girl in purple is indeed the daughter of Jiang Wentian? What a delightful surprise. He has seized my demon clan's Fuyan city, and I shall make his daughter pay in blood. As his words fell, the serpent and scorpion demons exchanged glances. The serpent demon let out a low growl, producing an extraordinary purple banner. With a surge of power, it instantly burst forth in resplendent violet light, enveloping the 2 great demons and transforming them into a streak of purple light, swiftly retreating thousands of miles to the north. Earthly God Shadow Banner. Upon witnessing the serpent demon conjure the purple banner, the black-clad woman and the 3 venerable ancestors of the celestial sect all changed their expressions. They hurriedly attempted to seal the heavens and thwart the 2 demons' escape, yet it was too late. The orb of purple light, carrying the 2 demons, sped away with astonishing velocity, vanishing in the blink of an eye at the edge of the world. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe and Jang Yu Yao found themselves within a realm composed of countless crystalline mirrors. All around, their reflections multiplied endlessly. Shen Xinghe gazed around in astonishment, while Jang Yu Yao's face paled in alarm as she exclaimed, "Oh no, this is the serpent demon's bluestone magic mirror. We have been trapped inside." Bluestone magic mirror? Is it formidable? Shen Xinghe raised an eyebrow at Jang Yu Yao's words. Jang Yu Yao, feeling exasperated, explained that serpent demon is a 13th tier beast, allied with a scorpion demon, reigning supreme in Xianyi continent. This mirror is a celestial artifact she painstakingly refined. Would you not consider it formidable? A 13th tier beast. Shen Xinghe's brow furrowed deeply, finally grasping the gravity of their predicament. He had inadvertently fallen into the clutches of a 13th tier demon, which was no trivial matter. Thus, he quickly turned to Jang Yu Yao and asked, "What do we do now? Isn't your father a 14th tier powerhouse? Surely he has given you means of survival. Is there any way to escape?" "My father is a 14th tier powerhouse, but I am not." Jang Yu Yao sighed helplessly at a loss for words. "Although I possess certain treasures that may ensure my survival, they are insufficient to contend with the formidable beings of the 13th realm." Jiang Yuyu's assertion was devoid of falsehood. In a sense, the most significant talisman bestowed upon her by Jiang Wentian was the mighty Black Phoenix, a creature of the 13th realm. Logically, with such a powerful guardian by her side, traversing the 9 continents should pose little danger, provided she does not encounter the rare and ruthless individuals. However, on this occasion, Jiang Yu found herself in peril within the cave realm. The threat emerged so abruptly that even the Black Phoenix had little time to react, leading to their current dire predicament. After a brief silence, Jiang Yu added, "Yet, I possess a life and death seal within my spirit. Should I unexpectedly perish, I can be reborn in Fuyo City, reconstructing my corporeal form, albeit at the cost of considerable vitality." Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe's lips twitched in disbelief. It seemed she could revive back home, while his demise would be final. He had initially thought they were comrades sharing the same fate, but it appeared he was the only one truly facing peril. With no hope left in Jiang Yu, Shen Xinghe resolved to place his survival in his own hands. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his life-bound flying sword. Gazing at the crystalline blade, radiating a mesmerizing azure light, he murmured, "My good brother, whether we escape this ordeal hinges upon you." With determination surging in his eyes, he unleashed the full might of his sword, cleaving through the air ahead. Yet, it proved futile. The enchanted mirror was the result of an immense investment of effort by the serpent demon, extraordinary and unyielding. No matter how exceptional his talent, with only a mere 10th realm cultivation, he could not hope to succeed. Witnessing Shen Xinghe's attempt to shatter the mirror with his life-bound sword, Jiang Yu shook her head in resignation. However, before she could finish her thought, her eyes widened in disbelief. Shen Xinghe had indeed managed to cleave a fissure in the mirror's magical barrier with a single strike. A glimmer of determination ignited within Shen Xinghe's gaze as he did not hesitate to leap through the opening. Jiang Yu, upon witnessing this, felt her pupils constrict slightly and hurriedly followed suit. Outside, a dazzling purple rainbow streaked through the vast sky, soaring at incredible speed. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from the radiant arc, descending into the forest below. The purple rainbow, seemingly oblivious, or perhaps constrained by some unseen force, could not halt or turn back, vanishing into the distant horizon in an instant. Within the dense woods, Jiang Yu gazed at the azure flying sword floating beside Shen Xinghe, her face a mask of astonishment as she incredulously inquired, "What is the innate power of your life-bound sword?" To think that one could shatter the seal of a formidable demon with a mere artifact. Shen Xinghe cast a fleeting glance at Jang Yu Yao, refraining from answering her. Instead, he abruptly raised the spine of his sword and delivered a sharp smack upon her pert backside. "Ah!" Jiang Yu Yao exclaimed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears, a look of utter grievance directed at Shen Xinghe. "Why do you keep hitting me without warning? What were those discouraging words you uttered while I was drawing my sword? Was I not justified in striking you?" Upon hearing his words, Jang Yao realized her culpability but maintained a gaze filled with lingering resentment, softly muttering to herself, "There was no need to be so forceful, you wretched scoundrel," utterly devoid of tenderness. At that moment, both of them sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. their expressions shifting in unison as they perceived something amiss. A glimmer of light flickered in their palms as they retrieved 7 treasured celestial gourds from their storage artifact. As the 7 gourds touched the ground, they quaked violently, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. To Shen Xinghe and Jang Yu Yao's astonishment, with a series of criss-cracking sounds, the gourds split apart, revealing 7 diminutive figures, each over a foot tall. Each child, adorably round-headed and round-bodied, bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. As if crafted from the same mold, they were clad in tiny vests of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, exposing their chubby bellies. And atop each head rested a small gourd matching their attire. Upon their emergence, the 7 little ones immediately spotted Shen Xinghe, their round eyes locking onto his in a moment of mutual astonishment before they chorused in unison, "Daddy, Daddy." Then, they caught sight of Jang Yu Yao, standing nearby, and simultaneously shouted, "Mommy, Mommy." As a young maiden, Jang Yu Yao felt her pale cheeks flush crimson upon hearing the adorable children call her mother. With a frown, she glared at them and admonished, "Do not shout like that. Who among you is my child? Call me sister." However, Shen Xinghe chuckled heartily, bending down to pat each of the children's heads, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear sons." Jang Yao's face flushed even deeper at his words, her embarrassment morphing into indignation as she shot a glare at Shen Xinghe. "Are you doing this on purpose? I told them to call me sister, and you are claiming them as your sons, which makes me. What is the harm in that?" Shen Xinghe raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he regarded Jang Yu Yao. "You've called them that before." That was." Jang Yu Yao's face turned a vivid shade of crimson, and she hastily attempted to defend herself, only to find her words entangling her further. Finally, exasperated, she bit her lip, casting a woeful glance at Shen Xinghe as she scolded, "You wicked man, always picking on me." In that moment, Shen Xinghe found himself utterly perplexed, unable to discern whether her words were a reprimand or a playful pout. Thus, the conversation was deftly redirected to the purple veil that adorned Jang Yu Yao's face. "Your appearance seems to differ from that in the Blessed Land. Why do you persist in concealing your visage from the world?" "Naturally, I wish to avoid the gaze of scoundrels akin to yourself. And if I express my desire to behold it?" Jang Yu Yao, under Shen Xinghe's penetrating gaze, felt her heart flutter ever so slightly. She cast a disdainful look at him, contemplating a retort that would dismiss his hopes. Yet her words transformed into, "In light of your assistance in my escape from peril, I shall bestow upon you this honor." After a brief moment of silence, she added softly, "You are, apart from my father, the first man in this realm to witness my true appearance." With that, her eyes lowered modestly, revealing a rare blush. She extended a delicate hand, trembling slightly as she lifted the veil from her face. In the next instant, an enchanting beauty, flawless and ethereal, was unveiled before Shen Xinghe. Her ruby lips, porcelain skin, and bright eyes formed a harmonious visage, exquisite to the point of perfection. If one were to attempt a poetic description, Shen Xinghe, searching his mind, could only recall the lines, like the soft clouds veiling the moon, drifting like the snow in the wind. The moment she revealed her face, it seemed as though the entire world was imbued with newfound brilliance. Even Shen Xinghe could not help but stare, momentarily entranced. After unveiling her face, Jang Yu Yao discreetly glanced at Shen Xinghe. Noticing his unwavering gaze upon her, a subtle smile graced her lips. Deep within, a surge of inexplicable pride welled up, lifting her spirits. After a brief spell, Shen Xinghe finally regained his composure, understanding at last why Jang Yu Yao insisted on wearing a veil. Such a devastatingly beautiful face, if revealed indiscriminately, would undoubtedly incite a fierce possessiveness in any man, compelling him to covet and safeguard her from the eyes of others. After observing her for a while, he promptly declared, "All right, I have seen enough. Please put the veil back on. Your beauty, akin to a siren's, could indeed invite trouble if too many set eyes upon it." Jang Yu Yao let out a soft huff and replaced the veil over her face. Her gaze shifted, and she deliberately remarked to Shen Xinghe, "Should I find someone special in the future, I shall naturally reveal myself to him. As for other men, they shall not have that privilege." Shen Xinghe shot her a glance, but chose to disregard her comment, turning his attention instead to the 7 adorable, rotund figures of the gourd children at his feet. Initially, The serpent demon had mentioned that the 7 celestial gourds born of the divine vine, infused with primordial demonic energy, would transform into demonic gourds, nurturing untold creatures. Yet, Shen Xinghe never anticipated that, in the end, he would nurture such remarkable little beings. Although they were not large, standing merely a foot tall and appearing exceedingly tender, as if they lacked the strength to bind a chicken. Shen Xinghe could distinctly sense the astonishing power that resided within each of these 7 little creatures, their abilities rivaling those of a nascent soul expert. It was truly commendable that after millennia of nurturing the innate spiritual roots, they had culminated in the formation of these 7 gourd-like creatures. Upon their emergence, they already possessed such incredible prowess. With proper cultivation, given time, they would undoubtedly grow into formidable entities that could command the world. Shen Xinghe gazed down at the 7 little gourd children, extending his finger to poke their heads playfully, and asked with a smile, "Pray tell, my little ones, what abilities do you each possess?" The child with the crimson gourd atop his head immediately sprang forth, hands on his hips, and grew in stature with the wind. In an instant, he matched Shen Xinghe's height, lifting a large stone with ease, and proclaimed, "I can grow larger and smaller, and I possess immense strength." Next, the second child, adorned with an orange gourd, leaped forward and declared, "I possess the eyes of 1,000 miles and the ears of the wind. I can perceive events occurring from afar. My body is impervious to blades and spears, unbreakable like diamond. I can breathe forth raging flames that soar to the heavens. And I can consume rivers and seas, commanding thunder and lightning. I can become invisible, arriving without a trace and departing without a sound. My precious gourd can gather all things from the world." As Shen Xinghe listened to each of the 7 children articulate their innate abilities, a peculiar expression spread across his face. "Ah, so this is how we shall play? Indeed, you are just like the 7 gourd children." With a slight twitch of his lips, he pointed at them and declared, "From this moment forth, you shall be named eldest, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and 7th. Eldest to 6th, come with me. 7th, go find your mother." Upon hearing Shen Xinghe refer to 7th as her son, Jang Yu Yao's delicate face flushed slightly. Yet she refrained from commenting further. After all, according to their previous agreement, the child formed from the purple gourd indeed belonged to her. Since Shen Xinghe had designated the 6 gourd children to call him father, having 7th call her mother was certainly preferable to sister. After all, the shameful title sister was something she could never bring herself to utter again. It must be said, the 7 gourd children were all adorably robust, fair-skinned, and charming, endearing themselves to everyone. Jang Yu Yao bent down to scoop up 7th, cradling him in her arms and playfully teasing him. Before long, her eyes sparkled with joy, a radiant maternal glow nearly overflowing from her being. Shen Xinghe, in turn, lifted 2nd and asked him to use his far-seeing eyes to survey the surrounding terrain, inquiring if there were any human settlements nearby. He was eager to ascertain their whereabouts alongside Jang Yu Yao. However, after a brief moment, the words spoken by 2nd left him astonished. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there exists not a single human city, yet countless monsters abound. What? Shen Xinghe's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of perplexity. Over the past 2 years, he had already committed the map of Xianhu Island to memory. While not entirely perfect in his recall, he certainly possessed a solid understanding. How could there be no signs of human habitation, yet a plethora of monsters? Thus, he promptly instructed Erwa to locate the nearest monster lair, preferably one inhabited by a transformed creature. Erwa nodded, scanning the vicinity before indicating a direction. Without hesitation, Shen Xinghe and Jang Yu Yao soared into the air on beams of swordlight, heading towards the direction pointed out by Erwa. Half an hour later, in a spacious cave that remained warm in winter and cool in summer, Shen Xinghe and Jang Yu Yao finally extracted the nature of their location from a transformed tiger spirit. Mongsang Mountain, Black Wind Ridge, we have indeed arrived at Luyan continent. Upon receiving this news, Shen Xinghe felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him, grappling with the incredibility of the situation. How long had it been since he and Jang Yu Yao were ensnared in that magical mirror? The serpent demon had carried them across countless miles to another continent, situated to the north of Xianhu Island. After the initial shock, Jang Yu Yao murmured the name Mongsang Mountain. A moment later, her expression shifted, and she exclaimed, "This is the domain of Jinbu Huan." Jinbu Huan? What is the significance of this? Shen Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Turning to her, having only recently arrived in the 9 continents and spent most of his time on Xianhu Island, he was not well versed in the affairs of other continents, particularly those dominated by demonic races. Jang Yu Yao elucidated for Shen Xinghe. Luyan continent lies to the northeast of the world and is home to 5 demon kings of the 13th realm. Mongsong Mountain, located in the northern part of Luyan continent, is the territory of one of these demon kings, the Toad King Jin Buhuan. Although his strength ranks among the lowest of the 5 demon kings, he possesses an unparalleled talent for accumulating wealth. For millennia, he has relentlessly gathered the essence of gold from across the world. It is said that within his lair, there exists a mountain of gold essence coins, enough to make even 13th realm powerhouses envious. A mountain of gold essence coins? Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe's eyes instantly brightened, and he eagerly pressed Jang Yu Yao for confirmation. Is this truly the case? It is well known that gold essence coins are incredibly valuable and exceedingly rare. Previously, after slaying 6 golden core realm powerhouses within the spring and autumn blessed land, he had pooled their entire wealth together, and upon arriving in the 9 continents, he had managed to exchange it for only 3 gold essence coins. This clearly illustrates just how exorbitant their value truly is. An ordinary golden core realm cultivator could not amass even a single coin, and yet Jang Yu Yao had just mentioned that within the lair of the 3-legged golden toad, there exists a mountain of gold essence coins. What immense fortune that would be! Jang Yu Yao discerned Shen Xinghe's intentions and promptly doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. I advise you to temper your expectations. It is common knowledge that Jin Buhuan's cave harbors a treasure, yet acquiring it is no simple feat to safeguard his precious gold. He has meticulously crafted a barrier that is intrinsically linked to his very life. Unless he is vanquished, it is utterly impossible to breach it through sheer force. Although Jin Buhuan's combat prowess does not stand out among the 13 realms of great demons, he wields a lethal poison and has cultivated a vast army of demonic soldiers over the years on Mongsong Mountain. Unless a formidable being from the 14th realm intervenes, eliminating him and seizing the treasure will be exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, challenges aside, one must dare to dream. Who knows what may come to fruition? Shen Xinghe chuckled heartily, affectionately patting Erwa's small head, and presented him with a jade slip. Erwa, assist your father in locating the lair of the 3-legged golden toad, and sketch a detailed topographical map of its dwelling. Once I have plundered its nest, I shall reward you with money to buy chicken legs. Jang Yu Yao was momentarily rendered speechless, shooting Shen Xinghe an exasperated glance. If you truly managed to raid Jin Buhuan's lair, how much wealth would you amass? And you intend to buy a mere chicken leg? Is this how you deceive a child? Yet, Erwa beamed with delight, nodding earnestly before scampering to the side, activating his 1,000-li vision to begin the search for the 3-legged golden toad's lair. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe and Jang Yu Yao commenced their deliberations on their next course of action. Luyan continent is the territory of demons. It is unwise for us, as humans, to linger here. Our options are either to head north across the sea to Baiming Sword continent, return south to Dongxianhu continent, or venture southwest across the sea to Zhongde Shenzhou. The distances of these 3 routes are relatively similar. What do you think we should choose? Jang Yu Yao raised her beautiful eyes, seeking Shen Xinghe's opinion, clearly regarding him as the cornerstone of their strategy. Shen Xinghe stroked his chin, a pensive expression crossing his face as he replied, I believe we should not focus solely on our destination at this juncture, but rather on how we can survive in Luyan continent. After all, as humans, we stand out conspicuously in demon territory. Traversing the sprawling expanse of Luyan continent, teeming with great demons, will not be an easy endeavor. Do not fret about that. I have a solution, Jang Yu Yao interjected confidently, as Shen Xinghe finished speaking. A gleam of light flashed in her palm as she produced a black mask, presenting it to Shen Xinghe. This 1,000 illusion mask is crafted from the shell of a 12th realm great demon, the 1,000 illusion magic insect. It can flawlessly alter one's aura, allowing the wearer to disguise themselves as any demon. Unless one possesses a rare, celestial eye technique, even a 13th realm great demon would be unable to see through it. As long as I don the mask and assume the guise of a demon, you can masquerade as my human servant without revealing any flaws. After speaking, a brilliant light once again flashed from the palm, revealing a small white banner enveloped in swirling clouds. This floating cloud banner allows one to employ the technique of cloud escape, gliding effortlessly through the vast sea of clouds. The skies of Lian continent are predominantly shrouded in endless clouds, which will expedite our journey. Even if we are targeted by the demon clan, there is no need for concern. I possess 2 formidable forbidden artifacts. While they may not suffice against a great demon of the 13th realm, they are more than adequate to deal with 1 or 2 demons of the 12th realm. Oh, and I also have several golden light talismans for traversing the earth. Should we encounter an insurmountable foe, they will allow us to flee thousands of miles in an instant. As Jang Yu Yao spoke, her palm shimmered with brilliance, continuously producing gleaming treasures from a small pouch at her waist. Shen Xinghe was momentarily rendered speechless, his eyes widening in astonishment. In that moment, Jang Yu Yao seemed to embody the spirit of a treasure trove. One could only imagine the myriad of treasures concealed within her diminutive pouch. Truly, she was the cherished jewel of a powerhouse of the 14th realm, a veritable little heiress of wealth. The sight of these treasures ignited a fervor within Shen Xinghe, stirring feelings of envy. With Jang Yu Yao's possessions, escaping from Lian continent would become significantly less daunting. The two then commenced earnest deliberations on the precise route and strategy for their departure from Lian continent. After over an hour of discussion, all matters had been settled, save for one contentious issue. The Thousand Illusion Mask was singular in nature. Among the two, who would assume the guise of the demon clan, and who would play the role of a human servant, as they each held steadfast to their respective positions in the debate. A jade pendant worn by Jang Yu Yao suddenly levitated, radiating an incredibly brilliant purple light. In an instant, it formed a swirling vortex in the void ahead. Observing this phenomenon, Jang Yu Yao was momentarily taken aback, but then her eyes sparkled with immense joy as she exclaimed, "Wonderful! It must be that Aunt Yu has informed my father about our abduction by the serpent demon, and he is now employing his powers to summon us. As long as we traverse this vortex, we shall return to Fuyo City." Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe felt a jolt of emotion. One must understand that the distance between Fuyo continent and Lian continent spanned millions of miles. Jang Yu Yao's father was far away, yet he could utilize a token to cast his magic across such a vast expanse. The ability to summon Jang Yu Yao directly back to Fuyo City was nothing short of extraordinary. Was this the prowess of a powerhouse of the 14th realm? Shen Xinghe took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of his emotions, and urgently addressed Jang Yu Yao. "Since you can return to Fuyo City, might I ask if you could leave those treasures with me?" Jang Yu Yao paused, gazing at Shen Xinghe in astonishment. "You do not wish to return with me? Nonsense. Since your father is already aware of our abduction by the serpent demon, he must also be informed of the events that transpired within the celestial gourd cave. I have no desire to confront the wrath of a formidable being of the 14th realm at this moment." Shen Xinghe silently mused, refraining from voicing these thoughts, and instead addressed Jang Yu Yao. "Rest assured, I shall not take these treasures without compensation. I will exchange them for the gourd children." Upon concluding his words, he turned to the several gourd children beside him and declared, "From this day forth, you shall all accompany your mother." "What?" Jang Yu Yao's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the violet vortex above suddenly emitted a strong pull, drawing her form within. Shen Xinghe, quick-witted and agile, promptly lifted each gourd child and tossed them into the spatial passage, loudly instructing them, "Your mother is well off and possesses ample wealth, so do not hold back. Once you arrive, enjoy yourselves and grow plump and healthy. In a few years, I shall come to fetch you." Chapter 108. Has my precious daughter taken on the role of caregiver? In the distant expanse of South Fuyo continent, there lies a renowned city known as Fuyo City. The entire metropolis is constructed upon the majestic remains of a Kunpeng, stretching for countless miles, eternally soaring in the sky, unyielding to the azure void. Within the grand and expansive hall of the city lord, the illustrious and formidable Jiang Wentian, a pinnacle being of the 14th realm, fixed his gaze intently upon a violet vortex hovering in the air, his face marked by an uncommon urgency and concern. Moments later, the violet vortex shimmered brightly, and a familiar, graceful figure stepped forth from its depths. Jiang Wentian exhaled deeply, a smile breaking upon his face as he inquired with utmost concern, "Wonderful. Yu Yao, I am relieved to see you unharmed. Are you all right?" However, before he could finish his sentence, the violet vortex, on the verge of dissipating, erupted once more in a flash of light. 6 chubby, adorable little children were transported into the hall. staring at the sudden appearance of these 6 children. Jiang Wentian momentarily stood in stunned silence, bewildered. In the next instant, the 6 charming gourd children flocked around Jang Yu Yao, their small voices ringing out, "Mama! Mama! Mama!" Upon hearing this address, Jiang Wentian felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The esteemed being of the 14th realm nearly fainted on the spot. When did my well-behaved daughter become a mother? Moreover, to bring back 6 children at once. This is absurdly swift. Nevertheless, as a being of the 14th realm, his composure and mental fortitude were immensely strong. After a brief moment of shock, he swiftly regained his equilibrium. A discerning glance revealed that his daughter remained untouched, her maidenhood intact. Furthermore, the 6 little ones were enveloped in a faint aura of demonic energy, undeniably indicating that they could not possibly be related to Jang Yu Yao. With a slight raise of her brows, she cast a doubtful glance at Jang Yu Yao and inquired, "Xiao Yao, what on earth is going on? This matter is rather lengthy. I shall explain it to you later." Jang Yu Yao casually dismissed Jiang Wentian, immediately lowering her gaze to the several gourd children on the ground. Eagerly, she asked, "Was it that rascal who sent you here? Did he say anything to you?" The gourd children exchanged glances, clinging to Jang Yu Yao's leg, and in unison, they innocently replied, "Daddy said we must listen to Mommy and never make her angry." Upon hearing this, half of Jang Yu Yao's resentment dissipated. Yet she remained irate with Shen Xinghe for not returning to Fuyo City with her. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with sorrow as she gritted her teeth and scolded, "That scoundrel! Which blind fool dared to upset my precious daughter?" Observing Jang Yu Yao's anger, Jiang Wentian furrowed his brows tightly and solemnly asked, "Is it that insolent brat who was disrespectful to you in the Xianhu cave? Yuji has already informed me. That scoundrel dared to treat you so publicly. It is utterly outrageous. I shall traverse the 9 continents to hunt him down and exact justice for you." No. At the mention of Jiang Wentian personally dealing with Shen Xinghe, Jiang Yu Yao's heart skipped a beat, and she urgently interjected. Jiang Wentian was taken aback, his face filled with confusion as he looked at Jiang Yu Yao, questioning, "What is the matter? Do you not find joy in your father personally avenging you? You seem rather anxious about that boy." Who would be anxious about that scoundrel?" Jiang Yu Yao's expression subtly shifted, and she quickly responded defiantly, "It is merely that a daughter has grown up. She cannot rely on her father for every little issue. This grievance I shall settle myself. In any case, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I will personally seek him out to settle the score." "Very well. Such spirit. You are indeed my Jiang Wentian's daughter." Jiang Wentian expressed his appreciation upon hearing Jiang Yu Yao's words, his eyes reflecting a sense of pride. Yet, an inexplicable feeling lingered, as if something were amiss. Wait, no, it couldn't be. Jiang Wentian's expression suddenly changed as he pondered a certain possibility, his heart sinking as he secretly cast a sidelong glance at Jang Yu Yao. Upon hearing Jiang Wentian say she had grown up, vivid memories of Shen Xinghe compelling her to mature in the spring and autumn blessed land flooded Jang Yu Yao's mind. A glimmer flickered in her enchanting eyes, and a faint blush graced her delicate cheeks. That scoundrel had indeed taught her many adult matters. Alas! Witnessing the shimmering expression in Jiang Yu Yao's beautiful eyes, Jiang Wentian felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom. What a calamity! Jiang Yu Yao remained oblivious to Jiang Wentian's change in demeanor. She gracefully adjusted her skirt and crouched down to gaze at the 6 adorable little gourd children before her. Suddenly, she was momentarily taken aback, realizing, wait a moment. Why are only the 6 of you here? Where's the 6th child? The gourd children shook their heads in unison, indicating their ignorance of the matter. Meanwhile, countless miles away in the flowing clouds of Luyan continent, Shen Xinghe hurriedly tossed several gourd children into a swirling violet vortex before it dissipated. After brushing off his hands, he intended to inspect the treasures left behind by Jang Yu Yao. Just then, a childish voice piped up from behind him. "Daddy, what did you send them?" Shen Xinghe was momentarily taken aback and turned around to see a flash of light in the open space behind him, revealing the 6th child, clad in a green vest. With his bright, round eyes, they exchanged a curious gaze. "Oh, you little rascal, hiding away with nothing to do? Trying to show off, are we?" Shen Xinghe was left speechless as he grabbed the 6th child and playfully pinched his cheek. At that moment, a sudden tremor shook the ground beneath him, as if the vast mountains themselves were quaking violently. Following this, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant sky. What is happening? Shen Xinghe's heart raced, and a glimmer of alertness flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the cave, stepping onto the winds and soaring into the sky, directing his gaze towards the source of the thunderous sound. His pupils constricted in astonishment as he beheld an awe-inspiring sight. Thousands of miles away, deep within the Mongsong Mountains, a surge of demonic energy soared skyward, tumultuous and overwhelming, shrouding hundreds of miles of the heavens. Within the depths of this chaotic energy, a brilliant golden light clashed fiercely, emitting furious roars and growls. The air was filled with the sound of intense collisions, reverberating like thunder across the expanse. A cataclysmic battle was unfolding. Chapter 109. The Clam and the Heron Struggle, Stealing the Treasure. Who dares to breach the Mongsong Mountains and confront the 13 formidable demons? Could it be one of the other 4 great demon kings of Luyan continent? Observing the astonishing battlefield in the distant sky, a flicker of intrigue crossed Shen Xinghe's eyes. He contemplated, timing is everything. The 3-legged golden toad is engaged in battle and has left its lair. Perhaps I might seize this opportunity to infiltrate and abscond with the treasures within its cave. After a moment of deliberation, a decisive gleam sparked in his eyes. I shall assess the situation first. If there is indeed an opportunity, I will execute a grand heist. With these thoughts in mind, he promptly retrieved the floating cloud banner left by Jang Yu Yao and, upon activating it, gave it a gentle shake. Suddenly, the banner billowed and emitted wisps of ethereal mist, enveloping Shen Xinghe entirely. It swept him skyward, merging into the heavenly sea of clouds, swiftly darting away into the distant sky. As he drew closer, Shen Xinghe finally discerned the specifics of the combatants. One side prominently featured a colossal 3-legged golden toad, its body radiant with golden light, surging through the tumultuous demonic aura. Its roar reverberated through the heavens, continuously unleashing formidable and terrifying demonic spells, illuminating the world with blinding brilliance. Surrounding it in the void were a centipede, a floral python, a scorpion, and a gecko, all formidable demons of the 12th realm, battling alongside it, amplifying the overwhelming demonic energy that made the golden toad even more formidable. Opposing the 5 mighty demons was a mysterious woman clad in light white armor. She was tall and graceful, with long legs, wielding a gleaming silver spear. Though the distance obscured her features, one could distinctly sense the air of confidence and elegance radiating from her. Her spear danced like the wind, akin to a swimming dragon, weaving through the vast sky with grace and precision. Single-handedly confronting 5 great demons, she maintained her ground, her momentum only growing stronger. It was subtly evident that she was gradually gaining the upper hand over the 3-legged golden toad and its 4 powerful demon generals. A martial saint. Shen Xinghe's pupils instantly constricted, revealing a hint of astonishment. The 10th realm martial artist is known as the Summit Realm. Those who ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts are revered as martial saints. The Summit Realm is further divided into 3 minor realms: Peak, Boundless, and Heavenly. Among them, a martial saint who reaches the heavenly realm can contend with cultivators of the 13th realm. Furthermore, should they engage at close quarters, they might even overpower peak experts of the 14th realm. However, such powerful beings are exceedingly rare, marking the culmination of the martial path. Across the vast 9 continents, there are but a handful of such individuals. Shen Xinghe never anticipated that he would have the fortune to witness one of them here in the flowing cloud continent today. The battle between the peak martial saint and the 13th realm demons could potentially last for days and nights. It appeared that this conflict would not conclude anytime soon. Shen Xinghe's eyes glimmered with determination as he gazed down at the 6th child cradled in his arms, inquiring, "Can your invisibility technique conceal me as well?" "Yes, but it can only cloak one person, and it is quite taxing. It can last for a maximum of 1 hour. 1 hour should suffice." Shen Xinghe nodded, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He untied the ancient jade for soul nurturing from his wrist, which was entwined with Xuanqi and Hongxiu, and instructed Xuanqi, "This is a perilous place, not suitable for prolonged stay. You should take Hongxiu and head north. I will join you once I've completed my task." "Understood, master. Please proceed with utmost caution." Xuanqi nodded, and the dragon form transformed into an impressive length of several zhang, clutching the ancient jade for nurturing souls in its grasp. The dragon turned and soared toward the distant north. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe cradled Lu Hua and flew into the dense forest below. utilizing the cover of the thick foliage. They concealed their presence and swiftly approached the lair of the three-legged golden toad. Just moments prior, while Shen Xinghe was conferring with Jang Yu Yao, Erwa had successfully located the exact position of the toad's dwelling using his extraordinary heavenly eye abilities. He even meticulously documented the interior layout of the lair within a jade slip. Shen Xinghe was thoroughly acquainted with the various circumstances within the golden toad's abode. Coupled with Lü Wa's invisibility and the innate ability of his life-bound sword to sever all barriers and seals, they dared to entertain the notion of coveting the treasures of the Toad King. With resolute strides, Shen Xinghe traversed the winds with remarkable speed. After racing for over an hour, he arrived at the deepest part of Mongsong Mountain, only a few hundred miles from the toad's lair. At that moment, the fierce battle between the three-legged golden toad and the enigmatic woman raged on, having escalated to a battlefield 1,000 miles away, with the conflict becoming increasingly intense. Occasionally, terrifying shock waves from the battle cascaded down from the sky, causing mountains to crumble, the reverberations echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Shen Xinghe glanced in that direction, observing that the fight showed no signs of concluding swiftly. He immediately signaled to Lü Wa. The azure treasure gourd atop Lü Wa's head gleamed brightly, and in an instant, the two figures vanished without a trace, their presence completely undetectable. Without uttering a word, Shen Xinghe swiftly embraced Lü Wa and surged toward the lair of the three-legged golden toad. The guardian at the lair's entrance was an 11-tier stone demon. However, Shen Xinghe, boldly cradling Lü Wa, passed directly before it and entered the lair without a hint of trepidation. Despite the deep cultivation of this formidable 11-tier demon, it remained utterly oblivious. It was as if he stood directly before it, yet remained invisible. This audacious act of infiltration exhilarated Shen Xinghe. Relying on the map of the lair drawn by Erwa, he navigated through the corridors with ease. Arriving at the innermost sanctum, the palace where the three-legged golden toad typically resided. Before him lay a resplendent sight, adorned with lavish golden decorations, crafted from pure gold. It was evident how deeply the extraordinarily gifted three-legged golden toad was enamored with gold. At the heart of this palace stood an enormous, impeccably smooth stone wall, intricately etched with countless ancient and complex mystical runes. Streams of golden light wound through the runes, emanating waves of astonishing barrier fluctuations. This was the very seal rumored to be linked to the life of the three-legged golden toad, as long as the toad remained alive. No one could shatter this impenetrable seal. Due to the existence of this barrier, there were no malevolent creatures guarding this palace. Shen Xinghe gazed at the ceiling stone wall before him, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. With determination, he summoned his flying sword, Xiao Yao, its cold light gleaming like snow, and executed a swift slash in midair. Instantly, a narrow and profound rift tore through the surface of the previously intact barrier. Indeed, it worked. Shen Xinghe's gaze brightened, revealing an unmistakable thrill. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, entering the renowned treasure trove of the Demon King, coveted by countless powerful figures. Chapter 110. The Demon King's Treasure and the Injured Female Martial Sage. In a flash, Shen Xinghe found himself in a brand new realm. He was momentarily blinded by a dazzling golden light, compelling him to raise his hand to shield his eyes. After a brief moment, he gradually adjusted, lowering his hand to survey the surroundings. He observed that this space was not particularly large, measuring merely a few zhang in area. Within it, there were no other items. Only a mountain of gold, approximately half a zhang high, quietly resting at the center, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant golden glow. The entire mountain of gold was devoid of any impurities, entirely composed of resplendent golden coins and pure fragments of gold, varying in size. It is known that gold essence is a rare treasure. Even a small piece holds immense value. The entire fortune of an ordinary gold core cultivator may not suffice to exchange for a single golden coin of this caliber. Yet, before Shen Xinghe lay a mountain of these exorbitantly priced coins, easily numbering in the hundreds of thousands. It was unfathomable to conceive the sheer magnitude of wealth before him, likely sufficient to purchase an ancient sect with a long-standing heritage. At that moment, Shen Xinghe was overwhelmed with ecstasy, even with his transcendent state of mind. He found his breath quickening, and his eyes nearly transforming into the shape of golden coins, fixated and gleaming. With a hearty laugh, he wasted no time. sweeping his hand and effortlessly stowing the entire mountain of gold into his storage bag. Without pausing, he summoned Xiao Yao once more, executing another swift slash in the air, cleaving a gap in the barrier behind him. He stepped through, re-entering the lair of the three-legged golden toad. Maintaining his invisibility, he retraced his steps with ease, boldly departing from the Demon King's lair, which many regarded as a den of peril. Having accomplished his task, he left quietly, concealing his achievements. At this moment, in the distant sky, the mysterious female martial sage continued to engage in fierce combat with the three-legged golden toad and the four formidable 12-stage demons. The battle reaching an intense climax. All that could be heard was a deafening roar reverberating through the air, emanating from the billowing miasma of demonic energy that obscured the sky. Yet, the specific scenes of battle remained hidden from view. Let them fight on. Let them clash for 3 days and nights. Let the world be turned upside down. I shall take my leave first. Shen Xinghe chuckled heartily, seizing the moment while the sixth child's invisibility technique had yet to wane. He concealed himself and, with the wind beneath his feet, soared towards the distant northern horizon. Not long after his departure, a thunderous explosion erupted from deep within the shrouded miasma, as if tearing the very heavens apart. Even Shen Xinghe, who had already flown hundreds of miles away, could not help but feel a jolt of his spirit and turn to gaze back. In the distance, the tumultuous demonic energy began to dissipate, revealing the towering form of a three-legged golden toad. Its body was marred with numerous wounds, a network of gruesome scars crisscrossing its surface. Yet, the aura it exuded was ferociously overpowering as it let out a deafening roar that sent shockwaves in all directions. It seemed to have achieved ultimate victory in battle. As for the mysterious female martial sage, her whereabouts remained unknown. Perhaps she had been devoured by the three-legged golden toad. A flicker of light danced in Shen Xinghe's eyes as he observed the three-legged golden toad descend from the sky, transforming into a beam of golden light heading towards the Demon King's lair. His heart skipped a beat, and he hastened his flight. Indeed, shortly thereafter, an ear-piercing roar erupted from the direction of the Demon King's den, a sound filled with unbridled fury. The terrifying energy contained within the roar shattered mountains for hundreds of miles around. Following this, a beam of golden light shot into the sky as the three-legged golden toad leaped once more, soaring above the sea of clouds. Gazing around at the undulating mountains, veiled in the dim twilight, its bloodshot eyes burned with boundless rage and madness. The audacity of the human race, employing a cunning strategy to lure the king away and pilfer his treasures. Cursed be it, the barrier was evidently intact. How could such a vast mountain of gold simply vanish? The three-legged golden toad, filled with wrath, stood tall amidst the clouds and roared furiously. All demons, heed my command. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, all humans are to be exterminated without mercy. Upon discovering any trace of humanity, report immediately. Those who defy my orders shall face death. The three-legged golden toad had reigned over the vast expanse of Mongsong Mountain for many years, its dominion stretching over millions of miles. As its thunderous roar echoed like a celestial thunderclap, it resonated through the surrounding mountains and forests, prompting countless spirits and creatures to spring into action. They surged through the woods, scouring for signs of human presence. Meanwhile, as Shen Xinghe fled, he donned the Thousand Illusions mask left by Jang Yu Yao, altering his appearance and exuding an aura of the demon race, thus rendering him unafraid of their relentless search. With the wind at my feet, I journey northward, propelled by the subtle connections between us, pursuing the ever-elusive Xuanqi and Hongxiu. After more than an hour, the night had fully descended, and I was finally closing in on Xuanqi. However, at that very moment, a furious roar echoed from the distant mountains. Unmistakably the voice of Xuanqi. A chill pierced through me as I furrowed my brow, instinctively recognizing the urgency of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, I soared towards the source of the sound, instructing Liuhua to once again employ its innate powers, cloaking us in invisibility. Moments later, I arrived at the scene. Before me, the forest revealed Xuanqi in her formidable dragon form, stretching several thousand feet in length. In the midst of a fierce struggle, she wreaked havoc upon the landscape. Her scales lay shattered, and she was forcefully pinned to the ground. Above her stood a tall woman clad in silver armor, her body marred by numerous wounds, looking down upon Xuanqi and vociferously uttering commands. It was her. The moment I caught sight of the woman's silhouette, my pupils constricted in recognition. This was none other than the mysterious female martial sage who had recently engaged in a fierce battle with the golden-toed demon king in the vast skies. It appeared she had narrowly escaped defeat, managing to elude capture amidst the chaos. Yet, how had she encountered Xianxia, and why were they in conflict? Though the details remained obscured, witnessing my cherished companion being so ruthlessly mistreated stirred a tumult of indignation within me. It mattered not that she was a heavily wounded, diminished martial sage. Even if the king of heaven himself appeared, she would still face dire consequences for her actions. With a cold snort, I launched myself towards her without uttering a word, relying on my invisibility to approach stealthily, and struck fiercely with my sword aimed at her back. Chapter 111. The Great Void Sword Cannon. A bold proposition. Who dares? Despite being cloaked by Liu Hua's enchantment, the very act of my sword unsheathing inevitably stirred the air. As a peak 10-realm martial sage, her senses were exceptionally acute. She immediately sensed the lethal intent approaching from behind. With a flash of cold light in her phoenix-like eyes, she swiftly turned and parried my ferocious strike with nothing but her bare hand. In a swift motion, she pivoted, her long hair billowing as she revealed an exquisite visage, marked by sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes that radiated vigor. With a deft gesture, she unleashed an attack aimed at my chest. Feeling the immense power contained within her palm, my heart raced and my eyes widened in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, I summoned my own powers. In an instant, the void behind me trembled, and a radiant full moon, resembling a jade disk, coalesced from the ether, casting an ethereal glow of silvery light. Beneath the shimmering moonlight, the surrounding space seemed to freeze in an instant. The gentle night breeze abruptly ceased, and the falling leaves hung suspended in midair. Even the woman's fierce strike momentarily halted, her beautiful eyes revealing a glimmer of astonishment. In that fleeting moment, Shen Xinghe's gaze sparkled with intent. Seizing the opportunity before the woman could react, he launched a powerful kick that struck her squarely in the chest. The impact elicited a muffled groan from the already injured woman, sending her hurtling backward. Without hesitation, Shen Xinghe drew his sword and pursued her, intent on pressing his advantage. Though the woman had attained the pinnacle of martial prowess, comparable to a 13th-level master, she was grievously wounded and seemingly poisoned, which severely diminished her strength. Within moments of their encounter, she found herself at a disadvantage against Shen Xinghe. However, possessing an extraordinary martial insight, she discerned his human lineage. With a flicker of realization, she implored, "You are of a human race? Please, cease your assault. You cannot simply stop now after inflicting such harm on my steed." Shen Xinghe merely scoffed, unmoved by her plea. His eyes glinted coldly as he tightened his fist and delivered a powerful blow to her abdomen. The woman gasped in pain, her expression contorted in agony, her brows knitting tightly. Yet, as she beheld the forceful punch approaching, her countenance shifted slightly, prompting her to hastily clarify, "It's a misunderstanding. I had no knowledge that it was your steed. I believed it to be a wild dragon, intending only to subdue it for my escape." With a resounding thud, Shen Xinghe struck her chest again, causing her to emit another pain sound. He then withdrew his fist and turned to glance at Xianxia, his eyes reflecting a query. In response, Xianxia shimmered momentarily before transforming into human form, approaching Shen Xinghe and nodding, indicating that the woman was not lying. Shen Xinghe understood that the mysterious woman possessed unfathomable martial capabilities. Although he had managed to gain the upper hand in their brief skirmish, he recognized the potential for her to retaliate if cornered. Thus, he prudently decided to withdraw, stating, "Consider those 2 punches as recompense for your injury to my steed. Our paths diverge here. Farewell." With that, he prepared to leave with Xianxia. Yet, the woman, in a state of urgency, pursued him, exclaiming, "Wait, what is it? Since you are here, you must have witnessed my battle with the 3-legged golden toad," she continued, taking a deep breath, her gaze fixed earnestly on Shen Xinghe. "To be frank, I am grievously wounded and afflicted by demon poison. It is nearly impossible for me to escape the depths of Mongsong Mountain alone. As a fellow member of the human race, I beseech you to assist me in escaping this peril. In return, I promise to offer substantial rewards. Apologies, but my capabilities are rather limited, and I fear I cannot be of assistance in this matter." Without hesitation, Shen Xinghe shook his head in refusal. Upon hearing that, the woman felt a slight heaviness in her heart, her eyes betraying a glimmer of disappointment. Yet, she was acutely aware of her lack of evidence. If she could not present sufficiently enticing terms to persuade Shen Xinghe, he would undoubtedly be unwilling to risk wading into this murky water. Thus, biting her silver teeth, a determined glint emerged in her eyes as she addressed Shen Xinghe. Surely you are aware of the renowned treasure within the three-legged golden toad's lair? To be candid, I have come to Luyun continent precisely for that treasure. Although I have faced defeat today, I have also incapacitated its three formidable demon generals. I possess a unique cultivation technique. If you were to cultivate alongside me, my injuries would be fully restored within a year. Together, we could confront the three-legged golden toad once more with a 90% chance of vanquishing it. Upon success, I could generously offer you a 10% share of the treasure as a token of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe felt a strange amusement within. How amusing. She was still dreaming, coveting someone else's treasure. To be frank, that entire treasure lay neatly within my storage pouch. While your grand visions are commendable, I fear you have chosen the wrong person. Noticing Shen Xinghe's silence, the woman assumed he was dissatisfied with her terms and quickly added, "The treasure of the three-legged golden toad is the result of thousands of years spent gathering the world's finest gold to forge a Dao artifact. If all were to be refined into gold coins, it would likely amount to millions. A 10% share is already considerable." With that, a radiant light flickered in her palm as she produced a mysterious sword scripture, presenting it to Shen Xinghe. This Tai Su sword scripture is a supreme sword technique left behind by a peak martial saint thousands of years ago. Should you agree to assist me, I would bestow it upon you. Furthermore, during my recovery, I can guide you into martial arts training. Shen Xinghe's eyes glimmered with intrigue. After a moment of contemplation, he accepted the Tai Su sword scripture and remarked, "I would not be opposed to aiding you. However, the risks involved are substantial, and a mere 10% share is insufficient. It must be at least a 50-50 split." "What? You demand half?" The woman furrowed her brows tightly upon hearing this, her voice low and resolute. "Absolutely not. You are being exceedingly greedy. Then let us each take a step back," Shen Xinghe suggested, shifting his stance. "I shall not claim a portion of the treasure. Regardless of its worth, it shall be yours. However, the three-legged golden toad's core demon essence and its complete remains must belong to me. It is important to note that the core demon essence and intact remains of a 13th realm great demon are of extraordinary value." Upon hearing Shen Xinghe's terms, the woman displayed a moment of hesitation in her eyes. Nonetheless, after a brief struggle, she gritted her teeth and finally acquiesced. "Very well, it shall be as you propose." Chapter 112. I want you to cultivate together with me. Upon hearing the woman acquiesce to his proposition, Shen Xinghe felt an inexplicable joy surge within him, his lips barely containing a burgeoning smile. However, for the sake of prudence, he addressed the woman, stating, "Words alone are insufficient. The disparity in our cultivation levels is quite pronounced. Once your strength is restored, it may not be so easy to negotiate. If you wish for my trust, you must swear an oath from your heart." "Very well, I swear," the woman replied. Aware of Shen Xinghe's reservations, she raised 3 fingers, her expression solemn and grave as she vowed, "As long as you assist me in escaping, healing my wounds, and successfully eliminating the three-legged golden toad, its corpse and demon core shall belong entirely to you. I shall never pursue you by any means, nor will I let disputes over spoils disadvantage you. Should I violate this oath, may my heart shatter, my cultivation stagnate, and may I succumb to madness, my meridians severed, leading to my demise." For practitioners of the path, the heart's resolve is paramount, especially for those of higher cultivation. The importance of a steadfast heart is magnified. The ability to swear an oath from the heart is a testament to the sincerity of this female martial saint. Shen Xinghe felt all his concerns dissipate, and with a nod of acquiescence, he inquired, "May I ask your name?" "I am Shen Xinghe," she replied, her tone momentarily faltering, suggesting it was likely an alias. Shen Xinghe paid it no mind, chuckling lightly as he introduced himself. "I am Li Feiyu. This place is unsuitable for prolonged stays. Let us depart." With that, he summoned Xianxia, who manifested as a dragon, opening its mouth wide. Together, he and Shen Xinghe entered the dragon's maw, allowing Xianxia to carry them northward. Although the three-legged golden toad had issued orders for all manner of creatures within 100,000 miles to mobilize and scour for any traces of humanity, those demons with awakened intelligence were but a minority. Moreover, the demon tribe was notoriously undisciplined, each ruling their own territory with minimal communication among them, unlike the human race, which was organized and well-trained. It resembled a tattered net, riddled with numerous gaps to exploit. Had Shen Xinghe attempted to flee alone, she would have undoubtedly attracted attention, easily detected by the myriad of formidable demons along the way. However, with Shen Xinghe and Xuanqi providing cover, her escape became significantly safer. Within the expansive confines of Xuanqi's mouth, Shen Xinghe and Shen Xinghe sat cross-legged in the void. He took the initiative to ask her, "You mentioned earlier that you possess a unique technique that would allow us to cultivate together. In a year, it could restore your wounds and enable you to slay that three-legged golden toad. What kind of remarkable technique is this?" At his words, Shen Xinghe's gaze flickered with emotion. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "It is a dual cultivation secret method." Dual cultivation secret method? Shen Xinghe's expression shifted to one of perplexity, leaning back slightly. His eyes filled with wariness. It is not the kind of dual cultivation you might imagine. Upon noticing the strange expression on Shen Xinghe's face, Shen Xinghe's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly explained. "It is merely a secret technique that requires the harmonious practice of both genders. A mutual cultivation of yin and yang. With your cultivation level as a 9th realm martial artist, you barely meet the conditions for a joint practice. It's good that it isn't that sort of secret technique. After all, I am a man of integrity." Shen Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest. Observing his exaggerated expression of relief, Shen Xinghe's delicate brows knitted together slightly, and a hint of indignation flickered in her enchanting phoenix eyes. "What is that expression of yours? As if the prospect of dual cultivation with me is a significant loss for you. Do you realize how many people in this world aspire to cultivate with me, but lack the qualifications? She chided you, who are so fortunate, are unaware of your blessings, and yet act coy." However, the next moment, she was suddenly startled, awakening to her own thoughts, her brow furrowing in self-reflection. "What is happening? Why have I inexplicably harbored such errant thoughts? It must be the consequence of my severe injuries and the potent poison I have endured, leading to an unstable mind and a flurry of distracting thoughts. I must swiftly expel the poison and heal, or I risk falling into madness." Resolving herself, Shen Xinghe steadied her mind and said to Shen Xinghe, "For the next few days, do not disturb me. I must focus on expelling the poison within me. Once I have resolved the toxins, I will impart the dual cultivation technique to you." With that, she closed her eyes, immersing herself in her cultivation to expel the poison. Shen Xinghe, respecting her focus, took out the Taishu sword classic and delved into his studies. 10 days later, Xuanqi soared through the sea of clouds, having traveled over 1,000,000 miles, far beyond the reach of the three-legged golden toad's territory. He seized a cave, dwelling belonging to a 7th realm demon, settling in a desolate mountain filled with peach trees. That evening, Shen Xinghe slowly opened her eyes at the edge of a cliff, exhaling a deep breath. Having finally expelled most of the demon poison from her body after days and nights of relentless effort, the remaining stubborn remnants of poison and the internal injuries sustained during battle would require time and care to recover. Taking a deep breath, she was about to rise when her expression shifted slightly. A flash of light appeared in her palm as she retrieved a white jade pendant. The pendant floated in the air, radiating brilliance and projecting a figure into the void. It was a tall, elegant woman clad in white. Her long hair was tied back, exuding a cool demeanor and striking beauty, embodying a refreshing grace. If Shen Xinghe were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her at once. The woman was none other than Li Fengxian, with whom he had a 5-year engagement in the spring and autumn blessed land. Upon encountering Shen Xinghe, Li Fengxian immediately clasped her hands and respectfully bowed. "Greeting, Master Fengxian pays her respects." Shen Xinghe, seeing her beloved disciple, revealed a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Nodding, she inquired, "Your journey to Xianhu has spanned several years. How have you fared in the trials of the mortal realm amidst the bounteous seasons? Have you achieved any breakthroughs in your state of mind, or found the opportunity to transcend your limitations?" Upon hearing this, a shadow of melancholy flickered in Li Fengxian's beautiful eyes. With a bitter smile, she replied, "Disciple has disappointed you, master." "Oh." Shen Xinghe's brows furrowed slightly, concern evident in her gaze. "What prompts such words? What has transpired?" Li Fengxian's expression grew dim as she murmured, "I encountered a man in the bounteous seasons, and I find myself ensnared by feelings, unable to let go." "Ensnared by feelings?" Upon hearing these words, Chen Xinghe's brow knitted with worry for her cherished disciple. Just then, a voice echoed from the distant peach grove. "Dinner is ready. Come and eat." Upon hearing the call, Chen Xinghe's expression shifted slightly. Not wishing for her disciple to discover her association with a man, she hastily advised, "Since ancient times, matters of the heart have proven challenging. You must guard your heart and not indulge in excessive thoughts. I will return promptly after resolving the issues in Linghu." With that, she stowed away the jade pendant, hastily concluding their conversation. Meanwhile, many miles away in the central land of Shenzhou, Li Fengxian gazed at the communication jade pendant in her hand, a look of confusion crossing her face. Did I hear correctly? Did someone call for master to dine? That voice seems somewhat familiar. Chapter 113. After years of arduous cultivation, may I not indulge in some enjoyment? After stowing away the communication jade pendant, Chen Xinghe's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a touch of worry in her demeanor. Since Li Fengxian was but 3 years old, she had been under her tutelage, learning the martial arts. Over the years, she had only this one disciple, upon whom she had placed her earnest hopes. Should Li Fengxian encounter any difficulties in her cultivation, Chen Xinghe would spare no effort or cost to assist her in overcoming them. Yet, the challenge Li Fengxian faced was of a romantic nature. As she herself had never experienced such matters, how could she offer guidance to her disciple? After a moment, Chen Xinghe sighed softly, shaking her head as she composed herself and descended from the cliff, making her way towards the distant woods. Soon, she arrived in a picturesque peach grove, where a clearing was adorned with fallen blossoms. In the center, a bonfire crackled, and Shen Xinghe sat beside it, idly turning a branch in his hand, upon which 2 plump mountain chickens were skewered. The flames dance, roasting the surface to a golden hue as droplets of oil seep forth, accompanied by a symphony of sizzling sounds. An enticing aroma wafts through the air, tantalizing the senses. Sitting beside the bonfire, Lü Wa gazes intently at the roasted chicken with 2 round, adorable eyes, crystalline saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. Hearing the approach of Chen Xinghe, Shen Xinghe lifts his head to look her way. A tall, graceful figure emerges from the showering blossoms of the peach forest. While Chen Xinghe's beauty may not quite rival that of Jang Yu Yao, she is nonetheless a rare and exquisite woman in her own right. Her stature is even more striking, with an upright, elongated form that captivates the eye. Especially her long legs, perfect in every regard, seem to possess an enchanting allure. Each time Shen Xinghe beheld her, his gaze was irresistibly drawn, and he found himself deeply moved. Coupled with her unparalleled martial prowess, a spirited aura emanates from her features, bestowing upon her an exceptionally striking and cold elegance, like a flower blooming atop a snow-capped mountain, beautiful yet distant, to be admired from afar but never touched. "Have you purged the demon poison from your body?" Shen Xinghe asks casually, as he retrieves 2 roasted chickens from the fire, handing a drumstick to Lü Wa. Though some residual poison remains, it is no longer a significant concern. Chen Xinghe strides to the bonfire, unperturbed by formalities, and sits cross-legged beside Shen Xinghe. "From this evening onward, we may officially begin our dual cultivation," she states. Shen Xinghe has no objections. He too yearns to experience the wonders of the dual cultivation technique that Chen Xinghe has spoken of. After finishing their meal around the fire, they take a brief moment to rest before settling on the ground beside the bonfire, sitting cross-legged and gazing into each other's eyes, separated by mere feet. The esoteric dual cultivation technique is divided into 2 parts, yin and yang, requiring both male and female practitioners to cultivate together. A few days prior, Chen Xinghe had already imparted the yang scripture that Shen Xinghe must circulate. Now, as they sit facing one another, they lift their arms, palms meeting. The instant Chen Xinghe's palm touches Shen Xinghe's, a subtle tremor courses through her, sending ripples of inexplicable sensation through her being. This is the first time in many years that she has shared such intimate contact with a man. She feels the warmth and strength of his palm, radiating a fervent heat. Is this what a man's hand feels like? Chen Xinghe's eyes flicker, her thoughts momentarily unsettled, but she quickly inhales deeply, suppressing these peculiar notions. Compelling herself to clear her mind and focus, she begins to cultivate alongside Shen Xinghe. In this technique, it is essential for both practitioners to press their hands together, creating a bridge with their arms that connects their meridians, forming a harmonious whole of yin and yang. The male cultivates the yang aspect, while the female embodies the yin. The two practitioners harmoniously entwined their energies, setting the celestial forces in motion to achieve the unity of yin and yang, ultimately enhancing their cultivation. As they executed their techniques, Shen Xinghe acutely sensed an overwhelming surge of pure, scorching yang energy emanating from Shen Xinghe, flowing into her being. Instantly, her delicate form shuddered in response to the intense heat. Initially, she managed to maintain her composure, engaging in the dual cultivation with Shen Xinghe. However, as time elapsed, a myriad of distracting thoughts began to emerge in her mind, akin to unruly weeds. What is amiss with this technique? Why does the body feel so unbearably heated during cultivation? Feng Xian had always possessed a resolute heart, yet now she found herself ensnared by emotions. Could it be that the affairs of love between men and women wield such formidable power, ensnaring one in obsession and making it difficult to let go? Regrettably, having never experienced a trial of love myself, I am unable to offer her guidance. Unless I were to undergo such an experience firsthand, I would remain ignorant of its intricacies. An opportunity lies before me. I must halt this train of thought. What am I contemplating? Such notions are utterly shameless. The affection between men and women is as natural as the sun rising and setting. Where then lies the shame? Moreover, I am a woman who has diligently practiced for half a lifetime. Should I not indulge in the pleasures of life? Furthermore, as martial practitioners, we defy the heavens in our cultivation, and we ought to possess unyielding confidence, forging ahead without fear of any karmic entanglements. If I were to shy away from the trials of love, akin to avoiding venomous snakes and scorpions, how could I ever ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess? Knowing the dangers that lie ahead, we must bravely tread forward. That is the essence of our martial spirit. Now, as Feng Xian finds herself ensnared by her emotions, I, as her master, should take the initiative to delve into this realm, setting an example for my disciple. This is the responsibility I must embrace as a mentor. After all, I am in Lian continent, and I now assume the identity of Shen Xinghe. Whatever occurs here shall remain unknown to anyone. Shen Xinghe, deeply focused on his cultivation, suddenly felt the vital energy circulating within Shen Xinghe become exceedingly unstable. His mind stirred slightly, brows furrowing as he opened his eyes. Before him appeared a stunning visage. Shen Xinghe's once pale and coldly beautiful face now bore an unusual flush, vibrant as a blooming peach blossom, her gaze languorously fixed upon him. Her cherry lips parted slightly, releasing a soft, sweet warmth that enveloped him in a gentle breeze. Could this be a case of losing control in cultivation? Shen Xinghe's heart raced, acutely sensing that something was amiss with Shen Xinghe. His brows knitted together as he inquired in a deep voice, "What is wrong with you?" Yet, Shen Xinghe offered no reply. Instead, a peculiar glimmer flickered in her enchanting eyes as she grasped Shen Xinghe's wrist, pulling him into her embrace. With a swift twist of her waist, she brought Shen Xinghe crashing to the ground, pinning him beneath her. Chapter 114. A gentle spring breeze, petals fall in abundance. Stop. What are you trying to do? Shen Xinghe was pinned beneath Shen Xinghe, struggling with all his strength in resistance. However, her injuries had largely recovered by now. With the formidable cultivation of a heaven-defying martial saint, her hands pressed him down firmly. How could he possibly break free? Seeing the resistance in Shen Xinghe's eyes, a peculiar smile appeared on Shen Xinghe's face. She extended a slender, jade-like finger and lightly traced it across his cheek, murmuring softly, "Stop struggling. No one can save you here. And besides, isn't this what you wanted? Don't think I haven't noticed the way you look at me every time. You can't fool me. I know exactly what's on your mind." With that, she reached out and began tugging at Shen Xinghe's clothes. Shen Xinghe was instantly speechless, on the verge of tears. Shen Xinghe, a hero all my life. Am I really going to be overpowered by a woman today? Where am I supposed to argue this case? Forget it. Since I can't resist, I might as well enjoy it. He closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the coming storm. Yet after a long while, though Shen Xinghe had impatiently removed her own clothes, she made no further move. Shen Xinghe opened his eyes in confusion. Under the cool moonlight stood Shen Xinghe's graceful, alluring figure, her curves exquisite and radiant. Her skin glowed with an ivory sheen, lustrous and pure. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, making her seem like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, beautiful beyond compare. But in her enchanting eyes lingered not only haze, but also deep bewilderment. She looked at Shen Xinghe awkwardly and asked in a small, embarrassed voice, "What am I supposed to do now? You don't know what to do?" "Of course not." A shy flush spread across Shen Xinghe's delicate face. Biting her lower lip with pearly teeth, she spoke with difficulty. Who would know how to handle something like this? Seeing her so flustered and at a loss, Shen Xinghe's expression turned strange, delight bubbling in his heart. Wanting to tease her a little longer, he put on a stern face and said, "If you don't know, how would I know? I'm a scholar of the sage's teachings." "You." Shen Xinghe ground her teeth in frustration. Strong-willed by nature, she rarely asked anyone for help. In the end, she steeled herself and leaned down, pressing a kiss to Shen Xinghe's cheek. Her soft, sweet, moist lips brushed inch by inch across his face. Suppressing his laughter, Shen Xinghe closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed the moment. After a while, however, Shen Xinghe stopped again. When Shen Xinghe opened his eyes, he saw her face flushed crimson. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, shifting restlessly. Her eyes were misted with moisture. Her flower-like beauty now filled with distress and pleading, as though she were on the verge of tears. Biting her lip, she begged him softly, I feel so uncomfortable. Please hurry and help me, will you? Allow me to assist you. It is certainly not out of the question." Shen Xinghe offered a subtle smile, idly toying with a strand of Shen Xinghe's hair, and leisurely remarked, "However, as the saying goes, knowledge is not to be imparted lightly. I cannot teach you without due consideration. What would you have me do? Simply address me as master, and I shall instruct you on the proper course of action." Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe's beautiful eyes momentarily revealed a flicker of hesitation. Yet, this hesitation was soon swept away by an overwhelming tide of emotion. Biting her glistening lower lip, she leaned closer to Shen Xinghe's ear and softly whispered, "Master." "Pardon? I did not catch that." "You." Shen Xinghe was instantly engulfed in a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Her teeth clenched, yet ultimately she acquiesced to Shen Xinghe, with a tone laced with grievance. She implored softly, "Dear master, please teach your disciple how to proceed." That night, Shen Xinghe fully embraced the responsibilities of a mentor, imparting all his skills without reservation. In the peach grove, petals fell like rain, and the melodious warbling of orioles filled the air. The following morning, as the sun ascended high in the sky, Shen Xinghe lazily opened his eyes, only to feel a chilling gaze upon him. Instantly alert, he straightened his posture and turned to see Shen Xinghe standing several feet away, beneath a blossoming peach tree, clad in a pristine white martial outfit. Her hair danced in the wind, her expression icy as she regarded him, her eyes betraying a hint of murderous intent. "Why do you look at me so? Are you plotting to betray me?" Shen Xinghe felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily rose, his eyes reflecting his wariness. Shen Xinghe's gaze involuntarily fell, and a faint blush crept onto her delicate face, as if recalling a certain memory. Quickly averting her eyes, her countenance hardened, and she coldly stated, "What transpired last night is not your fault. Let us consider it as if it never occurred." Ah, how conveniently one can forget after the fact. Was it not just last night when she earnestly pleaded, calling him master? How fickle women can be. Shen Xinghe secretly scoffed, knowing that Shen Xinghe must be feeling quite regretful at this moment, and he dared not provoke her further. Thus, he nodded and played along with her sentiment, saying, "I slept soundly until dawn. Did anything noteworthy occur?" Shen Xinghe's face brightened at his words, revealing a glimmer of satisfaction. However, at that moment, Lü Wa unexpectedly appeared, his wide, innocent eyes gleaming with curiosity as he chimed in, "Daddy, you forgot that you practiced with Aunt Xinghe all night, teaching her 18 different techniques." Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe's lips twitched involuntarily. Shen Xinghe's expression darkened instantly, a mix of embarrassment and indignation washing over her, leaving her feeling utterly exposed. At that moment, Lü Wa, brimming with curiosity, turned to Shen Xinghe and asked, "Daddy, should I call Aunt Xinghe's second mother from now on?" "Second mother?" Shen Xinghe's heart suddenly filled with vigilance, and she swiftly turned around, casting a cold glance at Shen Xinghe. Then, lowering her gaze to Lü Wa, she inquired, "So, you have a big mother, do you?" Shen Xinghe hurriedly covered Lü Wa's mouth, preventing the child from speaking recklessly. He explained to Shen Xinghe, "Children say silly things. There's no need to take them seriously. Whether it exists or not has nothing to do with me, and you need not explain yourself." Shen Xinghe coldly retorted to Shen Xinghe, Their relationship was, to put it bluntly, merely a fleeting encounter. At best, it could be described as a brief moment of warmth, and that was entirely initiated by her. Under no circumstances could the blame be placed on Shen Xinghe. His various romantic interests were irrelevant to her. Yet, for reasons unknown, the mere thought of Shen Xinghe potentially having other women besides herself stirred a sense of inexplicable irritation within her, leaving her quite uncomfortable. After casting a deep glance at Shen Xinghe and huffing softly, she turned to leave. As she encountered a peach tree obstructing her path, she raised her long leg and kicked it, snapping in two. Chapter 115. Fengxian, you have truly caused me great distress. Gasping, Shen Xinghe's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the peach tree that Shen Xinghe had just broken. This woman was truly ruthless. What had the little tree done to deserve such treatment? Yet, one could not deny that Shen Xinghe's long legs were indeed a marvel of the world, capable of inflicting harm. To have a tree broken by her kick was, in a way, the tree's own fortune. On ordinary days, not to mention breaking a small tree, even toppling a mountain would be a trivial feat for Shen Xinghe, a martial sage of extraordinary prowess. It would require little effort on her part. However, just last night, she had engaged in an extensive spar with Shen Xinghe, leaving her legs somewhat weak and tender. Such a vigorous movement now aggravated her discomfort, causing her to involuntarily hiss in pain as her steps faltered. There was no doubt that this scene had caught the attention of the person behind her. That individual would surely be feeling quite smug. With this thought, Shen Xinghe, usually strong-willed, couldn't help but grit her teeth in a mixture of shame and anger. Suppressing the weakness and discomfort in her legs, she strode away briskly, all the while pondering the events of the previous night. After a thorough reflection, Shen Xinghe concluded that the primary reason for her state was her severe injuries, which had yet to heal, coupled with lingering toxins in her body. She found herself in a weakened condition. Additionally, hearing about Li Fengxian's emotional turmoil caused her to feel anxious, leading to a destabilized mindset and a flurry of distracting thoughts. Under normal circumstances, a few days of focused cultivation would have sufficed to restore her equilibrium. Steadfast in one's resolve and free from distracting thoughts, one might find little to hinder their progress. Yet, driven by an insatiable desire for swift success, I hastily endeavored to vanquish the three-legged golden toad, coveting its treasures to return to the divine land of Xianhu. Ignoring my own frail condition, I recklessly engaged in the dual cultivation technique with Shen Xinghe, despite my injuries lingering. This impatience led to my vulnerability, allowing inner demons to invade my mind, resulting in a perilous descent into madness, culminating in the events of last night. Oh, Fengxian, you have unwittingly brought great distress upon your master. Shen Xinghe could not help but shake her head in resignation, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Yet, recalling the absurdity of the previous night and Shen Xinghe's unreserved teachings, an inexplicable flutter stirred within her heart. She gently snapped a peach branch, lost in reminiscence. After a lengthy moment, she resolutely shook her head, casting aside these distractions, forcefully suppressing them. Her gaze regained its noble aloofness, a cold and untouchable clarity. Deep within, she sternly admonished herself. All of this must cease henceforth. Let it never resurface. Matters of the heart are but burdens. One must sever all distractions and dedicate oneself to the ascension of martial prowess. Thereafter, Shen Xinghe and Shen Xinghe continued their secluded training in the desolate, peach blossom-laden mountains. The occurrences of that fateful night seemed as if they had never transpired. Days passed, and Shen Xinghe stabilized her internal injuries and quelled her distracting thoughts. She resumed the dual cultivation practice with Shen Xinghe, this time without any missteps. The technique proved to be remarkably extraordinary, intertwining their cultivation, harmonizing yin and yang, and facilitating mutual growth. Under Shen Xinghe's formidable prowess, Shen Xinghe's martial skills advanced at an astonishing pace. Shen Xinghe, too, reaped significant benefits, although her cultivation level did not see drastic elevation. The unique, vital energy born of their harmonious exchange rapidly healed her grievous wounds. Amidst their training, Shen Xinghe carved out time each day to mentor Shen Xinghe's martial development. What she termed guidance was, in essence, a sparring match, honing their skills through practical combat. During their bouts, Shen Xinghe would seal a portion of her own power, lowering her cultivation level to match Shen Xinghe's, and then engage him in earnest combat. Despite her diminished level, Chen Xinghe was, after all, a peak 10th realm martial sage, with unparalleled mastery that Shen Xinghe could not hope to rival. The initial 3 months were predominantly one-sided, leading Shen Xinghe to suspect that this woman might be avenging some past grievance under the guise of mentoring. Yet, with a spirit unyielding, Shen Xinghe refused to concede, determined to prove that even at an equal level, he could rise and subdue her. Every day, he immersed himself in rigorous training, contemplating ways to defeat Chen Xinghe even during meals and sleep. After 3 months, Shen Xinghe's strength had significantly improved. No longer was he completely overwhelmed by Chen Xinghe as he had been in the beginning. 6 months later, he could engage in a spirited exchange with her. They were evenly matched, neither yielding ground. 9 months later, he could even occasionally counter her moves, forcing Chen Xinghe to defend herself and showing signs of strain. A full year later, in their duels, Shen Xinghe had decisively taken the initiative. With a sweeping tornado kick, he sent Chen Xinghe crashing to the ground, positioning himself atop her waist, pinning her arms to her sides. Looking down at her with a triumphant smile, he asked, "Are you convinced?" Chen Xinghe lay beneath him, breathless and incredulous. She could hardly believe that in just 1 year, Shen Xinghe's martial prowess had surged so dramatically. Under these circumstances, she found herself outmatched. Yet amidst her astonishment, there was also a sense of pride. Throughout the past year, she had come to regard Shen Xinghe as a part of her own disciple. However, it was out of the question for her to submissively concede to him. With a dismissive huff, she shot him a cold glance and retorted, "Childish. Get off me. Is it that easy to make me let you up?" Shen Xinghe replied with a slight smile, playfully blowing a breath towards her face. "I have awaited this day for a long time." Chen Xinghe's heart fluttered, her expression subtly shifting as a hint of panic glimmered in her eyes. "What do you think you're doing? There's a saying in our homeland, when flowers bloom, they should be picked. Do not wait until there are none to pluck. Has no one ever told you how beautiful you are?" Shen Xinghe whispered, lifting her chin and leaning in to kiss her alluring lips. "No, Chen Xinghe's brows knitted tightly as she struggled, but after a brief moment, her resistance transformed into soft sighs. Their fingers intertwined, and her legs wrapped around Shen Xinghe's waist, tightening their embrace. In the peach grove, amidst the scattered figures, a peach tree swayed wildly, its blossoms raining down like confetti. Time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, among the disheveled clothing strewn on the ground, a glimmer of light flashed. A jade pendant radiated brilliance, slowly rising from the earth. Chen Xinghe's expression shifted slightly. She quickly reached out to grasp the pendant, transmitting a thought to the figure opposite her. "Fengxian, what is the matter? At this moment, I am attending to matters. If there is anything urgent, feel free to convey it directly." Opposite the jade pendant, Li Fengxian remained oblivious to any anomalies and harbored no suspicions. After a brief silence, she spoke gravely, "Master, the Northern Cold Kingdom has fallen." Upon hearing the voice emanating from the jade pendant, Chen Xinghe's expression shifted subtly, her heart racing with apprehension as she exclaimed, "What did you say?" Master, are you all right?" Li Fengxian, catching the latter part of Chen Xinghe's transmission, discerned the peculiar moan in her tone, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "It's nothing. I am merely immersed in my training," Chen Xinghe hastily explained, turning away with annoyance to shoot a fierce glare at Shen Xinghe, pinching him sharply at the waist. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she inquired through the jade pendant, "When did the Northern Cold Kingdom fall?" "It occurred just 3 days ago. The great Qian Iron Cavalry breached the capital of the Northern Cold Kingdom, and the Emperor, along with numerous courtiers, committed suicide in the palace to honor their country. The news has spread throughout the Central Divine Continent." "Very well, I understand. In the meantime, keep a vigilant eye on the unfolding events of the world. Should any significant occurrences arise, report to me at once." "Yes, Master." Thousands of miles away on the Central Divine Continent, Li Fengxian stood atop a mountain cliff, concluding her communication with Chen Xinghe. She gazed at the now dim jade pendant in her hand, reflecting on the strange, sudden moan from her master during their conversation, sensing that something was amiss. What kind of practice would elicit such a sound? Yet, she could not pinpoint what exactly fell off. After all, she could hardly imagine that her esteemed master, who was so aloof and untouchable, was entangled with someone in a desolate mountain far away. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Li Fengxian shook her head with a sigh, her gaze drifting toward the undulating sea of clouds ahead, her eyes sparkling with thoughts of Shen Xinghe. "Star River, where are you now?" A year ago, in the Xianhu cave, you swept through the world as heroes, achieving fame in battle, yet you were captured alongside Jang Yu Yao by the two malevolent beings. I have heard that Jang Yu Yao has safely returned to Fuyao City, but where have you gone? I refuse to believe that you would succumb so easily to those two fiends. Surely, you will find a way to escape peril and emerge unscathed. When Master returns, I will implore her to utilize all means to locate you. Can we start anew? Meanwhile, a myriad of miles away on Luyan continent, Shen Xinghe gently reached out to tuck Shen Xinghe's disheveled hair behind her ear, asking softly, "What troubles you?" Moments ago, Shen Xinghe and Li Fengxian communicated through a soul-transmitting jade pendant. Shen Xinghe did not overhear their conversation, yet he distinctly sensed that upon concluding that exchange, Shen Xinghe's delicate brows furrowed slightly. It was as if she had been burdened by some unspoken concern, her mind drifting elsewhere. When confronted by Shen Xinghe's inquiry, her demeanor shifted, and she returned to the present moment. With a gentle shake of her head, she softly responded, "It's nothing." In truth, over a month had passed since her injuries had fully healed, and she had adequately prepared to embark on the mission to slay the three-legged golden toad. Yet, she herself was oblivious to the reasons for her hesitation to depart. Instead, she lingered in this secluded, tranquil wilderness, far removed from the clamor of the mundane world, sharing daily moments with Shen Xinghe. Only upon receiving Li Fengxian's message did she awaken to the reality that this could not continue. Perhaps these days would be the final moments she shared with Shen Xinghe. In this unknown desolate mountain, she was Shen Xinghe, free to indulge in the whims of an ordinary woman. However, upon leaving, she would have to reclaim her original identity and bear the weighty, suffocating responsibilities that awaited her. Contemplating this, her gaze flickered with emotion. She cradled Shen Xinghe's face in her hands, her eyes shimmering with longing as she murmured, "Feiyu, love me fiercely. Today, I belong to you." "No." Shen Xinghe shook his head, gripping Shen Xinghe's hand tightly. His eyes bore into hers as he solemnly declared, "Not just today. You will forever belong to me." At his words, a bittersweet smile tugged at the corners of Shen Xinghe's heart. If it were possible, how she wished for that to be true. Yet, alas, in the world of martial arts, one is seldom the master of their own fate. To possess oneself entirely, one would need to achieve unparalleled prowess, akin to the legendary Tao ancestor or the revered sage teacher, rising to the 15th realm of strength, or to break through the long-sealed path of martial arts, attaining the legendary status of a martial god. Yet, how could such a feat be conceivable? She did not wish to dwell on this topic, nor to dampen Shen Xinghe's spirits. Thus, she gently nodded and embraced him tightly. After planting a kiss upon his cheek, she leaned closer to his ear, whispering tenderly, all right, Shen Xinghe will forever belong to you." The following morning, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the mountains. Xianxia manifested into a colossal dragon form, soaring skyward from the peach blossom-laden forest, heading towards the Mongsong Mountains. Shen Xinghe sat cross-legged atop the dragon's head, while Shen Xinghe, clad in a sleek, silver light armor, stood beside him with her long legs poised, her gaze sharp and cold, surveying the horizon with a frosty expression. In stark contrast to yesterday's tender and gentle demeanor, the atmosphere now felt entirely transformed. After several consecutive days of travel, they finally approached the lair of the three-legged toad, Demon King. Shen Xinghe spoke to Shen Xinghe in a low voice. "Find a place nearby to conceal yourself, and act according to our plan." With that, she lightly stomped her foot and soared into the sky above Xianxia. Riding the winds, she became a streak of silver light, heading towards the toad's dwelling. Shen Xinghe then patted Xianxia's dragon horn, causing it to shimmer and revert to a black bracelet, which wrapped around his wrist. He then instructed Liu Hua to employ his innate divine ability, rendering them both invisible as they concealed themselves in the void. Chapter 117, Yin-Yang Harmony / Shattering Heaven to strike the toad. Prior to their departure, Shen Xinghe and Shen Xinghe had meticulously devised a strategy to confront the three-legged toad. The dual cultivation technique practiced by Shen Xinghe and Shen Xinghe not only harmonized their energies, expediting her recovery, but also allowed them to cultivate a martial technique known as the yin-yang harmony / upon reaching a minor mastery. This technique enabled the infusion of their combined cultivation into one of their bodies, forming a unique seal. At a critical moment, this seal could be activated to unleash a formidable attack equivalent to their combined strength. The yin-yang harmony / forged through their cooperation, possessed power sufficient to threaten even the 13th tier great demons. Thus, their strategy was straightforward. Shen Xinghe would hide nearby in the void with Liu Wa's divine ability, while Chen Xinghe would boldly approach the three-legged toad, provoking it to emerge from its lair. As the battle reached a crucial juncture, Shen Xinghe would then strike decisively for a lethal blow. The plan was impeccably designed. The next step was execution. Shen Xinghe, accompanied by Liu Wa, concealed themselves in the void, gazing into the distance. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant mountains, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, causing a vast expanse of forest to crumble instantaneously. Following this, a torrent of demonic energy surged skyward, engulfing the heavens in an instant. An enraged roar, filled with fury, erupted from the forest. A beam of golden light shot into the sky, revealing the towering form of the three-legged toad demon. It's feeling the astonishing might that seemed capable of turning the heavens and earth upside down and causing mountains to crumble. I once again deeply sensed the terrifying prowess of the 13th realm's formidable beings. Though my current cultivation level is not insignificant, in comparison to those truly standing atop the peaks, overlooking the myriad of sentient beings, it remains woefully inadequate. A true man, born amidst the vastness of heaven and earth, cannot languish beneath others for long. After this encounter, I must find a way to swiftly elevate my cultivation. At the very least, I cannot allow a woman to dominate me. In my heart, I fervently contemplated my desire to grow stronger, feeling an intense urgency and yearning. As time progressed, the battlefield between Chen Xinghe and the three-legged golden toad gradually shifted. Under Chen Xinghe's deliberate guidance, it slowly moved towards the concealed void where Shen Xinghe lay hidden. Instantly, Shen Xinghe took a deep breath, his expression turning grave as the distance to his hiding place diminished. Concerned that the three-legged golden toad possessed some unique supernatural ability or treasure that could unveil Shen Xinghe's concealed presence, Chen Xinghe intensified her fierce assault, wielding her spear with urgency. Simultaneously, she employed words to distract and provoke the three-legged golden toad. Jin Buhuan, you must know why I have come for you. The heavens possess a benevolent nature. Considering the hardships you have endured in your years of cultivation, if you willingly concede and present the treasures from your cave, I can spare your life. My treasures? How dare you mention my treasures? Upon hearing Chen Xinghe refer to the golden treasures he had painstakingly gathered over the years, the three-legged golden toad was immediately consumed by a surge of fury, its eyes turning crimson in an instant. It was crucial to understand that the mountain of golden treasures held profound significance for it, not merely boundless wealth, but the very opportunity for its path. The reason it had invested thousands of years, expending countless efforts and resources to gather the world's golden essence was primarily to forge a copper coin artifact, which would become its life-bound treasure. With that life-bound treasure as a conduit, it hoped to achieve a glimpse of the Tao and unite with the world's golden essence, thus stepping into the legendary 14th realm. Therefore, that treasure symbolized its future hope of enlightenment. However, the very golden treasures, amassed over millennia of toil, had been completely stripped away, leaving not a single copper coin behind. The extent of its fury was unimaginable. At this moment, as Chen Xinghe once again broached the subject, reopening old wounds, it was driven into a frenzy. With a sudden roar directed at the heavens, it opened its massive jaws. In an instant, golden light erupted from its mouth, coalescing into a cascade of brilliantly radiant golden coins, which were continuously spewed forth. Transformed into an endless tempest of golden coins, it surged forth with a ferocity that could rend the heavens, hurtling towards Chen Xinghe. Chen Xinghe was perplexed as to why the mere mention of that golden treasure stirred such fervor within it. However, faced with the formidable assault of the three-legged golden toad, she dared not underestimate the situation. Her phoenix-like eyes deepened with gravity, revealing a serious expression. With a silver spear in hand, she wielded it like a dragon, emanating an unparalleled intent to kill, charging into the deluge of coins. Upon hearing the exchange between Chen Xinghe and the golden toad, Shen Xinghe felt a surge of alarm. The creature could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, should it inadvertently reveal anything, he would find himself in dire straits. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he decisively activated the mark upon his palm, unleashing the yin-yang harmonizing slash. In an instant, A brilliant radiance of black and white erupted from his palm. A tremendous surge of true energy exploded forth, coalescing into a crescent-shaped blade of light several yards in diameter, radiating an unparalleled sharpness, as if capable of cleaving through the very fabric of reality. In a heartbeat, it tore through the heavens, aimed directly at the towering manifestation of the three-legged golden toad. As the blade flew, it rapidly expanded, transforming from its initial diameter into a terrifying width of several thousand yards, its overwhelming might shaking the earth and sky. The sudden and ferocious ambush caught the three-legged golden toad completely off guard. At that moment, it was fully engaged in its divine arts, leaving no time for escape. Its eyes reflected boundless rage and shock. In the next instant, the swirling black and white energies of the crescent blade struck with unyielding force against its colossal. A thunderous and mournful roar erupted, golden demonic blood spraying across the sky. A deep, ghastly wound appeared on its immense body, a sight both shocking and horrific. Chapter 118. The Dragon King's Dynasty and the Dragon Slayer. Roar. The three-legged golden toad, having suffered a sudden and grievous blow from Shen Xinghe, let out a heart-rending roar that reverberated through the air, interrupting its own divine incantation. Its eyes, now blood-red and filled with fury, turned towards the void where Shen Xinghe stood. The gaze of a 13th-tier great demon bore down with an oppressive weight that was nothing short of terrifying. Shen Xinghe felt an icy chill wash over him, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his very blood seemingly on the verge of freezing. Fortunately, Shen Xinghe was close by, ensuring that no harm would come to Shen Xinghe. Seizing the opportunity as the three-legged golden toad staggered from Shen Xinghe's attack, its divine powers interrupted and exposing its vulnerabilities, she felt the surge of murderous intent rise within her. With a commanding shout, she thrust her spear forward with the swiftness of a dragon. In an instant, an extraordinarily brilliant spear light erupted from a spear's tip, shooting forth like a rainbow, piercing the sun, traversing the expanse of the sky. Wherever it passed, the void twisted and rippled, as if unable to withstand the terrifying force contained within the spear light on the verge of shattering, radiating an infinite brilliance that could tear through the heavens. It surged towards the three-legged golden toad. Instantly, the toad was shaken to its core, a profound sense of life and death crisis igniting within. No longer could it contemplate vengeance against Shen Xinghe. With a furious roar, it hastily unleashed its divine powers, attempting to withstand Shen Xinghe's assault. However, its cultivation level was already slightly inferior to that of Shen Xinghe. Previously, it had only managed to narrowly defeat Shen Xinghe with the aid of 4 12-realm demon generals and the power of formation. Yet, following that battle, 3 of its 4 generals had perished, leaving it without support today. Furthermore, after being unexpectedly ambushed by Shen Xinghe, it sustained severe injuries, revealing vulnerabilities in the heat of battle. Naturally, it stood no chance against Shen Xinghe. After merely holding on for a brief moment, it suffered successive grievous blows, driven into a dire predicament by Shen Xinghe. Panic and fear flickered in its eyes as it attempted to escape. Yet time and again, Shen Xinghe's spear swept across with merciless precision, thwarting its every effort to flee. Ultimately, Shen Xinghe soared upon the winds, ascending to the celestial heights. Clad in flowing robes, resembling a celestial warrior descending from the heavens, he stood defiantly against the vast sky. With a cold, penetrating gaze, he let out a commanding shout and hurled his spear downward with great force. It transformed into a dazzling meteor, plummeting from the sky, brutally piercing the toad's towering form. The three-legged golden toad was immediately rocked by the impact, unleashing an earth-shattering, mournful roar. With a thunderous crash, it fell into the mountains. The sheer force of the impact crushed 2 ridges, creating a massive pit with a diameter of 10,000 feet in the forest. Moments later, as the dust settled, the once mighty 13-realm demon lay lifeless, its enormous form now visible. It measured hundreds of feet in length, yet it paled in comparison to its previous imposing stature. Nevertheless, the 100-foot body remained colossal, akin to a golden hill, resting at the pit's bottom. Its body was riddled with wounds, streams of golden demon blood flowing from its injuries, pooling on the ground to form small rivulets. Shen Xinghe watched, his heart aching. One must understand, every drop of blood from a 13-realm demon is worth a fortune. Any drop that seeped into the earth was a tremendous waste. Hastily, he summoned a pure bottle artifact, performing a hand seal to activate it. With the bottle's opening facing downward, a powerful suction erupted, drawing all the demon blood into the vessel. He then produced a spacious storage bag, stowing the entire demon corpse within. How much wealth could a 13-realm demon's core and intact body yield in gold and precious metals? Just the thought sent a thrill through Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe, holding the spear, breathed slightly heavier as he stood upon a nearby hill, quietly observing Shen Xinghe's busy endeavors. A flicker of light danced in his eyes, lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, Shen Xinghe completely stowed away the corpse of the three-legged golden toad and raised his head to meet Shen Xinghe's gaze. The two exchanged a silent glance, and the atmosphere grew somewhat solemn. Initially, they had united to eliminate the three-legged golden toad, each with their own motives, but now that the creature was vanquished, it signified that there was no longer any reason for them to continue their journey together. The impending parting loomed. Shen Xinghe gazed deeply at Shen Xinghe, several times on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately swallowing her words. She cast a glance at the bracelet on Shen Xinghe's wrist, which was transformed from Xuanqi, and reminded him, it would be prudent not to reveal the existence of the black dragon you have nurtured in public. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe felt a slight stir in his heart and asked with curiosity, why? Because there are countless river dragons in this world, yet only one true dragon exists. Even if a river dragon manages to ascend and adopts the form of a true dragon, it does not become one unless it can unify the fortunes of all river dragons, thereby achieving the ultimate transcendence and becoming the sole true dragon that traverses the 9 heavens and commands the clouds and rain. Shen Xinghe took a deep breath and patiently explained to Shen Xinghe, the influence of a true dragon's fortune is profound. Many dynasties and sects are nurturing dragons. Your dragon, in its current low state, poses no threat to them. However, once it breaks through to the upper 5 realms, it will compete for fortune with the dragons they have raised, making it intolerable for those powers. Furthermore, across the 9 continents, there exists a lineage known as the Dragon Slayers. Those individuals claim they will eradicate all river dragons to seize the true dragon's fortune and validate their path. Among them are renowned and formidable figures. If they set their sights on you, it could lead to significant troubles. Shen Xinghe furrowed his brow at her words, a hint of gravity crossing his features. He had never anticipated that merely raising a dragon would entangle him in such complex ramifications. With dynasties nurturing true dragons and the dragon slayers pursuing their path, the 9 continents indeed seemed vibrant with activity. However, Shen Xinghe was not one to cower before them. Nodding, he expressed his gratitude to Shen Xinghe. Thank you for the warning. I will be cautious. After his words, a silence enveloped them once more. Moments later, Shen Xinghe spoke again. Is there anything else you wish to say? Shen Xinghe smiled slightly, a glimmer of light flashing in his palm as he retrieved an ancient book with a green cover, waving it before Shen Xinghe. Previously, you gifted me the Taishu Sword Classic. It would be remiss not to reciprocate. Allow me to present you with a tome in return. As he spoke, he placed the ancient book into Shen Xinghe's hand, saying, the green mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. We shall meet again. With that, he stepped onto the sword light and soared into the sky. Transformed into a beam of azure sword light, it soared towards the distant horizon. What kind of secret manual could possess such mystique? Shen Xinghe, filled with curiosity, glanced down at the manual in her hands. Flipping through a few pages casually, she stole a few glances and was immediately captivated. Her fair countenance flushed a deep crimson. Meanwhile, from afar, the laughter of Shen Xinghe echoed. Study this manual diligently. The next time we meet, I shall assess your skills. Chapter 119. Who has stolen my treasure? Who, pray tell, would wish to learn such chaotic techniques? As the prolonged laughter reverberated from the horizon, a rosy hue crept across Shen Xinghe's delicate face, rendering her both flustered and indignant. Gritting her silver teeth, she contemplated tearing the manual Shen Xinghe had left behind to shreds, yet found herself hesitating. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a brief moment of contemplation, she let out a huff of annoyance and, almost unwittingly, tucked it away. What mischievous scoundrel! How could I? Shen Xinghe raised her gaze towards the direction Shen Xinghe had departed, her expression a mixture of exasperation. Nonetheless, the melancholy of parting was somewhat alleviated by this commotion. Shaking her head, she forcefully suppressed her chaotic thoughts, returning to her dignified and aloof demeanor. Finally, she cast one last glance towards Shen Xinghe's retreating figure before resolutely turning away, treading through the skies towards the lair of the three-legged golden toad. After the demise of the three-legged golden toad, the minions within its lair had long since scattered like birds and beasts. Shen Xinghe encountered no obstacles on her way, swiftly arriving at the innermost depths of the lair, where she beheld the wall adorned with a sealing barrier. This barrier was intrinsically linked to the life of the three-legged golden toad, as long as it remained alive. Even the mightiest of beings at the 14th realm could not breach it from the outside. Any forceful attempt would result in the shattering of the inner space, rendering all treasures inaccessible. However, with the three-legged golden toad's fall, the strength of the sealing barrier had significantly diminished. Grasping her long spear, Shen Xinghe thrust it forth, the spear's radiance shimmering like a cold star. Effortlessly, she pierced through the barrier, creating a spatial passage. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation as she rushed inside. Yet, upon entering, she found herself dumbfounded by the emptiness that lay before her, devoid of any treasures. What on earth is happening? Was it not said that this space contained a treasure trove, filled with all the riches the three-legged golden toad had amassed over thousands of years? Where are the mountains of gold and copper coins? Is it possible that this barrier conceals a secret, requiring a special method to uncover the treasures? Shen Xinghe's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a silver glimmer emanated from her eyes as she activated her martial arts to its fullest extent, meticulously searching within the barrier's space. After searching for quite some time, I found no anomalies. This place is indeed a vacant barrier. However, through the celestial eye of martial arts, I discerned some subtle clues. Within this space, there are wisps of golden essence, indicating that a multitude of gold coins once existed here, but they have since vanished. How infuriating! Who on earth has pilfered my treasure? Shen Xinghe was utterly exasperated, gritting her teeth and shouting in rage. It is essential to understand that she undertook this solitary journey, traversing vast oceans from the distant central divine continent to this cloud flow continent, risking potential downfall to seize the treasure of the Demon King, all because she had a significant endeavor that required the support of this treasure. Yet in the end, her years of effort were squandered, and she gained not even a single hair, an utter loss. The frustration in her heart was palpable. You better not let me discover your identity. Otherwise, I will ensure you pay the price, even if I must search the ends of the earth. At that moment, thousands of miles away, Xianxia was soaring through the vast sea of clouds. Shen Xinghe sat cross-legged atop the dragon's head when he suddenly sneezed, feeling a momentary weakness. Just a brief separation, and he already couldn't help but think of her. This woman truly is a source of annoyance. I owe you this time, but this treasure will prove useful. I shall compensate you adequately in the future. Shen Xinghe mused internally, simultaneously contemplating how to utilize such a vast treasure. His greatest challenge at present was his insufficient strength, which was woefully inadequate in this nine-continent realm. To enhance his power, he must read countless books, travel vast distances, and witness the world's mountains and seas. Among these, reading was simple, requiring merely time. However, traveling and witnessing the world posed a challenge, primarily due to his current slow speed. As he spoke, Shen Xinghe patted Xianxia beneath him, expressing his frustration. At this rate, we will never reach the central divine continent. Xianxia immediately let out a cry, sweetly appealing to Shen Xinghe. My speed is slow primarily because my cultivation level is too low. If you give me the demon core of that three-legged golden toad, once I refine it and become a true dragon of the 13th realm, I will take you wherever you desire. Go away. What realm are you in now? Already coveting the core of a 13th realm demon? Aren't you afraid of overreaching? Shen Xinghe replied, speechless, and gave Xianxia a light slap. I made up my mind. I shall invest this fortune wisely and acquire a top-notch intercontinental vessel. Then we shall travel the world and explore this nine-continent realm. To be fair, Xianxia's flying speed was not slow at all. However, it is lamentable that the vast expanse of the nine continents is truly overwhelming. Between each distinct continent lies an endless ocean. After dedicating over a year to this journey, I finally crossed the turbulent seas and arrived at the distant central divine continent. Fortunately, Shen Xinghe's storage bag was filled with countless tomes and scrolls, accompanied by the understanding and amiable Hongxiao. This companionship rendered the journey far from lonely. Upon reaching the central divine continent, Shen Xinghe immediately entered a bustling secular city. He first ascended a tavern and indulged in a sumptuous feast, relishing delectable dishes that left a lingering taste. Then, accompanied by Lü Hua, he strolled along the most vibrant streets of the city, savoring the long-missed essence of the mortal world. Meanwhile, within the realm of the third dynasty of the central divine continent, the Yin dynasty, atop a peak known as Divine Martial Mountain, stood two graceful figures facing each other. These two silhouettes were not unfamiliar to Shen Xinghe. One was the old acquaintance Li Fengxian from the Spring and Autumn Blessed Land. The other was Chen Xinghe, who had parted ways with him a year ago in the flowing Cloud Continent. However, in this vast central divine continent, she was known as Ning Xu, one of the three supreme martial saints of the world. After respectfully greeting Ning Xu, Li Fengxian solemnly stated, "Master, I have a request." "What is it?" Li Fengxian took a deep breath, steeling herself, and earnestly replied, "To speak candidly, the person I encountered in the Spring and Autumn Blessed Land has already arrived in the 9 continents. Yet, he is currently missing, and I seek your assistance in locating him." Chapter 120. Ning Xu stunned. How could it be him? Ning Xu had anticipated Li Fengxian's request. At this moment, upon hearing her words, her brows slightly arched, and she inwardly sighed before responding. "Please provide me with his name and detailed information, and I shall endeavor to assist you." "Yes, thank you, master." Upon hearing Ning Xiu's agreement to help, a glimmer of surprise appeared in Li Fengxian's eyes as she hurriedly added, "His name is Shen Xinghe. Over a year ago, he appeared in the Immortal Gourd continent and participated in the treasure contest of the Immortal Gourd Celestial Realm. However, at the final moment, he was captured alongside Jang Yu Yao by the treacherous duo of the Snake and Scorpion demons from the Suspended Leaf continent. Now, Jang Yu Yao has returned to Fuyao City, but he remains unaccounted for. This jade slip contains his likeness." As she spoke, a flash of light emanated from Li Fengxian's palm as she retrieved a white jade slip and handed it to Ning Xu. During the contest in the Immortal Gourd Celestial Realm, many had recorded Shen Xinghe's battles through various means. Ning Xu accepted the jade slip from Li Fengxian, extending her consciousness to scan its contents. Her curiosity piqued as she wondered what manner of man Shen Xinghe truly was. How could one cause their beloved disciple to become ensnared in matters of the heart, rendered helpless and transformed into this current state? Soon, Ning Xu beheld the scenes within the jade slip. The first image that caught her eye was that of a man clad in white, wielding a sword, his back turned towards her. At the very moment she perceived that silhouette, her breath quickened and her heart fluttered. A wave of intense familiarity and unease washed over her. Then, she saw the figure turn around, revealing a strikingly handsome young face that left an indelible impression on her. How could it be him? In that instant, Ning Xu felt as though the sky had collapsed. Even in the face of cataclysmic upheaval, her heart would usually remain undisturbed. Yet at this moment, it churned with tumultuous waves. How could the object of Feng Xian's affections be him? This meant that the one her disciple cherished was the same person who occupied her own heart. How could such a thing be possible? How was she to face Feng Xian? In a fleeting moment, Ning Xiu's chest heaved, her expression becoming exceedingly peculiar. Li Fengxian noticed the change in Ning Xiu's demeanor, her brow arching slightly in suspicion. With a hint of concern, she inquired, "Master, what troubles you? Is there an issue?" "And no, it's nothing." Ning Xu hurriedly masked her own fluster, adopting a stern expression and feigning composure. Internally, she cursed Shen Xinghe 1,000 times, turning to Li Fengxian and saying, "I have learned of this matter. Once this tumultuous period passes, I will seek out his whereabouts." As she spoke, her mind was also engaged in private musings. From a mentor's perspective, she naturally hoped that Li Fengxian could overcome the trials of love and attain clarity of thought, unbound by the shackles of romantic entanglements, and continue her ascent in the martial arts. Yet, from a self-serving angle, if she were to truly discover Shen Xinghe's location, should she divulge this to Feng Xian? If they were to reconcile, what would her own position be? How should she navigate her own feelings? The light in Ning Xiu's eyes flickered as she found herself ensnared in profound confusion. Li Fengxian regarded Ning Xu with a face full of doubt, her gaze replete with questions. Throughout her life, she had never witnessed her master display such a burdened and distracted demeanor. Could it be that the request she had made was too formidable? Sensing Li Fengxian's scrutiny, Ning Xu hastily concealed her inner turmoil. With a light cough, she addressed Li Fengxian. After the fall of the Northern Han Kingdom to the Deqian, a multitude of citizens were reduced to servitude. Lady Mei, unable to bear witness to their humiliation, willingly sold herself for 3,000 years to raise funds for their redemption. Although Ardain is currently in a tumultuous period and lacks the financial means to engage in competition, we have decided to send the third prince on a journey. You shall descend the mountain and accompany His Highness, ensuring his safety along the way, while also allowing yourself a chance to unwind. Li Fengxian was somewhat familiar with the matters Ning Xu spoke of. The Lady Mei she referred to was a formidable demon of the 13th realm, residing atop a suspended celestial mountain. Though a creature of the otherworldly, her origins are remarkably profound, having once taken root in the tranquil courtyards of the scholarly temples of the Middle Earth. Eventually, she relocated to a celestial isle, deeply entwined with the northern Cold Kingdom. Not long ago, this kingdom fell to the might of the great Qian, and she could have remained an observer. Yet, unable to bear witness to the humiliation of the former subjects of the northern Cold Kingdom, she resolved to sell herself for 3 millennia in exchange for riches, aiming to redeem them from their ignoble fates. Upon the revelation of her intentions, a tremendous uproar rippled across the vast expanse of the divine continent. First and foremost, the populace marveled at the compassion and loyalty of Lady Mei. Although she is a demon, her actions stirred deep admiration among many, leaving them feeling inadequate in comparison. Conversely, the various celestial sects were equally shaken by this news. It is essential to note that Lady Mei is a genuine great demon of the 13th realm. Setting aside her formidable background, her profound cultivation alone would suffice to sustain a flourishing sect even in the Eastern Immortal Hu state. Moreover, the floating celestial mountain she calls home possesses a remarkable heritage, said to be a divine mountain that plummeted from the 9th heaven. Practicing upon its heights yields results that far exceed expectations, and its speed of flight surpasses that of any intercontinental vessel. A being of such formidable power and illustrious lineage, willing to serve for 3,000 years, presents an irresistible temptation for any celestial sect. If utilized wisely, she could undoubtedly elevate the strength of their sects to unprecedented heights over the span of those 3 millennia. Consequently, numerous powerful sects across the divine continent are eagerly preparing their resources to partake in this competition. Though Li Fengxian harbored little interest in the matter, she acquiesced upon her master's urging and subsequently took her leave. Ning Xu stood quietly atop the mountain peak, watching as Li Fengxian's figure receded into the distance. Once the silhouette vanished completely, her previously calm demeanor could no longer be maintained. Her chest heaved with emotion as she lifted a long, elegant leg and forcefully shattered a boulder beneath her foot. Clenching her fist tightly, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "Li Fei Yu, Shen Xinghe, why must it be you? You scoundrel, you've brought calamity upon us, leaving me with no way to face Fengxian in the future." At that moment, her heart was heavy with unutterable grief, yearning for the sands of time to reverse, to return to the flowing cloud continent a year prior, to prevent those events that should never have transpired. Her ire towards Shen Xinghe was immense, wishing fervently to capture him and unleash her pent-up fury upon him. Her anger towards Shen Xinghe was only surpassed by her resentment towards the thief who had pilfered the 3-legged golden toad's precious treasure, leaving her with nothing but fruitless efforts and the bitter taste of loss. Chapter 121. A New Hint, Seizing the Fortune of Heaven and Earth. Achoo! Who is whispering my name from afar? Countless miles away, Shen Xinghe, leisurely strolling the streets with the 6th child perched upon his shoulder, felt a sudden chill. Suddenly, a sneeze escaped me, prompting an inexplicable rubbing of my nose as I murmured to myself. In the following days, Shen Xinghe sought out the nearest celestial ferry. At the dock, he inquired with several cultivators to glean information about the myriad circumstances of the central land divine continent. He also learned of Madame Mei's desperate plight to sell herself for funds. It is worth noting that the mysterious celestial island where Madame Mei resided was not only vast in expanse, but also capable of moving with astonishing speed, traversing thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, surpassing the speed of any current intercontinental vessel. Upon receiving this information, Shen Xinghe made an immediate decision. She was the one. Should he successfully acquire Madame Mei's 3,000-year control rights, it would be tantamount to obtaining an unparalleled intercontinental vessel, while also securing the protection of a formidable demon with 13 realms of cultivation and a robust background. Truly a dual benefit. Thus, he set forth without delay. Although the central land divine continent was boundless and expansive, nearly rivaling the combined area of the other 8 continents, it was divided into 9 states, each comparable in size to the celestial gourd continent. Within these 9 states, each possessed a large-scale teleportation array, facilitating the convenient travel of cultivators across the continent and significantly shortening their journeys. Utilizing the benefits of the teleportation array, Shen Xinghe reached the Yunyan Sea of Hangzhou, where Madame Mei resided, in merely 3 months. As he gazed ahead, a vast and boundless ocean unfolded before him, its surface serene and impeccably smooth, devoid of any ripples or turbulence. It resembled a colossal azure mirror embedded in the infinite earth, reflecting the drifting white clouds in the sky. Amidst this endless expanse of sea, there hung a suspended island with a diameter of 10,000 feet, akin to an inverted mountain suspended in the azure firmament, its peak touching the surface of the water. The mirror-like sea cast a reflection of this majestic peak, emanating an unparalleled grandeur. This suspended mountain, positioned between the sky and sea, was none other than the famed Qingming floating isle, the very sanctuary of Madame Mei. From afar, the isle appeared shrouded in ethereal mist, within which a solitary cold plum tree subtly revealed itself. If all went as anticipated, this should indeed be the true form of Madame Mei. Shen Xinghe soared on his sword to the vicinity of the floating isle, whereupon a gracefully enchanting flower spirit emerged to greet him. She performed a delicate bow and respectfully inquired, "Might I ask, noble sir, are you here to attend the red plum tea gathering?" "Indeed," Shen Xinghe affirmed with a nod. The flower spirit promptly added, "I beg your pardon, but all attendees of the tea gathering are required to present 10 gold-imbued copper coins for island access." Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe's brow arched slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment. For merely stepping foot on the island, a fee of 10 gold-imbued copper coins was indeed a steep demand. However, considering that Lady Mei organized this tea party primarily to raise funds, it is indeed reasonable to collect a higher entrance fee. Moreover, as a prominent figure among the 13 realms, her status is exceptional. Without setting certain thresholds, would it not allow anyone to flock to the island for mere amusement? In any case, Shen Xinghe is not short of money. He had come prepared for a significant expenditure. He promptly produced 10 gold-infused copper coins and handed them to the flower spirit maiden, who, with great enthusiasm, welcomed him to the island. She escorted him to a serene and picturesque courtyard to settle in, presenting him with a crimson sound transmission jade pendant, stating, "The red plum tea party will commence in a few days. You may stay on the island for now. Should you require anything, you can summon me using this pendant." After a courteous bow, she respectfully took her leave. Once Shen Xinghe bid her farewell, he promptly entered his room and settled cross-legged on the bed. Just moments ago, upon arriving at the Qingming floating isle, he had distinctly sensed a change in the mysterious figure within his mind. At this moment, as he focused inwardly, he observed that, through years of diligent study, extensive travels, and contemplation of the world's mountains and seas, the enigmatic figure traversing the landscape scroll had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had its height increased to 3 feet, but its features also exuded an extraordinary charm. At first glance, it was nearly indistinguishable from Shen Xinghe himself, revealing no apparent differences. The essence and principles he had gleaned from observing the world had coalesced into 9 radiant streams of light, forming a dazzling divine wheel that hovered behind the figure, slowly rotating and emanating waves of divine brilliance. This illuminated the mysterious figure, mirroring Shen Xinghe's appearance, akin to a celestial king descending to the mortal realm. Exudant extraordinary aura. At that moment, above the little figure's head, a flash of golden light appeared, revealing 5 words: "Seize the fortune of the world." Seize the fortune of the world? Shen Xinghe raised an eyebrow, a contemplative expression crossing his face. After the previous experiences, he had come to realize that the emerging golden texts serve as a hint for his next steps in cultivation. The earlier instructions regarding extensive reading, traveling, and observing the world had been quite straightforward, merely requiring him to follow the guidance provided. However, this latest hint left him perplexed and uncertain of how to proceed. The concept of fortune seemed ethereal. How could one possibly seize it? It appeared necessary to seek out someone knowledgeable for humble advice. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Shen Xinghe stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. Just then, a sudden change in expression indicated that he had sensed something. Approaching the window, I pushed it open and gazed outside. Before me, a brilliant golden divine haze suddenly appeared in the distant sky, lingering gracefully. I could faintly hear a chorus of astonished exclamations resonating from afar. Marvelous! Marvelous! Young Master Bai, a true gentleman of the Confucian Temple, renowned across the 9 continents as an unparalleled genius. The verses he casually recited have evoked a resonance between heaven and earth, bestowing upon him literary fortune, a sight truly breathtaking. A resonance between heaven and earth, a bestowal of literary fortune? Could poetry and literary talent be considered as a form of destiny? Might this be regarded as seizing the world's fortune? Listening intently to the fragmented words carried by the wind, Shen Xinghe felt a stirring in his heart, a glimmer of intrigue igniting in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the door and stepped into the courtyard, striding purposefully towards the direction from which the golden divine haze had risen, eager to validate his suspicions. Chapter 122. The Bestowal of Literary Fortune, the Golden Dragon's Protection. Shen Xinghe walked briskly, reaching the very spot where the golden light had burst forth moments earlier. Before him lay a vast, flat expanse of snow, where delicate snowflakes danced gracefully in the air. Various species of plum trees, standing resilient against the cold, exuded a subtle and enchanting fragrance. Though Qingming Floating Isle is a paradise of immortals, with an eternal spring climate, the essence of Madame May is that of a 1,000-year-old snow plum. It is entirely natural for winter snow to fall and for expansive plum groves to flourish on the isle. At that moment, in the grove ahead, shadows moved about. They were likely powerful individuals, much like Shen Xinghe, gathered for the upcoming Red Plum Tea gathering. Many had congregated around a young scholar dressed in a white scholar's robe, whose handsome visage drew admiration akin to moths to a flame. Shen Xinghe observed from a distance, sensing a familiarity in the young scholar's aura, though his features appeared unfamiliar. Although puzzled, Shen Xinghe brushed it aside and ventured alone into the plum grove. He discovered inscriptions of poems praising the plum blossoms on the branches of some trees. It is said that Madame May had once rooted herself in the courtyard of the Confucian Temple, deeply intertwined with the scholarly lineage of the world. These poems must have been penned by past Confucian sages who visited the Immortal Isle, capturing their admiration for the scenery in this grove. Shen Xinghe's eyes sparkled as he whispered softly, Hong Xiao. The ancient jade amulet at his waist shimmered with brilliance. The figure of Hong Xiao emerged gracefully, adeptly retrieving an inkstone and brush, presenting them to Shen Xinghe. After accepting the brush, Shen Xinghe dipped it into the ink, pausing briefly in contemplation before decisively inscribing upon the trunk of a nearby plum tree. In the icy woods of snow, I stand apart, unmingled with the blossoms of peach and plum. Suddenly, a night of fragrance emerges, spreading the essence of spring across the vast expanse. In the fleeting moment of composing verses, the sky suddenly erupted with a dazzling array of golden divine clouds. Rays of brilliance cascaded in myriad directions, while the ethereal essence of literary fate drifted between heaven and earth, transforming into waves of radiance that descended upon Shen Xinghe. Encircled by this luminous aura, he appeared as if he were a celestial being. In the distance, powerful figures admiring the scenery within the plum grove were stirred by this unexpected spectacle, their gazes converging with expressions of astonishment. Who is this individual? The poetry he crafted has invoked such celestial phenomena. His youthful visit, coupled with his profound mastery of poetic art, suggests he may indeed be a renowned talent of the realm. Let us approach and discern the uniqueness of his verses. As some of these formidable beings deliberated, they were eager to step forward and discover what poetry Shen Xinghe had penned that resonated with the cosmos. Meanwhile, among the a young scholar garbed in scholarly robes, upon catching sight of Shen Xinghe, felt his gaze abruptly sharpen. His expression froze, reminiscent of a foe encountering an adversary, as his chest heaved with intensity and his fists clenched tightly. Unperturbed by the astonished stares around him, Shen Xinghe remained oblivious to the unusual demeanor of the scholar. Instead, he diverted a fragment of his consciousness to keenly observe the transformations of the enigmatic figure in his mind. As the poem took form, threads of literary essence descended from the heavens, enveloping his being. Deep within his consciousness, a radiant light began to swirl above the head of the mysterious figure, revealing strands of golden literary brilliance that subtly outlined an ephemeral flower. Indeed, it was effective. Shen Xinghe's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. Without hesitation, he seized his brush once more and inscribed another timeless ode to the plum blossom upon the bare branch of the tree, alone in the icy jade. A figure of purity in the world, a crescent moon gently rests upon the sparse branches. Let not the heartless flute play lightly, for it is not yet the spring breeze that caresses the brow. Boom! In that instant of poetic creation, the sky trembled violently. Boundless golden light surged forth, transforming into floating clouds of gold that drifted through the void. Furthermore, exquisite golden lotuses blossomed in the ether, swirling around Shen Xinghe. Look, he has composed another poem, they exclaimed. Once again, he has stirred the resonance of the heavens and the earth. It is the fabled golden lotus of literary fortune. The seamless flow of his two poems had consecutively elicited a response from the cosmos, bestowing upon him literary fate, a talent that was beyond comprehension. Who could this extraordinary scholar be? Why had he never been heard of before? From afar, the spectators beheld the flourishing golden lotuses of literary fortune encircling Shen Xinghe, their astonishment palpable as disbelief washed over their faces. Yet, undeterred by the crowd, Shen Xinghe, upon realizing the efficacy of his method, was filled with exhilaration. He delved deep into his memories, fervently recalling and inscribing every plum blossom poem he could summon from his mind, one after another. The wind howls and the snow ravages the banks of the great river, while moss, like scales, entwines the iron dragon. A single branch stands in splendid isolation amidst 100 flowers, densely clustered with myriad blossoms that defy the passage of time. In the corner of the wall, several branches of plum blossom bravely bloom alone in the cold, revealing that they are not snow but carry a subtle fragrance. Almost every poem, upon completion, resonates with the heavens and earth, causing the literary fortunes descending from the sky to gradually accumulate, becoming ever more profound. Radiant rays of twilight illuminate the heavens, manifesting astonishing celestial phenomena that envelop the entire sky of the ethereal floating isle, rendering the surrounding landscape visible for thousands of miles. The formidable beings from the celestial gates within the plum grove are utterly astonished. At this moment, those who ascend to the ethereal floating isle and arrive in this plum grove are predominantly the elite from the major celestial sects, noble families, and dynasties of the central land, all of whom are well versed in the ways of the world. They have witnessed the elegance of literary genius, where the stroke of a pen transforms into poetry that stirs the cosmos. However, they have never encountered someone like Shen Xinghe, who composes poetry as effortlessly as drinking water, producing one masterpiece after another in rapid succession. Each piece is of such extraordinary literary quality that it evokes a resonant response from the universe, conjuring wondrous phenomena. This is truly unprecedented. Their eyes widen in astonishment, filled with incredulity. Even the handsome youth clad in a white scholar's robe stares in shock, his pupils trembling, as if he has encountered a ghost. After a moment, Shen Xinghe finally pauses his brush, inscribing the final poem upon the branch of a red plum. Resilient against the chill and snow, with the western wind rustling, blossoms grace the courtyard. Though the fragrance is cold, the butterflies find it hard to come. If in years to come I were to be the Azure Emperor, I would grant a place for the peach blossom to bloom. Boom! The instant the poem is completed, all the literary golden light in the sky converges, transforming into a magnificent golden dragon of literary fortune that descends from above, encircling Shen Xinghe. The golden dragon raises its head high, unleashing a roar that reverberates through the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds of the 9 skies. Chapter 123. Please, young master, stay your hand. Is that the legendary golden dragon of literary fortune? This dragon is one of the rarest and most prestigious manifestations of literary phenomena, scarcely seen even once in several hundred years. Its appearance signifies the highest recognition of literary fortune by the heavens and earth, offering protection from all evils and immunity to all poisons. Who could have imagined that we would be fortunate enough to witness this today? Who is this young man, possessing such extraordinary talent to compose poetry that transcends the heavens and earth? Surely, he is no ordinary individual, yet I have never heard of him before. Could he be a prodigy from other continents? Observing the golden dragon descending from the sky, encircling Shen Xinghe with an awe-inspiring presence, the distant celestial beings are deeply moved, their eyes filled with admiration. Overwhelmed by the aura emanating from the dragon, none dare to approach. Meanwhile, before Shen Xinghe, the red plum tree upon which he has just inscribed his final poem stands proud. Under the nurturing embrace of this magnificent literary fortune, immense benefits have been reaped. The branches of the red plum trees sway gently in the breeze, emanating a soft, crimson glow. In the blink of an eye, they transform into a young maiden clad in a flowing red dress. She gazes down at her new corporeal form, her fair and delicate visage illuminated with unrestrained joy. Her beautiful eyes shimmer with gratitude as she bows deeply to Shen Xinghe, sincerely expressing her heartfelt thanks. I am eternally grateful for your enlightening grace. Even though my roots lie in this spiritually rich Qingming floating isle, without today's fortuitous encounter, I would have needed to cultivate for another several hundred years to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the sun and moon, before I could shed my demonic form and assume human shape. However, today, as Shen Xinghe inscribed poetry upon my being, not only did he illuminate my path, sparing me centuries of arduous cultivation, but he also shielded me from the tribulations of life and death that accompany such transformations. This will greatly benefit my future cultivation. Thus, my gratitude towards Shen Xinghe is genuine and profound. Shen Xinghe, taken aback, had not anticipated that the literary aura summoned by his poetry would possess such extraordinary effects. He nodded at the newly transformed sprite, focusing intently on his own metamorphosis. Meanwhile, deep within the Qingming floating isle, beneath the flourishing and frost-defying red plum tree, a stunning woman clad in a crimson dress opened her eyes. She first beheld the resplendent literary golden light illuminating the sky. Then her gaze descended slowly to rest upon Shen Xinghe. In my youth, if I were the Azure Emperor, I would ensure the peach blossoms bloom in unison, she murmured, reciting 2 lines from Shen Xinghe's poetry, her beautiful eyes flickering with a peculiar light, revealing a glimmer of interest. Yet, as if lost in thought, she sighed softly, shaking her head in resignation as she gazed at the cascading winter snow from the heavens, her eyes filled with wistfulness. Simultaneously, within that grove of plum trees, Shen Xinghe validated his hypothesis through practice. By inscribing poetry, he could indeed seize the literary fortune of the world, merely by silently composing verses celebrating the plum blossoms. He had elicited a resonance with the cosmos, garnering the support of celestial literary power, even materializing a golden dragon of literary fortune to protect him. He mused that if he were to transcribe all the timeless masterpieces swirling in his mind, the spectacle would undoubtedly be far more grand, provoking unimaginable celestial phenomena. However, given the chaotic mix of beings on this Qingming floating isle, Shen Xinghe preferred to avoid drawing excessive attention. He resolved to seek a secluded place in the future, where he could seamlessly inscribe all the ancient masterpieces in one breath, thereby claiming the literary fortune of the world for himself. However, the ethereal flow of destiny is but one of the myriad forces in this vast universe. How might one seize the essence of other fates? Shen Xinghe pondered silently, lost in contemplation as he turned to return to his abode. Amidst the throng in the distance, the previously adulated young man in white, once gazing at Shen Xinghe with a blend of resentment and hostility, now found those feelings dissipating, replaced by a profound sense of defeat and impotence. Am I truly inferior to him? The other formidable figures from the celestial sects exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with awe as they regarded Shen Xinghe from afar. Some even ventured closer, eager to engage and befriend him. Yet, as they approached, their expressions shifted, and they halted, their gazes drawn toward a singular direction. In that direction stood a young warrior clad in dark martial attire adorned with a dragon cloud motif, a long blade at his side, striding confidently toward Shen Xinghe. He clasped his fists in respect and spoke with deference. "Young master, may I request a moment of your time? My prince holds your talents in high regard and wishes to meet with you. I kindly ask that you honor us with your presence." Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe raised an eyebrow, a disdainful scoff escaping him inwardly. "Who is your prince? Why does he not come to me himself? Must I go to him? What nonsense is this?" With a cold huff, he replied, "I have no time." The young warrior in the dragon cloud attire furrowed his brow at this response. With a haughty demeanor, he gazed intently at Shen Xinghe and reminded him, "My prince is the second prince of the great Qian dynasty." The mention of the great Qian dynasty stirred something within Shen Xinghe, a flicker of intrigue igniting in his eyes. After arriving in the central land of the divine continent, he had taken the time to familiarize himself with the power dynamics of this realm. This continent, vast and boundless, is home to countless dynasties, among which the top 10 are the most formidable. The Great Qian dynasty ranks as the foremost among them, having recently vanquished the 9th-ranked Beihan kingdom, marking its zenith. There lurked an aura of ambition, hinting at a desire to unify the entirety of the divine continent under its banner. The second prince of the Great Qian dynasty, born of the Empress, is poised to be crowned as heir apparent, potentially ascending to the throne and commanding dominion over the entire land. What celestial sect would dare to disregard him? No wonder such an imposing spectacle surrounded even a mere messenger, were it another celestial figure. The mere mention of the second prince's name would likely instill enough trepidation to compel them to pay their respects. Yet, Shen Xinghe remained unmoved. Regardless of your princely lineage from any dynasty, even if the heavenly king himself were to arrive, if I express my disinterest in meeting, then so be it. So you're the second prince of the Great Qian dynasty. Return and convey to your royal family that I am otherwise engaged. With that, I did not spare a glance at the haughty martial official, but, with a flourish of my sleeve, strode away. Chapter 124. In the world of chaos, prepare for confrontation. Upon hearing Shen Xinghe's disdainful remarks, the martial official from the Great Qian dynasty was momentarily taken aback, grappling with disbelief. He had never anticipated Shen Xinghe's audacity. It must be noted that the Great Qian dynasty stands as the most illustrious dynasty in all of Central Earth, poised to unify the entire realm and achieve unparalleled glory. In the vast expanse of the 9 continents, who would dare show disrespect to the Great Qian dynasty? Who would disregard the dignity of the second prince? Yet here was a mere scholar, who, relying on his poetic talents, displayed an arrogance that belied his station, dismissing the second prince with such insolence. Truly outrageous. No one had ever turned down the invitation of a royal prince. A flicker of indignation passed through the eyes of the martial official. Even the onlookers in the distance were stirred by Shen Xinghe's response, erupting into a chorus of astonished murmurs. As formidable cultivators of the immortal sect in Central Earth, they recognized the martial official's identity at first sight. He belonged to the renowned Longyun Guard, an elite force only commandable by members of the Great Qian royal family. They had not anticipated Shen Xinghe's defiance, as he showed no regard for the second prince's authority. To refuse outright was an act of unprecedented boldness. Could it be that this individual harbored some astonishing background unknown to them? The Longyun Guard's expression darkened, a cold snort escaping his lips as he advanced, intent on compelling Shen Xinghe to accompany him to meet the second prince. However, as he took a couple of steps forward, he was intercepted by Xiao, who extended her arm to block his path. Please hold, esteemed sir. My master has other matters to attend to. Her demeanor was neither deferential nor arrogant, exuding a composed assertiveness. Yet the Longyun Guard, upon hearing her words, felt deeply insulted. His face twisted with anger, and he glared at Xiao with a chilling intensity. Barking, what could possibly be more important than meeting the second prince? Who do you think you are? A mere specter, daring to obstruct me? You seek your own demise. Allow me to teach you how to behave as a servant. With a heavy grunt, the martial official raised his hand, preparing to strike Xiao. This blow served a dual purpose, to discipline Xiao and to deliver a warning to Shen Xinghe, intending to puncture his pride and remind him of his place. However, he is merely a humble scholar, lacking the audacity to flaunt himself before the second prince of the Qian dynasty. Alas, he has miscalculated his opponent. As the Dragon Cloud Guard raised his hand, the forward-moving Shen Xinghe felt a sudden chill in his gaze, followed by a heavy cold snort escaping his lips. During the journey from the flowing cloud continent to the central land, Shen Xinghe's martial prowess had surged remarkably, elevating him to the peak of the 10th realm of martial artists, achieving the exalted pinnacle within the trifecta of minor realms. With such extraordinary mastery, he was worthy of the esteemed title of Martial Saint. The dark-clad martial officer of the Dragon Cloud Guard, though not without strength, was merely a 7th realm martial artist, vastly inferior to Shen Xinghe. The chilling disdain in Shen Xinghe's cold snort struck the Dragon Cloud Guard's spirit, causing his heart to tremble violently, his blood surging within, and a look of sheer horror to cloud his eyes. Yu possessed the cultivation of a martial saint. Before he could recover from his astonishment, Shen Xinghe had already turned back, delivering a resounding slap across his face. The sharp crack of the blow resonated throughout the surroundings. Half of the dragon cloud guard's face was instantly marred, flesh torn and bloodied, eliciting a wretched scream as his body was sent flying backwards, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. What kind of wretched scoundrel do you think you are? When has it been your place to admonish my people? Shen Xinghe glared coldly at the dragon cloud guard, his voice resonating with authority. Apologized to Xiao Yao, his personal maid, was someone Shen Xinghe would not allow to be bullied in his presence. It mattered not if the aggressor was merely a servant under the second prince of the Qin dynasty. Even a celestial deity would not be spared his wrath. Feeling the biting coldness in Shen Xinghe's gaze, the dragon cloud guard trembled, a shiver coursing through him. Yet, his unique position as a dragon cloud guard, emblematic of the imperial majesty of the Qin royal family, forbade him from bowing to a mere servant, even if her master was an extraordinarily powerful martial saint. Drawing a deep breath, he struggled to regain his footing, lifting his head to meet Shen Xinghe's razor-sharp gaze, stammering defiantly. As a dragon cloud guard of the Qin dynasty, I cannot possibly apologize to a mere servant. Furthermore, I come representing the second prince, inviting you for a discussion. You assault me without cause. Do you not regard our Qin dynasty with any respect? Are you aware of the repercussions of your actions? What absurd repercussions? I only know that in this world, one must acknowledge their mistakes and stand tall when receiving punishment. Shen Xinghe scoffed derisively, weary of exchanging words with this individual. His voice grew cold and resolute. Do not say I did not offer you a chance. Since you refuse to apologize, then prepare to meet your demise. On Shen Xinghe's wrist, the black bracelet suddenly soared into the air, emitting a thunderous dragon roar. It transformed into a ferocious black true dragon, its scales and horns formidable and imposing. It spiraled gracefully in midair before diving fiercely downward, opening its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth to devour the dragon cloud guard. As they traversed the vast seas towards the central divine continent, Shen Xinghe found himself unable to withstand Xianxi's persistent pleas. In a moment of compassion, considering her tireless efforts and unwavering support throughout their journey, he reluctantly bestowed upon her the primordial demon core of the three-legged golden toad. Nurtured by the essence of this 13th realm demon core, Xianxi's cultivation surged dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of the 10th realm. How could a mere 7th realm warrior hope to withstand such power? The terrifying dragon might radiating from the descending creature paralyze the dragon cloud guard with fear, rendering him as heavy as lead, unable to move a muscle. Xianxi seized the opportunity, biting down hard, and swallowed him whole. Then she spiraled upward, releasing a majestic dragon song, before diving down again in a flash of light, transforming back into a bracelet that reappeared in Shen Xinghe's palm, resembling a pet affectionately seeking its master's attention. She extended her pink tongue, playfully licking Shen Xinghe's hand a few times before contentedly closing her eyes. Shen Xinghe's expression remained remarkably calm, as if the act of slaying a dragon cloud guard from the great Qin dynasty was merely a trivial matter. Unfazed, he strode away from the plum grove alongside Xiao. Chapter 125. The tea party commences, the second prince's malice. Who is this individual? Not only does he possess extraordinary literary talent capable of resonating with the heavens and the earth, but he is also a peerless martial saint who has ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts. Moreover, he commands a true dragon at the peak of the 10th realm. Such a figure should have long been renowned throughout the world. How have I never heard of him before? Could he be a young powerhouse who has just emerged? As the saying goes, one must consider the master when striking a dog. The dragon cloud guards of the great Qin dynasty are the imperial envoys of the royal family and, in many respects, represent the dignity of the dynasty. This individual has displayed utter ruthlessness by publicly slaying a dragon cloud guard. The second prince is sure to be enraged and will not let this transgression go unpunished. Unless this person possesses an extraordinary background, it seems unlikely he will leave Qingming floating out alive. The great Qin dynasty has nurtured dragons for millennia, and the national auspicious golden dragon, which has absorbed the fortunes of countless dragons, has already reached the peak of the 13th realm, merely a step away from breaking into the 14th realm. This young man, accompanied by a true dragon, has established an irreconcilable conflict with the great Qin dynasty. Unless he is willing to sever the dragon's horns and withdraw from the contest for dragon fortune, a confrontation is inevitable. within the depths of the forest. A group of celestial cultivators gazed at the departing figure of Shen Xinghe, their minds stirred by the horrifying sight of the vast bloodstains left on the ground when the Longyan Guard was devoured. Whispers and speculations about Shen Xinghe's identity filled the air. Soon after, atop the floating isle, a voice of fury erupted from a resplendently adorned courtyard. "Scoundrel, one must consider the master when striking a dog. How dare you slay the envoy sent by this prince in plain sight of all? Such audacity is beyond belief. It is as if my esteemed Dacian empire holds no significance in your eyes. Go and eliminate him immediately." The young prince, clad in a four-clawed dragon robe, was engulfed in rage upon receiving the news. In a fit of anger, he overturned the chessboard before him, scattering the black and white pieces across the floor. His face was a mask of fury as he ground his teeth and shouted. Across from him, a middle-aged scholar, who had been engaged in the game, hastily rose and spoke in a measured tone. "Your Highness, please temper your anger. Let us not forget that we are currently on the territory of Madame Mei atop the Qingming floating isle. Having just vanquished the Beihan kingdom, she harbors ill feelings towards us and is not inclined to welcome us. It is unwise to provoke further discord. That person remains on the floating isle and cannot escape. Let us first ascertain his background, and after the Hongmei tea gathering concludes, we can deliberate on how to address the matter." After considering his subordinates' counsel, the second prince's fury gradually subsided. A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes, and after a moment, he coldly huffed and declared, "Dispatch someone to investigate him immediately. I want to know all his details within 3 days." The middle-aged scholar's eyes glinted as he continued. "However, this youth has already reached the pinnacle of martial arts at such a tender age, becoming a rare 10 realms martial artist. His strength is likely formidable and not to be underestimated. Although our Dacian empire boasts numerous experts, eliminating him is not a trivial matter. The current turmoil across the divine continent draws countless gazes towards our Dacian empire. A single misstep could have widespread repercussions. If we were to employ senior experts to eliminate him directly, it would surely invite public scrutiny and tarnish the dignity of our empire. It would be preferable to dispatch younger experts to engage him in a contest of peers, thereby demonstrating the might of our Dacian empire to the world." Upon hearing this, the second prince nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in the scholar's analysis. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in his eyes as he slowly lifted his gaze toward the young, dashing figure reclining leisurely in a chair, enjoying a massage from a maid. The young man, dressed in a black martial attire, exhibited no sense of restraint even in the presence of the prince. Leisurely and content, he closed his eyes to savor the moment. An astonishingly fierce aura emanated from him effortlessly. The second prince cast a glance at the young man, took a deep breath, and spoke in a solemn tone. "As a prince, it is beneath my dignity to take action personally. The matter of dealing with that individual rests upon you. I trust you will handle it without issue." The young man in black, upon hearing this, did not even lift his eyelids. However, a subtle smile, brimming with haughty confidence, graced his lips as he replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for idle chatter. We shall see when the time comes." The second prince held great faith in the prowess of this young man clad in black. His master was the illustrious martial king of the great Qian dynasty, the renowned martial sage Song Tianyuan. Each level he had traversed was meticulously honed and solidified. He alone possessed 1/10 of the martial fortune gathered within the martial temple of the great Qian dynasty. At such a young age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the mountain realm, achieving the esteemed status of martial sage, and was regarded as a potential pillar of martial arts in the future. It is essential to note that even among those of the mountain peak martial sage rank, there exists a disparity in strength. The second prince could not fathom that a wild cultivator, emerging from nowhere, whom he had never heard of before, could possibly rival this individual who had grown up alongside him and inherited the martial fortune of the great Qian dynasty. This young man had personally slain 3 formidable opponents at the 11th level of the Void Refinement on the battlefield and had been awarded a noble title for his military exploits at such a young age. The audacity of this unknown fool, regardless of his true identity, would certainly lead to a reckoning for his arrogance. After leaving the plum grove, Shen Xinghe returned to his residence. For the next few days, he did not venture out at all. After all, this entire floating Isle of Qingming would belong to him for the next 3,000 years. There was ample time to explore every corner of the island. At this moment, the island was a melting pot of diverse individuals, making it an unsuitable time for leisurely pursuits. Shen Xinghe remained in his courtyard, indulging in books and tea, and before he knew it, the day of the red plum tea gathering had arrived. The gathering was to be held beneath the towering red plum tree, the very embodiment of Madame May. Early in the morning, powerful figures from various sects and dynasties of the central divine continent, led by enchanting flower spirits, gathered beneath the majestic tree. Tasked with welcoming Shen Xinghe was the plum spirit he had previously inspired with poetry, who had successfully taken form just days prior in the plum grove. By the time Shen Xinghe arrived at the scene, a considerable crowd had already assembled. As soon as his figure appeared, numerous gazes converged upon him, all eyes fixated on his presence. Chapter 126. A desire to indulge with the lady in a night of intoxication. Just days ago, Shen Xinghe had composed poetry in the plum grove, resonating with the heavens, as golden dragons of literary fortune encircled him. Furthermore, he had displayed the formidable strength of a 10th-level martial artist by slaying a member of the Dragon Cloud Guard of the Great Qian dynasty. The news spread swiftly, creating a profound stir among the celestial cultivators who had gathered on the Qingming floating isle for the Hongmei tea gathering. They were astonished to discover that amidst the vast expanse of the 9 continents, there existed such a remarkable young powerhouse, one who held no fear even towards the Great Qian dynasty. A wave of curiosity surged forth, prompting inquiries into the myriad details surrounding Shen Xinghe. Only those of the highest echelons from the Middle Earth divine continent, including esteemed celestial sects and dynasties, were deemed worthy to ascend the Qingming floating isle and partake in this tea gathering. The channels of information were exceptionally well connected, and within mere days, they had thoroughly investigated Shen Xinghe's background. It was revealed that this enigmatic young adept was none other than the dazzling comet who had suddenly emerged in the Xianhu continent over 2 years ago. Rumors suggested he hailed from a humble spring and autumn-blessed land, yet his cultivation talent was astonishingly profound. He gained fame in the Xianhu cave heaven, single-handedly wielding his sword to sweep away numerous contemporaries. The tale circulated that at a critical moment, he, alongside Princess Jang Yu Yao of the Fuyao continent, had been abducted by the venomous duo from the Xuanya continent, disappearing without a trace, possibly meeting a tragic end. Many celestial practitioners mourned his fate, lamenting the heaven's envy of exceptional talent. Little did they expect that he had quietly traversed to the Middle Earth divine continent and, in a mere 2 years, had made remarkable strides in his cultivation, ascending to become a veritable master of the 10th realm. At this moment, as Shen Xinghe made his entrance, numerous gazes converged upon him, sparking a flurry of whispers among the onlookers, their eyes filled with a myriad of meanings and discussions. Seemingly oblivious to the attention, Shen Xinghe remained unfazed, following the guidance of a floral spirit to his designated seat. To his surprise, although he was merely a wandering cultivator, he had been assigned a position remarkably close to the front. Many renowned dynasties, esteemed families, and celestial sects found their seats significantly farther back. Could it be due to the poems he composed a few days prior in the Plum Grove? Or perhaps it was because he publicly vanquished a dragon cloud guard of the Great Qian dynasty, causing them to lose face and garnering the admiration of Madame May? Or was it a combination of both reasons? Shen Xinghe pondered this, yet did not dwell on it too deeply. After settling in, he picked up a delicacy from the table and offered it to Liu Wa, who had been by his side since his emergence into the world. The other 6 gourd children had accompanied Jang Yu Yao to Fuyao City, likely indulging in a life of luxury for the past 2 years. In contrast, Liu Wa had not experienced any significant hardships, yet had not enjoyed any comforts either. Thus, upon arriving in the Middle Earth divine continent, Shen Xinghe had spent a considerable sum to provide for Liu Wa's needs. Delicacies and amusements abound, sparing no expense for him. As time progresses, Liu Wa's cultivation level rises effortlessly, akin to water flowing naturally to its course, reaching ever greater heights. His innate abilities simultaneously strengthen. In the midst of enjoying his feast, he inadvertently enters a state of invisibility. Shen Xinghe sits serenely, observing the exquisite delicacies before him. Delicate pastries float gracefully from the platter into the air, only to be consumed one by one. The sight of Liu Wa's round and slippery little belly elicits a faint smile of satisfaction at the corners of Shen Xinghe's mouth. As time passes, more and more guests gather beneath the red plum tree, with nearly every seat already occupied. At that moment, a cacophony arises from a distance. Shen Xinghe's attention peaked, he raises his gaze. A group of several individuals approaches. Leading them is a young man clad in an exceedingly luxurious four-clawed dragon robe, adorned with a golden crown. Surrounding him is a swirling aura reminiscent of a dragon. Following closely behind are companions, each exuding an air of distinction. Among them, two attendants wear garments identical to those of the dragon cloud guard that he had slain days prior. In an instant, Shen Xinghe understands. The young man in the dragon robe at the forefront must be the second prince of the Deqian dynasty. Although nearly all of the 10 great dynasties of Central Earth have dispatched their princes, princesses, or esteemed officials to this red plum tea gathering, the Deqian dynasty, which personally obliterated the Northern Cold Kingdom, stands out as particularly exceptional. The arrival of the second prince instantly captures the attention of the entire assembly. The expressions of the other princes and princesses from various dynasties grow grave, revealing a hint of trepidation. Indeed, as the saying goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Currently, the Deqian dynasty's military might is at its zenith, unyielding in its ambition to not merely conquer the Northern Cold Kingdom, but to seize its territory. After a period of recuperation and military readiness, they are certain to march forth once more. The iron hooves of their army will crush the land, their blades poised to target the remaining great dynasties. The next to fall may very well be them. Thus, faced with the second prince of the Deqian dynasty, maintaining composure proves exceedingly difficult. Yet, the second prince appears oblivious to their gazes. With an air of arrogance, he settles into a seat at the front row, crossing his legs. His eyes sweep over the crowd, ultimately locking onto Shen Xinghe. A cold, piercing light emanates from his gaze, accompanied by a derisive smirk laden with provocation. Foolish, Shen Xinghe regards the second prince's taunting stare with disdain, seemingly impervious to the challenge posed. This dismissive demeanor only serves to inflame the second prince's ire, igniting his fury. How audacious! A mere wild cultivator, emerging from a humble background, dares to show off before him. Truly, he seems ignorant of the meaning of danger. After the conclusion of the Red Plum Tea gathering, this prince will ensure you truly comprehend the meaning of being unable to live or die. Following the arrival of the second prince, all guests swiftly took their seats. Suddenly, the ancient red plum tree, with its towering branches, swayed, and petals began to cascade to the ground. In the wake of a flash of crimson light, a strikingly beautiful woman adorned in a red gown materialized in midair, her figure graceful and enchanting. Without any preamble, she surveyed the gathered assembly with a cold gaze and spoke. "I'm grateful to all of you for traveling from afar to attend this red plum tea gathering. The purpose of this gathering is undoubtedly known to you, and there is no need for circumlocution. Let's get straight to the point. Please make your offers directly. Wait, before the gathering commenced, I have a message to convey personally to Lady May." As soon as Lady May's words fell, the second prince of the Deqian dynasty rose abruptly. He first cast a sweeping glance over everyone present, then bowed respectfully to Lady May. Speaking with an air of arrogance, "I have long heard of Lady May's unparalleled grace in dancing amidst the snow, and my father, the Emperor, has admired you for ages. Should you agree to enter the Deqian Imperial Palace and perform a dance for my father, a night of intoxication in spring, my father would exceptionally grant clemency, absolving all subjects of the Northern Cold Kingdom from their lowly status. I offer 500,000 pieces of exquisite gold." The moment the second prince's words echoed through the hall, an uproar ensued. Many powerful figures from the celestial sects present exchanged astonished glances, utterly incredulous. It was unexpected that the esteemed second prince of the Deqian dynasty would utter such words in a public assembly. It is widely known that the current emperor of Deqian possesses unique tastes, favoring married women over maidens, and harbors a peculiar inclination towards the wives of his vanquished foes. Several concubines in his harem were once the wives of his enemies. By offering to absolve all subjects of the Northern Cold Kingdom from their lowly status as a bargaining chip, he sought to entice Lady May into the Deqian Imperial Palace, clearly indicating that his intentions extended beyond merely enjoying a dance. The implications were unmistakable. One must recognize that Lady May's status is far from ordinary. Not only is she immensely powerful, being a formidable figure of the 13th realm, but she also has deep connections with the Confucian scholars, having once resided in the Confucian temple's courtyard. Her former partner was the first national teacher of the Northern Cold Kingdom, a revered sage of the Confucian school. The audacity of the Deqian emperor to openly covet her is a blatant disregard for the dignity of the Central Plains Confucian temple. Moreover, for a prince of such stature to brazenly make such a declaration in front of numerous celestial sects was exceedingly improper. However, this also reflects the extraordinary fortune of the Daqian dynasty. Their national strength has reached an unparalleled peak, akin to the zenith of a sun in the sky. Across the vast expanse of the divine continent, there exists nothing to instill fear in them, allowing for such reckless and audacious behavior. Upon hearing these words, Lady Mei, whose already strikingly beautiful visage exuded an air of coldness, became even more frigid, as if cloaked in a layer of frost. The second prince's remarks struck her as an affront, a blatant humiliation. She had deep ties with the Northern Cold Kingdom and genuinely wished to rescue its millions of subjects, liberating them from their degradation. She had even been willing to sacrifice her own dignity to serve for 3 millennia. However, she would never stoop to such a disgraceful method to achieve her aims. Were it not for the concern that taking action against the second prince might inflict greater suffering upon the millions of subjects of the Northern Cold Kingdom, she would have had no qualms about striking him down on the spot. With a disdainful snort, she coldly addressed the second prince. If one day your great Qian dynasty can make rivers flow backward, transform the waters of the 4 seas into fields, and dim the stars of the 9 heavens, then I shall enter the royal palace to perform a dance for the emperor of Qian. Until then, dream on. What she articulated were evidently impossibilities. The implication was crystal clear. What is your great Qian dynasty? Do not presume that because your nation is currently powerful and flourishing, you can act with impunity. I refuse to be swayed by your tactics. If you wish for a dance, you might as well wait for another lifetime. The second prince, however, was not taken aback by Lady Mei's response. He had anticipated it. He had not expected her to acquiesce outright. He merely relayed his father's wishes. Yet, he understood his father's character all too well. To achieve his ends, he would stop at nothing. The very fact that he spoke these words indicated that he had begun to take an interest in Lady Mei, regardless of her resistance. The overwhelming tide of fate would eventually lead her to the palace. His gaze swept over Lady Mei's graceful form, and a peculiar gleam flickered in his eyes. Then, surveying the assembled company, he smirked and said nonchalantly, I stand here representing the great Qian dynasty to extend my greetings to all of you. To be frank, I have come today under imperial orders, intent on acquiring the azure floating isle. I hope each of you will take heed, becoming allies of the great Qian dynasty rather than adversaries. The consequences of opposing us are all too evident, as you may observe from the fate of the Northern Cold Kingdom. With that, he let out a light chuckle and returned to his seat at the tea table, exuding an air of authority as if he were the master of the domain. The expressions of the princes and princesses from other dynasties darkened significantly upon hearing his words, while the many powerful figures from various sects exhibited visible signs of alarm, sensing the formidable threat embedded in his declaration. The dominance of the great Qian dynasty was unmistakable. Subsequently, the bidding commenced. The great Qian dynasty made an audacious opening bid of 200,000 pieces of refined copper coins. Such astonishingly exorbitant prices, coupled with previous verbal threats, directly intimidated the entire assembly. Many sects promptly abandoned any thoughts of competing and settled for merely observing the spectacle. However, several other dynasties and some of the most prestigious celestial sects from the divine continent were undeterred by the might of the Daqian dynasty. They all aspired to secure the allegiance of a formidable 13th-tier demon, leveraging Madame Mei's formidable prowess and profound connections to strategize for the next 3 millennia. Consequently, a bidding war ensued. Nevertheless, many factions lacked sufficient monetary resources and began to produce astonishingly valuable rare treasures or celestial weapons as collateral. Madame Mei had anticipated this and had invited 3 top-notch appraisers from the Cloud Tower to evaluate the worth of these items meticulously. As time progressed, various forces vied for dominance, driving the bids ever higher. After half an hour, the price reached approximately 400,000 gold essence coins, with a continuing upward trajectory. Initially, Shen Xinghe found amusement in witnessing the renowned powers of the world relentlessly outbid one another, their competitive fervor creating an engaging spectacle. However, as time passed, he began to feel a growing sense of tedium. These illustrious dynasties and elite sects, known for their grandiose proclamations, seemed remarkably parsimonious when it came to actual bidding. Incremental increases of a few hundred coins seemed futile, raising the question of when it would culminate. If this continued, it might take an entire hour to reach a conclusion. Finally, Shen Xinghe could no longer contain his impatience. He slammed the table and declared loudly, "Enough of this bidding. I shall offer 500,000 gold essence coins." At the utterance of this sum, an immediate silence enveloped the room, leaving the crowd in stunned disbelief. All eyes converged upon him, and as they recognized Shen Xinghe as the bidder, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. The second prince of the Qian fixed his piercing gaze upon Shen Xinghe, utterly incredulous that he could possess such wealth. With a derisive scoff, he coldly remarked, "Do you comprehend a magnitude of 500,000 gold essence coins? You, a mere itinerant cultivator, could not possibly amass such a fortune. How dare you speak so boldly? It is utterly laughable. Chapitre 128. Impossible, absolutely impossible." Upon hearing the second prince's words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. While everyone was aware of the animosity between him and Shen Xinghe, his merciless taunts were clearly laced with personal vendetta. However, no one doubted the validity of his words. It is crucial to understand the unparalleled value of gold essence. The entire fortune of a gold core cultivator might scarcely amount to a single gold essence coin. What then does 500,000 gold essence coins signify? It can undoubtedly be regarded as an astonishingly immense fortune, a wealth so great that it could rival entire nations. In the world at large, there exists scarcely any power capable of producing such an amount in one fell swoop. Even the illustrious Qin dynasty, at the height of its glory, does not possess such riches in its treasury. It would require the exchange of other treasures to match this sum. Across the realm, perhaps only the renowned Yunzhong Lu, famed for its boundless wealth, conducting business throughout the 9 continents, could possibly muster such an abundance of gold and copper coins in one breath. Yet, when we turn our gaze to Shen Xinghe, he is but a mere wandering cultivator, hailing from a small and inconspicuous fief, lacking any substantial roots or background in this vast world. His time in the 9 continents has been brief, merely a few short years. With such an insignificant origin and background, how could he possibly amass 500,000 gold coins? It is akin to a fantastical tale, the ravings of a madman. However, amidst the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Shen Xinghe's countenance remained utterly unperturbed. He met the second prince's stare without flinching, his expression composed and serene as he spoke. Indeed, where there are servants, there must be masters. No wonder that dog-like lackey looked down upon others. It appears he learned from you, his master. Open your eyes wide and behold this. As his words fell, Shen Xinghe waved his hand dramatically. The storage ring upon his finger flashed with brilliance, accompanied by a delightful clattering sound. Before him, a dazzling golden mound appeared on the ground, entirely composed of gleaming gold coins, stacked densely and radiating a blinding golden light. The assembly of powerful figures from various sects was instantly struck with astonishment, their minds reeling, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Despite their esteemed statuses and extensive experiences, none had ever witnessed such an overwhelming collection of gold coins in their lifetimes. They stood transfixed, their gazes fixated on the mountainous pile of gold before Shen Xinghe, their eyes wide with incredulity. It was not until a prolonged silence had passed that a series of gasps and murmurs erupted among them. Good heavens, am I hallucinating? Who on earth is Shen Xinghe? He truly possesses 500,000 gold coins. Has he plundered the treasury of some dynasty or an immortal sect? Nonsense. Which treasury holds such a sum? Where could he have possibly acquired these gold coins? It is utterly unfathomable. I have never seen such a wealth of gold coins in my life. Today has truly opened my eyes. The second prince, in particular, gaped in disbelief, his expression darkening with incredulity. He slammed his hand heavily upon the table, sending several plates of tea snacks toppling over, unable to accept the reality before him as he shouted, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Jinjing is a rare treasure of the world. Its quantity remains constant and cannot possibly increase out of thin air. Where did you acquire such a vast number of Jinjing coins?" The second prince's inquiry echoed the collective curiosity of all the formidable beings from various celestial sections. After the initial shock, intrigue swept through the crowd. How could Shen Xinghe possess such an abundance of Jinjing coins? Surely, he could not have plundered the treasury of an immortal sect or a top-tier dynasty. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced through the assembly. "I have an idea. There is indeed a place that could potentially hold such an immense quantity of Jinjing coins." but it is not located in the central divine continent. Upon hearing this suggestion, many powerful figures from the celestial sects experienced a flash of inspiration. Their spirits stirred, and expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. Could it be that renowned treasure of the Demon King in Luyan continent? They pondered. Indeed, if one were to consider where in the world such a vast reserve of Jing coins might exist, only that treasure would suffice. However, that treasure is the lifeblood of the three-legged golden toad, protected by a barrier intertwined with its very essence. Unless the three-legged golden toad is vanquished, it would be nearly impossible to breach the barrier and lay claim to the treasure. Shen Xinghe, merely a wandering cultivator, despite his extraordinary talents, is still too young to contend with a formidable creature of the 13th realm like the three-legged golden toad. Could it be that another powerful entity intervened to seize that treasure, but chose to remain incognito and sent Shen Xinghe in their stead? If that were the case, who could the powerful figure behind him be? In an instant, the celestial beings buzzed with speculation, their gazes towards Shen Xinghe filled with curiosity, their interest in him intensifying. Among the crowd, the third prince of the Dayan dynasty observed the mountain of Jing coins before Shen Xinghe, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He was already aware of the incident involving the demise of the three-legged golden toad. It was because of the formidable rise of the Dacian dynasty, which posed an overwhelming threat to Dayan, that Ning Xu had resolutely decided to venture alone to Luyan continent to seize the golden toad's treasure for military funding. Not long ago, Ning Xu returned safely to Dayan, claiming she had successfully slain the three-legged golden toad, yet the treasure was claimed by someone else. It had been stealthily stolen, leaving her with nothing but an empty basket. Could it be that this individual has pilfered what rightfully belonged to our Dayan dynasty? The third prince furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on Shen Xinghe, quietly contemplating. Unfortunately, he lacked a communication jade pendant to contact Ning Xu directly. Ning Xu's sole disciple, Li Fengxian, had initially accompanied him but had departed midway for reasons unknown, failing to reach Qingming Floating Isle. Otherwise, he would have immediately relayed this information to Ning Xu, inquiring if she was aware of the situation. Shen Xinghe stood undaunted, surrounded by numerous formidable figures who cast astonished gazes upon him. After retrieving a quantity of refined gold coins, he rose gracefully from behind the table. With a composed demeanor, he surveyed the assembly and proclaimed with conviction, "Here lie 500,000 gold coins. Is there anyone who dares to offer a higher bid?" His resolute words reverberated clearly through the ears of every celestial sect expert and representatives of the great dynasties present, stirring their spirits and evoking profound emotions. It was essential to recognize that while Madame Maysworth was undoubtedly beyond the mere sum of 500,000 gold coins, she was not truly selling herself. Instead, she was merely relinquishing her rights to serve for 3 millennia. Furthermore, during that span, her efforts would be constrained to her utmost capabilities, never genuinely risking her life for her master. Consequently, the value was significantly diminished. Previously, the bidding had escalated to 400,000 gold coins, a figure that had already dissuaded numerous celestial sects, leaving only a handful of factions engaged in a heated contest. Now, Shen Xinghe boldly raised the price by an additional 100,000, declaring it 500,000 gold coins with an air of confidence that suggested he was resolute in his pursuit, ready to engage anyone who dared to challenge him. This audacity compelled the remaining factions to relent, for 500,000 gold coins was no trifling amount. Although these ancient and prestigious celestial sects or powerful dynasties could muster the resources if they truly committed, it would require significant sacrifices and navigating internal disputes, rendering the endeavor far from simple. The second prince of the Qian dynasty clenched his teeth in frustration, his eyes brimming with resentment. Had he been outmatched by other dynasties or immortal sects in a fair competition, he might have accepted it. Yet, the person standing before him was none other than Shen Xinghe, a man of exceedingly humble origins, emerging from a mere small paradise. How could he, a prince of the illustrious Qian dynasty, tolerate being overshadowed by such an insignificant insect in front of all? It was a humiliation he found utterly unbearable. Yet, he was powerless in this situation. With a heavy snort, he fixed a cold gaze upon Shen Xinghe and spat through gritted teeth. "Very well, you possess some audacity. I do not know whose power you are relying upon to behave so brazenly. However, let me offer you a piece of advice. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Regardless of your backing, Those who oppose the Qian dynasty will ultimately meet a grim fate. With that, he let out a scornful huff and glared menacingly at Shen Xinghe. Then he rose directly, leading a group of subordinates, and swept away. Shen Xinghe cast a cold glance at him, offering no reply. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Madame Mei, bowed respectfully, and inquired, "Junior Shen Xinghe pays his respects to you, madam. The sum of 500,000 gold essence copper coins has been placed here. With no one else willing to raise the bid, may I ask, madam, have we officially completed the transaction?" Madame Mei regarded Shen Xinghe with a penetrating gaze, a flicker of intrigue evident in her eyes. Days prior, when Shen Xinghe had composed poetry in the Plum Grove, resonating with the heavens and garnering literary protection, she had begun to view him in a new light. It was precisely for this reason that she had arranged for him to occupy a prominent position today. However, she never anticipated that this obscure young rogue would possess such a substantial sum of 500,000 gold essence copper coins, decisively eclipsing numerous immortal sects and dynasties. Emerging as the ultimate victor of the day, destined to become her master for the next 3,000 years. A complex expression crossed her unparalleled beauty, which captivated all. With a graceful wave of her sleeve, she collected the 500,000 coins. Deep within, she sighed softly, then bowed to Shen Xinghe, her tone respectful as she spoke. "I, Hongmei, have met the young master. From this moment forth, for 3,000 years, I shall heed only your commands. Thus, this Qingming floating isle shall be considered my territory? Naturally. Good." Shen Xinghe nodded in satisfaction, casting a cold glance towards the departing entourage of the great Qian dynasty. In a deep voice, he declared, "Since this is my domain, not just anyone can come and go as they please. You there halt." Upon hearing Shen Xinghe's words, the venue fell into a profound silence, the faces of all the immortal sect's experts displaying disbelief. They did not expect Shen Xinghe to be so audacious. Did he truly intend to sever ties with the second prince of the great Qian dynasty? The second prince, already wearing a sullen expression, turned even more ashen at Shen Xinghe's words. Abruptly, he spun around to glare back. The two powerful figures accompanying him erupted in fury, loudly reprimanding Shen Xinghe. "You dare to be disrespectful to the prince? You are courting death." As their words fell, the terrifying prowess of their 12th realm cultivation surged towards Shen Xinghe. "Presumptuous! Do you think this is your great Qian dynasty? How dare you act recklessly upon the floating isle?" Madame Mei's phoenix eyes turned cold as she shouted. Stepping behind Shen Xinghe, in an instant, the formidable power of her 13th realm demon cultivation enveloped the group from the great Qian dynasty. Though she was uncertain of Shen Xinghe's confidence, she marveled at his audacity to stand unafraid before the great Qian dynasty. However, the conduct and demeanor of the second prince had long since irked her, prompting a desire to teach him a lesson. In that moment, she stood resolutely beside Shen Xinghe without a trace of hesitation. The aura emanating from Madame Mei enveloped the second prince, instantly weighing down upon him like a mountain, subjecting him to an overwhelming and terrifying pressure. Yet, his expression remained defiant, his gaze coldly fixed on Shen Xinghe and Madame Mei as he bellowed, "Madame Mei, do you truly dare to strike at me? Do not forget, I am a prince of the great Qian. Should anything happen to me on this Qingming floating isle, the great Qian dynasty will not let this matter rest. When a monarch is enraged, blood flows like rivers. Even a sea of blood is a small price to pay. Can you bear such consequences? What nonsense about being a prince of the great Qian. Do not act so grandly in front of me. Others may fear you, but I do not." Shen Xinghe retorted, "Did you not claim that those who offend your great Qian dynasty would meet a dire fate? I refuse to believe such superstition. Today, I shall let you understand the consequences of crossing me." Shen Xinghe paid no heed to the so-called royal status, letting out a heavy cold snort. With a flash of icy determination in his eyes, he struck out with a fierce punch. The terrifying force of his fist transformed into a gale, hurtling directly towards the second prince. Suddenly, a commanding voice interrupted as a young man clad in black martial attire stepped forward from behind the second prince. As he advanced, his formidable martial prowess erupted with unparalleled intensity. The heavens above seemed to roil, as if the wrath of divine beings had been unleashed, causing the very fabric of the world to shudder. With a punch of his own, he effortlessly shattered the force of Shen Xinghe's strike. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, the young man cast a cold, disdainful glance at Shen Xinghe, smirking derisively, originally. I had intended to let you live a few more days, but since you seek death, I shall fulfill your wish today. Let's see just how much weight you carry." As his words fell, his expression sharpened with a fierce intensity. With a heavy stomp, he launched himself forward like a cannonball, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Shen Xinghe. The surrounding cultivators of the celestial sects were visibly moved by the unfolding scene. It was none other than the divine martial marquis Luo Zhan of the great Qian dynasty. At merely 100 years of age, he had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, standing atop the summit of power. His extraordinary talent in martial arts distinguished him as the youngest martial saint of the central divine continent. Moreover, he had been conferred the title of marquis due to his military achievements at such a young age. It was well known that the title of divine marshal carried significant weight. Not just anyone could be deemed worthy of it. Clearly, the great Qian dynasty placed immense hopes on Luo Zhan, entrusting him with the martial destiny of the nation, envisioning him as a future pillar of strength in the realm of martial arts. Though Shen Xinghe hails from humble beginnings, he is nonetheless a formidable warrior of the 10th realm, possessing the prowess of a mountain summit martial saint. Today, as the two engage in a fierce contest, the outcome remains uncertain. Under the gaze of astonished onlookers, Shen Xinghe's eyes glimmer with cold light as he emits a disdainful snort. He unleashes a powerful punch, meeting Luo Zhan's strike head-on. Boom! The two fists collide with a resounding impact, echoing through the air. This exchange proves to be evenly matched, neither combatant gaining the upper hand. How exhilarating! It has been ages since anyone withstood my full force. I hope today you can provide me with a thrilling challenge. Luo Zhan bellows, his gaze filled with rebellious fervor. Without any flourish, he throws another fierce punch towards Shen Xinghe. Unfazed, Shen Xinghe mirrors his opponent's aggression, launching a punch that meets Luo Zhan's in intense confrontation. Thus, the two 10th realm warriors engage in a relentless exchange of blows. In the blink of an eye, they have traded dozens of strikes. Their movements lack the grandiose spectacle of earth-shattering phenomena, and their speed is far from extraordinary. Like ordinary folk in the marketplace, their fists connect with flesh in a brutal clash. Yet, all present understand that this is due to their unparalleled mastery over strength. Each punch is meticulously controlled, ensuring that not a fraction of power escapes their grasp. To the untrained eye, it appears unremarkable, but in truth, each strike possesses the potential to topple mountains and shatter the earth, capable of destroying even the most resilient treasures of the world. This fierce and intense confrontation leaves many breathless, filled with a sense of awe. They never expected the humble-born Shen Xinghe to possess such overwhelming martial prowess, capable of contending with Luo Zhan, a disciple of one of the 3 heavenly martial saints, who has already garnered a portion of the Dacian dynasty's martial fortune at such a tender age. Without yielding an inch, what exhilaration! It has been far too long since I have engaged in such a thrilling battle. Amidst the fierce struggle, Luo Zhan suddenly erupts into hearty laughter, his eyes gleaming with the joy of finding a worthy opponent. However, in Shen Xinghe's eyes, a hint of disappointment emerges. He shakes his head and remarks in disappointment, "Boring." Luo Zhan's brow furrows instantly, his gaze sharp as a blade, coldly directed at Shen Xinghe. "What did you say?" "I said you are profoundly disappointing. What a farce, the so-called martial duke. Your punches are feeble, lacking any real strength. Is your skill learned from your teacher?" "What did you say?" "Seeking death." Luo Zhan's fury ignites, his eyes bursting with intense, icy killing intent as he drives a fierce punch towards Shen Xinghe. This punch carries a certain weight. It is significantly stronger than before, yet still woefully inadequate. Shen Xinghe sneers, calmly critiquing the attack. He then extends a hand, ready to counter. With effortless grace, he sees Luo Zhan's fist, twisting it with a deft motion and pulling him forward. In the astonished gaze of Luo Zhan, he effortlessly neutralized the forceful punch and drew him closer, bending his knee to deliver a fierce knee strike to Luo Zhan's abdomen. The overwhelming impact caused Luo Zhan's body to shudder, his expression morphing into one of sheer agony, his eyes betraying his torment. It felt as though his very insides had been torn apart. With a piercing scream, he was propelled into the sky. Then, Shen Xinghe let out a hearty laugh and shot upward like a bolt of lightning, pursuing him relentlessly. His fists and feet rained down like a tempest upon Luo Zhan, attacking with unparalleled ferocity. It must be noted that during the years spent in Luyan continent, Shen Xinghe had engaged in daily sparring sessions with Ning Xu. Within this brief period, his martial prowess had soared. From initially being thoroughly dominated by Ning Xu, unable to mount any defense, he had ultimately reached a point where he could overpower her. Ning Xu's true identity was that of one of the three supreme martial saints of the world, standing atop the pinnacle of martial arts. In a contest of equal standing, if Shen Xinghe could subdue her, how could he possibly falter against the likes of Lü Shang? The earlier exchange had merely served as a warm-up. Now, having revealed his true strength, he completely suppressed Lü Shang. Like a human punching bag, he delivered relentless strikes in the air, leaving Lü Shang utterly defenseless. This astonishing scene left the numerous powerful figures of the various immortal sects below in utter shock. Am I seeing things? The esteemed martial marquis Lü Shang of the Great Qian dynasty is being utterly overpowered by Shen Xinghe, without any chance to retaliate? How is this possible? Lü Shang is the youngest martial saint in the entirety of Central Divine Continent. How could he be so helpless in this contest of equals? Is Shen Xinghe even human? The expressions of the Great Qian dynasty's representatives turned grim in an instant. Several powerful figures found themselves unable to restrain their impulses to assist Lü Shang. However, before they could act, a terrifying pressure enveloped them. Lady Mei, exuding formidable authority, cast a cold glance at them and admonished, "Who dares to be reckless upon floating isle?" Chapter 131. Shattering Foundations, Seizing Martial Fortune. Under the oppressive aura of a 13th level expert, the Great Qian dynasty's powerful figures dared not act imprudently. Only the second prince, unfazed, stepped forward with a cold snort. Around him, an exquisitely lifelike golden dragon materialized. Raising its head, it gazed at Shen Xinghe with murderous intent, declaring in a chilling voice, "Shen Xinghe, since you seek death, this prince shall grant your wish today." With that, he soared into the sky, charging towards Shen Xinghe. Lady Mei's eyes flickered slightly, letting out a soft huff. Yet she refrained from intervening. It is not due to apprehension regarding the identity of the second prince of the Great Qian dynasty, but rather because both he and the recently encountered godly martial marquis Lü Shang are merely in their youth, both under century-old, and belong to the younger generation within the realm of cultivation. The clash between them and Shen Xinghe is a contest among peers. According to the tacit rules upheld by the various esteemed sects across the 9 provinces, it is customary that peer prodigies engage in rivalry without interference from senior experts. Although this rule is not absolute, there are instances where shameless cultivators from powerful sects intervene to quash the talents. It is a practice that Lady Mei finds quite despicable. Unless Shen Xinghe explicitly requests assistance, she is reluctant to disrupt the established order by intervening. As the numerous powerful figures from various sects sensed the fluctuations of the second prince's cultivation emanating from his being, they were all momentarily shaken, their eyes betraying a mix of astonishment and admiration. Who would have thought that the young second prince of the Great Qian dynasty had achieved the realm of void refinement? Truly a master of concealment. Moreover, he bore the imperial dragon luck of the Great Qian dynasty, suggesting that his true combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of his peers. If he were to join forces with Lü Shang, Shen Xinghe's prospects would indeed appear grim. Yet, let us not forget that in the celestial gourd paradise, Shen Xinghe single-handedly defeated dozens of the era's prodigies. What could 2 challengers possibly achieve? Amidst the discussions of the powerful, the second prince ascended into the sky, his eyes ablaze with fury. He formed a hand seal and bellowed fiercely. The golden divine dragon swirling around him immediately reared its head skyward, releasing a resounding dragon's roar, and transformed into a beam of golden radiance that soared into the heavens. The vast expanse above Shen Xinghe was suddenly engulfed in tumultuous winds and clouds, revealing a magnificent sea of clouds stretching for miles, shimmering with golden light. Within this cloud sea, a fearsome golden dragon writhed, exuding a terrifying aura as if it could dominate the heavens and the earth. It dove down from the vast cloud sea, intent on devouring Shen Xinghe. Seeking death. Shen Xinghe's gaze was cold as he muttered. With a flick of his left hand, he formed a seal and waved it towards the sky. Instantly, the heavens above erupted once more in a violent tempest. A piercing cry resonated through the air. The vast cloud sea conjured by the second prince quaked violently, rising and falling in chaos. From within the cloud sea, a gigantic golden-winged rock, akin to a cloud descending from the heavens, plunged downwards, flapping its colossal wings. Extending its razor-sharp claws, it struck fiercely at the golden dragon conjured by the second prince. Its formidable golden talons effortlessly shattering the dragon's scales and embedding deep within its majestic form. The golden dragon, engulfed in panic and fury, roared, its voice echoing across the skies. The Kunpeng, a legendary creature, descended upon the heavenly dragon. The expression of the second prince shifted dramatically, a tempest of disbelief surging within him. To his astonishment, the spell he had unleashed with all his might was effortlessly dispelled by Shen Xinghe with a mere flick of his wrist. Meanwhile, Lü Shang, who had been tossed around like a human sandbag in the sky, suddenly narrowed his eyes, emitting a piercing glint. Seizing the fleeting opportunity of battle, he forcefully spat out a mouthful of blood and bellowed at Shen Xinghe, "Do you dare to be distracted while fighting me? You seek death." With that, he let out a furious roar, elevating his martial prowess to its zenith. Even the tempestuous winds of the heavens stirred in response. The martial fortune that gathered around him manifested at that moment, coalescing into a lifelike phantom of a fierce tiger in the void behind him. It let out a deafening roar, shattering the sky. With a ferocious punch, he hurled it forward. The tiger phantom melded with his fist, transforming into a menacing giant tiger that radiated an unstoppable ferocity as it lunged fiercely at Shen Xinghe. "You are the one courting death." Shen Xinghe's gaze was as cold as ice, and with a disdainful snort, he stood suspended in midair, delivering a straightforward punch that struck the tiger's forehead. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, stirring the winds and clouds. The fierce tiger phantom, which embodied all of Lü Shang's martial prowess and fortune, let out a final roar before shattering like mist in the wind. Lü Shang's body trembled as he suffered a backlash, sustaining grievous injuries. Before he could even react, Shen Xinghe had already stepped forward, rapidly closing the distance. He unleashed a powerful punch directly onto Lü Shang's dantian. The terrifying force erupted, shattering Lü Shang's dantian and obliterating his martial foundation. In that instant, as Lü Shang's dantian was destroyed, the martial fortune that had lingered around him dissipated into nothingness. The skies above roiled with tumult, and endless auspicious clouds converged from all directions. Ultimately, a brilliant beam of golden light streamed down from the celestial canopy, illuminating Shen Xinghe as if he were a divine being. That was the legendary radiance of martial fortune. Shen Xinghe, having crushed Lü Shang's dantian, had seized the martial fortune that rightfully belonged to him. The many formidable beings of the celestial sects below could not help but narrow their eyes, their expressions revealing astonishment. Yet, Shen Xinghe remained undeterred, disregarding the golden divine light that shone down upon him. With a gaze filled with murderous intent, he unhesitatingly raised his fist once more, aiming for Lü Shang's head. Should this blow land, there would be no doubt that Lü Shang would meet his demise today. In this life and death moment, terror flickered in Lü Shang's eyes as he decisively shattered an ancient jade pendant at his waist. The jade instantly emitted a crimson glow, enveloping his body. In a flash, the light vanished, transporting him to an unknown location. Shen Xinghe furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of regret. In the distance, the second prince gazed upon Shen Xinghe, who was bathed in sacred golden light, deeply sensing the terrifying prowess of Shen Xinghe. Observing that Lü Shang had already fled, leaving him alone, he hesitated to continue the battle against Shen Xinghe. However, unlike Lü Shang, as the second prince of the Qin dynasty, every action he took represented the dignity of his kingdom. To retreat in fear of battle would undoubtedly result in severe punishment from his father upon his return. A flicker of indecision appeared in his eyes, and it was this very moment of hesitation that caused him to lose the prime opportunity to escape. Shen Xinghe's eyes flashed with cold light, and with his right hand, he formed his fingers into a sword and unleashed a strike through the air. A brilliant sword light, as bright as snow, cleaved down towards him from above. Now, even if he wished to activate his life-preserving talisman to escape, it was too late. In this dire moment, the four-clawed golden dragon embroidered on his dragon robe came to life. With a thunderous roar, it surged forth from the robe and soared into the void. The golden dragon twisted and turned, abruptly sweeping its tail to shatter the sword light that Shen Xinghe had unleashed. This was the national fortune golden dragon of the Qin dynasty. The pinnacle dragon of the 13th realm had actually divided a fragment of its dragon energy, taking refuge upon the second prince's robe to protect him. It seemed that the next heir to the Qian dynasty had indeed been determined to be this second prince. Upon witnessing the golden divine dragon, many powerful figures from the celestial sects below erupted in astonishment. What national fortune golden dragon? Merely a mere avatar dares to roar at me? Shen Xinghe furrowed his brow, letting out a cold snort. Without further ado, he waved his hand, causing the heavens to churn ominously. A colossal hand, darkening the sky, materialized with 5 outstretched fingers, aiming to seize the golden dragon with ferocity. The golden dragon, filled with rage, let out a thunderous roar, its 100-foot-long body soaring into the sky, attempting to break free from the giant hand. Yet, no matter how it roared and struggled, it could not shake the immense hand descending from above. Ultimately, it was caught and swiftly diminished in size, landing directly in Shen Xinghe's palm, writhing in vain. With a cold snort, Shen Xinghe tightened his grip, and the golden dragon avatar could no longer withstand the pressure. It emitted a heart-wrenching roar before exploding into fragments. Only the purest essence of dragon energy and strands of dragon fortune dispersed into the sky, transforming into a bracelet that coiled around Shen Xinghe's wrist. Xianxia's eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing an insatiable desire, as if it had discovered the most exquisite delicacies in the world. With a long cry, it soared from Shen Xinghe's wrist into the air. Manifesting the formidable form of the true dragon adorned in scales, it opened its maw and with a sudden inhalation, drew in the essence of dragon energy that had dispersed into the cosmos following the shattering of the golden dragon's avatar. Shen Xinghe, you have shattered the avatar of the guardian dragon of the great Qian dynasty. You have sealed your own doom. Henceforth, in the vast expanse of the 9 continents, there shall be no sanctuary for you, whether ascending to the azure skies or descending to the netherworld. The great Qian dynasty shall ensure that you find no resting place for your remains. The second prince glared at Shen Xinghe with unbridled fury. His teeth gritted as he bellowed. As his words fell, he prepared to crush the teleportation jade pendant and flee from his peril. Yet, how could Shen Xinghe permit such an escape so easily? Attempt to flee? Shen Xinghe coldly snorted, a flash of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. The void behind him rippled, and a luminous moon began to ascend. The chilling radiance of the moonlight instantly enveloped the surroundings, ensnaring the second prince within its grasp. Under the ethereal glow of this moonlight, all of the second prince's movements abruptly froze. He could not even twitch a finger. Even the flow of spiritual energy within him came to a standstill. The act of shattering the jade pendant, once a trivial endeavor, now seemed insurmountable, leaving him helplessly watching as Shen Xinghe approached with a frigid demeanor, raising his palm. Then, under the second prince's horrified gaze, a powerful hand descended with tremendous force. It struck down upon the prince's crown, unleashing a terrifying surge of power that obliterated his corporeal form, transforming it into a mist of blood. However, at the moment of his physical demise, Shen Xinghe distinctly sensed a mysterious force erupting from deep within the second prince's soul. Just as his spirit was on the brink of destruction, this force salvaged his primordial spirit. It must be said that as the second prince of the great Qian dynasty, he was indeed resourceful. Regardless of his cultivation level, his means of self-preservation were plentiful. To truly extinguish him entirely was not a simple task for Shen Xinghe at this moment. Yet, the most formidable of the second prince's self-preservation tactics did not lie in the treasures he possessed or the powerful allies he had by his side, but rather in his illustrious status as a prince of the great Qian dynasty. Typically, such a status would command respect in the world. Even the venerable ancestors of the great immortal sects or the formidable beings of the 14th realm would exercise caution in dealing with him. Who would dare to strike him down without hesitation? There was ostensibly no peril he needed to fear. However, he had not anticipated that he would provoke someone beyond his reckoning. Shen Xinghe, alone and unrestrained, cared little for the identities of others. Even if a celestial sovereign were to confront him, they would pay a price for their audacity, let alone a mere prince of a dynasty. Your demise is non-negotiable. At that moment, having absorbed the pure and potent dragon energy from the guardian dragon of the great Qian dynasty, Xianxia suddenly let out a resounding roar to the heavens. The majestic dragon, its colossal form coiling through the heavens, emanated an awe-inspiring power that shook the very foundations of the earth. In that moment, a breakthrough in cultivation was achieved elevating its realm to the 11th stage. Henceforth, the world would behold yet another divine dragon of the upper 5 realms. In the realm of serpentine dragons, once the cultivation reaches the upper 5 realms, it becomes inevitable to be swept into the competition for the true dragon's fate. Consequently, as the master of this black dragon, Shen Xinghe found himself irrevocably entwined in a life-and-death struggle with the Qian dynasty. Even without the contest for the true dragon's fortune, today he had shattered the corporeal form of the second prince of the Qian dynasty before the eye, delivering a resounding slap to the face of the dynasty. Given the formidable and domineering nature of the Qian dynasty, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yet, the true identity of the formidable backing behind Shen Xinghe remained shrouded in mystery, bestowing upon him the audacity to act with such impunity, even against a prince of the Qian dynasty, an audacity bordering on the reckless. Could it be that he was supported by a being of the 14th realm? Who can say? In any case, a premonition stirs within me that tumult is on the horizon for this realm. Countless powerful figures from various celestial sects gazed upon Shen Xinghe, who stood resolute against the sky, their hearts stirred with profound emotion. As the Red Plum Tea gathering concluded, these adept cultivators returned to their respective sects, swiftly disseminating the extraordinary events that had transpired on the Qingming floating isle. The name Shen Xinghe, once obscure and unfamiliar to many, reverberated throughout the central divine continent overnight. Countless cultivators became aware of this young prodigy, hailing from a humble, blessed land, who had audaciously spent 500,000 pieces of refined copper to acquire the right to command Madame Mei for 3 millennia. Furthermore, he had engaged in a fierce confrontation on Qingming floating isle, utterly dismantling the corporeal form of the second prince of the Qian dynasty and annihilating the martial foundation of the formidable General Lü Shang. The news sent shockwaves across the realm, leaving countless celestial cultivators astonished by Shen Xinghe's audacity and fearlessness. At this moment, a sudden announcement emerged, sending tremors through the world once more. The genius swordsman Yin Tianqi, renowned for possessing 3 fated flying swords and hailed as the most gifted sword cultivator in millennia, had set forth to challenge Shen Xinghe on Qingming floating isle. Chapter 133. A sword aimed at the Spring and Autumn Dao Sect. Who is Yin Tianqi? When Shen Xinghe learned of Yin Tianqi's impending challenge, it was on a tranquil night several days after the Red Plum Tea gathering. Beneath the red plum tree, the essence of Madame Mei, he savored tea while admiring the moon, seeking her guidance on cultivation matters and strategies to seize the world's fate. With a gentle smile, Madame Mei spoke to Shen Xinghe. Yin Tianqi is a name I have heard before. He is a descendant of the Yin family from Suzhou, the birthplace of sword cultivators, possessing 3 fated flying swords and hailed as the most talented young sword immortal in the 9 regions for millennia. His name signifies an extraordinary talent in the sword arts, one with aspirations to ascend to the ranks of the pure sword cultivators within a century. In the past, during your solitary sweep of numerous prodigies in the immortal gourd paradise, he had boldly proclaimed his desire to one day experience the prowess of your personal flying sword, to determine who truly reigns as the foremost sword cultivator among the younger generation. Now that you have made your presence known in the central land divine continent, he would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Understanding this, Shen Xinghe nodded, his heart at ease, yet he felt a surge of eager anticipation. He turned to Madame Mei and inquired, "Madam, you previously mentioned that to seize a certain fortune, the most direct approach is to confront and defeat the individual who possesses it. Since Yin Tianqi, endowed with 3 personal flying swords, is renowned as the most gifted young sword cultivator in the 9 continents over the past millennia, he must undoubtedly possess an immense fortune in swordsmanship. If I were to vanquish him with my own personal flying sword, would I not then be able to claim his swordsmanship fortune? In theory, this holds true." Madame Mei nodded in affirmation, cautioning Shen Xinghe. However, Yin Tianqi's prowess is incomparable to that of the second prince of the Qian and the divine martial marquis Lü Shang. For decades, he has faced adversaries without ever resorting to his second personal flying sword, yet he has still triumphed over all his contemporaries. To overcome him may not be as simple as you presume. The greater his strength, the more intriguing the challenge. If he were to fall easily, it would indeed be rather dull. Shen Xinghe chuckled heartily, possessing absolute confidence in his own abilities. He then addressed Madame Mei. "I implore you to navigate the floating isle eastward to the immortal gourd continent. It is time to settle some old scores." The old scores Shen Xinghe refer to her, of course, with the Spring and Autumn Dao sect. In his earlier days within the Spring and Autumn Blessed Land, the cultivators of this sect regarded him as insignificant, sending forth golden core experts in attempts to extinguish him. Even after ascending to the 9 continents, he faced relentless pursuit and extermination, forcing him to alter his appearance and conceal his identity for several years. The enmity between him and the Spring and Autumn Dao sect had long been a matter of life and death. Previously, due to his insufficient cultivation level, he was powerless against the deeply rooted Spring and Autumn Dao sect. Now, with the formidable support of the 13th level demon, Madame Mei, and his own enhanced cultivation, the time has come to resolve this karmic debt. Furthermore, seizing the millennia of accumulated fortune of the Spring and Autumn Dao sect should also facilitate his own breakthrough in cultivation. Since the last time Shen Xinghe composed poetry in the May Forest, prompting a celestial phenomenon, Madame Mei had dispatched individuals to investigate information related to him. Thus, upon hearing of his intent to visit the immortal Gourd continent, she immediately recognized it as a quest for retribution against the Spring and Autumn Dao sect. Her gaze flickered momentarily as she asked, "Do you require my assistance in sealing off the channels of information between the Central Land Divine Continent and the Eastern Immortal Gourd Continent? Otherwise, once the Spring and Autumn Dao sect learns of the news, they may be prepared in advance." Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe was momentarily taken aback and curiously inquired, "Is it truly possible to block communication channels between different continents?" "Indeed, it is quite feasible," Lady Mei replied. Her crimson lips gently pursed into a smile as she elucidated to Shen Xinghe. Given the vast oceans separating the continents, ordinary methods of communication employed by immortal practitioners are ineffective, save for a few exceptional magical artifacts. Typically, information can only be exchanged through the monthly dispatches of the Mountain and Water Gazette, or by individuals from other continents journeying across the seas via intercontinental ferries. The Mountain and Water Gazette of the Central Land is compiled by the Central Land Literary Academy. I can intercede on your behalf to ensure that all matters concerning you are expunged from their records. As for other practitioners, their speed in traversing to the Eastern Immortal Hu continent would scarcely surpass ours. "Ah, I see now. Your foresight is truly commendable, my lady." Shen Xinghe acknowledged with a nod, a look of realization brightening his eyes as he softly smiled at Lady Mei. "If that is the case, I am grateful for your assistance." He was not particularly apprehensive about the Spring and Autumn Dao sect preparing for anything. His primary concern lay in the possibility of them learning of the news and fleeing prematurely, rendering his long journey in vain. If the information could be successfully contained, it would indeed be for the best. As he gazed at the elegant and poised Lady Mei, whose grace was accentuated by the moonlight, Shen Xinghe could not help but reflect on the worth of the 500,000 gold coins he had spent. Indeed, Lady Mei was worth every penny. Amidst their conversation, the once tranquil Qingming floating island, suspended above the clouds and sea, suddenly trembled slightly. It then ascended rapidly, akin to a resplendent meteor streaking through the sky, soaring with astonishing speed toward the distant east. Days later, rather than receiving a challenge from Tianqi, Shen Xinghe was met with 2 pieces of news. The contemporary strongest heir of the famed Dragon Slayer lineage, Sun Zhanlong, upon learning that Shen Xinghe was raising an 11th level Black Dragon, resolved to come to Qingming Floating Island to engage in a contest with Shen Xinghe. He aimed to seize the opportunity of slaying the Xuanqi to refine his own cultivation and break through his current limits. Additionally, the renowned Wu Di, one of the 3 great martial saints of the realm, who stands alongside the female warrior Ning Xu of the Dayan dynasty and the martial king Song Tianyuan of the Daqian dynasty, also announced his intent to visit Qingming Floating Island to spar with Shen Xinghe. In a direct confrontation, Shen Xinghe would undoubtedly be no match for Wu Di's martial prowess. However, Wu Di never takes advantage of his opponents. He seals his own cultivation to match that of his adversaries, thus engaging in battles on equal footing. For centuries, he has honed his skills through this method, contending with martial experts of various levels across the 9 continents. He has earned the title of Wu Di, claiming to be invincible against all in the 10th realm. With the emergence of these 2 pieces of news, the entire realm of Zhongtu Shenzhou was instantly set ablaze with excitement. Countless gazes converged upon the Qingming Floating Isle, eager to witness the astounding clash between the 3 formidable powerhouses and Shen Xinghe. Chapter 134. Alone in an empty window, Jang Yu Yao. Within a mere span of days, 3 renowned prodigies, whose names resonated throughout the world, successively proclaimed their intent to journey to Qingming Floating Isle to challenge Shen Xinghe. In an instant, the entirety of Zhongtu Shenzhou trembled in response. Numerous celestial sect experts hastened their preparations to witness this rare spectacle of a century. Meanwhile, far away in the distant Fuyou continent, an immense Fuyou, colossal beyond measure and stretching for countless miles, silently hovered in the skies above. Endless winds and clouds surged beneath its expansive wings. Perched upon the back of this Fuyou was a magnificent and imposing city, renowned throughout the world, the city of Fuyou. At this very moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, within a beautifully adorned palace at the heart of Fuyou City, Jang Yu Yao sat alone by the window, resting her chin on her delicate hand. As she gazed at the fiery sunset gradually descending beyond the horizon, a flicker of light danced in her beautiful eyes. Lost in thought, often she found herself in such a reverie, seated by the window, staring out at the azure sky, the flowing clouds, and the evening glow, oblivious to her surroundings. Her autumn-like eyes, resembling tranquil waters, were tinged with a hint of sorrowful contemplation, rendering her achingly enchanting and evoking a sense of pity. Not far from her hand lay an ornate sword sheath, adorned with a myriad of exquisite gemstones. This was the very sheath that Shen Xinghe had entrusted to her for safekeeping before departing from the spring and autumn-blessed land to ascend to the 9 continents. The Zimi sword, lacking a sheath, was cumbersome to carry. She had devoted considerable effort to scouring the entirety of Dongxian Huzhou to procure this precious sword sheath. Yet now, with the sword gone, only the empty sheath remained. What significance could even the most resplendent and exquisite sheath hold? Jang Yu Yao extended her slender hand, gliding her fingers over the surface of the sheath, caressing the exquisite gemstones one by one. A glimmer flickered in her beautiful eyes as she let out a soft sigh. At that moment, the grand doors of the palace swung open unexpectedly. A woman dressed in a black gown, her figure graceful and enchanting, her face veiled in a light gauze, entered the chamber. Upon seeing Jang Yu Yao, who was lost in thought by the window, her eyes sparkled momentarily. With a sigh, she spoke softly to Jang Yu Yao. "Miss, there is news of him." Jang Yu Yao immediately perked up, turning around with eyes brimming with astonishment, and eagerly inquired of the woman in black, "Is he still alive? Where is he?" Upon witnessing the appearance of Jang Yu Yao, the woman clad in black could not help but sigh in resignation. Not only was he alive, but he was thriving remarkably. It was unclear what means he had employed to acquire the treasure of the 3-legged golden toad of Luyan continent. Just days prior, on the Qingming Floating Isle, he had expended 500,000 gold coins to purchase the 3,000-year dominion of Madame Mei. Furthermore, he had publicly shattered the physical form of the second prince of the Qian dynasty, demonstrating astonishing prowess. The foremost genius swordsman of the divine continent, Yin Tianqi, the heir of the Dragon Slayer lineage, Sun Zhanlong, and the so-called invincible martial artist Wu Wudi, each declared they would confront Shen Xinghe on the Qingming Floating Isle. "What?" Jiang Yue exclaimed, her eyes betraying concern. "Those 3 exceedingly rare anomalies are seeking to trouble him? Is he not in great peril?" The woman in black regarded Jiang Yue with a peculiar gaze, responding with a hint of incredulity. "Miss, are you genuinely worried about him? What nonsense are you speaking? Ain't you? Who on earth would concern themselves for that scoundrel?" Jiang Yue retorted defensively, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "That scoundrel has wronged me gravely. I cannot wish for anything less than to have him suffer 1,000 deaths. Indeed, I must exact my vengeance personally. Until I have avenged myself, I cannot allow him to perish at the hands of another." With that, a resolute glimmer shone in her beautiful eyes. Grabbing the sword sheath beside her, she dashed out with fervor. "Aunt you, we must make haste to the central divine continent. Should we inform the city lord in advance?" "There's no need. Father is currently in seclusion. We should not disturb him over such trifles. We shall depart quietly, without his knowledge." Jiang Yue stormed outside, where she beheld 6 adorable gourd children frolicking in the garden beyond the palace. During her 2 years in Fuyou City, she had never neglected them, often raiding the city's treasury to provide them with various precious materials, elixirs, and even a jar of spiritual liquid, treasured by Jiang Wentian for centuries, which she had surreptitiously gifted to them. The heartache it caused Jiang Wentian lingered for days, leaving him unable to concentrate. The gourd children, having transformed from the precious immortal gourds, were inherently blessed, and with the abundant resources Jang Yu Yao provided, they flourished remarkably. Within a mere 2 years, their cultivation had surged to an astounding 11th realm, making them veritable little demon kings. Enough of your play, you lot. Accompany me for an outing. Jang Yu Yao called out to them. The 6 gourd children immediately responded in unison, flocking to Jang Yu Yao's side as they made their way out of the palace. Meanwhile, in the great Yin dynasty of the central divine continent, upon returning from the Qingming floating isle, the 3rd prince ascended the divine, martial mountain to recount to Ning Xu all that transpired at the Hongmei tea gathering. What? You claim that the treasure of the 3-legged golden toad has been stolen by Shen Xinghe? He extravagantly spent 500,000 golden copper coins to acquire Madame Mei. Upon hearing this news, Ning Xu was momentarily stunned. Then, darkness enveloped him, and his ample bosom heaved with agitation, nearly causing him to faint from rage. He finally comprehended why. During his previous discussions with Shen Xinghe regarding the distribution of spoils, Shen had requested none of the treasures from the Demon King's hoard, but only the demon corpse of the 3-legged golden toad and his own demon core. It turned out that the so-called hoard had long been emptied. That scoundrel had deceived him into spending an entire year training alongside him in Luyan continent, using a treasure that was already devoid of riches. He had even sacrificed his own virtue, truly a case of both financial and romantic deception. That damned rogue. Ning Xu gritted his teeth in fury, his fists clenched tightly. Seething with a sense of having lost both his beloved and his resources, he felt an overwhelming urge to storm into Qingming floating isle and personally strangle Shen Xinghe. On the other side, clad in white, Li Fengxian stepped out from an ancient temple. Initially, she had been tasked with escorting the 3rd prince to Qingming floating isle for the Hongmei tea gathering. Along the way, she had heard that the ancient deity enshrined in this temple was remarkably efficacious. Consequently, she altered her itinerary and made a special trip alone. Kneeling before the idol for several months, she fervently prayed day and night for Shen Xinghe's safety. Unbeknownst to her, this devotion had caused her to miss the chance of encountering Shen on Qingming floating isle. Now, having concluded her prayers and exited the temple, she checked several communication jade talismans for messages from the past few months, finally learning of recent events. Shen Xinghe was indeed still alive. Overjoyed by this revelation, Li Fengxian's beautiful phoenix eyes sparkled with undeniable delight. However, her brows soon furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of concern. Yin Tianqi, Wu Wudi, and Sun Jianlong were all rare prodigies of unparalleled caliber. Would he be safe facing off against these 3? Moreover, if it were merely a matter of competing against these 3, it might be acceptable. However, he had publicly shattered the physical form of the 2nd prince of the Qian dynasty on Qingming floating isle. Given the Qian dynasty's typical response, they would undoubtedly seek retribution, likely dispatching formidable forces to eliminate him. What would be done about this? The more Li Fengxian contemplated, the more her worries deepened. Her delicate brows knitting together, her eyes filled with trepidation. Ultimately, taking a deep breath and gritting her teeth, she retrieved the communication jade talisman that connected her to Ning Xu, raising it into the air. Soon, the surface of the talisman emanated a hazy glow, projecting an image into the ether. It revealed Ning Xu standing atop a mountain peak, like an exquisite and aloof highland flower, proud, pure, and impervious to intrusion. Li Fengxian immediately bowed in respect and greeted. Disciple Fengxian pays homage to master. Fengxian, what brings you here? Ning Xu gently inquired. Li Fengxian, deeply familiar with Ning Xu, keenly sensed from her demeanor and tone that she seemed to be in a rather dismal mood. However, she did not dwell on it too much and took a deep breath before speaking. Disciple has a matter to humbly request of master. What is it? Surely master is already aware that several days ago, Shen Xinghe shattered the corporeal form of the 2nd prince of the great Qian dynasty atop the Qingming floating isle. Disciple fears that the great Qian dynasty may dispatch formidable individuals to deal harm to him and seeks master's intervention to ensure his safety at a critical juncture. You want me to protect Shen Xinghe? Ning Xiu's voice abruptly rose, her chest heaving with agitation. At that moment, her heart was filled with seething anger towards Shen Xinghe, the scoundrel who had deceived her both materially and emotionally. She was nearly overwhelmed with the desire to strangle him herself. It was only through her extraordinary self-discipline that she managed to maintain a semblance of calmness in her expression. Li Fengxian's request felt like adding fuel to the fire, almost causing Ning Xu to lose her temper. Unaware of the history between Ning Xu and Shen Xinghe, Li Fengxian, observing Ning Xu's suddenly cold demeanor, mistakenly believed that Ning Xu was merely disappointed in her for not living up to expectations. Without hesitation, she fell to her knees, bowing deeply to Ning Xu, and earnestly pleaded, "Disciple understands that Master holds a distinguished position, responsible for the safety of the great Yin dynasty. In these tumultuous times, it is inappropriate to trouble Master with such matters. However, Shen Xinghe is of paramount importance to me. I implore Master to consider that I have never once asked for your assistance since my youth. Please grant me this request. Moreover, Shen Xinghe possesses extraordinary talent in cultivation, and with time, he is destined to become an exceptional force, one of the world's foremost powers. He has even acquired the authority to command Madame Mei for 3,000 years. Such a prodigy would be a grievous loss if the great Qian dynasty were to eliminate him. If Master agrees to intervene and ensure his safety, I am willing to exert every effort to persuade him to serve the great Yin. In the future, when we engage in battle against the great Qian dynasty, our odds of victory would be significantly enhanced." Hearing Li Fengxian, who had never before made a request of her in all their years together, so earnestly beseeching her for Shen Xinghe's sake, Ning Xu's understanding of Shen Xinghe's importance to Li Fengxian deepened. Her agitation grew further, teeth clenched, as she silently cursed. "Shen Xinghe, you rascal! What merits do you possess that have captivated Fengxian so completely?" At the same time, Li Fengxian's words reminded her that Shen Xinghe's actions on the Qingming floating isle not only dealt a resounding slap to the great Qian dynasty, but also showcased his astonishing cultivation talent. Given the nature of the great Qian dynasty, they would undoubtedly not permit such a significant threat to mature into a formidable adversary. It was highly likely they would send powerful figures to eliminate him. Although Shen Xinghe is under the protection of the formidable Lady Mei on the Qingming floating isle, it is essential to recognize that she is merely a hired guardian. When faced with life and death circumstances, she may not be inclined to risk everything to ensure Shen Xinghe's safety. Furthermore, if it is indeed possible, as Li Fengxian suggests, to persuade Shen Xinghe to serve the great Yin dynasty, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable boon for the dynasty. Ning Xu's eyes shimmered with determination, and after a moment's contemplation, she inhaled deeply and addressed Li Fengxian. "Very well. I shall personally journey to the Qingming floating isle to safeguard him." Upon hearing this, Li Fengxian was filled with unexpected joy and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Ning Xu nodded with a calm demeanor, yet her heart was tumultuous. The scoundrel Shen Xinghe, who had deceived her both financially and emotionally, had caused her immense suffering, and yet she felt compelled to protect him. What sins had she committed in her past life to warrant such an encounter in this one? "Shen Xinghe, you truly deserve your fate." With gritted teeth, Ning Xu concluded her communication with Li Fengxian. She then raised one of her exquisitely long legs, renowned as the finest in the realm, and with a swift motion shattered a rock that had stood resolutely atop the mountain for millennia. Murmuring to herself, she asserted, "My actions are driven by a desire to safeguard the realm of the great Yin dynasty and out of respect for Fengxian's plea. In any case, it is certainly not due to any concern for that detestable scoundrel." At that moment, Shen Xinghe remained blissfully unaware. Jang Yu Yao, Ning Xu, and Li Fengxian, 3 women, set out almost simultaneously towards the Qingming floating isle. He continued to leisurely wander the isle, relishing the scenery, and instructed Lady Mei not to rush the matters concerning the Eastern Immortal Hu continent. If they encountered notable sights along the way, they could certainly pause for several days to explore. Thus, while the Qingming floating isle journeyed eastward, its pace was not particularly swift. Among the trio, Li Fengxian was closest to the Qingming floating isle and arrived first. In just a few short days, she caught up with it. Yet, despite her yearning and longing during their separation, now that she was so near to Shen Xinghe, she found herself gripped by trepidation and hesitation. After following the Qingming floating isle for half a day, she dared not approach to announce herself or seek an audience with Shen Xinghe, fearing he would respond with the same indifference he had shown in the spring and autumn blessing, coldly rejecting her without affording her the opportunity for apology or redemption. Just as Li Fengxian was consumed by doubt and indecision, a dazzling, multicolored brilliance suddenly shot across the distant horizon. It transformed into a resplendent, rainbow-hued flying vessel, positioning itself in the path of the Qingming floating isle. A graceful maiden clad in a purple gown, her face veiled, emerged from the vessel, accompanied by a woman in black. With her beautiful eyes fixed upon the Qingming floating isle, she commanded in a delicate voice, Shen Xinghe, come forth and face your demise. Chapter 136. I shall strike you 100 lashes. Shen Xinghe, come forth and face your demise. Jang Yu Yao's voice, laced with barely concealed fury, reverberated through the skies. Amplified by her formidable cultivation, Li Fengxian, trailing behind the Qingming floating isle, immediately stiffened, her eyes betraying a flicker of alarm. Jang Yu Yao, wasn't she in the Fuyo continent? When did she arrive in the central divine continent? Has she come specifically to trouble Xinghe? Typically, the vast ocean separates the Fuyo continent from the central divine continent, making any crossing a formidable endeavor that would take at least a year or more. However, within Fuyo City lies an ancient intercontinental teleportation array, capable of directly transporting one to the central divine continent. Although the cost of activating it is exorbitant, so much so that even Zhang Wentian hesitates to utilize it for ordinary travel. Jang Yu Yao, eager to confront Shen Xinghe before the three formidable powers that clashed with him, disregarded the expenses. She activated the teleportation platform and was transported directly to the central divine continent. Moreover, Jang Yu Yao as father, Zhang Wentian, having attained the 14th realm through the winds of the 9 continents, had once forged a supreme treasure, the Fuyo Tianfeng banner, known for its unparalleled speed. This time, Jang Yu Yao brazenly took this treasure with her, propelled by the formidable Yao Yuheim of the 13th realm, allowing her to traverse the heavens with remarkable swiftness, arriving at the Qingming floating isle in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on the floating isle, Shen Xinghe, engaged in a leisurely game by the window with Hong Xiu, immediately recognized the voice from outside. His brows arched slightly as he gazed out, a hint of bemusement crossing his features. Oh, what brings her here? Is she once again in need of discipline? With that thought, he rose swiftly and soared out of the floating isle. Moments later, Shen Xinghe found himself hovering in the sky above the Qingming floating isle. Madame Mei followed closely behind, transforming into her true form and casting her gaze upon the woman clad in black, standing behind Jang Yu Yao. Recognizing her identity, she quickly comprehended who Jang Yu Yao. She had heard of Shen Xinghe's past encounters with Jang Yu Yao in the Xianhu cave heaven. So, has she come seeking retribution? Upon seeing Jang Yu Yao, Shen Xinghe furrowed his brows and inquired, what were you shouting just now? It's only been a little over 2 years, and your audacity has grown considerably. Are you once again in need of a lesson? Jang Yu Yao had shouted with great fervor, her pent-up resentment from not having heard from Shen Xinghe during their time apart boiling over. Yet, now that she stood before him, those memories flooded back, and a wave of fear gripped her heart, quelling her bravado. It was instead Yuheim, standing behind her, who glared at Shen Xinghe with discontent. Frowning, she coldly admonished, how dare you, audacious thief, act so brazenly before my lady? Do you seek death? As her words fell, a wave of terrifying pressure emanated from a powerful being of the 13th realm, bearing down upon Shen Xinghe. It appears you are the one courting death, Mrs. Mei retorted, releasing her own formidable aura to counteract Yu Ji's oppressive force. Her charming visage, still radiant, was veiled in a frost-like chill. With her phoenix-like eyes gleaming with a cold light, she coldly admonished, do not forget, this is the central divine continent, not the southern Fuyao continent. My Qingming floating isle is not a place where anyone can run rampant. Are you determined to protect this little thief? Yu Ji, clad in a flowing black gown that accentuated her alluring form, disdainfully scoffed, after several millennia apart, today, I shall gauge your progress over the ages. Do you really think I fear you? The confrontation between Mrs. Mei and Yu Ji escalated, both releasing disdainful snorts. Mrs. Mei soared into the sky from behind Shen Xinghe, her sleeves billowing dramatically. In an instant, the heavens above transformed, conjuring a fierce storm of frost and snow that rushed toward her opponent. With a dismissive snort, Yu Ji issued a sharp command, summoning a torrent of black flames that erupted from the void behind her, coalescing into a colossal black flame phoenix with a wingspan that could eclipse the skies. The creature spread its wings, emanating a terrifying heat that warped the very fabric of reality as it plunged into the blizzard. It became evident that these two formidable entities, both possessing the cultivation of the 13th realm, were not only familiar, but seemed to harbor some long-standing grievances against each other. As Shen Xinghe and Jang Yu Yao exchanged but a few words, The two powerful beings were already embroiled in conflict. The clash of these 13th Realm Titans was nothing short of earth-shattering, a spectacle of immense magnitude that took Jang Yu Yao completely by surprise, igniting a flicker of hesitation within her. Even Yu Ji had engaged with Shen Xinghe's protector, having traveled such a distance. Would it not be remiss of her not to deliver a severe lesson to Shen Xinghe? Indeed, this scoundrel had committed numerous transgressions against her. Did he not deserve to be reprimanded? This time, she could not afford to let him escape lightly. She resolved to teach him a lesson that would ensure he understood the consequences of offending her. Jang Yu Yao's ample bosom rose and fell as she engaged in a mental struggle, ultimately solidifying her determination. A flash of light danced in her palm as she summoned a celestial whip, lashing it fiercely towards Shen Xinghe. From a distance, Li Fengxian, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt her heart tighten, concern etched across her features. She understood well that Jang Yu Yao's cultivation was no match for Shen Xinghe. Yet, as the cherished jewel of a powerhouse of the 14th realm, she possessed an array of formidable treasures, undoubtedly prepared for this encounter. If a confrontation were to ensue, Shen Xinghe might not emerge unscathed. However, as Jang Yu Yao's whip came crashing toward him, Shen Xinghe stood resolute, neither flinching nor evading. With arms crossed and suspended in midair, he gazed calmly at Jang Yu Yao. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the whip was but mere inches from Shen Xinghe's cheek. In the distance, Li Fengxian, hovering in the air, suddenly displayed an expression of urgency, her heart racing with concern. Why isn't Xinghe evading? Could it be that he has fallen victim to that woman's sinister spell? In a moment of desperation, she clenched her silver teeth, disregarding her own fears, and propelled herself forward with a beam of sword light. Seeing Shen Xinghe stand his ground against her assault, Jang Yu Yao felt a tightening in her chest. She hurriedly retracted her whip, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger and frustration as she glared at him, demanding, "Why do you not evade?" "Because I am not afraid." "Why are you not afraid?" "Not afraid is simply not afraid." Jang Yu Yao was momentarily rendered speechless, standing there at a loss for words. "Are you done with your antics?" Shen Xinghe asked, his brow slightly furrowed as he looked at her with a serious demeanor. "If you truly harbor such hatred for me, I shall remain here and allow you to strike me without retaliation." At his words, Jang Yu Yao was taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. This man, who had always been domineering and unreasonable, had suddenly changed his tune. Could it be that he had a moment of conscience and finally felt guilt? But as soon as this thought crossed her mind, Shen Xinghe's lips curled into a smirk, his gaze teasing yet cold as he added, "But for every lash you deliver upon me, I shall return with 100 upon you tonight." Chapter 137. The Game of Adults. 100 lashes? Wouldn't that leave me utterly devastated? Upon hearing Shen Xinghe's words, Jang Yu Yao trembled, fear evident in her eyes. Memories of past encounters with him resurfaced, causing her long legs beneath her skirt to instinctively tighten together. In that moment of distraction, Shen Xinghe stepped forward, instantly appearing before her. Amidst her startled exclamation, he reached out, seizing both of her delicate wrists. "Let go of me." Jang Yu Yao's complexion shifted as she struggled fiercely. Shen Xinghe let out a cold snort, raising his hand without mercy to deliver a heavy slap. The sound was sharp and resonant. Jang Yu Yao winced in pain, and after being thoroughly subdued, she promptly became docile. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with resentment, glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Shen Xinghe and softly lamented, "You bully me." "I only bully you," Shen Xinghe replied, gripping her chin and gazing at her with an assertive intensity. "What will you do about it?" Jang Yu Yao felt like crying without tears, resembling a wronged little wife as she muttered pitifully, "I didn't strike you just now, but I shall still give you 100 lashes." "What?" Jang Yu Yao's heart raced, her complexion paling in shock. Shen Xinghe chuckled lightly, opting not to engage in further trivial conversation. He swiftly reached out and lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Jang Yu Yao felt a mix of embarrassment and timidity, burying her rosy face against Shen Xinghe's chest as she softly pleaded, "Could you perhaps be gentler?" "No," he replied with a playful tone, "soon enough. You shall witness the prowess of a 10th realm martial artist." "Rascal," Jang Yu Yao retorted, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Her entire form felt soft and powerless, melting into Shen Xinghe's embrace, and she playfully thumped his chest once. In the distance, Li Fengxian, rushing toward them, was suddenly taken aback by the scene before her. What is happening here? She wondered. Weren't you two supposed to fight? How did it turn into this unexpected embrace? Moreover, the way Shen Xinghe held Jang Yu Yao suggested they were heading to the floating isle for a more intimate exchange. In that instant, Li Fengxian felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, standing frozen in shock. A sense of bitterness washed over her. Realizing how she had suspected a connection between them ever since she saw Jang Yu Yao return from the spring and autumn-blessed land, wielding Shen Xinghe's sword. Yet, she had never imagined their relationship had progressed to this point. Her body stiffened, expression despondent, and her eyes reflected her sorrow. It was all her fault. Back in the spring and autumn-blessed land, she had been overly presumptuous and had unknowingly wounded Shen Xinghe's heart. If only she had acted differently. It should have been her in his arms, playfully seeking affection, not Jang Yu Yao. Clutching the talisman she had procured for Shen Xinghe, her heart sank deeper into despair. Meanwhile, high above in the skies, Lady Mei and Yu Ji were engaged in a fierce battle, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar as the realization dawned upon them. Well, while we are caught in a tumultuous clash, you two seem to have found solace in each other, haven't you? Are we merely pawns in your little game? Shall we continue our fight? Lady Mei inquired with a bemused tone. What fight is there left? Yu Ji replied, her countenance clouded with frustration. Although she had anticipated such an outcome before Jang Yu Yao arrived at the Qingming floating isle, she had not expected Jang Yu Yao to succumb so easily. Dear lady, what is it about that scoundrel that captivates you so? Do you possess no resistance against him whatsoever? At the same time, aboard the colorful flying vessel that had brought Jang Yu Yao, 6 little gourd children emerged, reuniting with their brother who had remained by Shen Xinghe's side. The 7 brothers rejoiced in their reunion. After a brief moment, the 7 gourd children, with mischievous expressions, hid behind an artificial hill. The second brother, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, peered into the depths of the floating isle and whispered to his siblings, I see it. Father is striking mother. She seems to be in great pain, crying out dreadfully. What? Upon hearing this, the other brothers' expressions changed dramatically, their eyes filled with concern. Could it be that mother has angered father? Should we intervene on her behalf? However, the 6th brother, with an air of mystery, shook his small head and raised his hand to stop his siblings. What do you know? They're merely engaged in a game. A game? The brothers were instantly perplexed, their confusion palpable. What sort of game involves fighting? It is a game among adults. The other brothers appeared to grasp only a fraction of the idea, their expressions clouded with bewilderment. The 7th brother gazed at the 6th brother with admiration, exclaiming, Wow, you truly are impressive, 6th brother. You possess such knowledge. Naturally. The 6th brother replied with pride, placing his hands on his hips, his round little head held high, his face radiating confidence. When father reads, I stealthily observe by his side and have learned so much. Do you know what ants climbing a tree means? No. What about the old tree's roots? Also unknown. Call me 6th brother, and I shall teach you gradually. 6th brother. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe had thoroughly dealt with Jang Yu Yao for an entire day and night. Relying on the formidable strength of a 10th realm martial artist, he had subdued her completely. Jang Yu Yao, her delicate form softened, nestled in Shen Xinghe's embrace. Her stunning beauty, akin to a lotus blooming after rain, glistened with a dewy radiance, fair yet tinged with a rosy hue, as if one could draw water from her skin. With her starry eyes half closed and a look of dreamy satisfaction gracing her features, she resembled a playful kitten, clinging to one of Shen Xinghe's arms, her charming face gently rubbing against him. After a moment of tenderness, she suddenly recalled something and turned to Shen Xinghe. Xinghe, when will you accompany me to Fuyo City to meet my father? Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe felt a wave of unease wash over him and hesitantly replied, Perhaps in a few years, I will prepare some grand gifts for your father before formally visiting. The treasures in my father's vault are abundant. He lacks nothing. You need not bring him anything, Jang Yu Yao reassured him. However, if you desire something, I can help you retrieve it from his vault. When you visit Fuyo City, just remember one thing. What is it? Jang Yu Yao's cheeks flushed as she whispered softly in Shen Xinghe's ear. When I call out for father, you must absolutely refrain from responding. Shen Xinghe was momentarily a loss for words, lightly patting Jang Yu Yao before he could speak. Suddenly, a voice, cold as frost and filled with fury, echoed from the distant sky outside the floating isle. Shen Xinghe, come out and face your demise. Chapter 138. Ning Xu arrives to demand justice. Shen Xinghe, come out and face your demise. Upon hearing the woman's voice from outside the floating isle, Jang Yu Yao's brows furrowed, her delicate features hardening with determination. Which audacious woman dares to wreak havoc on Qingming Floating Isle? She is simply courting death. Shen Xinghe's expression subtly shifted as he instantly recognized the identity of the visitor. His demeanor became somewhat peculiar, and he felt a wave of silent exasperation within. Well, either come not at all or all at once. Just as I had managed to satiate one, another arrives, leaving no moment of respite. With a resigned sigh, Shen Xinghe thought to himself, feeling a headache brewing. He turned to Jang Yu Yao and said, "It's nothing, just a woman here to collect a debt. I can handle it." After speaking, he began to rise and dress. Jang Yu Yao immediately followed suit, taking Shen Xinghe's clothes from his hands and attentively assisting him in putting them on, demonstrating remarkable thoughtfulness. Had Jiang Wentian been present to witness Jang Yu Yao's obedient service to Shen Xinghe, he would undoubtedly have been left utterly astounded, perhaps even enraged to the point of spitting blood. It was well known that he had cherished Jang Yu Yao from childhood, treating her like a princess. He had been so protective, fearing she might melt in his mouth or fall from his hands, truly deserving the title of his prized jewel. Even during their daily outings, they had the formidable Yuji, a top-tier expert of the 13th realm, accompanying them, underscoring the extent of his affection for Jang Yu Yao. Throughout her life, Jang Yu Yao had never shown such submissive service to Jiang Wentian. Yet today, his beloved daughter, raised with such care, willingly adorned Shen Xinghe in his garments. How insufferable this young man was. What right did he have? Once Shen Xinghe was dressed, he turned to Jang Yu Yao and said, "You should take some time to rest. I will return to keep you company after I finish my business." With that, he stamped his foot and soared into the air, heading towards the floating isle. Jang Yu Yao, unable to quell her concern for Shen Xinghe, yearned to accompany him. However, just as she took a couple of steps, a sudden pain coursed through her lower body. She couldn't help but let out a soft hiss, her legs growing weak as she steadied herself against the edge of a nearby table. A blush crept across her cheeks as she muttered under her breath, "That scoundrel, thinking he is so impressive with his 10th realm martial prowess, relentlessly toying with others." She completely overlooked the fact that it was she who had persistently provoked him last night when he wished to rest, only to end up in tears afterward. Upon reaching the outskirts of the floating isle, Shen Xinghe lifted his gaze and looked ahead. Indeed, he spotted a familiar figure he had not seen in days. Ning Xu, clad in a white martial attire, stood poised in the distant sky, her long spear held aloft, her hair billowing in the wind. Her expression was as frigid as ice, exuding an aura of righteous indignation. Upon sensing Ning Xu's arrival, Lady Mei and Yuji had already come out to greet her. Observing Ning Xu, who stood there with a long spear, her countenance as cold as glacial ice, emanating a fierce sense of vengeance. They were all left puzzled as to how Shen Xinghe had incurred her wrath. She looked as though she had been wronged, like a woman scorned who had lost both wealth and honor. Yet who was Ning Xu? A revered martial saint of the great Yin dynasty, a unique female warrior of the 9 provinces. Her status was exalted, her aspirations lofty. Such a situation could hardly be fathomed. Upon seeing Shen Xinghe emerge, Ning Xu immediately clenched her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes practically ablaze with fury. She raised her long spear, pointing it accusatorily at Shen Xinghe, and with gritted teeth, she bellowed, "Scoundrel, you have finally shown yourself. Explain to me clearly what the situation is with the golden toad treasure." Upon hearing Ning Xu's pointed inquiry, both Lady Mei and Yuji exchanged glances of sudden realization. So, this was all about the golden toad treasure. They had long harbored suspicions. Given Shen Xinghe's cultivation level, how could he possibly slay the 13th realm demon, the 3-legged golden toad, and seize its royal treasure? Now it became evident that it was connected to the formidable martial saint, Ning Xu. Yet, they were left wondering why the treasure ultimately ended up in Shen Xinghe's possession, and why Ning Xu was so furious as to confront him. Shen Xinghe furrowed his brow, preparing to respond to Ning Xu's interrogation. At that moment, a flash of sword light approached from behind. Jang Yu Yao had followed him out. Her delicate figure pressed close to Shen Xinghe's side, and she looked up at Ning Xu with a frown, exclaiming sweetly, "Is it just a treasure? What is so remarkable about that? We can always compensate you." At that moment, Jang Yu Yao had removed her veil, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face, one that could overshadow even the most ethereal celestial maiden. Her exquisite figure nestled against Shen Xinghe, presenting a picture of perfect harmony like a pair of divine lovers. Simultaneously, 7 little heroes, akin to the famed Hulua, emerged, standing beside Shen Xinghe and Jang Yu Yao, creating an image of familial warmth. In stark contrast, Ning Xu appeared as an outsider, confronting them. As Shen Xinghe's heart sank at the sight of Jang Yu Yao joining him, he sensed impending trouble. Indeed, upon seeing Jang Yu Yao by Shen Xinghe's side, Ning Xu's expression shifted dramatically. Her phoenix eyes flashed with a cold light, and the palpable killing intent in her gaze intensified. With a frosty glare, she directed her inquiry at Jang Yu Yao. Who are you to him? Will you stand up to repay his debts? Jang Yu Yao's cheeks flushed crimson, her desire to confess her relationship with Shen Xinghe battling against her shyness. Her expression wavered between embarrassment and affection. Anyone with keen perception could discern the intimacy between her and Shen Xinghe. Ning Xu's murderous intent grew stronger, her eyes sharp as blades, fixated coldly on Shen Xinghe. Feeling a cold sweat trickle down his back, Shen Xinghe quickly intervened to halt the exchange between Jang Yu Yao and Ning Xu. He reassured Jang Yu Yao. Each person must bear their own burdens. I shall handle my own affairs. Fear not. Lady Ning Xu's reputation is well-founded. I trust she would not abuse her power to bully a junior. Having said this, he discreetly conveyed to Ning Xu, let us find a secluded place. I will explain everything to you. Although Ning Xu harbored an intense hatred for Shen Xinghe, she did not wish to engage in a dispute with him in the presence of Jang Yu Yao, Yuji, and Madame Mei. With a disdainful snort, she raised her spear and pointed it at Shen Xinghe from afar, declaring, we are both warriors. Let us resolve our grievances with our fists. I shall confine myself to the mountain peak for a duel. If you are indeed a man, follow me. With that, she let out a heavy scoff and turned, soaring into the distant skies. Jang Yu Yao's face instantly filled with concern, and she attempted to dissuade Shen Xinghe from pursuing her. However, he gently stopped her, offering reassurance. Do not worry. In a battle among equals, I, Shen Xinghe, fear no one. I shall return shortly, and you need not accompany me. With those words, he stepped onto the light of his sword and followed closely behind Ning Xu, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Chapter 139. Ning Xu. What sins have I committed in my past life? Shen Xinghe trailed Ning Xu for several hundred miles until they reached a vast expanse of towering mountains. A flash of light emanated from the palm of Ning Xu. As she produced an artifact, upon releasing it, it transformed into a billowing mist, enveloping the surrounding mountains for hundreds of miles. Not even the keenest perception could penetrate this veil to uncover the events unfolding within. Afterward, with a disdainful snort, she sheathed her spear, approaching Shen Xinghe with bare fists. You scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. Shen Xinghe recognized the fury that consumed her and understood that no words would reach her in such a state. It was essential for her to vent her anger first. Thus, he refrained from striking back, merely defending himself against her relentless barrage of punches and kicks. The clash of two martial artists of the 10th realm resonated with earth-shattering intensity. The thunderous sounds of their engagement and the rumbling of collapsing mountains echoed through the tumultuous clouds, instilling great worry in Jang Yu Yao from afar. Previously, during their time in Luyan continent, Shen Xinghe had already managed to suppress Ning Xu in a battle of equals. In the year since their separation, his martial prowess had further advanced. After exchanging blows for a considerable time, Ning Xu, having exhausted all her techniques, found herself unable to breach his defenses. Moreover, Shen Xinghe's stance of enduring her strikes without retaliation only served to heighten her frustration and anger. After a while, she ceased her assault and, glaring at Shen Xinghe, asked, why do you not fight back? I owe you a debt of gratitude. It is only fitting that I relieve my anger with a few punches. Shen Xinghe smiled gently and replied, moreover, if I were to truly injure you, I would be heartbroken. Rogue, how dare you be so flippant? Ning Xu gritted her teeth and raised her long, renowned leg, delivering a fierce kick toward Shen Xinghe. This time he did not dodge, and she struck him squarely in the chest. He let out a muffled groan and was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through several mountain peaks before finally coming to a halt amidst the rubble, coughing up a mouthful of blood and agony. Ning Xu was suddenly taken aback and hurriedly rushed forward, anxiously inquiring, why didn't you dodge? I knew it. You still care about me. Shen Xinghe replied with a sly grin, taking hold of Ning Xu's hand. Have you calmed down? Ning Xu's expression shifted slightly as she realized Shen Xinghe's ploy, and she immediately shook off his hand, hissing through clenched teeth. Who would care about you, you scoundrel? I wish I could kick you to death. So why did you suddenly hold back? Is it not because you were afraid of truly hurting me? Shen Xinghe flashed a grin, recognizing that this woman remained as consistently contradictory as ever. As they spoke, he suddenly opened his arms and pulled Ning Xu into his embrace. Ning Xu furrowed her delicate brows and was about to struggle when Shen Xinghe quickly coughed twice, feigning an injury as he forced a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. Ning Xiu's expression changed slightly, and she lessened her struggle, retorting, "You rogue. Let me go. I won't release you." Since Ning Xu had already labeled herself a rogue, Shen Xinghe decided to embrace that role entirely. He held Ning Xu tightly and whispered in her ear, "I know, I secretly took the golden toad treasure without telling you. And it's only natural for you to be angry about it. But when we first met, I was ready to leave. And it was you who insisted on partnering with me. At that time, we had no prior acquaintance, so I naturally seized the opportunity." Ning Xu was well aware that Shen Xinghe spoke the truth. The reason she had surrendered herself to him later was entirely due to her own lapse in control during her training, succumbing to temptation and seeking his assistance. In truth, she bore a significant share of the responsibility, yet her heart was still filled with immense frustration. Shen Xinghe quickly seized the moment, continuing, "In fact, I considered being honest with you later on. But you know well that I come from humble beginnings, without a single ally in this vast world of Jiuzhou. And many seek my life. I desperately need this treasure to enhance my strength. I owe you this matter, and I promise to repay you doubly in the future, all right?" Held tightly in his embrace, feeling the warmth radiating from him, and hearing his sincere words, Ning Xu nearly softened and agreed. However, she quickly regained her composure. Huffing in disdain, "Is it the only thing you owe me? With your remarkable abilities, having even won the affection of the daughter of the city lord of Fuyao, who in this world would dare to seek your life? Save your flowery words for your little lovers." Hearing Ning Xiu's sour and jealous remarks, Shen Xinghe felt a sense of relief. Not wanting to indulge in sweet nothings, he decided to speak some heartfelt truths. Gazing deeply into Ning Xiu's eyes, he earnestly said, "I miss you dearly. From the moment we parted ways, thoughts of you have consumed me every day, every hour, and every moment." Ning Xu shuddered slightly, her crimson lips parting as she prepared to speak. Yet, in the next instant, her lips were forcefully sealed by Shen Xinghe. A soft hum escaped Ning Xu as she playfully struck his chest a few times before ceasing her struggle. After a brief interlude, they finally parted. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her starry eyes half closed, and her bosom gently rising and falling. She felt both anger towards Shen Xinghe and a secret frustration with herself for being so easily swayed by his words. In her beautiful gaze, a ripple of emotion danced as she cupped Shen Xinghe's face, murmuring with deep lamentation, "What sins have I committed in my past life to encounter a scoundrel like you?" Shen Xinghe offered a faint smile, remaining silent as he casually tugged at Ning Xiu's belt. Meanwhile, from the skies beyond the Qingming floating isle, a streak of sword light approached rapidly, revealing Li Fengxian. Yesterday, she had witnessed from a distance as Shen Xinghe embraced Jang Yu Yao and ascended to the Qingming floating isle. Pain had surged within her, prompting her to refrain from following. However, after gathering her thoughts today, she had pursued them, only to observe from afar Shen Xinghe and Ning Xu engaging in a duel within the distant woods. A sudden tightening in her heart compelled her to hasten forward. Listening to the resounding echoes of their fierce battle amidst the distant mist, she felt an acute anxiety and turned to Jang Yu Yao, asking in a hushed tone, "What is happening? Why has Xinghe engaged in combat with my master?" "It is all because of that demon king's treasure," Jang Yu Yao replied, her worry palpable. Upon seeing Li Fengxian approach, hostility filled her eyes as she glared at her fiercely, coldly stating, "If anything were to happen to Xinghe, I will not let you and your master off easily." Chapter 140. Ning Xiu's whims, twisting her hair up. "What?" Li Fengxian, taken aback by Jiang Yu Yao's words, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. In her eagerness for assistance, she had only considered bringing her master to protect Shen Xinghe, completely overlooking the existing animosity between them. Although she was unaware of how Shen Xinghe had managed it, he had indeed stolen the treasure her master had long sought, rendering years of her master's efforts futile. Given her master's temperament, how could he possibly let him off easily? "Master, I intended for you to protect Xinghe, not to settle scores with him." A rush of anxiety surged within Li Fengxian, and without further ado, she turned and soared toward the mist-shrouded woods. Jang Yu Yao wished to accompany Li Fengxian, but recalled Shen Xinghe's earlier instruction for her not to follow. Unable to disregard his words, she remained where she was, consumed by worry and anticipation. By the time Li Fengxian arrived, the clash between Shen Xinghe and Ning Xu had already concluded. A profound silence enveloped the mountains, shrouded in clouds and mist, leaving Li Fengxian's heart heavy with unease. Worry gnawed at her heart, for she feared that Shen Xinghe had been gravely injured by Ning Xu. The sounds of their combat eluded her ears, and her vision was shrouded by an impenetrable mist. In her desperation, she aimlessly flitted about the mountains, searching for the whereabouts of the two. Meanwhile, atop a peak concealed by the fog, Ning Xu lounged languidly against Shen Xinghe, her hair cascading around her shoulders. With a delicate finger, she traced circles on Shen Xinghe's chest, murmuring softly, "If that fellow Wu Wudi truly comes seeking you, be exceedingly cautious in your battle with him. He is not to be trifled with." "You have clashed with him?" Shen Xinghe inquired, an involuntary spark igniting within him. That lunatic, renowned for his invincibility. How could he possibly spare someone of my caliber, a fellow celestial martial saint? Ning Xu scoffed lightly, replying, "His footwork pales in comparison to mine. Yet if your footwork is inferior, it stands to reason that his other skills surpass yours," Shen Xinghe observed, sensing the underlying message in her words. A faint smile graced his lips as he gently caressed her, offering unreserved praise. "Indeed, your legs possess a lethal allure, unmatched by any in this world." Ning Xiu's heart swelled with secret delight at his words. Among women, competitiveness reigned supreme. The moment she beheld Jang Yu Yao standing beside Shen Xinghe, a profound sense of threat surged within her. For Jang Yu Yao's nearly flawless beauty was indeed so exquisite that it could evoke envy in the hearts of all women. Yet Ning Xu possessed her own strengths. At least she was confident that her legs were unparalleled. Nestled against Shen Xinghe's chest, she sighed softly after a moment of silence. "What troubles you?" he asked, concerned. "It's about Fengxian," Ning Xu replied with a bitter smile. "Why must it be Fengxian's beloved of all people? As her master, I find myself at a loss on how to face her." Shen Xinghe felt a headache coming on. As the only celestial martial saint in the 9 continents, he had quickly learned of Ning Xiu's true identity upon his arrival in the central divine continent. He was already aware that Li Fengxian was her disciple. His brow furrowed slightly as he solemnly stated, "My past with her has long been resolved. There are no lingering ties. But Fengxian cannot let go of you. Ning Xu kontet. I know a bit about the matter between you two. The fault lies with Fengxian, yet she has recognized her mistakes. It is often said that acknowledging one's errors is the first step towards redemption. Cannot you afford her a chance to amend her ways?" Shen Xinghe's expression turned strange, a blend of amusement and exasperation as he asked Ning Xu, "Do you realize what you are suggesting? You are urging me to accept another woman, one who happens to be your own disciple. However, what can I do? She is my only disciple. I cannot simply abandon her." Ning Xu spoke with a troubled expression. "To speak frankly, the discord between you and Fengxian largely stems from my flawed upbringing of her since childhood. Moreover, she has truly come to realize her mistakes. Recently, during your prolonged absence, she was deeply concerned for your safety and even knelt in a temple for several months, praying for your well-being. Furthermore, had she not prostrated herself before me, injuring her head in her plea for leniency on your behalf, I would not have bothered with you. You scoundrel." Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe's heart stirred, revealing a hint of astonishment. Had it not been for Ning Xiu's revelation, he would have never known that Li Fengxian could go to such lengths for him. Could it be that she truly, as Ning Xu claimed, had recognized her faults and was willing to amend her ways? Noticing Shen Xinghe's contemplative expression, Ning Xu seized the moment. "In any case, Fengxian and I are bound together for life. If you are willing to give her a chance, I can overlook the grievances you have caused me. Otherwise, you shall never see me again." Shen Xinghe was taken aback, a mix of amusement and disbelief washing over him. What is this? A bundle deal? To have the master, one must also accept the disciple? How can this be? I don't care. You must promise me. Ning Xu wrapped her arms around Shen Xinghe's waist, behaving like a delicate woman, playfully coaxing him. If anyone familiar with her witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished. It was unimaginable that the usually aloof and proud martial Saint Ning Xu, renowned for her formidable presence, would exhibit such a vulnerable side before a man. Shen Xinghe, feeling helpless against her charms, sighed in resignation, It is not impossible for me to acquiesce, but with that, a smile graced his lips as he leaned closer to whisper a few words in Ning Xiu's ear. What? Ning Xiu's face flushed crimson, taken aback by the shameless condition Shen Xinghe proposed. Yet, for the sake of Li Fengxian, she had no choice but to comply. You must keep your word. Ning Xiu bit her lip resolutely, her beautiful eyes reflecting a fierce determination. With a bashful glance at Shen Xinghe, she gathered her long hair behind her and gradually lowered her head. Shen Xinghe, feeling quite content, reached out to gently caress Ning Xiu's lustrous hair. Moments later, the mist surrounding the mountain peak began to swirl. A figure burst forth from the obscuring haze with great urgency. Li Fengxian's face was etched with anxiety. Upon emerging from the mist, her gaze fell upon the two figures atop the peak, leaving her momentarily stunned. Chapter 141. Li Fengxian. Am I arriving at an inopportune moment? Fengxian, what brings you here? Upon the arrival of Li Fengxian, Ning Xiu's delicate figure trembled involuntarily, her countenance reflecting profound embarrassment. She never anticipated that such an awkward moment would be witnessed by her apprentice, particularly with Shen Xinghe present. The situation became exceedingly uncomfortable, and her heart was engulfed in shyness. Li Fengxian, equally taken aback, felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, her mind momentarily blank. She could not fathom that she would witness such a scene, a convergence of her most revered master and the object of her affections. When had these two individuals come together? Her gaze upon Ning Xiu was filled with deep astonishment and disbelief. I summoned you to protect Shen Xinghe, not to protect him in this manner. Oh, how brazenly you have trespassed. Li Fengxian stood frozen, her expression akin to a thunderclap. After a while, she regained her composure, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly into a bittersweet smile. Have I arrived at an opportune moment? Ning Xiu dared not meet Li Fengxian's gaze. Surreptitiously pinching the soft flesh at Shen Xinghe's waist, her eyes pleading with a touch of endearment. Shen Xinghe sighed in resignation and extended his palm towards Li Fengxian. No, your timing is impeccable. Li Fengxian's expression momentarily faltered, her gaze fixed on Shen Xinghe's outstretched hand, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light. She had awaited this moment for far too long. Biting her rosy lip gently, after a brief hesitation, she ascended to the mountaintop, walking towards Shen Xinghe. The ethereal clouds gathered around the summit, shrouding the scene atop the peak. It was not until dusk, when the sky was painted with hues of twilight, that Shen Xinghe led Ning Xiu and Li Fengxian back to the Qingming floating isle. Jang Yu Yao had anxiously awaited their return throughout the day. Upon seeing Shen Xinghe, she hurried towards him, her face etched with concern. You're finally back. That woman hasn't harmed you, has she? What does she possibly do to me? Shen Xinghe smiled faintly, patting Jang Yu Yao's shoulder. I'm merely engaged in friendly sparring with them for a day. Hearing this, both Ning Xiu and Li Fengxian, trailing behind him, wore expressions of icy composure, though their hearts brimmed with shyness. Jang Yu Yao's gaze flitted between the three, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of suspicion as she sensed something amiss. That very night, Shen Xinghe confessed everything to Jang Yu Yao. Naturally, she was reluctant to share his affections with two others and expressed her displeasure. This time, however, Shen Xinghe deviated from his usual domineering demeanor. Instead of insisting on her obedience, he approached Jang Yu Yao with an unprecedented gentleness, offering her solace. Jang Yu Yao had grown accustomed to Shen Xinghe's domineering nature, his unreasonable demeanor. Yet she had never before experienced such tenderness from him. Comforted by Shen Xinghe's gentleness, they shared profound conversations throughout the night. Eventually, she lay languidly in his embrace, obediently acquiescing to all his wishes. Subsequently, Jang Yu Yao, Ning Xiu, and Li Fengxian each acquired a courtyard on the Qingming floating isle. Shen Xinghe found himself troubled over which courtyard to rest in each day. The Qingming floating isle journeyed eastward, and months later, they arrived at the easternmost edge of the central divine continent, Donghai City. All intercontinental ferries bound for Dongxian, Hu Island set sail from here, traversing the vast ocean to reach the other shore. Meanwhile, those who had previously boasted of challenging Shen Xinghe, Wu Wudi, Yin Tianqi, and Sun Zhanlong, were all waiting here. As the Qingming floating isle glided gently over Donghai City, countless cultivators gathered from all directions, their gazes turned skyward, filled with unprecedented anticipation. Yin Tianqi, the sword cultivator from Shuzhou, had come to seek guidance. Suddenly, a brilliant sword light shot forth from Donghai City, soaring into the void before the Qingming floating isle, transforming into a valiant young man clad in a crimson sword robe. He stood tall, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, emanating an overwhelming sword intent that seemed poised to rend the heavens asunder. Concurrently, a long, hearty laugh resonated from the depths of the ocean beyond Donghai City. A robust, middle-aged man, donned in coarse hemp garments, strode upon the waves, seemingly endowed with a miraculous ability to traverse vast distances with each step. In an instant, he emerged from the boundless ocean, hovering above Donghai City, his eyes ablaze with divine light as he gazed into the depths of the Qingming floating isle. Roaring with unbridled bravado, Wu Wudi comes to inquire. Furthermore, another dazzling sword light surged from the distant sky, transforming into a young man clad in black. Wielding a long sword, his gaze sharp and unyielding, he spoke not a word, merely radiating an intense and lofty battle spirit, locking onto a figure deep within the isle. Yin Tianqi, Wu Wudi, and Sun Zhanglong had all arrived simultaneously. Any one of these three could be deemed an invincible presence among their peers. Would Shen Xinghe dare to accept their challenge? The multitude of cultivators in Donghai City craned their necks to gaze at the sky, their eyes brimming with excitement. In the next moment, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, a resonant, hearty laugh erupted from within the depths of the isle, and a figure stepped forth. Shen Xinghe stood proudly in the void, gazing at the three battle-ready figures before him. His eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement as he bellowed. "You three have arrived just in time. Since you're here, let us engage together." With that proclamation, he let out a long laugh and unleashed a sword strike. A dazzling beam of radiant light erupted from the gleaming sword, sweeping towards the three adversaries on the opposite side. Could it be? Shen Xinghe dared to confront three formidable opponents single-handedly. Was he truly so audacious as to challenge them all at once? Such arrogance seemed almost unfathomable. The crowd below erupted in a clamor, their spirits shaken by Shen Xinghe's audacity. Even Yin Tianqi, Wu Wudi, and Sun Zhanglong wore solemn expressions. Shen Xinghe's brazen act clearly demonstrated his disregard for their prowess. "I shall be the first to experience your skills," Yin Tianqi declared with a cold snort, stepping forward. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and a crimson-hued sword of destiny materialized amidst the surrounding void, radiating a chilling brilliance. It emitted a thunderous sword cry and, in an instant, soared forth, shattering the sword energy released by Shen Xinghe. With another resonant cry, it split into 8 separate flying swords, each enveloped in crimson divine flames, coalescing into terrifying fiery dragon apparitions. The oppressive heat distorted the very fabric of space as it surged toward Shen Xinghe. Chapter 142, 1 against 3, sweeping away the three strong. It was Yin Tianqi's Sword of Destiny, the 8 Desolations sword. Legend has it that Yin Tianqi was born with 3 swords of destiny. Yet throughout his journey, he had only wielded the 8 Desolations sword, dominating the realm and vanquishing all his contemporaries. To this day, few have laid eyes upon his other 2 swords of destiny. As the 8 Desolations sword was summoned, the crowd below erupted in astonishment. Shen Xinghe merely scoffed, his gaze glinting with cold resolve. With a gesture, he formed a seal, and the air above him trembled with the gathering of boundless elemental energy, coalescing into a colossal hand that blotted out the sky, descending with great force to seize the 8 flying swords. Yin Tianqi's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he summoned his second sword of destiny, a pale azure blade. Upon its emergence, the sword light flickered and instantaneously split into 6 blades, soaring towards Shen Xinghe from all directions. Simultaneously, the 8 sword lights from the 8 Desolations sword dispersed as well. "My second sword of destiny is called the 6 Harmonies," Yin Tianqi declared, his eyes ablaze with divine light, glaring fiercely at Shen Xinghe. "With the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies, I shall seal the heavens and bind the earth. Where will you flee?" As his words fell, he formed another sword seal. The forms of the sword lights from the 6 Harmonies and 8 Desolations vanished, leaving only an overwhelming torrent of sword energy and searing flames that surged from all directions, enveloping Shen Xinghe in a deadly assault. The colossal hand conjured by Shen Xinghe crumbled under the relentless onslaught of sword energy. Yet, on Shen Xinghe's face, there was not a trace of fear. With a light reprimand, he summoned his innate flying sword, merging with it and transforming into a dazzling arc of sword light. Effortlessly, He soared out from the domain formed by Yin Tianqi's two innate flying swords. Subsequently, he manifested once more, summoning his innate flying sword Xiao Yao, and shot it directly towards Yin Tianqi. Simultaneously, he declared with pride, "I roam freely between heaven and earth, in the 6 directions and 8 realms. I can confine others, but none can confine me." As the Xiao Yao sword approached with a lethal strike, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yin Tianqi's eyes. He had not anticipated that the domain created by his two innate flying swords posed no threat to Shen Xinghe. With a cold snort, he resolutely summoned his third innate flying sword, a brilliant golden blade. Under Yin Tianqi's command, it transformed into a streak of golden light, clashing against the Xiao Yao sword, producing a resounding clang. This third innate flying sword is named Duzuan. In the vast expanse of the universe, I alone stand supreme. Yin Tianqi bellowed, channeling his full cultivation to its zenith. All 3 innate flying swords surged forth, striking directly at Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe stood proudly in the wind, his robe billowing majestically. The bloodline power of the Wuji sword body unleashed to its fullest potential. Like a humanoid celestial sword, he stood defiantly in the void, emanating an unparalleled aura of sharpness that stirred the tumult of the heavens and the earth. Yin Tianqi's 3 innate flying swords were immediately suppressed by the sword intent radiating from Shen Xinghe, causing them to emit a resonant hum, their sharpness diminished. No matter how many innate flying swords you wield, I, Shen Xinghe, am the sharpest celestial sword in existence. All swords in this world must bow before me. With a cold snort, Shen Xinghe formed a sword gesture with his hands and unleashed a single sword strike. A beam of sword light seemed capable of cleaving the very heavens. Instantly, Yin Tianqi's 3 innate flying swords quivered violently, retreating in disarray. Despite Yin Tianqi's simultaneous assault with all 3 swords, they could not contend with Shen Xinghe. To what pinnacle had his swordsmanship ascended? A wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd of cultivators below. What a formidable celestial sword, the strongest in the world. I, Wu Wudi, have always strived for the strongest. Wu Wudi laughed uproariously, his eyes betraying an uncontainable excitement. With a thunderous shout, he stomped heavily on the void. His body shot forth like a cannonball, instantly reaching Shen Xinghe's side. Clenching his fist, he launched a ferocious punch towards Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe's gaze sharpened, and with a mighty roar, he too clenched his fist and struck out. Boom! Their fists collided in midair, producing a deafening sound. An overwhelming force surged, shattering the winds of the 9 heavens. Even the surrounding void bore visible black fissures. Delightful! Wu Wudi laughed heartily, then launched a powerful kick aimed at Shen Xinghe's lower body. Unfazed, Shen Xinghe engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with him. The 2 formidable warriors of the 10th realm clashed violently in the sky. There were no grandiose displays of divine prowess, nor earth-shattering spectacles, only the raw, unrefined clash of fists and feet, resonating with the thunderous echoes of their combat. The 2 combatants moved with unparalleled speed, engaging fiercely in the skies, their rapidity so extreme that shadows of their forms flickered in and out of existence. In one fleeting moment, they were locked in a fierce exchange of blows, and in the next, they reappeared hundreds of feet away in the air. At their swiftest, it seemed as if each had conjured a multitude of avatars, all embroiled in a tumultuous battle above. The less experienced cultivators could scarcely follow their movements, their eyes overwhelmed by the dizzying spectacle. After a prolonged engagement, a resounding boom echoed through the air. Wu Wudi crossed his arms before him, only to be struck fiercely by a powerful punch from Shen Xinghe, sending him hurtling back hundreds of feet, his internal energy roiling tumultuously. As he gazed at Shen Xinghe, a flicker of emotion surfaced in his eyes. Since achieving mastery, he had roamed the world for a century, challenging various martial arts masters. Yet today marked the first time he had been bested in skill during a contest of fists and feet. Furthermore, during their exchange, he had discerned traces of Ning Xiu's leg techniques within Shen Xinghe's movements. Had Ning Xiu taught him to attack my lower defenses? Meanwhile, in the distant skies, Sun Zhanlong, who had remained silent, suddenly exuded a piercing intensity from his gaze, drawing his long sword with a swift motion. The blade emitted a resonant sound akin to a dragon's roar, while ethereal dragon spirits danced around him. Like an otherworldly, celestial being, he surged forth, aiming directly at Shen Xinghe. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Shen Xinghe responded with a cold snort. The void behind him rippled violently as a luminous moon ascended into the air. The moonlight, as clear and chilling as a winter's night, poured forth into the emptiness before him. Under this silvery illumination, the speed of Sun Zhanlong's sword light visibly slowed. Shen Xinghe then exhaled deeply, grounding himself, and unleashed a mighty punch. As his fist surged forth, it radiated brilliance akin to the zenith sun. A resplendent orb of light erupted from the void behind him, instantly blossoming into a dazzling golden radiance. With his feet firmly planted in the sky and the sun and moon above him, an overwhelming force erupted from his punch. Akin to a ferocious dragon charging ahead, it shattered Sun Zhanlong's sword light, forcing him to groan and retreat. Chapter 143, Slaying the 14th Realm Master. The three formidable masters could not match Shen Xinghe's prowess, all succumbing to his singular might. Witnessing the awe-inspiring scene of Shen Xinghe's punch repelling Sun Zhanlong, countless cultivators in EC City found themselves shaken to the core, utterly incredulous. In fierce confrontations between strong opponents, victory is often decided in the blink of an eye. Although the exchange between Shen Xinghe and the three masters was brief, each had unleashed their most formidable techniques. Shen Xinghe had decisively subdued them in the very domain they most cherished. The younger generation indeed holds great promise. Wu Wuti gazed deeply at Shen Xinghe, a hint of emotion evident in his eyes. In the next moment, the vast heavens above trembled violently. A resplendent golden light shone from the skies, as dazzling rainbows pierced through the clouds. Amidst the tumultuous winds and clouds, three dragons of fate, each of a distinct hue and exuding an unparalleled majesty, descended from the heavens, encircling Shen Xinghe. These are the fateful energies tied to Sun Zhanlong, Wu Wuti, and Yin Tianqi. In a single battle, Shen Xinghe not only triumphed over them, but also seized the immense fortunes that were once theirs. Empowered by these three colossal forces, Shen Xinghe's cultivation soared, swiftly ascending from the 11th realm of refinement to the 12th realm of severance. His martial prowess leaped forward instantaneously, moving from the initial stage of the 10th realm to the boundless realm, merely a step away from the ultimate celestial realm. As Shen Xinghe stood serenely in the void, he attuned himself to the myriad transformations brought forth by his elevation in power. Suddenly, a voice, cold and devoid of warmth, echoed from the sky. Shen Xinghe, you are indeed a rare talent in cultivation, appearing once every millennium. However, it is regrettable that daring to oppose the great Qian dynasty seals your fate. Today marks your end. With these words, a figure clad in black robes descended from the heavens, despite the absence of any formidable aura emanating from him. His very presence commanded the center of this realm, as if he could suppress all around him. It was Zheng Xinfeng, the commander of the Dragon Cloud Guard of the Great Qian Dynasty, reputed to be the most powerful of the 13th realm. Indeed, the Great Qian Dynasty could not allow Shen Xinghe to grow into a significant threat, and thus sent someone to eradicate him, with Zheng Xinfeng personally intervening. Who could possibly halt him unless a 14th realm powerhouse appeared? Today, Shen Xinghe's prospects seemed dire. As Zheng Xinfeng manifested, a wave of astonishment swept through Donghai City below. Countless cultivators looked up, holding their breath in anxious anticipation. On the Qingming floating isle, a colossal plum tree swayed, emanating a burst of crimson light. Madame May appeared in the void, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes upon Zheng Xinfeng, declaring in a stern voice, Zheng Xinfeng, this place, Qingming floating isle, is not one where you can act with impunity. Zheng Xinfeng met her cold gaze with calmness, stating, though we are both of the 13th realm, understand that there are disparities even among those of the same realm. Today this boy's head is mine for the taking. No one can save him. What audacity from an old dog. How dare you? Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from within Qingming floating isle. Jang Yu Yao soared on her sword to stand beside Shen Xinghe, fiercely shielding him, and pointed at Zheng Xinfeng, unleashing a torrent of invective. Dare you lay a finger on a single hair of Xinghe? As Jang Yu Yao spoke, a resounding phoenix cry echoed from the depths of the Qingming floating isle. A black feathered phoenix, engulfed in flames, soared from the isle. In a flash of light, it transformed into a spectral maiden clad in a flowing black gown, appearing behind Zheng Xinfeng in the void. The moment Zheng Xinfeng recognized Jang Yu Yao's identity, his expression shifted subtly, revealing a hint of gravity. It was crucial to note that Jang Yu Yao was the cherished jewel of the formidable Jiang Wentian, a powerhouse of the 14th realm. Should she be harmed, it would surely provoke Jiang Wentian's wrath, a consequence that even the Qin dynasty could scarcely bear. Furthermore, both Madame Mei and the Spectral Maiden were exceptional among the 13th realm demons. While he held confidence in overcoming either of them individually, their combined might would pose a considerable challenge even for him. Curse be it! How could Shen Xinghe find himself entangled with Jiang Wentian's daughter? Zhang Shenfeng's brow furrowed deeply, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. Before he could ponder further, a dazzling long spear shot forth from the depths of the Qingming floating isle. Zhang Shenfeng's pupils constricted as he let out a cold snort. Forming a hand seal, he waved forward, conjuring a phantom of a divine peak that materialized in the void before him, successfully deflecting the spear. Yet, a heavy realization struck him. He recognized the origins of this spear. In the next moment, a striking figure burst forth from the Qingming floating isle. Ning Xu, armed with the long spear, pointed its tip towards Zhang Shenfeng with an air of lethal intent, her voice cold as she declared, "Zhang Shenfeng, today, this East Sea city shall be your burial ground." With her words, she unleashed the spear with the grace of a dragon, akin to a brilliant meteor streaking through the sky, charging towards Zhang Shenfeng. Concurrently, Madame Mei and the Spectral Maiden echoed her command, unleashing their formidable powers. In an instant, a convergence of a transcendent martial sage and two 13th realm demons formed a deadly encirclement against Zhang Shenfeng. Though Zhang Shenfeng was immensely powerful, renowned as the strongest of the 13th realm across the 9 provinces, Ning Xu and her companions were far from weak. Engaging one of them could grant him a slight advantage, but confronting two simultaneously would prove exceedingly arduous, potentially rendering him outmatched. At this moment, being besieged by all three was akin to being merely a target for their assault. Moreover, Shen Xinghe had recently seized the fortune and strength of the invincible trio, significantly enhancing his own power. In full force, he was now capable of contending with 13th realm experts. Thus, the four joined forces, relentlessly pursuing Zhang Shenfeng from the skies over East Sea City into the vast depths of the East Sea. The entire coastline of the East Sea trembled with colossal waves, disturbed for miles around. After over 2 hours of fierce combat, they finally severed Zhang Shenfeng's head. The news of this event sent shockwaves throughout the world, causing a stir across the entire central continent. Ning Xu held aloft the severed head of Zhang Shenfeng, bidding farewell to Shen Xinghe by the sea. With Zhang Shenfeng's demise, the Qin dynasty will undoubtedly be incensed, and they may seize this opportunity to strike against the Da'in. I cannot depart from the central land of the divine continent. Take care of yourself. Do not worry, Shen Xinghe replied with a gentle smile. I merely intend to visit the immortal Gourd Island and shall return shortly. After parting ways with Ning Xu, Shen Xinghe continued his journey with several companions. After spending more than half a year, they finally crossed the Eastern Sea, arriving once more at the eastern immortal Gourd Island. It was a fortuitous moment, as the ancestral master of the Spring and Autumn Dao sect had just broken through his confines. The sect's gates reverberated with the sounds of drums and firecrackers, as nearly every notable immortal sect on the eastern immortal Gourd Island dispatched envoys to celebrate the ancestral master's emergence and the elevation of the Spring and Autumn Dao sect to a full-fledged immortal sect. Then, as the celebratory atmosphere reached its zenith, the Qingming floating isle appeared in the skies above the Spring and Autumn Dao sect. Shen Xinghe, with unyielding resolve, struck out, inflicting grievous harm upon the newly emerged ancestral master before the watchful eyes of countless immortal sect powerhouses. The 13-tiered experts of the Fu immortal sect attempted to intercede, yet were met with the icy glares of Lady Mei and Yu Ji, compelling them to retreat in dismay. Before the multitude of immortal sects on the eastern immortal Gourd Island, Shen Xinghe decisively crippled the Spring and Autumn ancestral master, leveling the sect's gates to the ground. With a single act, he seized the accumulated fortune of the Spring and Autumn Dao sect, cultivated over millennia, and ascended to the 13th tier, causing a sensation throughout the entire island. Soon after, Shen Xinghe received news from the central land of the divine continent. The Qin dynasty had mobilized troops, preparing for a grand offensive against the Da'in dynasty. This imminent conflict would bear significant implications for the entire central land and the overarching fate of the 9 continents. A monumental war was on the brink of eruption. A Upon learning of this, Shen Xinghe grew anxious for Ning Xu's safety. He immediately commanded Lady Mei to navigate the Qingming floating isle back to the central land at full speed. Half a year later, as the Qingming floating isle crossed the vast sea and returned to the central land, the war between the two great dynasties had reached a critical juncture of life and death. 1,000,000-strong armies faced each other across the battlefield, with both sides enlisting every available immortal powerhouse for the struggle. The stakes were nothing less than the fate of their nations, drenched in bloodshed. Yet, the overall strength of the De'in dynasty paled in comparison to the leading Deqian dynasty, particularly in terms of a sheer number of top-tier experts. The golden dragon of national fortune for the Deqian dynasty, resplendent in its shining scales, roared thunderously, cutting through the battlefield as if it were an unchallenged realm. Before long, signs of collapse emerged from the De'in side. It was at this critical moment that the Qingming floating isle soared through the skies, finally arriving at the battlefield. On the battlefield, numerous formidable figures beheld a resplendent golden divine light surging from the distant east. This phenomenon was a result of Shen Xinghe, who, while journeying, wielded his sword as a pen to inscribe every verse and poem etched in his heart upon the ethereal floating isle of Qingming. The resonance of heaven and earth was ignited, drawing together the literary fortunes of the world, enveloping the surroundings in an astonishing celestial spectacle. Under the boundless literary fortune bestowed upon him, Shen Xinghe seemed to transform into a sage of the heavenly path, embodying the celestial decree, his words manifesting law. With a grand stroke of his hand, countless ink droplets scattered into the void, exploding into an immeasurable golden radiance that metamorphosed into armored celestial warriors, charging fiercely toward the soldiers of the great Qian dynasty on the battlefield. Madame Mei and the ethereal Yu Ji followed closely behind Shen Xinghe, simultaneously unleashing their powers. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Xinghe, Ning Xu, embroiled in a fierce clash with the great Qian's martial king Song Tianyuan, bore the marks of battle across her body and was on the verge of collapse. However, upon witnessing Shen Xinghe's arrival, a spark of uncontainable delight ignited in her beautiful eyes. Dare you to distract yourself while fighting this king? Seeking death, Song Tianyuan bellowed in fury, his long knife gleaming menacingly as it descended upon Ning Xu. To strike at my woman in my presence? Is you who seeks death? Shen Xinghe, imbued with boundless literary fortune, stepped forth, traversing chaos to instantly appear before Ning Xu, with a pen that summoned storms and verses that could weep for the spirits. He swiftly inscribed the character for kill. This transformed into a terrifyingly sharp sword light, sweeping forth with ferocity, sending Song Tianyuan tumbling back hundreds of feet. Xinghe, gazing at the towering figure of Shen Xinghe that shielded her, Ning Xu felt a surge of emotion. A resolute glint flashed in her eyes as she transferred all her martial fortune to Shen Xinghe. Empowered by this overwhelming energy, Shen Xinghe finally shattered the shackles of his cultivation, ascending to the realm of the celestial martial saint. A cold brilliance flickered in his gaze. With a heavy stomp, he propelled himself towards Song Tianyuan, delivering a devastating punch. As their fists collided mid-air, a thunderous roar erupted. Song Tianyuan was once again sent flying hundreds of feet, blood gushing from his mouth. With a roar, the auspicious golden dragon of the great Qian dynasty unleashed a thunderous dragon's cry and charged fiercely at Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe scoffed, drawing his sword and slicing through the sky, directly severing one of the dragon's formidable horns, golden dragon blood cascading through the air. Then, he leapt into the void, closing in on Song Tianyuan once more. With a powerful kick, he struck Song Tianyuan's chest, sending him plummeting through the air. Like a meteor, he crashed to the ground, creating a vast crater. At that moment, Shen Xinghe's kick also represented a decisive victory over Song Tianyuan, forcibly seizing the martial fortune that resided within him. At this juncture, the martial fortunes of the three supreme martial saints of the world converged entirely upon Shen Xinghe. Empowered by an overwhelming aura, Shen Xinghe ascended to unprecedented heights, breaking into a realm that no martial artist had traversed in millennia, the legendary god of War Realm. Yet, what significance did this achievement hold? Today, two formidable figures of the 14th realm had come together, intent on slaying him. Undaunted, Shen Xinghe stood resolute. At this moment, he was not merely the first in 10,000 years to reach the pinnacle of the god of War Realm. He was also imbued with immense literary fortune. articulating laws with the mere utterance of his words. Additionally, he was a 13th realm sword cultivator, his innate flying sword soaring through the skies. The synergy of his threefold cultivation made him a force to be reckoned with, rendering even the strongest of the 14th realm utterly insignificant. In the end, after a fierce clash, Shen Xinghe, drenched in blood, decisively vanquished the two powerful adversaries of the 14th realm, standing tall amidst the vast expanse of the heavens. He surveyed the boundless earth below and proclaimed, "In this vast land, who holds dominion?" As his voice resonated, the entire central divine continent quaked with reverberation. With this declaration, Shen Xinghe harmonized with the essence of the central divine continent, shattering the barriers of the 14th realm. In the instant of his breakthrough, the enigmatic figure within his mind merged completely with him. At that moment, Shen Xinghe's martial, immortal, and scholarly paths unified, culminating in an unparalleled manifestation of the 15th realm. Beneath this 15th realm, all other cultivators were but mere ants. A mere thought from him sent tremors through the armies engaged in battle, rendering them unable to continue fighting. With Shen Xinghe's assistance, the great Yin dynasty surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping through the great Qin dynasty in just a few months, usurping its place as the new sovereign of the 9 continents. Shen Xinghe sensed, albeit faintly, the existence of an even broader expanse beyond the 9 continents. Yet he did not hasten to explore it. Instead, he leisurely traversed the realms with the 3 women, Jang Yu, Ning Xu, and Li Fengxian, delighting in a carefree and idyllic existence, savoring the true essence of a celestial life.